Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Fate/Ultimate Antagonist. Chapter 64 Pretender. Name, Alvin Pendragon. Class, Pretender. Strength, A+++. Endurance, X. Agility, A+++. Mana, A+++. Luck, E. Noble Phantasm, X. Magic Resistance, A+++. Your ultimate life form has transcended to the level of beast, where only magecraft thick enough with mystery has a chance to harm you, and even then, it's just a slim possibility. Writing, A. Combining modern knowledge with phantasmal species blood, you have gained exceptional writing skills. Whether it's modern vehicles or magical beasts, you can easily master them. Mana Burst, Light Devour A+++. As the name suggests, it is the ability to devour light. Vortigern is known as the demonic dragon that devours light, and as someone with the bloodline of the Vile King, you inherit his shadow attribute. Understanding the unity of light and shadow, you can now steal the ubiquitous light of this world and convert it into your own magical energy. Now, whether it's day or night, even the radiance of noble phantasms can be easily taken away by you. Before the radiant light emanating from the breath of planets, you exerted all your strength, briefly resisting its onslaught, buying Vortigern the precious time he needed. Brute Strength, A+. A basic skill inherent in it enhances your physical strength. Your strength shakes the earth. As the ultimate life form, your strength is top tier among all creatures, surpassing even Heracles, also known as a demigod. Dark Will, X. In this pitch-black, lightless wilderness, you walk your own path. Your will, unshakable. Ultimate life form, X. The ultimate life form known as the Beast of Preservation, evolved far beyond the end of life. Even cast into space, you can maintain vitality unscathed, though temperature and magic are additional considerations. Peaceful Life, X. The torrent of fate flowing within a peaceful life has propelled you to this conclusion. You lost your own peace but bestowed tranquility and happiness upon everyone on this island, the peace and contentment they yearned for. The Savior of Villains, X. Sinking into the abyss, gazing up at heaven, you are the savior of villains. If you are evil, why speak of redemption? Even pursuing a peaceful life is a form of evil, and that evil is your justice. Your nature, will, and enlightenment overwhelm villains. Those who meet you for the first time are naturally drawn to your charismatic personality, and characters belonging to the chaos or evil attributes will receive a significant increase in favorability towards you. The Dark Soul over the Heaven, X. Burning in this eternal night. Life and death, the cycle continues. This is the coiled sword called the Fire-linked Great Sword, which brings hope and death to all things in the world. It acknowledges your determination, transforming into your ultimate power, shattering and merging with the Holy Lance, forging the lance that brings the end of the world, Wrong Ominiad Morgan. The Dark Son of Britain, X. The determination of Alvin Pendragon, the Pretender, has manifested as the dark sun rising above the British skies. It is the first flame that consumes your remains, never extinguishing, forever burning the souls of the world, forever wailing, forever suffering, forever engraved. The end, heralding the arrival of death and annihilation. Chapter 65 To you, 1,000 years later. Cold, yet not shivering. Amidst a hazy and heavy chaos. With black hair youth slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a pristine, unfamiliar ceiling. Modern-looking recessed lights adorned the ceiling, but they remained unlit. Outside the window, the sky was veiled in mist. The morning haze of London cast through the window bars, its light neither gloomy nor bright. The room was dimly lit. A faint scent of disinfectant permeated the air. The sensation behind his head wasn't quite soft and comfortable, and the bed beneath him felt narrow and hard. Alvin, no, now it should be Reinhard, lowered his gaze to the striped patient gown he wore. His gradually awakening brain soon realized where he was. Ah, the hospital, how nostalgic! He had lain on a sickbed just like this before his journey to the moonlit world, facing the doctor's pitiful expression as he silently read through his own medical record, declaring his terminal illness. Alvin Pendragon. That dream of unwaking finally shattered. In a daze, as if he had experienced a lifetime. Reinhard propped himself up with his hands. Slowly, he sat up. The first thing that caught his eye was the figure of a silver-haired girl curled up in a chair beside his bed, her whole being shrunk into a ball as she dozed lightly. His gaze involuntarily scrutinized the beautiful figure before him. First, the suede strap of her shoes. Next, her elegantly shaped calves wrapped in black fabric. Above that, knee-high stockings with a tantalizing sheen. Her pleated charcoal grey skirt shielded against any improper gaze into her modest domain. The black hood slightly obscured her forehead, and her delicate sleeping face seemed immersed in peaceful slumber. Her thin and dainty lips were slightly pursed, a glistening drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. The girl, named Grey, was his mentor's disciple. Like a curled-up kitten, cute and petite. She must have fallen asleep, on the chair. Reinhard gazed at her face, her silver hair's fine eyelashes seeming vividly countable. Seeing this scene, Reinhard immediately realized. Grey had been caring for him here. He had been brought to the hospital. So, the simulation ended, and he had been unconscious for how long? He cautiously lifted the white blanket and slid into a pair of cotton slippers marked for patients. Creak. Despite the faint noise, it was enough to rouse the silver-haired girl from her light slumber. Senpai. Rubbing her sleepy eyes. The girl slowly opened her deep green, lake-like clear eyes. Beside her, a golden birdcage began to shake. The magical cube inside the cage, now awake, emitted a deafening noise. Wow, you finally woke up, you rascal. Grey-chan, she's been looking after you for 3 whole days and nights. Damn it. Keep it down. Rain-senpai just woke up. Grey blushed slightly as she swayed the cage in her hand, making the noise in the ward even louder. 3 days and nights. Reinhardt's expression turned somewhat vacant upon hearing the time. So, I slept, for 3 whole days and nights, Grey. Rain-senpai. Grey finally managed to silence Ad. Jumping off the chair, she grabbed the sleeve of Reinhardt's black gown and carefully examined him from head to toe. Calling out his name. Her gaze was fixed on him. Looking at her so intimately, her familiar face, her proximity, Reinhardt's gaze seemed slightly bewildered. This familiar silver hair. This familiar face. Their figures seemed to transcend time and memory, overlapping with each other. It was... who? After a thorough examination, it seemed that Reinhard had no major injuries. Grey breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. You just woke up, after sleeping for so long, your body must be weak, right? Don't get up, I'll inform Sir Waver immediately. Also, if you need anything, I'll... Anxious instructions flowed out. Grey's concerned and worried tone suddenly faltered. She looked at the black-haired Reinhard, tears streaming down his bewildered cheeks, and for a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Rain, senpai. Why are you crying? Did I make you angry? I'm sorry. The silver-haired girl's delicate body suddenly trembled. Because the black-haired Reinhard in front of her suddenly grabbed her arm. That eager face slowly approached. Never had they been so close, staring at each other. As if they were about to be face to face. Rain-senpai. Oh, how abrupt. The silver-haired girl's palm tightened on the bedsheet. This is... Is he going to kiss her here? Is it happening? Right now? Right here? Grey almost froze, her face flushed as she stared. Looking at the black-haired Reinhard, tears streaming down his face, getting closer, gently touching her forehead. He whispered softly. Crossing 1,000 years of time, and calling out to his beloved. My dear wife. Grey's expression was somewhat dumbfounded. After. The silver-haired girl's already flushed face turned even redder in an instant. The enticing blush spread like ripples on the girl's pale and translucent skin, even gradually extending to her smooth neck. Rain-senpai. He's here, just now, he called me, what? Wife, Isn't this progressing too fast? A mist seemed to rise from the silver-haired girl's head. In her brain, constantly disturbed by that word, something called reason wavered and swayed. Rain-senpai, we haven't kissed, we haven't hugged, we haven't. Are we becoming husband and wife now? Although it felt so good to be called like that, Gray's thoughts became dreamy and dizzy. But, looking at the black-haired Reinhard, staring blankly and tearfully, Gray's misty brain, her swirling thoughts, finally came to some semblance of reason. No. This isn't right. Gray's dumbfounded expression receded. Reinhard, he wasn't calling her. Looking at his almost dazed, regretful, or relieved expression. Not knowing if it was regret, disappointment, or a sense of relief, Gray gently sighed. Just like the embrace of the past, he hugged her like this. The silver-haired girl lifted her arms and hugged the black-haired Reinhard. Smiling gently, Gray gently patted his back. You look exhausted, Rain-senpai. Don't take advantage of Gray-chan, you rascal. Inside the golden birdcage in the corner, the magical cube named Ad muttered softly, shook, but ultimately couldn't bear to disturb the tranquility between the two. You seem to have had a long dream. I doesn't know who you're missing, whether it's your loved ones from the past life. But you can confide to me. Rain-senpai. No words. Only tranquil peace. Gray softly hummed a lullaby from her hometown, a song she used to sing before her personality changed drastically every night before going to bed. I see the moon. The moon sees me. God bless the moon. And God bless me. Immersed in this warm and peaceful embrace. In the girl's arms, the tired soul closed its eyes peacefully. Reinhard opened his eyes again, and outside the window, the twilight sun was nearing dusk. Gray. He turned his gaze to the side. The silver-haired girl, still wearing her hood as always, sat quietly beside the bed, peeling an apple for herself. I'm sorry for my presumption earlier. Recalling his earlier transgressions, Reinhard couldn't help but smile wryly. The same silver hair, the same face. It inevitably reminded him of his witch. It's okay, Rain-senpai. I'm just happy to see you awake again. Gray smiled, carving the apple into a shape resembling a bunny and offering it with a tissue. Although it was late evening study, she addressed him as senpai. Not just because of Reinhard's seniority, but also because he, who had attained the rank of pride, was now considered the foremost in magecraft proficiency in the entire Elmeloi classroom. Not only did he often substitute for overworked instructors, but his teaching was also widely praised for its depth, humor, and accessibility. Moreover, no matter how complex the magecraft, it seemed to be deconstructed into clear and understandable concepts in his classes. He called it modularization. Regardless of age, in terms of scholarship and achievement, the entire Elmeloi classroom now regarded him as their foremost figure, and senpai was a title of respect. Gray looked at her senpai with a smile of satisfaction. You've slept for so long. You should eat something first. The doctor has already examined you, and you seem to be fine. How do you feel? There was no stiffness in his limbs. Nor did he feel the weakness that often comes from long periods of bed rest. Reinhard looked at his palm, flexing his fingers slightly. It feels. He muttered to himself. Better than ever before. Indeed. His body seemed to be filled with an inexhaustible energy. He felt as though, without using any magical energy, he could smash the floor with a single punch. Thinking so, Reinhard raised his hand and accepted the apple Gray offered. However, as he tested the strength of his fingers, snap! He accidentally crushed the slice of apple he had caught. Reinhard looked somewhat embarrassedly at Gray. But Gray didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, her face lit up with a smile. It seems, you've just woken up, and your body still isn't feeling well, senpai. Then, let me feed you. Senpai, here, open your mouth. Ah! The upper half of the silver-haired girl leaned over, her deep green eyes blinking, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, as she offered the apple to Reinhard's face. Reinhard obediently opened his mouth and bit into the apple, chewing. A wave of sweetness surged into his stomach. His tongue, which hadn't tasted food for 3 days, suddenly savored the sweetness of the apple, and his nerves seemed to emit a pleasant hum. Under the bed in the ward, a sarcastic voice sounded. Enough already, Reinhard, you rascal, can't even eat an apple without someone feeding you, don't have hands, hi! Snap! Gray kicked Ad, knocking the birdcage over. Gray-chan! Wah! Crying face, Ad began to cry loudly, emitting a tone of unparalleled sadness. Clearly, I've been your longest companion, this annoying man, he's just the third wheel. How did I become the stepchild now? I shouldn't have looked at him more than once in the crowd. Ad. Gray's face flushed. That's right, thanks for looking at him more than once in the crowd, Ad. Recalling the circumstances of their initial meeting, Reinhard couldn't help but sigh. When he walked out of the hospital gate, he suddenly found himself in London in 2002. But at that time, he didn't know he had Isekai'd into the moonlit world. This strange reality made him numb, and he even began to suspect if it was a brain tumor causing hallucinations. The mobile bank on his phone dropped out, unable to pay. He had some cash on him, but since it wasn't pound sterling he couldn't spend it either. When the old Londoners looked at him curiously, someone even offered to call the police. It was Gray, who was out buying bread, who emerged from the crowd and grabbed his hand. Sorry, this is my lost brother. Ah, yes. That's how a cute touch of warmth was added. Later on, Reinhard asked Gray about the reason she came to his aid that day. She answered that she noticed Reinhard because of Ad, who she was carrying in her hands. Gray-chan, that person's presence is so annoying. No, I shouldn't say annoying. It's a complicated feeling, familiar, liked, disliked. Ah. How should I put it, it's like the taste of chocolate. So. The girl also turned her attention to Reinhard, which had attracted Ad's attention. However, it felt different from the discomfort with Ad. From Reinhard's body, Gray felt an indescribable warmth. That's right. Just like her long-lost brother. So, almost instinctively, she maneuvered through the crowd and grabbed the hand of the stranger. Thus, she uncovered the unsettling tale of the sleeping magus that had been troubling the entire clock tower. And it was after seeing Gray again. Reinhard, who had watched the Fate series before, suddenly realized he had Isekai'd into moonlit world. So, I really appreciate you, Ad. Reinhard said with a smile. Your foul mouth after 3 days of silence, it's a bit unusual. You're too much, Reinhard. You've bewitched Gray-chan's mind, she doesn't love me anymore. Ad hopped around in the cage, crying and wanting to give the middle finger, but it didn't have hands. Looking at the mystic code in front of him, acting like a living being. Reinhard's expression was somewhat contemplative for a moment. Ad. Wrong, oh miny Ad. Although the impression was not very deep, Reinhard, who had watched the Fate series, knew Ad was the restrained wrong, oh miny Ad. But wasn't the wrong, oh miny Ad already destroyed by him and turned into the demonic lance in the simulation? Reinhard was extremely sure that was no simulation, but reality. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the remnants of the dragon's essence, relic, passed down. Could it be that there are more wrong, oh miny Ad? At least, Reinhard sensed no trace of the fire-linked greatsword from Ad. It's obvious. Either there are more wrong, oh miny Ad, or the demonic lance has turned back into wrong, oh miny Ad. Was it Morgan's doing? The anime didn't explain Ad's origin in detail. It only mentioned that the ability to speak was a pseudo-personality imposed on the mystic code. And at this moment, Reinhard, who had awakened, finally understood where the familiar feeling he had been experiencing since then came from. This tone. This foul mouth. So it's you. K. Reinhard murmured. Senpai, what are you saying? Feeding Reinhard the apple, Gray vaguely heard him murmuring to himself. It's nothing, just reminiscing about an old acquaintance. More than 1,000 years had passed. That guy who liked to talk trash must be dead by now. Ad is Ad, not the real K. Being able to hear his tone was enough. Reinhard lowered his ink-colored eyes, gazing at Ad, and then, as usual, received the scorn of the others. You rascal, your expression makes me feel so nauseous. Ew, don't you dare have any weird thoughts about me, my heart belongs to Gray-chan forever. Gray blushed and picked up the birdcage, shaking it vigorously. Wah! Nauseous, huh? Reinhard smiled. After all, it's the nostalgic vestiges of Britain from over 1,000 years ago. Seems like he's once again ensnared in those grand memories belonging to Alvin Pendragon. Reinhard's expression was momentarily dreamy. Suddenly, the shadows in the room began to flow silently. Hiss! The bright light in the room began to flicker as if having contact issues. What's this? Reinhard and Gray looked up at the buzzing fluorescent light above their heads. The silver-haired girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. Why did the light suddenly break? She suddenly shivered. Ah, is the room getting colder? As if sensing some unsettling, chilling aura. Grey held the birdcage tightly, her expression suddenly becoming serious. No. It wasn't the light that broke. Rather, the light is being swallowed. Such power is. With a thought, Reinhard's mind. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him. White Dragon Token. Current progress rate, 1%. You have gained a 1% attribute bonus from Alvin Pendragon. Increasing the progress rate will unlock more attributes from Alvin Pendragon for you. That's right. The White Dragon Token, this was the reward he received after the end of his simulation. With a 1% progress rate, he obtained the extremely weak attribute of Alvin's Mana Burst. If he could reach 100% progress, would that mean he could fully regain the power of Alvin Pendragon at his peak? Reinhard sighed. The light in the hospital room suddenly returned to its brightness. Grey looked at her senpai with some confusion. Being sensitive, she vaguely sensed something. After scrutinizing carefully. Suddenly, the man in front of her, with his ink-black eyes, seemed even deeper. His original demeanor was already mysterious, but now, it was filled with a strange, vortex-like, captivating charm. It's the magical energy leaking out from me, sorry. Reinhard gently shook his head, reassuring Grey. Suddenly, he mentally sent a query to the system. System, if I reach 100% progress, will I be able to restore Alvin Pendragon's power to its prime? Aside from noble phantasms, yes. So, the Fire-Link Greatsword can't return. It was somewhat regrettable, but Reinhard expected it. Even without Fire-Link Greatsword, his power at its peak could still dominate not only the clock tower, but even the entire moonlit world. This would significantly increase Reinhard's success rate in promoting world resistance against disasters. So, how do I increase the progress rate? Progress rate, literally. Just become Alvin Pendragon. Hearing this, Reinhard was slightly puzzled as he silently muttered to himself. But, I am him. Can I still become myself? He is you, but you are not him. Alvin Pendragon is just a part of you. To increase the progress rate, in other words, is to experience his experiences, feel his adventures, and bond with his connections. Experience, feel adventures, bond with connections. How does this work? This isn't the 5th century Britain. Reinhard thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. I get it. You want me to join war, and fight against Artoria again. Huh? Isn't that what you mean? The idea is, host, you can dye your hair, farming, practice swordsmanship, that sort of thing counts too. It doesn't feel as heroic as Alvin. To be honest, you're right. Just as he was contemplating this thing, the door of the hospital room was quietly pushed open by a slender wrist. Click. The door was suddenly locked, blocking everyone who wanted to come in from behind. With a small top hat on her head, the golden-haired girl, holding an exquisite lunchbox, smiled politely at the two of them. Yi Rain, I've come to visit you. Miss Rains. Seeing this uninvited guest who came out of nowhere, the silver-haired girl suddenly stood up, her face showing a nervous expression. Rains loves teasing people the most. All kinds of pranks often make her senpai feel uncomfortable and stomachache. And Grey is also one of her frequent targets. That's not a big deal. The daily relationship between the two is actually quite good. But the premise of this good relationship is, her senpai not being present. How can two tigers share one prey? The silver-haired girl and the golden-haired girl looked at each other. The air seemed to thicken. A very pleased smile appeared on Rains's face, and her blue eyes narrowed into thin lines like a cat's. Subtle and tense atmosphere, like a tense battlefield, seemed to quietly spread. Miss Rains, I'm enough to take care of senpai alone. Oh my, is your way of taking care of people by peeling apples, Grey? Rains picked up the lunchbox in her hand and shook it slightly. I made this myself, for Rain, the greatest nourishment for such a weak patient, a bento full of love. A bento and whatnot. I can make one too. Senpai has taught me personally. Are you referring to your green pie, Grey? Guh. Perhaps, no one with this saber face could make any progress in cooking. When it was Valentine's Day, Grey presented her heartfelt pie as a gift, and Reinhard, looking at those unblinkingly, eerie-eyed fish heads, fell silent. But he still, with every bite, twitched a smile and ate it all up. And then got diarrhea for 3 days. Such incidents made Grey feel guilty, and she never dared to step into the kitchen again. Peeling apples is at least good, isn't it? So, taking care of patients should be left to me. The gold-haired girl, without hesitation about visiting patients, kicked off her little shoes. Her slender legs, wrapped in thin black fabric, slightly bent, stepped onto the bed. Rains directly lifted the covers, and curled up in Reinhard's blanket like a cat. Miss Rains. You. The top of Grey's head was about to explode. She had been here for 3 days and 3 nights without going to bed. Really, you don't know how to take care of patients, Grey? The golden-haired girl smiled very pleasantly. The legs wrapped in pantyhose restlessly rubbed against Reinhard's thigh. Rains took the spoon and opened the lunchbox layer by layer, placing it on the bedside table. The enticing aroma instantly filled the room. Come, Rain. Rains slightly narrowed her blue eyes. Clearly, she's feeding a patient. But she licked her glossy lips. Clearly, she's a small vixen. Her expression was like a seductive fox. He's hard. Being sat on like this, Reinhard hardened his fist. Woman, how dare you sit on me, this is clearly a position for my witch. The sensation felt from below him also made the golden-haired girl's expression, correspondingly more pleasing. Let me feed you, Rain. Come, open up. Ah! Reinhard pursed his lips tightly, trying to resist the temptation in front of him. Growling. However, in the end, his desire faltered. Moreover, as a patient who hadn't eaten for 3 days, he couldn't resist the temptation in front of him. Meanwhile, Grey saw his senpai's defensive line about to be breached. She used her opportunistic theft skill, which was extremely effective. I want to eat too. Miss Rains. Stepping forward, Grey swallowed the meal that Rains had picked up with her spoon in one gulp. She grabbed a new spoon and began to show off the patient's meal to Reinhard. That's right. As long as she ate all the food, Miss Rains, then her senpai wouldn't eat your stuff anymore. While swallowing the delicious taste, the silver-haired girl felt ashamed of her cooking skills, but that was not a reason for her to give up. What are you doing here, Rains? Oh my, Rain, look, Grey is enjoying her meal so much. With delicious food, she easily dealt with the defeated Grey. From the beginning, Rains never considered her as a rival. And at this moment, she also revealed her true intention, which was to hunt prey like a wolf. How about it? As such a virtuous wife, am I not worthy of being your helpmate, Rain? Sitting on top of the black-haired youth, she looked down at him. Rains lowered her blue eyes. The ambiguous and alluring, soft and bone-melting light seemed to flow out from the golden-haired girl's pupils, cascading onto the youth's face. Rains El Meloy Arcasort smiled. Consider it, join our El Meloy family, Rain. With your skills, we can definitely produce genius offspring. Grey choked a bit, making a whimpering sound, seeming to remind Reinhard not to waver. Both beauties looked at Reinhard's face. The delicate fingertips of the golden-haired girl kept spinning on the chest of the black-haired youth. The seductive and enchanting voice kept rubbing against Reinhard's ears. We can, even form a football team. That's right. Taking in Reinhard as an addition to their family was the persistent goal that Rains wanted to achieve. The outstanding magus in front of her had no background or status, making him an excellent choice for marriage. Within a year, he would be promoted to a brand rank, and his future as a magus was guaranteed. Apart from that, anyone could see that as long as Reinhard was alive, he was undoubtedly destined to become the lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, and marrying into the El Meloy family would be the icing on the cake. And, putting aside the plan to revive the family, Rains herself was quite fond of this candidate. Because she was, unequivocally fond of older men. Thinking about forming a football team was not a joke. The black-haired youth in front of her not only saved her life in Twin Tower of Iselma but also left a deep impression on Rains. Moreover, last year, he was ranked first as the male most wanted by Clock Tower female students. By the way, her stepbrother ranked second. The old man was completely pushed down, huh? The ambiguous rubbing against Reinhard's ears made him couldn't help but marvel, his DNA was moving. This request was indeed very tempting. This aristocratic young lady with long golden hair, prideful yet possessing a devilish charm, not to mention the attribute of wearing black silk stockings, was simply the best among the seductive demons. The pleasure of imagining conquering her was naturally unparalleled. But Reigns, sitting on someone else's lap, isn't that unbecoming of a lady? Reinhard said each word firmly. I admire those who propose to me every day, because they might be rejected. Then, holding the black-haired youth's face in front of her, Rains's stocking-clad thighs restlessly rubbed against him. Would you reject me, Rain? I reject. Reinhard said decisively. You've heard these words countless times already. That's right, Reinhard had rejected her countless times already, but Reigns was really persistent. Rejecting means nothing, men's words are all lies, rejection is consent. However, Reinhard's true thoughts were actually, warp storms are approaching, what's the point of giving birth? Besides, the world only lasts for a decade, isn't it a shame to bring new life into this world just to live for a decade? There was no way he could rest easy having a child if he knew the world did not hold out long for his child to live happily. But, of course he couldn't say that to the girl in front of him. So, for the welfare of all mankind, do I have time for something like that? Recited Reinhard's consistent reason. Reigns laughed gigglingly. Even you yourself don't believe what you're saying. That's right. Such words were, of course, false. The real reason was too aggressive, so she didn't force herself to say it. Reinhard remained silent, staring at her intently, without saying a word. 10 seconds passed. Reigns still persisted. Half a minute passed. Her face flushed in patches. 2 minutes passed. Finally, Reinhard turned his eyes away from her, feeling embarrassed. Tisk, for what he embarrassed? Reinhard waved his hand, indicating these two lively girls to move away and not disturb his sleep. He rolled up the blanket, preparing to turn over. Tisk, you're not straightforward, Rain. In Gray's slightly open-mouth expression. The golden-haired girl's fair hands suddenly cupped the black-haired youth's face and turned him around. Then, Reigns kissed his soft lips. Extremely stiff. Reinhard was injected with her saliva. When it rushed into his throat, it carried a slight, sweet taste unique to the girl. Reigns finally raised her head, the sticky strands of saliva making Gray beside her feel a little dazed. You haven't seen me in 3 days, so, here's a little reward for you. Why do I get a reward for not seeing you? Are you SCP-096? Reinhard felt, he might be cursed. This is already the first time he's been forcefully kissed by a girl. This awkward kissing technique, besides tasting the girl's saliva, Reinhard didn't feel anything. Rather, having experienced a 10-year battle with his witch, he simply didn't appreciate the skills of such a small vixen. Fine. If you attack me with your tongue like this, don't blame me for attacking you back. Reinhard wiped the saliva from his lips and said quietly. I like it big. Boom. Reigns was struck by lightning. Gray, who had just finished showing off her lunchbox, subconsciously glanced at her chest. I win. I win. You. The golden-haired girl, embarrassed and angry, grabbed Reinhard's face. Don't underestimate the power of magecraft. My future is still bright. I also want to kiss. Gray belatedly joined in, senpai. Bang. The door of the ward was kicked open by a black-haired man with a furious expression. FBI, get out of here. Oh, my. Is this really a visit to a patient, not a soul-sucking endeavor? Upon receiving the news that Reinhard finally woke up, Waver, who had finished his afternoon classes, cancelled his overtime for the evening and rushed over as soon as possible. Just arrived at the door, and saw his foster sister and disciple, using their tongues to beat up his eldest disciple. Wait. With one hand holding Reigns and the other holding Gray, he threw them into the corridor. Waver magically repaired the lock, then locked the door with a click. He pulled a chair, sighed softly, and sat down beside Reinhard's bed. Really causing you trouble, Rain? Reinhard smiled. What trouble? They are indeed taking care of me, making me full of energy, Professor. Tisk, there's no need for such headache-inducing polite words. Gray is fine, but how could I not know what Reigns is like? Never mind, what I want to know is, how did you faint for 3 whole days? What happened? Waver took out a cigar from his pocket, tapped it, and subconsciously lit it up before preparing to smoke. He vaguely remembered where this place was, so he extinguished the cigarette. Sorry, got used to it. I had a long dream, Professor. A dream? Yes, a dream. Reinhard turned his gaze through the window grill of the ward, looking at the sunset on the London skyline. The brilliant clouds on the horizon seemed to be burning. I dreamed that I was the son of the White Dragon. In the spacious facility lobby stands a slowly rotating, azure-colored planetarium model. Inside the conference room, the red-haired girl finished detailing all her experiences in the singularity, causing everyone present to fall into silence. To think such a thing! Romani Arkaman's face turned solemn. When they entered the Londinium, their communication was disrupted by a high concentration of magical interference. So, only at this moment, the entire Chaldea finally understood that such a thing had happened in the singularity. When her silver arm shone, Ritsuka immediately realized that, from the beginning, they had fallen into a trap set by counter-force. A battlefield intentionally chosen by counter-force. Because counter-force simply did not believe in Chaldea as the savior of humanity. Or rather, aside from its own judgment, it simply didn't trust anyone. Regardless of her title as the last master of humanity, she was just pawns. If it weren't for Alvin's kindness, Ritsuka knew that she and Mash would never have made it back alive. What they wanted to protect was betrayed to them. The enemies they wanted to eliminate showed them mercy. Such things made Ritsuka feel disillusioned. We're protecting something, but what exactly is it? Doctor. Dr. Roman's expression was complex. Da Vinci beside him remained silent as well. So, Ritsuka, are you going to break ties with the human order? Dr. Roman sighed. No matter what choice you make, we understand and support you. Now, the singularity in Londinium has been resolved in that way. However, the singularity in Jerusalem is still burning. What do you plan to do next? Or perhaps, think about how to solve it first. Once we understand the cause and effect, we might be able to persuade that King of Knights. The red-haired girl lifted her gaze. There was no expression on her indifferent face. I want to meet Goetia. I intend to talk to him. Inside Chaldea, the system called Fate for summoning heroic spirits was emitting a faint glow. The red-haired girl, with a determined expression, entered the magic circle carrying a large stack of holy grails and saint quartz, all the resources she had accumulated up to this point. Are you sure about this, Ritsuka? Dr. Roman looked at the red-haired girl with some nervousness. Are you going to gamble everything to summon that person? Of course. Alvin Pendragon is someone who could even penetrate the inner sea of the planet. He should be sitting on the throne of heroes right now. With his help, Chaldea can surely reach Goetia. Ritsuka found the key to solving the problem. And now we know that the King of Knights intends to execute her plan regarding human history for her time with Alvin Pendragon. If we want to mend the singularity in Jerusalem, Alvin Pendragon's role is also essential. Alright, then go ahead. We trust your judgment. Britain Arthurian Legends Dragons Witches Sacrifice King. An intense search for all the keywords that could lead to Alvin Pendragon, the red-haired girl activated the summoning. Flashes of light burst forth one after another, yet after trying so many times, Ritsuka still didn't get the man she wanted. Mash. Give me maximum power. Ritsuka seemed to transform into a chibi version of herself, piling up the stored saint quartz on the magic circle as if it were nothing. No way. Senpai. The system can't handle such a large amount of energy for summoning. I don't care. I just want Alvin Pendragon. With a face flushed with fervent enthusiasm, Ritsuka initiated the strongest summoning. Respond to my call. Alvin Pendragon. Come on, give this good echo some service. Boom. A pitch-black, abyssal light, as if sucking away souls, soared into the sky from the summoning magic circle. Amidst the gazes of everyone, filled with excitement and exhilaration, the figure of a silver-haired youth wearing a crown of thorns gradually took shape within the light. Fantastic! It must be Alvin Pendragon. Before the words could finish, a lazy, somewhat playful voice came from the figure of the silver-haired youth. What's going on here? Why is something like this happening? I was still sleeping, how did I end up in this weird place? Ugh, such a disgusting feeling. Well, since I've been summoned, let's reluctantly get to know each other. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the silver-haired moth creature before them. Who the hell are you? Chapter 66. He's still alive. So that's how it is. You spent such a tumultuous time as the son of the White Dragon in your dreams, experiencing all of that. Quite an extraordinary revelation. Quietly, silently, Waver sat in the sick room, patiently listening to the disciples' slow and detailed narration of the entire lengthy, convoluted, and grandiose story. Reinhard's final words fell silent. Waver remained silent for a long time. His fingers hung slightly in the air, as if holding an imaginary cigar. He took a deep breath, inhaling the invisible substance into his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. Those complex, chaotic thoughts seemed to empty out along with it. Rain, I probably understand what happened. Well, can this also be explained? Hearing this, Reinhard couldn't help but be stunned. Because he knew best that Alvin Pendragon's adventures were actually triggered by the system as a simulation, it wasn't a real dream. It was the reality of this world, a history that had once existed. But the existence of the system made it inconvenient to speak of such things. So, Reinhard explained it in the form of a dream. Reinhard had complete trust for his mentor. If at first it was just the impression left by the anime that made Reinhard favor Waver. Then, after more than a year of being together, he knew exactly what kind of person Waver was, a mentor worthy of entrusting everything to. For his disciple, this mentor could risk his own life. According to Gray, Waver once risked great danger in Castle Adra, bravely continuing to maintain Luviage Lita Adelfeld's magic circuit, breaking the bounded field that trapped everyone in the castle. If there were any doubts, Reinhard wouldn't have accepted Waver as his teacher. His mastery of magecraft had actually surpassed Waver's. It wasn't just his trust in his mentor. His mentor, in turn, also gave him unconditional trust, without treating him differently because of his suspicious identity as a foreigner. They trusted each other as mentor and disciple. However, Reinhard felt that saying, "Professor, you're actually a character from anime," might be a bit too disillusioning, so it was better left unsaid. A dream. This was the interpretation Reinhard had carefully considered for Alvin's experiences. Could such a thing actually provide a reasonable explanation? Yes. Rain. Do you know what necromancy is? Waver brought up a somewhat obscure term. Reinhard pondered for a moment. Are they, the magus who like to use corpses as spell materials? Things like corpse explosion, flesh stitching, undead summoning, resurrection, tainted soil. He actually had quite a bit of impression of necromancy, but only a small part of it came from the moonlit world. The most typical was probably the Lich King, Arthas Menethil. His weapon Frostmourne was so famous. As for the necromancers native to the moonlit world, Reinhard only knew one necromancer, Kari Sisagou, because one of the Fate series anime he watched was Fate/Apocrypha. He has a slight impression. Are these necrophilia enthusiasts related to my dream? Necrophilia? That's one way to put it, but the point isn't the corpses, it's the spells themselves. Waver was amazed at his disciple's rhetoric. Reinhard always seemed to grasp the essence of things and express them in the most straightforward and understandable concepts. Mastery of magecraft doesn't mean one can teach, this is undoubtedly an excellent quality required of an outstanding teacher. Necromancy, in a sense, is a type of magecraft that communicates with the dead. It intersects with thaumaturgy and curse at the clock tower. To be honest, it's a relief that you woke up after 3 days. Otherwise, I was going to ask someone from those 2 departments to see if you were cursed. The phenomenon on your body might be spiritualism. Spiritualism. Reinhard muttered the word. Waver, being the encyclopedia of the magical world, found a logical explanation for the excuse of the dream. Yes, because you came into contact with the relic of the son of the White Dragon, the aura on it happened to trigger your clairvoyance, producing the effect of spiritualism with the dead. Waver sighed. That is definitely not a dream. Because dreams are often vague and hazy. Your memories are too clear and too logical, full of various astonishing details. While the development may vary slightly, upon careful consideration, it is basically consistent with the wild history I know. The name of the son of the White Dragon has never appeared in official history, but now I know the answer, it is Alvin Pendragon. That is undoubtedly the truth. Rain, what you glimpsed was indeed history itself. Because the abnormality in your magic circuit occurred inside your brain, it was enough to support this level of spiritualism. I'm sure you must be exhausted now, right? No, I feel like I could punch through the clock tower. Feeling the synchronization with Alvin, his whole body surged with energy, and there was nowhere for it to vent. Reinhard nodded solemnly. It's a bit tiring. Then, your magical energy consumption must be severe. Rest well. Such precious memories are indeed an invaluable treasure. As Magus, knowledge is, to some extent, our power. Waver looked at his disciple with the eyes of someone looking at a treasure. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his luck was also so good. The hope of reviving modern magecraft was now clearly evident in Reinhard. Waver was extremely sure that the future modern magecraft would definitely make the clock tower the first discipline. Now that I understand the cause and effect, and see that you're unharmed, I can rest assured. Rest well. I still have to go to class. Don't let rains ruin your spirit. Waver gave his instructions earnestly. However, he only mentioned rains, not grey. It was clear that he was somewhat biased towards his disciple. Anyone could see the affection behind the 3 days and 3 nights of vigilant watching. Waver was deliberately matchmaking his 2 disciples. Gray, who had a tragic upbringing from childhood and whose face made her even more distant, entrusted her to Reinhard, so Waver was extremely confident. So, Waver prepared to leave and give the young people some space, while also taking care of Rains. This was the art of playing favorites. Indeed. Eating and then sleeping, it was the pinnacle of happiness, and it was even more comfortable with someone warming the bed. Reinhard understood Waver's intention to leave and did not think about that. My body tells me to rest, but my reason doesn't allow it. Reinhard smiled wryly. Don't worry, Professor, you've already taken care of me these past few days. Tisk. The upper body that had just stood up immediately sat back down. It definitely wasn't because of the phrase taking care of me. Are you trying to butter me up? The fees I charge now are quite high. Yes, today is a weekday. The reason why Waver was in a hurry to return was because there was still a big group of students waiting eagerly to be fed, and he still had to teach evening classes to supplement his income. The funds of the El Meloy family were all shouldered by him. Let's not mention the astronomical figures. Anyway, there definitely weren't any gold coins that came pouring out after his death, just a bunch of debts. Being able to spare time to visit his disciple amidst his busy schedule, Waver had already done his best. Before the conversation could continue, the black-haired youth directly took out a stack of pounds from his pocket and gently placed it on the bedside. No need to count, Professor, you can handle it yourself. Waver's gaze was somewhat blank. It's been a long time since I've played. It's quite nostalgic. Let's finish the lesson you didn't complete last time, Professor. I'm interested in that segment about the forgotten history of Britain. Tisk, your adorable attitude as a student who is diligent and eager to learn is truly irresistible. Waver tapped a few times on his worn-out smartphone and sent a text message to the administrative office that had been drafted earlier, adjusted his sitting posture, and half laid on the chair next to the sickbed. Unfortunately, it was a hospital room. If only he could smoke. What do you want to ask, Rain? I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Reinhard organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. First, teacher, what is the account of King Arthur in official history? If it's official history, let's start from where your dream ended. Weber closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. First of all, in the records of British official history, King Vortigern never left any descendants after defeating the petty kings. In other words, there is no such person as the son of the White Dragon. After conquering the petty kings, King Arthur unified the entire British Isles, including Wales, England, Scotland, and Ireland, and built the magnificent and flawless Camelot on the ruins of Londinium. The Celtic kingdom and the Anglo-Saxon kingdom all fell under her rule thereafter. She implemented many policies that might be considered forward-thinking by your standards, dispersing the noble aristocracy, establishing a basic centralized state, emphasizing agriculture and law, and promulgating an official examination system for officials, which is also considered the prototype of the modern British civil service system. According to historical records, she never felt fatigue, not only achieving continuous victories in foreign wars but also handling thousands of political affairs in a single day without making any major mistakes. Under her virtuous and holy governance, the animosity between the Saxons and the Celts gradually diminished as they merged racially over the years of civil war. Only external enemies, similar to the Romans, remained. Here, we need to mention the history of our magical development. The final decline of the Age of Gods is generally believed to have occurred during this period in Britannia. Recalling what his disciple had witnessed and heard during that dreamlike period, Waver sighed with emotion. In theory, as an island nation, Britannia basked in the twilight of the Age of Gods. Once the Age of Gods declined, the barren land would cause all things to decay and wither. The Celtic people, as the remnants of the Age of Gods, would also absolutely not be able to survive in such an environment. According to historical records, Britannia at that time did indeed suffer from years of uninterrupted natural disasters, such as floods or droughts. However, Waver Velvet's expression became solemn. He continued. The virtuous and perfect King Arthur devoted herself to promoting agricultural techniques and attached great importance to food storage and transportation. She even transformed the environment and developed a new type of food that could increase production even in such barren conditions. Scholars have always wanted to know the answer, but no one knows exactly what it was, only that it was referred to as the seed of hope in historical records, described as a spreading, vigorous greenery across the land. Reinhard's expression became somewhat trance-like. That is. Yes. Now we know the truth. Waver said softly. It's none other than microalgae, such an astonishing answer on this planet, the most ancient form of life. Relying on the existence of the seed of hope, King Arthur's kingdom managed to pass through the decline of the Age of Gods relatively smoothly. The vast majority of the Saxons and Celts in the kingdom survived, but, from here, a very peculiar divergence appears. Waver reminisced about the various scrolls he had read. Ordinary people may not care about these historical details, but we Magus know, the Celts are the descendants of the survivors of the Age of Gods. Their bloodlines contain the true ether, and as a result, many of them became outstanding warriors in the years to come. While the decline of the Age of Gods was not a big deal for the foreign invaders such as the Saxon, it was different for the Celts, who couldn't survive without true ether. They would still suffer massive casualties and ultimately be unable to survive. However, the vast majority of them did survive in the end. Although their bloodlines gradually assimilated into those of the proliferating Saxons, according to historical records, the Celts disappeared of their own accord, having achieved a peaceful end. Waver averted his gaze, looking out the window. Due to the haze, London couldn't see many stars. In the quiet night sky hung a solitary, silent moon. This is not something that can be achieved by simply having the seed of hope. The real reason, you won't find this passage in any history book of Britannia. Because this is the foundation upon which the clock tower rose to prominence, even within the clock tower, only a handful of lords can delve into the secrets hidden in the ice chamber. The inner sea of the planet, above Londinium, was pierced by a hole. This brought forth a murmuring, like a stream of hope true ether. And it was because of this that King Arthur gathered all the Celts to Camelot, which is the original site of Londinium, and thereby saved the Celtic people. Which means... Waver lowered his gaze and looked at the black-haired youth in front of him. Alvin Pendragon has truly succeeded. His achievements saved everyone. I see. Upon hearing the conclusion of the people on the island, Reinhard's expression became somewhat trance-like. The world seemed unchanged, but in reality, it had already been altered. Alvin Pendragon's choice not only ensured the world's continuation but also saved everyone on the entire island. Reinhard was extremely certain that it was his own free will, the determination of the king named Alvin Pendragon. However, was it all predetermined by historical facts? Like a connected loop. Interesting, causality. So, Professor. Reinhard raised a new question. Londinium is London. Yes, Londinium is indeed the ancient name for London. Then why is it that I can't see that empty void above London? Reinhard especially liked to conduct magical research in the workshop at night. The quiet night would make him feel a serene concentration. For over a year, he had often looked at the moon in London, yearning for his family. They must be worried, right? Is his body still in that world? How are Mom and Dad now? Are they healthy? But, such thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. So he stopped thinking about that for now. And then, for over a year of gazing at the moon, he had never seen that dark sun in the sky above London. I've never seen it either. Waver shook his head. But, the reason why the clock tower in London has always been the center of the world's magecraft. Besides the spiritual tomb of Albion. Also because the ley lines here are much more abundant than elsewhere. Although it's definitely incomparable to the Age of Gods, it's still several orders of magnitude higher than ordinary places. Do you know, Rain, since the time of King Arthur, the ley lines in London have never dried up. Moreover, the origin of the clock tower was precisely during that period when a group of magus summoned by King Arthur regarded Britain as a base and established the organization. So, I speculate that the empty void has always been there. Just, hidden away. Hidden away. Looking at the moonlight outside the window. Reinhard's gaze flickered. Yes, let me give you an analogy. Waver smiled. He raised his hand and tapped the wall behind him with his knuckles. If a hole appears in the wall of your home, a hole that you can't repair with your skills, or even temporarily cover up, it looks very unsightly and damages the image. What would you do? Reinhard responded without hesitation. Cover it up. That's right, cover it up. Waver reached for a curtain and covered the area of the wall he had tapped. I suspect that what is doing here is the same. Don't air your dirty laundry. If it can't be repaired, then block it off and don't let people see. Waver toyed with his cigar, contemplating. However, a hole that can't be repaired is still a hole in the end. If everything you've described is the truth of history, then I speculate that there will come a time when this empty void can be glimpsed. What time? Reinhard sat up. An eclipse. Waver smiled. In magical terms, an eclipse symbolizes the aperture of the world. London experiences an eclipse approximately every 370 years. In the Brightonian calendar, in the year 527. In the year 2003. Haven't you heard the recent news reports, Rain? Sorry, I forgot you were unconscious. According to astronomical observations, the next time London will be able to observe an eclipse is within this month. Waver raised his gaze, his eyes seeming to penetrate the circular lamp on the ceiling, looking towards the distant sky. That's precisely the time when. Alvin Pendragon raising. He sighed with emotion. The dark sun of Britannia. Reinhard sat on the sickbed, lost in thought for quite some time. Meanwhile, Waver sat leisurely on the chair, rocking back and forth, observing his disciple with amusement. Heh heh. Such an exciting deduction truly justifies my appearance fee, doesn't it? Transmitting knowledge and resolving doubts for my disciple is, after all, the teacher's duty. Although, my disciple's rank seems to have surpassed mine already. But, as the saying goes, the student surpassing the master is a natural progression, and I am pleased to see it. They remained in that state of contemplation for quite some time. Finally, the black-haired youth turned his head and asked, "What happened to Artoria?" In the official records, naturally, she died, and it was an incredibly tragic death, so pure, so glorious, so perfect a king, yet she still succumbed to internal and external troubles. Waver sighed softly. Britain and Rome were engaged in intense warfare year after year. To achieve victory, King Arthur led his army across the sea and personally went into battle. In such a grand context, that royal successor, named Mordred, gradually grew up. Mordred. Reinhard vaguely remembered that Mordred seemed to be King Arthur's illegitimate child, but the details of the complicated relationship behind it were not clear to him. Artoria, did she marry, a king? And did she have children? No, she remained unmarried for life. Rumors even say that Sir Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, proposed to King Arthur, only to have his arm cut off by her on the spot, and he was expelled from the Round Table, which laid the groundwork for her subsequent alienation. We only know that Mordred is King Arthur's illegitimate son, but we don't know who the child's mother is, and, that rebellious knight, according to historical records, is said to be even more powerful than King Arthur himself. As Mordred grew older, conflicts erupted between her and the king she served so fiercely. We don't know the exact reasons, but now scholars generally believe that it might have been because King Arthur spent too much time away at war, neglecting his children, which led to Mordred developing abnormal characteristics in her personality. As Britain managed to pass through the decline of the Age of Gods and the Barren Period, King Arthur still implemented policies beneficial to the people, which further enhanced the prosperity of her country. However, at this time, her attention was increasingly diverted by the wars with the Roman Empire. Due to her prolonged campaigns abroad, domestic affairs were left in the hands of a stable bureaucratic structure. We don't know the reason why, even though there was peace within the country and victories in war, she dismissed all of those loyal and elite knights of the Round Table and sent them all away to pursue the elusive Holy Grail. This led to her power gradually being eroded and marginalized by the old noble factions. Taking advantage of the depletion of internal forces during King Arthur's final battle with Rome, Mordred launched a rebellion within the kingdom. Long harboring grievances against King Arthur, and with most of the knights of the Round Table now under her command, the Camelot fell, and a trap was quietly laid out. In the end, King Arthur returned triumphantly from Rome. She faced the ultimate battle of Camlan. Reinhard's expression became somewhat trance-like. Under the twilight, the sunset was blood-red. Before his eyes, a battlefield piled with blood and corpses like gravestones seemed to slowly unfold. The Battle of Camlan. That was her repayment for all her achievements and glory to date. Should we say, she truly lived up to the title of a perfect ruler? Waver's thoughts seemed to have flown to that battlefield. Even in such dire straits, King Arthur quickly quelled the situation, and it is said that both sides' losses were kept within a small range. In front of everyone's eyes, only Mordred and that king remained to confront each other. They had been fighting since morning till noon, and then from noon till dusk. According to historical records, the knights who were watching heard the rebellious knight roar out words like Father King and Why, presumably venting her frustrations against the perfect ruler. King Arthur. She managed the entire country perfectly but failed to give her children the love they deserved. It's truly a lamentable ending. In the end, King Arthur pierced Mordred's heart with the holy lance and then discarded all her weapons. In the darkness of the night, she walked away with a dazed expression to her hometown, supposedly a small town in Essex nowadays. When she was found dead, she was standing guard in a field of wheat, holding the hilt of a wooden sword. As Waver finished speaking, his voice fell softly. The lingering sound seemed to hang in the small hospital room. As the mentor, Waver raised his gaze and gazed at his disciple, Reinhard. When she died, she was waiting for someone. Waver said softly. She was waiting for Alvin Pendragon. No. No way. I specifically summoned Alvin Pendragon. Putting all their eggs in one basket, but the result turned out wrong. The chibi version of Good Echo went wild in the meeting room, hugging Mash tightly and banging their head against the table. Bang. 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 Senpai. Please calm down. Mash tried her best to hold on to Good Echo, but in this state, even Goisha himself would be helpless. Mash. Why is this happening? Sob. Sob. Alvin, you abandoned me. Inside the meeting room, as chaos erupted with Good Echo's tantrum, everyone present exchanged glances and sighed softly. While I admit that Ritsuka took quite a gamble, there's some truth to it. This is strange. Clearly, the summoning was supposed to be for that Alvin Pendragon. Da Vinci analyzed with interest. Clearly, Alvin should have had goodwill towards Ritsuka and should have been willing to assist us in Chaldea. Well, even if he didn't respond to the summoning, it shouldn't have resulted in summoning unrelated servants like this. Da Vinci's voice trailed off. All eyes turned to the silver-haired, thorn-crowned moth, who, if you ignored the wings of moths behind him, was quite handsome. I'm also puzzled, so what's the deal here? Oberon lazily lay on the sofa in the meeting room, wrapping himself into a ball with his wings. As for, you guys want to summon Alvin? The silver-haired youth rubbed his chin, pondering. This name sounds familiar. Watching Good Echo use her head to bang against the table and break it, Dr. Roman scratched his head apologetically. So, Oberon, do you know Alvin? It feels familiar, but I really don't recognize it. Saying so, tears inexplicably began to flow from Oberon's eyes. He wiped his face dazedly. Just speaking of this name, it's so sad. Dr. Roman and Da Vinci glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. He must be related to Alvin. But, lost memories. So. Ritsuka. Ritsuka. Dr. Roman grabbed Good Echo by the collar, shaking her vigorously, transforming her from chibi mode into her teenage form. Take Oberon, head to Jerusalem through ray-shifting, maybe he knows that king, or perhaps they know each other. As he finished speaking. All right. Ritsuka jumped up with full energy. Oberon. Mash. We shouldn't delay any longer, let's hurry and depart. Hey, hey! I haven't had enough sleep yet. This shift system here is disgusting. Dragging the hands of the two, they dashed off, leaving a trail of dust behind them. Ritsuka, once again filled with determination, rushed towards the ray-shifting device. Watching the fiery figure of the red-haired girl, Dr. Roman and Da Vinci glanced at each other again, sensing each other's confusion and helplessness in their eyes. Ritsuka's condition is quite worrying, she's going crazy. The one who made her like this. Alvin. What kind of person is he? As the ray-shifting device prepared to activate once again, the entire Chaldea began to operate anxiously. Standing on the magic circle, Ritsuka held hands with Mash and Oberon, her face calm. This time, not only did she need to repair the singularity, but also, I must summon you out, Alvin. To save human order. No. I just want to peacefully and happily live with Mash, with the doctors, and with everyone I cherish. But, I have too much responsibility on my shoulders, I cannot stop. Goisha. I want to hear his reasons. Chaldea, human order, counter-force, so many things have been too strange, too odd. To move forward on this thorny path. If it were you, to protect people, you burn yourself through the inner sea of the planet, would you acknowledge my determination? Alvin Pendragon. As the whirlpool of ray-shifting, dazzling, began to light up, Ritsuka closed her eyes. However, inside the control room, looking at the message emanating from Chaldeus, everyone in Chaldea fell into a state of paralysis. The brilliance of the ray-shifting gradually dimmed. Ritsuka opened her eyes, feeling puzzled. Dr. Roman, is there another malfunction? No. Ritsuka, you don't need to perform the ray-shifting anymore. Dr. Roman's surprised voice came from the control room. Because the singularity in Jerusalem has already been repaired. In the year 1273, Jerusalem. The immaculate and magnificent Camelot stood amidst the desert sands. At its pinnacle, where no one could see, the Black King of Knights stood. With a sinister and menacing lance deeply rooted in the ground. A radiant aura, as bright as the scorching sun, bloomed behind her. The flourishing and dazzling branches and leaves covered the sky, spreading out like a bundle of thunder. Artoria, with her ash-blonde hair, lowered her eyelids slightly. The vast expanse of darkness, spreading from beneath her, extended from this holy city, like the roots of a giant tree growing and penetrating into the souls of the people stationed within the city, consuming their souls. Goisha had summoned her to this era. Their wills aligned. With the help of his lance, Rong Ominiad Morgan. She was about to burn through human history with her spiral lance, perpetuating that segment of Britain's history forever with Alvin Pendragon. Even if it was just a fleeting illusion. Just being able to see him made her content. Burning the souls of all the people in this holy city. The roots of the holy tree were about to plunge into the inner sea of the planet, and she was about to succeed. No one could stop her determination. Not even the grand servants, nor the gods, nor Goisha himself. Now, under the brilliant and flourishing sacred tree, she was invincible. The radiant wheat field swayed in the wind. The Black King of Knights' eyelids drooped, and in her golden eyes, it seemed she had already glimpsed the smiling face of the silver-haired youth. However, in this brilliance, beneath the burning world and the sacred tree of life, a familiar and unmistakable voice, shrouded in mist, sounded behind her. Artoria. The Black King of Knights turned back in disbelief. And then she saw her, the seemingly non-existent, ethereal, dark witch. Morgan. Her veil and hair gradually transformed, as if night and snow were intertwined. In her azure eyes, there was a hint of aloofness. Every inch of her voluptuous figure displayed exquisite curves, and her subtly radiant skin was like the pure moonlight adorning the night sky. The night was cloudless, and the stars shimmered. The most exquisite, mysterious, and dark. All converged in her figure and her eyes. Interweaving into a captivating witch's countenance, unseen by the brilliant daylight. Morgan Le Fay. She stood there. Even amidst this blazing and flourishing sacred tree, under her dark, night-like skirt, it seemed to dim in an instant. Except for that person, her beautiful face and heart were not allowed to be seen by anyone. Artoria. Her voice, as light as the wind. Alvin, he is still alive. Artoria stood stunned at the top of the holy city. What are you saying? Morgan lowered her bright blue eyes. I once said that I didn't want to see you ever again. I especially didn't want to tell you something like this. However, for him, I came here. You're lying to me. Morgan Artoria tightened her grip on her lance. Her expression was somewhat trance-like. Because I'm going to be with him forever. Are you afraid? Artoria. The witch spoke softly, he is still alive. This is impossible. Artoria roared, his voice trembling slightly. Alvin. He dissipated in front of you. Why can't you accept the truth? Morgan, I'm about to succeed, we can all be with him forever. He burned his own soul to save everyone. I know. Morgan raised her head and looked at the profound night sky. This shadow, just like him. It was comforting. He's saving the world, even if it burns the soul and dies completely, only ashes will remain, the throne of heroes will definitely record his existence. The witch's ethereal voice, so gently drifting. However, I deconstructed the ritual to summon those grand servants. I deconstructed Chaldea's ray shifting, and I completely deciphered the counter-forces system for summoning heroic spirits. I stood under the eclipse, stood in front of his residual flame, pasted his clear heart, and tried to summon my beloved hubby. But there was no response. Even though there was no response. However, the witch smiled, as if she felt genuine happiness from the depths of her soul. The content of her words also made Artoria's body tremble uncontrollably. My beloved Alvin, if he was sleeping peacefully on the throne of heroes, he couldn't possibly not respond to me. So, there is only one possibility left. He is still alive. I am absolutely certain, he is still alive. Gently stroking the crystal clear heart in her hand, the dark witch whispered softly. My beloved, still waiting for me in some time and place in some era. Thud. Artoria fell to her knees. Behind her, the radiant tree dimmed, and its branches withered. Even if it's the dark sun, it's still my Sunday. The witch raised her head and looked at the brilliant sacred tree. Even amidst this brilliant and dazzling brilliance of this world, it was not as bright as his radiant light, which shone like a million suns. To this day, he is still my light. Chapter 67 Chaldea and Reinhard. When she died, she was waiting for someone. Gazing at the pristine, luminous moon outside the window. Waver's voice drifted as if carried by the winds of a distant past, 1500 years ago. She was waiting for Alvin Pendragon. The King of Knights had an ending like this. Sighs, making one crave for a smoke. Because only nicotine could numb the nerves tingling with such pain. Waver gazed at his disciple. Gazed at him, once again sitting bewilderedly on the sickbed, staring blankly out the window. His dark hair fell over his forehead, slightly obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern what ripples were stirring within the profound abyss. To witness such an epic life of the son of the White Dragon, it's only natural for one to immerse oneself in it, isn't it? But Waver felt that things weren't that simple. Could it be described as a dream instead? After all, if one could dimensional travel the first time, could they not also dimensional travel the second? Although it seemed a bit far-fetched to have such an event as piercing through the inner sea of the planet. But the existence of the black-haired youth in front of him itself was an incredible miracle. As for how his disciple's mind and talents were, Waver knew best. Experiencing such a separation and reunion, feeling dazed was inevitable. Ugh, it's giving him a headache. Waver made a pained expression as if having a stomach ache. Forget being a disciple, as a mentor, Waver himself, just thinking about that kind of ending, would inevitably start to have stomach pains. Good grief, is he giving himself a headache? Tisk. But in the end, if his disciple had something on his mind, as a mentor, he shouldn't add to his troubles. Waver flicked his cigar with his fingers, quietly waiting for Reinhard to calm his emotions. Such is life, seeing through but not saying it. Be content with where you are and enjoy yourself. The black-haired youth stared blankly at the London night. So silent, it seemed as if even the sound of the wind had been erased from the night. No stars could be seen. So the moon appeared even more sparse and lonely. Standing under the dark and lonely night sky. What was Artoria thinking before her death? Regret? Pain? Resentment? No. None of those, right? Reinhard could actually guess her thoughts. Because he might be the one in this world who understands her the most. At the moment of dying, she just wanted to see her idol, smile at her as always. Dying. She still held onto that wooden sword, guarding the person who used to train swords with her. A surge of emotions, like tides, surged into his heart, dried up on the shore, leaving traces of bitterness. He saved everyone. But he alone couldn't save her. He tried various methods, but her lonely death, in the end, couldn't be changed. Was it her own choice? No. It was actually the unforgivable sin of the man named Alvin Pendragon. Just like missing the last train. Just like opening your mouth but not being able to call out a name. Just like the speed of cherry blossoms falling, 5 centimeters per second. Regret. Regret always runs through from beginning to end, but perhaps that's life. Memories of the past cannot be chased, so. I look forward to meeting you again, Artoria. In the silent tranquility of tacit understanding. Reinhard slowly withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. What about Morgan Le Fay? What happened to her, Professor? Right. Wanting to know Artoria's ending is correct, but Morgan is the question that Reinhard is more concerned about. Unfortunately. I'm sorry. I don't know either. Waver let out a long sigh. Perhaps, my knowledge as a mentor still needs improvement. Whether I've read official histories or alternative histories, records of that which are few and far between. All we know is that King Arthur had a sister named that, her name was Morgan Le Fay, and there are only a few sentences of descriptions and speculations about this character from scholars. For example, it was Morgan's scheming that broke King Arthur's sword in the stone. And also, Mordred was actually the illegitimate child created by Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's bastard. The reason why the rebellious knight was destined to revolt, was to retaliate against the king and usurp the throne that originally belonged to the witch. In general, they are all such esoteric news. But, now we already know, these speculations are not true. Given the nature of that witch, she would never have contacted King Arthur and staged such a scene of Mordred's rebellion. So, the truth of history is really mysterious and fascinating. But, regarding Morgan, Waver played with the cigar in his hand, his tone somewhat hesitant. He was considering whether to say his astonishing speculation. Just what, Professor? Reinhard noticed Waver's hesitation. But, regarding Morgan. After pondering for a moment, Waver felt that it was better to say it. If you want to find information about that witch, maybe there's a place with clues. What place? Reinhard held his breath. That would be in the present-day area of Wales, the Blackmoor village, a village that has existed for thousands of years, overlooking the tomb. Waver glanced at the locked door of the ward. His disciple, guarding outside the door. Grey, you must have noticed her face a long time ago, right, Rain? Yes, that face. Back then, it scared Waver so much that he grabbed Rains's thigh and screamed in horror on the spot. Even now, this incident would often be brought up by his foster sister to tease him, provoking Waver's powerless rage. Because Grey's face was the exact likeness of the one who killed Kenneth. This cast a shadow over Waver's heart. Because of this reason, he was obligated by Grey herself to hate her face. This was something that could reassure his disciple. In the beginning, to plan for the Fifth Holy Grail War, I and Rains went to that village together, intending to ask a gravekeeper for support in our fight against spirits. That gravekeeper eventually entrusted his disciple to me, and this is also Grey's origin. Actually, Reinhard didn't need reminding. He recognized Grey's standard saber face at first sight and only then realized that he had Isekai'd into the moonlit world. I know Grey is. Reinhard paused for a moment. Born as the counterfeit of King Arthur's child. You mentioned this earlier. After all, various homunculi, human experiments, flesh stitching, cult sacrifices. Reinhard had long been numb to them. After studying at the clock tower for over a year, he had already understood how ruthless magus in this world could be and what atrocities they could commit. Regardless of moral ethics or human decency, for most magus, they were the least valued and easily disposable things. If sacrificing their entire family could reach the root, Reinhard believed these magus would change themselves into Uchiha Itachi. Things like wanting to resurrect King Arthur weren't rare in Britain at all. There might even be several places in Britain at the same time, all conducting similar rituals. No, there's actually one more thing I haven't told you. Grey's birth is actually a mission passed down by that village. They were required to do so. Required, by whom? Reinhard wanted to ask, by whom? But immediately realized the answer in his heart. Looking at his disciple's somewhat stunned expression, Waver flicked his lit cigar. By a person villagers call the Black Madonna. This unique style of nickname. Waver said softly. You should be able to guess who it is. Yes. Reinhard murmured. Morgan. That's right, I also speculate it's that witch. Considering his own reasoning, Waver's expression appeared somewhat complex. In fact, that village, built by the Black Madonna to resurrect someone, she arranged a large number of magical rituals and required the villagers to spare no effort in fulfilling this mission. Over 1,000 years of time, much of the village's information has been lost, and even the villagers have gradually become somewhat confused about their mission. After suffering an accident, most of the original scriptures were burned. They forgot who they wanted to resurrect, so based on the remaining information, they speculated that the person to be resurrected was the famous King Arthur. This is quite logical, because I originally thought that the witch wanted to resurrect King Arthur because her sister died on the hill of Camlan, leading her to feel guilty as an older sister. But, according to your memories now, it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Morgan couldn't have wanted to resurrect King Arthur. Waver gazed intently at his disciple. The person she wanted to resurrect, undoubtedly is. Waver hesitated for a moment, then handed over his words. Alvin Pendragon. That's right. A smile or perhaps a complex expression appeared on Waver's face. The villagers mistakenly wanted to resurrect King Arthur, but in reality, the true target they wanted to resurrect was the son of the White Dragon. This might explain why Grey is a silver-haired girl. It's silver hair. In other words, Grey is actually a gender-swapped version of Alvin. Realizing this, Reinhard's expression became somewhat frozen for a moment. Ah, this. Up to this moment, Reinhard finally understood that even before the simulation of Alvin, there was a natural affinity he felt towards Grey. But where did it come from? It was a resonance of bloodlines. Liking oneself, well, that couldn't be more normal, right? His head was spinning. Reinhard felt like his CPU was overheating. I've turned into a saber face. Saber is actually me. I mean, when I think about it like this, suddenly it seems so reasonable. There's no way to look at Grey the same way again. Kissing her would be like kissing a gender-swapped version of myself. He clenched his fist. Waver stood up, sighed deeply, and patted his disciple's dumbfounded shoulder. So, treat Grey well, you can't escape from this fate, Rain. As his words fell. Knock *, knock knock. The door of the sick room suddenly sounded with polite, standard 3 knocking, causing both men inside to pause for a moment. I should have told Rains not to disturb. Not to disturb him and his disciple, alone. But, without receiving anyone's permission, the shackles on the locked tongue were easily unlocked by expert magecraft, and a delicate, fair-skinned hand, not at all like that of a man, gently pushed open the door of the sick room. Occupying his disciple, Waver, alertly glanced towards the door. Appearing in front of him was a gentle, smiling, silver-haired man. His face was as delicate and soft as a woman's, and his whole demeanor was gentle, refined, and courteous. A silver hair was loosely tied into a ponytail behind his head, hanging over one shoulder, adding a touch of warmth to his image. Lord of the Department of Astromancy, Marisberry Animusphere. Seeing the newcomer, Waver's expression became alert, and his black eyes slightly narrowed. What wind blew you here without warning? Oh my, Lord Elmeloy too, I heard that your modern magecraft's top disciple was unwell, and now that he has awakened, I came to visit him personally. Marisberry smiled gently, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Without anyone's permission, he walked into the sick room carrying gifts for his visit. With a smile in his grey eyes and a steady pace, like a wolf eyeing its prey, Waver stepped forward and stood in front of the silver-haired man, his dark eyes staring at the Lord. Now that my disciple is unwell, please leave, Lord Animusphere. Lord Elmeloy too, you're really keeping everyone at arm's length, I'm not going to eat your disciple. Marisberry's smile was full of meaning, and a hint of something unusual flickered in his grey eyes. At least, can I have a few words with Reinhard? Behind Waver. Sitting on the sickbed, Reinhard scrutinized the silver-haired man who came uninvited, the head of the Animusphere family. It must be said. A side ponytail, your hairstyle, is really quite dangerous, miss. No, wait, is this person an uncle? Or a grandfather? Animusphere. That is the lord of the Department of Astromancy of the Clock Tower. Among the 10 major disciplines of the Clock Tower, it ranks as one of the oldest and most powerful disciplines. No matter how it develops in the future, its foundation is far beyond that of the modern magecraft department at this time. This person, the head of the family, actually came to visit him? The matter of him falling asleep, only a few people like Waver, Grey, and Rains knew. But, did it reach his ears? Is he concerned about him? In fact, Reinhard is not familiar with the other party at all, at most, it's just a few encounters. However, last time, when he was promoted to the rank of Pride. In addition to Waver, this man stood up and, on behalf of the Animusphere family, gave him full support. Reinhard is undoubtedly an outstanding magus nurtured by our clock tower. The silver-haired man smiled as he stood on the judging seat. For geniuses, their age should not limit their accomplishments. I believe that his promotion to the rank of Pride should be unquestionable. Marisberry's opinion greatly influenced the wavering situation on the judging seat, and in the end, Reinhard's promotion to the rank of Pride was unanimously passed. It's all very suspicious. Because the Animusphere family is an aristocratic faction, in other words, they are the heirs of thousands of years of magecraft heritage, the old Londoners who carry the banner of the straight-line flag. The Department of Astromancy operates a deeply entrenched power within the clock tower, with a lineage that is pure and noble, and its disciples are also exceptionally talented. Most of the noble families in the clock tower basically don't like the modern magecraft department, and they're even more displeased with Reinhard. So why did Marisberry Animusphere, this magus from a prestigious family, step forward to speak for him? Many people think that Reinhard privately allied himself with the aristocratic faction. But, as the mentor, Waver naturally knew that his disciple had nothing to do with the Department of Astromancy. So, in Waver's view, what does Marisberry's friendly gesture mean? It's obvious. He had hidden intentions towards his disciple. Because of his relatively tall stature. Waver's face was solemn as he lowered his eyes, looking down at the silver-haired lord in front of him. Marisberry Animusphere. The other party's reputation in the clock tower can be said to be known to everyone, well-known and well-known. Regardless of his fame, at least he has much more power and wealth than El Meloy II, and his family's assets are much richer. But this doesn't mean that Waver is afraid of him. Your money may be more than mine, but your debts are definitely not as much as mine. I win. He looks like he's in his early teens, a little moist and immature. However, Waver was still studied in Kenneth's classroom when Marisberry was sporting that face. He wonder how long this old thing has been alive, pretending to be young? Do you want to say something? Waver's tone was very indifferent. Your intrusion is already very rude. I haven't laid a hand on you, which is already respectful enough. Although he knew he couldn't possibly win a fight. But, if he doesn't stand up for himself, he might as well bury his honor in the presence of his disciple. Waver started to loosen his tie. Indeed, you're so fond of your disciple. There was a smile on the silver-haired man's face, but there was no change in his expression. He turned his gaze, smilingly looking at the black-haired youth sitting on the sickbed. So, Reinhard dash. I won't join the Department of Astromancy, Lord Marisberry Animusphere. If that's why you're here, you might as well turn around and leave now. Reinhard's voice, somewhat weary, came from behind Waver. This made Waver feel that the kid is really worth it. No, wait, it seems that he hasn't treated him well either. It's the disciple who pays the mentor's overtime, he's the one who's been taking care of him. Damn, thinking like this, he suddenly feels so ashamed. Tisk, Reinhard, I didn't come to invite you to join the Department of Astromancy. If you're worried about that, you can rest assured. I was really just worried and came to visit you. Marisberry smiled like an old acquaintance, putting down the various precious items he was carrying, and sat down on the chair by Reinhard's sickbed. That's my seat, hey. Waver's mouth twitched a bit. With just one bed and one chair, are you really asking me to sit on my disciple's lap? Waver stared at the silver-haired man fiercely, but Marisberry just smiled, completely ignoring his murderous gaze. Well, your skin is thick. Waver coughed and then sat down on the narrow sickbed with Reinhard, squeezing together with his disciple, and raised his hand to affectionately press down on the black-haired youth's shoulder. This is to assert his authority. Reinhard sighed softly. This sigh was for Marisberry Animusphere to hear. The trust between him and Waver is not something outsiders can understand, it's a sincerity that transcends even crossing through identities. Reinhard is not interested in the power and wealth of noble families. To be honest, if he were to sell off the El Meloy family, he wouldn't have half as much money as he does now. In fact, as someone who has access to forward-looking intelligence in the world of advanced computing, Reinhard is well aware of the future trends and hotspots of the world. He knows exactly how to invest in cutting-edge information technology industries, and his rate of return in the stock market is nothing short of astonishing. With his current assets, he could have paid off Waver's debts long ago, but he refuses to accept charity. Money is nothing in the face of warp storms, not even waste paper, and he's trying to save not himself, but this world. Reinhard has no favorable impression of this stranger who came uninvited. His gentle attitude is just a facade. In reality, he has never respected Reinhard's opinions, and every step he takes is overbearing. I'll give you, at most, 10 minutes. Lord Marisberry Animusphere, I hope you won't disturb our mentor-disciple conversation. Having his important study interrupted, Reinhard was not pleased. As they stared at each other, the tone of Reinhard's voice also became indifferent. This is, to repay you for speaking up for me when I was promoted. If you have any goals, please state them now, I will give you a definite answer, and I hope there won't be a next time. Really, impressive. Marisberry smiled, and his grey eyes slowly opened. He, the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, had no awe for this disciple of his rank. Indeed, this person possesses the will to embrace an era and subvert the world. Yes, and it has nothing to do with the Department of Astromancy, Reinhard. Because I want to invite you to join the Chaldea project. Chaldea. Reinhard muttered the word. He had some impression of it, but unfortunately, he had never played Fate Grand Order. Therefore, it was just like hearing the name of some unfamiliar, trendy celebrity, trying hard to remember something, but couldn't help but think. What is this? Upon hearing this term, the person beside them couldn't help but furrow their brows deeply. The Department of Astromancy still hasn't given up on that paper-based military strategy idea. Not only have we not given up, but we are also not far from success. Marisberry smiled. Chaldea base has already been established in Antarctica, with full support from the Atlas Institute. For example, we have already completed the construction of a near-future observation lens named Sheba, which can help us observe the stability of the future humanity, and the success of the construction is no longer out of reach. You guys are insane. Waver twitched his face. Thank you, insane, your praise is the greatest affirmation of our efforts. Marisberry slightly bowed and smiled. The great progress in human history has never been accomplished overnight, but rather requires the spirit of exploration that is willing to subvert everything like a madman. This kind of talk sounds familiar. Reinhard gazed at the smiling silver-haired man before him, as if he saw another self from his eyes. That is, the determination to subvert the world. What is Chaldea, Professor? Waver glanced at his disciple next to him and pursed his lips. This is a concept proposed by the Department of Astromancy in 1950. Simply put, it is to first observe a certain point in time in the past or future, and then achieve time regression using a spiritron transference, which in modern terms is ray-shifting, ultimately altering the effects of history. Lord El Meloy too, that's not entirely accurate. We don't want to alter history. Marisberry smiled. But it's just that we want to safeguard the stable development of humanity. His tone was sincere in speaking. Hearing Marisberry's explanation, Reinhard was slightly stunned. Spiritron transference. This is the second time he has heard this term. The last time was from the mouth of that incubus. What is spiritron transference again? This is currently just a concept, and I don't know the specific principles, but if it's you, Reinhard. After pondering for a moment, then, you only needs to describe it like this: we intend to turn humans into Schrödinger's cat. Understood. Having studied quantum mechanics, Reinhard immediately understood the meaning of his teacher's words. Neither dead nor alive quantum state. Reinhard, you truly deserve to be the vanguard of modern magecraft. The silver-haired man applauded with a smile. Or should I say, you truly deserve to be mentor and disciple, communicating with intelligent people is so much easier. Yes, we hope to use magical means to decompose the human body into pseudo-spiritual particles, trapped in a state of both alive and dead like Schrödinger's cat. Then, while exploring history, we can project the spiritron particles that make up the human body into a past or future time point. In this way, we, Chaldea, can fulfill our duty to protect human history. By summoning heroic spirits from the past, we can eliminate all the sources of instability, turmoil, and crises that lead to the humanity, strangling them in the early stages. The silver-haired man's tone was calm but contained fervor. As the conversation came to an end, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stagnant. Reinhard had to admit that Waver's assessment to him was very fair. Attempting to hold the entire history of humanity in one's hands is indeed an insane idea. No, even insane is not enough to describe such arrogance. But, it must be said, it suits his taste. And also, time regression? Isn't this something his simulation software, with its capabilities? Is his system related to Chaldea? So, why choose me? Reinhard asked the most critical question, and the reason will determine his response. I have absolutely no idea about what discipline of magecraft you followed before entering the clock tower, and I have no interest in it either. No, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. Marisberry stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking the hand of the black-haired youth. Reinhard, you are a genius. No, genius is not enough to describe your talent, you are a monster of the era. I hope this doesn't upset you, but I mean it as a compliment. You're going too far, Marisberry. Let go of your hand. Waver even abandoned the honorifics. What a joke. Reinhard's hand, only I as a mentor can hold it, it's a treasure. Waver gritted his teeth, trying hard to pry open the old man's palms, but couldn't budge the smiling silver-haired man. Please, calm down a bit. Reinhard shook his wrist slightly. The palms of the silver-haired man were suddenly shaken open. He smiled slightly, and a hint of uncertain light leaked from his eyes as he glanced at the palm of the black-haired youth, revealing a trace of suspicion. Physical strength, truly worthy of defeating that practical fighter, Bayzet. I haven't agreed to your request yet, so shaking hands now might be a bit premature. Reinhard held the palms of the two in his hand. To be honest, even though the other party's plan suits his taste, but for this person in front of him, Reinhard felt that he was untrustworthy. Marisberry gave him the feeling, just like Merlin. The smile on his face. But it was just a mask worn on his face to make people feel comfortable. Yes. To imagine holding the entire history of humanity in his hands, this magus. How could he be comforting? He is a person who lacks even more bottom line and is more indifferent than those magus who pursue human transmutation and flesh sacrifices. The old things in the clock tower are completely ignorant, but, Reinhard, I've heard about your substitute teaching. Marisberry smiled brightly. Your ideas about mana open source, external magic circle, can be said to be revolutionary genius ideas, which can benefit all mankind, not to mention your thesis. I've read it completely. To spread knowledge that would subvert the structure of the magical world like this, and to teach it for free, is to offend those old things' interests. Their impotent rage is completely normal, because they're all a bunch of useless people. They don't understand the interests involved, the trends of the times, and they can't stop it. This made Waver's expression somewhat uncontrollable. Marisberry, you are Animusphere family, you are the biggest old thing, don't you have a sense of self-awareness at your age? However, the biggest old thing actually appreciates the most cutting-edge monsters. But I understand. Reinhard. The silver-haired man's tone was filled with fervor. Your ideas, Reinhard, I understand them the most. We can be said to be on the same wavelength. We have gathered in the entire magical world, also known as the most elite cutting-edge team, and your talent is unquestionable. You are a magus who is more talented than David, or even more so than Kirsteria. No, you are even stronger than them. Those old things suppressed your thesis, so you know, right? Your talent, staying in this clock tower, is like a pearl thrown into mud. Come to Chaldea, that's where you can best display your talents. Chaldea needs talents like you. The silver-haired man, like chasing a star, finally stopped his fervent declaration. Reinhard and Waver in the hospital room looked at him in silence. Pyramid scheme. Too much like a pyramid scheme leader. Exaggerated almost to the point of ridiculousness. Marisberry seemed to realize his own state somewhat, coughed twice lightly, and his face returned to its serene and aristocratic smile. How, what do you think? Reinhard, I've come to invite you personally, you see the sincerity in it, right? He spread out his palms. The organization that maintains human existence, Chaldea. This is, paving the way for the grand ideals of humanity and the future. If you also care about humanity, then joining us is your best choice. And with these words, Reinhard's heart moved slightly. Yes. If Chaldea's ideology is as Marisberry described, then, if various natural disasters in the future are predicted to ravage humanity, Reinhard has found a group of like-minded partners to resist together. So, he was slightly moved. But Marisberry, this person gives him a very strange feeling. For some special reason. Reinhard now really hates silver-haired men who like to speak gently and smile. After pondering for a moment, he gave his final answer. If I have time, I can visit Chaldea first. This is undoubtedly Chaldea's honor. Under the somewhat Waver's complex gaze, the silver-haired man stepped forward, holding the hand of the black-haired youth. This time, Reinhard did not refuse. Reinhard. Marabusri muttered his name. Reinhard, do you know what my first impression was when I saw you? Tree, that's what it was. Tree that would continuously grow beyond limits, that was my first impression when I saw you. Hee. Tree often represents the vigorous growth and vitality of plants. This is just like the development of our humanity to this day. We, the entire history of humanity, are like a tree deeply rooted in the earth, spreading branches and leaves under the sky. This, perhaps, is our unique fate. You're really very interesting. Tree. It seems to give me some inspiration. While smiling, he spoke inexplicable words. Marisberry pulled out a business card from his pocket and politely handed it over with both hands. Chaldea is welcome to your visit, Reinhard. Be sure to come and visit when you have time. Looking at the business card in front of him, imprinted with the pattern of spreading olive branches and the crescent moon's ripples, Reinhard's gaze was slightly frozen. Not only because the emblem was rotated 90 degrees clockwise from the United Nations emblem, but also because, this pattern, he had seen it before. He vaguely remembered. On the battlefield of the Eternal Night Spiral. On the clothing of a red-haired girl he didn't recognize. That was Fujimaru. Ritsuka. Reinhard murmured to himself, uttering the name. You're from Chaldea. What's wrong, Reinhard? Seeing Reinhard's slightly stunned expression, Marisberry narrowed his eyes slightly. It's nothing. I just think, this emblem resembles the United Nations emblem. Reinhard snapped out of his thoughts. He thought, those two girls were also summoned by a counter-force. Correction, of history? No. It's not hard to say, Chaldea. If he went there, participated in the construction of Chaldea, the purpose of it would be to subdue himself in human history. So he was digging a hole for himself? Ah, you have a sharp eye, Reinhard. Indeed, Chaldea's emblem is indeed modeled after the United Nations emblem, which is also a wish for peace and prosperity for us humans. It had already far exceeded the 10-minute time limit. Every step, Reinhard's and Waver's reactions were already calculated by him. Thinking that another undercover agent was about to be recruited, a gentle and refreshing smile appeared on the silver-haired man's face. Yes. If it's you, Reinhard. If it's you, you can definitely take on the role of the undercover team leader and lead Chaldea to subvert the entire decaying and corrupt magical world. Well then, please take a rest, Reinhard. Marisberry walked to the door of the hospital room and waved his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Oh, right. My dear Mary, come here. Come, let's introduce each other to Reinhard. Take good care of him for me, Mary. Be sure to get along with him closely. Because he might be your future husband. In the expressions of Reinhard and Waver, which were almost frozen. The silver-haired man clapped his hands. Immediately, a silver-haired girl with flushed cheeks and eyes as clear as amber was held by her parents like a tool and pushed into the room. Lord Elmeloy, Reinhard. I am Olga Marie Animusphere. Dressed gorgeously, wearing conspicuous red stockings, the girl's face was almost crimson as she nervously bowed to the two people in front of her. Then she looked back at the one who pushed her out like an item. The silver-haired man smiled slightly, waved to her, and opened his lips, seemingly saying something silently. Get close to him. He needs me. I have to perform well. Yes. To try to make the man in front of me become my husband. She had long heard of the name Sleeping Magus. He was the most popular and talked about Magus among the younger Magus of the Clock Tower, receiving the most rumors and gossip. He's quite good-looking too. Olga Marie Animusphere stared at the black-haired youth in front of her, feeling as if her brain was flooding with dizziness, feeling a little unsteady on her feet. He said, he is my future husband? Then, how should I approach my husband? Oh, right, Reinhard. Already preparing to leave. The silver-haired man seemed to remember something again, smiling slightly. I also plan to participate in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki this time. I hope the two of us don't meet each other on the battlefield. Looking at the black-haired mentor and disciple in front of him, digesting this shocking news. The silver-haired daughter stood a little awkwardly in the hospital room. The head of the Animusphere family smiled. That elegant figure disappeared outside the door. At the edge of the door frame, two furry heads quietly appeared, one golden and one silver. Stare. Rains and Grey. As early as when Marisberry opened the door, Rains and Grey, who came to take care of their future husband, quietly squatted at the door, facing each other in silence. This situation, it's a 1v1v1 melee. The hospital room wasn't spacious. Suddenly, three beautiful girls entered, emitting a faint fragrance from their bodies and clothes. Two silver-haired and one golden. Looking at Grey beside her and this Olga Marie, Rains suddenly felt uneasy. Her hair color was significantly suppressed. The omen of her defeat seemed to flicker above her head. She must take the initiative to attack. So. Rains smiled meaningfully. We only have a narrow bed tonight, you and Rain is using it entirely. How are we going to sleep? Her words carried an obvious implication. The inappropriate old thing, hurry up and leave. On the hospital bed. Waver covering his face with his hand. Marisberry, you old fox, you even sent your daughter over. So, is the final card left here? Should he chase her away? Unfortunately, the little girl is just a tool, and she seems to listen to her father's words. What should he do now? Waver is least adept at dealing with women. He slowly let out a long sigh and patted Reinhard's shoulder. Rain, your mentor is working overtime, you should rest. Waver also didn't mention anything about ruining his energy anymore. When it's time to ruin, he'll ruin it, it's not like it's his own energy he's ruining. The mentor and disciple pair looked at each other. From his eyes, Reinhard saw the character run in those pupils. Do you want to run? In such a chaotic scene, are you going to abandon me? Reinhard silently took out a stack of pounds from his pocket. Waver took it and put it in his own pocket. Thank you, consider these as detective fees, Rain. I wish you good night in advance. I didn't mean that. The outstretched hand failed to catch the hurried Waver. Bang! The door of the ward was tightly closed by Waver, who seemed to flee, and he also magically locked the door. The scent of the woman was driving him crazy. Rain. After enjoying a few hours alone with that old thing, do you miss me? Rains kicked off her boots, squeezed into the bed for the first time, and a smile as charming as a cat with narrowed eyes appeared on her face. Seeing such inexperienced teasing behavior, Reinhard pinched Rains's face and sighed. Miss Rains, you, don't go too far. I haven't even kissed Senpai after you kissed Senpai previously. Let's even it out. Grey squeezed over from the other side of the bed. The bed shook loudly. The two lively people stirred up in the quilt, occasionally ambiguous, giving a sensation that made one's fists clenched. What are you two doing? Reinhard raised his eyes and looked a bit silently at the other silver-haired girl who was pinching her clothes, her face flushed. Wrapped tightly in red stockings, the girl's plump thighs rubbed slightly, emitting a hissing sound. So, are I just going to sit on you? From her rippling, amber eyes, Reinhard read such words. A man alone with 3 girls, living together in one room. People would surely think there would be an exciting battle. But unfortunately, there won't be any exciting fights between them, because at the moment his heart is already owned by Morgan, figuratively and literally. So he quickly diffused the situation by inviting them to compete in a different field. So, let's play Uno together. Chapter 68 The Sleeping Magus. London's early morning. In Reinhard's impression over the past year, the weather always seemed to be misty and damp, just like this. Outside the wrought iron lattice window, a hazy grey-white mist floated, painting the local area in its usual gloomy hues. Merely a stone's throw away, the outlines of buildings were obscured by dense moisture, resembling strokes from an impressionist's brush. Upon closer inspection, only a sense of isolation remained. The sleeping magus, leaning against the corridor, slowly withdrew his gaze from outside the window. He carried a laptop and a cup of instant coffee. The young man with black hair walked steadily, entering the El Meloy classroom promptly at 9 o'clock. Thunk! The solace of his boots made a faint noise against the wooden floor, causing the previously bustling classroom, filled with students whispering to each other, to instantly fall silent, as quiet as a pin drop. Tiny black bangs swayed slightly, partially obscuring his eyes as deep as wells, as if possessing some sort of magic. His figure, like a captivating vortex, instantly drew the gaze of everyone in the classroom. Approaching the lectern, facing the gathered students' eyes, Reinhard leisurely took a sip of coffee, gently placed the laptop on the table, and opened it. Good morning, everyone, on this Friday. I am today's substitute teacher, Reinhard. The black-haired youth smiled. His words were as warm as a spring breeze, seemingly dispersing the oppressive mist outside the window. Today, I will be teaching on behalf of Lord El Meloy II. Welcome, everyone, to join the discussion here. The Sleeping Magus. Looking at the figure on the platform, everyone's heart recalled this alarming title. He was a foreigner. Yet he had become the most prestigious and controversial figure among the younger magus at the clock tower. In just 1 year, he had skipped 5 years of foundational courses and achieved the pinnacle of magecraft genius. The so-called pinnacle referred to his mastery of magecraft being sufficient to write a monograph. Thus, after obtaining the pinnacle, Reinhard became qualified to teach for the 2nd generation. To help the professors ease their exhaustion from intensive studies. So, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Reinhard would come to assist Waver, substituting for the morning classes. This led to a phenomenon that the students enjoyed discussing. The classrooms of the 2nd generation at El Meloy classroom were always packed. But Reinhard's classes were even more popular than Waver's own lectures. A seat was auctioned for £2,000, but it was still in high demand. Thus, for every class, there were not only students who came to listen but also many others who wanted to catch a glimpse of the cutting-edge magecraft theories or refute his unconventional thoughts. Not to mention, many female students wanted to see the charm of the current year's most desirable male at the clock tower. With such impure motives, not for learning but to admire the charm of their fellow students, there were quite a few. This phenomenon resulted in the spacious classroom, which could accommodate several dozen people at once, being almost full. Since they were prepared, many people brought folding stools and sat in the aisles. The back of the classroom was crowded with a large group of people who arrived late, only worthy of standing and listening. However, no one complained. Having the opportunity to listen was good enough. This was even an hour earlier than usual, otherwise, there wouldn't even be standing room. However, today, many students were somewhat trembling with fear. Because, the woman who was glorified with a terrifying reputation at the clock tower, with her short red hair, was sitting boldly at the front of the classroom. Her name was the scarred red, Toko Isekai'd. Glancing at the crowd in front of the lectern, Reinhard directly recognized many familiar faces. Gray, Rains, and the like were family members, needless to say. Luvia, Flat, Sven, Yvette, Calls. These younger magus of the El Meloy classroom were also old acquaintances. Reinhard even saw Olga Mary, sitting next to Rains. They sat intimately together, closely attached to each other, their relationship seeming like close friends. Also, they were all young ladies, so they should have plenty of common topics, right? Reinhard thought to himself, perhaps he was the one who facilitated their friendship. Seeing their embarrassed and indignant expressions, it seemed they were holding a grudge. So, he was targeted severely. These familiar faces, compared to that adult, couldn't even be considered heavyweight. Looking at the central seat of the classroom, the large empty space beside the red-haired woman, Reinhard couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Good buddy, are you occupying 10 seats alone? Are you going to pay for the tuition for the missing classes, Miss Toko Isekai'd? I sent you an email to come for a prosthetic modification, not to come and disrupt my class." The black-haired youth clicked his tongue and shook his head. The woman known as the Scarred Red, wearing elegant round glasses, quietly held her chin with both hands, her face displaying a smile that seemed both like a smile and not, just watching him like that. She appeared to be a diligent and obedient student. Even though she seemed like a harmless student in the liberal arts department, with a figure to die for, she even wore fishnet stockings under her green dress. However, the aura of death emanating from her entire body made it so that no one dared to approach her. What a mess! A master puppeteer came to attend his lecture on mastering magecraft, really surprising. Forget it. Reinhard cleared his throat, deciding to bring out some substantial content today. He took out a remote control from the lectern and pressed it. Click. A section of the ceiling suddenly opened, and a newly installed projector descended from the ceiling. At the same time, the roll of screen on the blackboard began to extend downwards. When this thing appeared, many students who were attending for the first time, belonging to other departments, started to shake their pupils. Not only bringing a laptop to the clock tower, but also installing a projector in the classroom. It is clear that these various modern technological gimmicks have always been rejected and abandoned by other subjects at the clock tower. Should they say, truly worthy of the famous sleeping magus? No, how did this pass the audit of the Academic Affairs Office? Many people had the same question in mind. The answer, of course, is bribes. Reinhard smiled. The administration initially refused, but he offered too much. The approval process passed in less than 2 days. It's okay, you'll all be thrilled soon enough. Having experienced the clarity and efficiency of PowerPoint presentations, no one wanted to go back to the era of chalkboards. Outdated methods should have been abandoned long ago. Let me show you what it means to be a magus of the digital age. Having survived the hell of Britain. For Reinhard, teaching a few people in a class was no pressure at all. Today, everyone. He smiled as he spoke, starting the slideshow on his laptop. We'll be discussing modern magecraft engineering. Holding the remote control, the sleeping magus began to eloquently discuss, to everyone's rapt attention. This is a course co-authored by myself and my mentor, Lord L. Meloy II, which has now been officially approved by the administration. I believe that after studying this course systematically, you will have a clearer understanding of our modern magecraft theories, and in your own areas of magical research, you will also gain a broader perspective. You must be curious right now. What is engineering? And what is magecraft engineering? The so-called engineering is the practical implementation of theory. Through as little time, manpower, and as efficient means as possible. To combine natural elements, human and non-human entities, and energy. To create a reliable, beneficial product for humanity. Various engineering exists in every aspect of our lives. It's like the construction of civil engineering, bridges, tunnels, and skyscrapers. The structure of magecraft is also a complex and profound engineering. We aim to use the principles, logic, and thinking of engineering to guide us efficiently in developing, operating, and maintaining various spells, rituals, and enchantments. This is the significance of modern magecraft engineering. So, why should we learn magecraft engineering? How does this theory help our magical research? I will introduce each concept to you one by one, accompanied by Reinhard's clear and concise explanations, analyses, and introductions. One by one, the beautifully crafted slides he meticulously prepared were projected onto the classroom's enormous screen, switching according to his sophisticated pace of explanation. No need for guidance from textbooks. Reinhard himself was like an open book in front of the students. Regardless of ancient or modern times, his depth of knowledge was unmatched. Throughout the massive classroom, one of the highest institutions in the magical world located in the 1,000-year-old city of London. Never before had there been such a class. No convoluted incantations. No obscure and incomprehensible concepts. There were no demands on the quality of magical incantations or the purity of one's bloodline. If you wanted to audit, just pay a nominal fee and you could come in through the door. The sound of flipping books and twisting cup lids gradually subsided. Only the captivating voice of the sleeping magus on the podium echoed in the hearts of the audience. Time seemed to no longer be time. It was like a perfect thing frozen in amber, vivid and lifelike. The students only wished to hold it in their hands, to forever, endlessly, admire its beauty. The dark and oppressive clouds floated lazily in London's misty sky. From the dusky morning to the gentle noon. No one moved seats, no one went to washrooms, even though their legs were already sore and numb from standing, their nerves seemed to be unaware of any fatigue. The oppressive gloom of the clouds, the misty haze, were gently dispersed by the clear breeze. The rarely seen, enchanting sunlight in London slightly squeezed through the clouds. Through the classroom's window grills. The brilliant golden light cascaded into this unique classroom of the clock tower, shining upon the sleeping magus. That's all for our first chapter of this course, about modern magecraft engineering basic introduction. Thank you all for listening. Thunk. The gentle sound of placing down the coffee cup on the podium. As if tapping on the students' hearts, suddenly awakening those few who were deeply entranced. In an instant, silence fell. Then, the entire corridor of this modern magecraft classroom erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, like a surging tide. Well done! Absolutely brilliant! Sir Reinhard! We admire you! Wandering for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting you earlier. I must transfer to the modern magecraft department immediately. This bustling commotion inevitably drew envy from students in other classrooms. Tisk! It's him again, the sleeping magus. On the podiums of various classrooms, the instructors of the modern magecraft department looked at the reactions of their students, shaking their heads, with somewhat helpless smiles on their faces. They still had to teach their classes. Who wouldn't want to sit in and listen? Although they couldn't hear the actual lecture. But that sleeping magus would generously share his teaching materials and resources with all the instructors in the modern magecraft department, for mutual reference. Such generosity couldn't help but inspire admiration. Truly admirable and worthy of respect. It was all due to the influence of that person. Now, the instructors in the modern magecraft department were all starting to equip themselves with laptops. There was no choice. If they didn't learn how to use them, they couldn't even read what others wrote. For the past 2 months, from that classroom, there had been explosive, enthusiastic cheers like a tsunami every week, without interruption. Such cheers made everyone in the modern magecraft department very convinced. Modern magecraft will surely become the primary discipline of the clock tower. Listening to the spontaneous, enthusiastic cheers of these students. Although he had heard it many times before, Reinhard couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. A sense of achievement and satisfaction overflowed within him. In this world, there was no shortage of students thirsting for knowledge. Just a shortage of willing mentors to teach and guide them with earnestness. Reprimanding the laziness and incompetence of the students. It was merely an attempt to conceal the poor quality and dullness of his own teaching. Amidst the cheers and praises of the students, Reinhard's gaze seemed somewhat distant. The scene before him seemed to surge, and the black-haired youth vaguely recalled his past educational experiences. The education he had undergone undoubtedly bore the strong imprint of its era, where everyone was driven, praised, and deemed unworthy of survival without striving. It was the choice of the times. Reinhard had no intention of criticizing its corruption, it at least provided everyone with the most basic equality. Even though it was based on an examination-oriented system. He had also encountered many outstanding, diligent, humorous, and captivating mentors during his education journey. Because he admired their stature. That was why he felt the need to share their burden. Even though, he worried about himself. Yet, he readily agreed without hesitation, even going against the administration's objections to promote his disciples. When Reinhard taught his first class for the new generation, the students were seated below, listening attentively throughout. After it concluded, the applause from this mentor was the most enthusiastic, and the tears that flowed down his cheeks were just as heartfelt. Because, Waver Velvet saw it. The revival of El Meloy was right before his eyes. Your path is fraught with difficulties, Rain, but I will always support you. Waver Velvet and the El Meloy classroom will forever be your strongest backing. Go ahead and do what you must. The reason why the current situation was so severe was because, writing lesson plans with the disciples and discussing the curriculum together also occupied a significant portion of his energy. This course had the potential to change the landscape of the clock tower and even the magical world, with its benefits lasting for generations. They were prepared to face any obstacles that might come their way. Reinhard pressed the remote control, and the infinitely fascinating slides immediately switched to the large letters Q&A. Now it's the Q&A session, feel free to ask any questions. Seeing the hands raised like flags, Reinhard lightly brushed the feather pen on the lectern, and the small familiar spirit he had created began to flutter, randomly assigning numbers to the raised hands. May I ask, those building engineering can all produce visible products, what is the specific difference between magecraft engineering and them? The essence of magecraft lies in its abstraction. Unlike the visible products of building engineering, magecraft is actually the result of mental activities. Therefore, magecraft engineering are more complex than ordinary engineering and are worth studying to deduce a clear and efficient development process. May I ask, I don't quite understand the modularity of magecraft that you mentioned earlier. A complex magecraft can often be constructed from multiple simple magecrafts, which is the idea of modularity. The key lies in the principles of high cohesion and low coupling. In other words, a simple magecraft only needs to do one simple thing. We need to combine simple magecrafts to create complex magecrafts, rather than directly constructing complex magecrafts. This is beneficial for the development of new magecraft and the maintenance of old magecraft. May I ask, you said that compared to the development of new magecraft, the maintenance of old magecraft might be more important. Why do you say that? This is a neglected aspect of our current magical world. Many accidents that could have been avoided are due to the long-term lack of maintenance of magecraft. Maintaining magecraft can also help us better understand our own magecraft. People are the goal, not the means. Without magus, there would be no magecraft. I believe that the safety of magus is far more important than magecraft itself. May I ask, many magus aim to pursue the true magic through the pursuit of the root. In your opinion, what is the fundamental difference between magecraft and true magic? A good question. Amidst the breathless silence of everyone present, the black-haired youth on the stage smiled faintly. In my opinion, the fundamental difference between magecraft and true magic is: magecraft talks about reasoning, true magic don't. Magecraft talks about reasoning. True magic don't. This simple yet seemingly infinite answer plunged everyone present into contemplation. So, what we magus need to do is to attempt to pursue the true magic through the reasoning of magecraft, which is undoubtedly an extremely difficult challenge. Let's strive for it. Reinhard pressed the remote control, ending his speech. In this pensive silence, a somewhat lazy, inappropriate male voice suddenly resounded. I admit, your course and theories are very wonderful. In the corner of the classroom, a handsome youth with blonde hair and brown skin smiled. He was adorned with sparkling jewelry all over his body, and his ocean blue eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a mocking levity. However, what's the point? As we all know, most of the students in this modern magecraft class are just ordinary folks with ordinary talents. They are not undisputed geniuses like you. Mediocrity is the life portrayal of the vast majority of people in this classroom. Their qualifications as magus are ordinary, and their upper limits have long been set. Magecraft is ultimately a mystery pursued by a small number of elites. What you're doing, by broadly promoting your magical theories, is simply turning the trash of the masses into slightly more struggling trash. So, your course may be popular, but it's meaningless. This offensive remark caused many people in the classroom to glare. The students looked towards the source of the voice, catching a glimpse of the person's face, but dared not speak their anger. There was no other reason. Only because the speaker was Atram Galiasta. Reinhard murmured the guy's name with a smile. Long time no see since the parting at the Twin Towers. Het. Your performance is indeed impressive, Reinhard. You've already become a classic. The youth with brown skin and blonde hair shrugged his shoulders, his face wearing a smirk. The reason why the students dared not speak against him was simple. Because Artram was the new head of the Galiasta family, a prominent upstart in the Mages Association. The wealth of his family might be enough to buy an entire subject at the clock tower. He was what one might call a person born with a silver spoon. Indeed. If he said so, it would only make people angry but powerless. In the modern magecraft classroom, most of the students were just ordinary people. How could they provoke such a bigwig? He had forcefully created a primitive curse that drained others' magical energy, and in terms of strength, he surpassed most of the people present. The most typical manifestation of the power called authority within a family. It was frustrating, but there was nothing they could do about it. Meaningless. Reinhard shook his head with a click of his tongue, feeling somewhat numb to the fact that every class he taught would have a clown jumping out like this. Artrum, your words are off the mark. Hat. How so? Artrum, with brown skin and blonde hair, asked with interest. It's off the mark, because you're nothing but trash yourself. Reinhard said with a smile. It's off the mark, because in this classroom, you're the least qualified person to say that. You. Artrum couldn't contain his anger, just about to explode. But then. The smile disappeared from Reinhard's face. His dark, profound gaze fixed on Artrum, causing a palpable unease in the latter. I admit, many families have achieved remarkable success in magecraft through their inherited talents and accumulated wealth. Reinhard said calmly, his eyes lowered. However, simply relying on inherited advantages and treading the same path for thousands of years without reaching the root, does that mean we shouldn't question it? And, so what if we can't? Artrum retorted through gritted teeth. Everyone is chasing after the elusive root, but who among us can truly reach it? What I'm saying is just the truth. How can ordinary people with ordinary talents in magecraft surpass those born with exceptional gifts like you? Your efforts to promote your theories are futile. That's quite different from our usual understanding, Artrum. Reinhard chuckled. It's widely known that magus tend to be selfish. Who wouldn't want to be the one to personally touch the vortex of that root? But alas, most cannot. So, family legacies become nothing but a half-hearted attempt, because they believe they can't achieve it themselves, yet they're stingy and unwilling to share their secrets. So, they can only hope that their descendants fulfill their wishes. It's like parents who lack ambition, placing all their hopes on their children, pushing them and hoping that one day they'll achieve greatness. Isn't it ridiculous? As Reinhard's words trailed off, laughter erupted in the classroom. Indeed. Upon reflection, isn't that the case with so-called family legacies? The mysterious treasures guarded for thousands of years, now suddenly thrust into the limelight by the next generation, causing panic. They want to pursue the root, yet they don't allow others to do the same. Some have bypassed them, found a new path to pursue the root, leaving them behind, trying to block this new path, and criticizing it as meaningless. But is it really meaningless, or should we at least try before passing judgment? Listening to the students' somewhat mocking laughter, Artrum's fair-skinned face flushed with anger. You lowly commoner! Artrum snapped, realizing he couldn't win the argument logically, so he resorted to personal attacks. Your lineage is nothing but impure and lowly, who are you to say such things? Purity. Reinhard smirked, tilting his head. Is purity really useful? This simple counter-question left Artrum momentarily speechless. Is it because my lineage is noble and pure, or because my mentor's lineage is noble and pure, that I'm standing here, in this El Meloy classroom, in front of all of you, teaching? Reinhard's voice, light and ethereal, floated through the classroom. No, it's simply because the content I'm teaching resonates with the students. I can stand here, in this classroom, in front of all of you. And it means, that lineage, for magus, isn't a decisive factor. Everyone looked at him. At Reinhard with lowered eyelids. I've never denied the positive significance of family lineage to the magical world. But everything has its dialectical contradictions. If you want to emphasize its positive significance, then its negative significance cannot be avoided either. Lineage. It's both a chariot and a shackle. If you feel we have nothing to discuss because of your noble lineage, then, prove it. Reinhard smiled, indicating the surveillance cameras in the classroom. He continued, if you believe your lineage is noble, and you want to prove it, then, come. With spontaneous murmurs of encouragement from the students, Reinhard slowly walked towards his podium, making way for himself in the parted crowd. Step by step. Artrum trembled, watching the enigmatic figure with black hair and green eyes approach him. Theory has no precedence, strength has no comparison. If you're injured, let's settle it on the battlefield. Reinhard lowered his gaze to meet Artram's. A smile spread across his lips, like an abyss opening up towards humanity, revealing a profound darkness. I promise, not to kill you. Go to hell. As someone who had always lived a privileged life, Artram couldn't bear such humiliation. Boom! Violet flames erupted in his palm, as he raised his hand and aimed for Reinhard's neck. In the next moment, amidst the astonished and somewhat gratified gazes of everyone present, crack, crack, crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Reinhard raised his hand, swiftly grasping the aggressor's face, pressing him against the wall. And then, slowly, gradually, he pressed the man's head, inch by inch, into the classroom wall. The vivid crimson blood flowed slowly down the concave surface. Silence. The scattered students breathed heavily. Reinhard slowly raised his head, wiping the blood from his hands onto his clothes. His chest rose and fell gently. Artram still maintained a faint breath, wanting to scream in agony, but with his jaw broken, he could only emit feeble gasps. Reinhard surveyed the room, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The students felt a twinge of unease, yet, they weren't afraid. Rather, Reinhard had relieved everyone. And, what was most astonishing was the casualness of his strike. With a nonchalant flick, he had effortlessly pressed Artram, rendering him powerless, into the wall. Is this, the true worth of the sleeping magus? Is this, magecraft? Or perhaps, his strength has been exaggerated to such an extent? Everyone saw that, right? Reinhard smiled, gesturing towards the surveillance cameras in the classroom. The coffee in his left hand remained perfectly still, without a ripple. He initiated the violence first, I was merely acting in self-defense. Indeed. This was, self-defense. The students nodded in agreement, as Reinhard made his way back to the podium, amidst their astonished gazes. He set down his coffee, and to the surprise of everyone, he slowly rolled up his left sleeve. On the skin of his forearm, a black magic circuit emitted a faint glow. My left hand doesn't have a magic circuit. The glow dimmed, as Reinhard lowered his sleeve. This is my primary research topic now, development and application of external magic circuits. Those of you interested are welcome to join my research group. Don't pay any mind to that guy's words. Compared to the quality and quantity of magic circuits, I believe that magical thinking is the most important quality for a magus in the future. Lineage, Learning to use tools other than our bodies is what sets humans apart from animals. In the starry eyes of Gray and Rains. In the admiring murmurs of colleagues and students. In Olga Marie's frozen, mouth slightly agape expression. In Toko Ayazaka's appreciative gaze, her name signifying the woman wounded by pain. In the eyes of everyone, filled with discussion and awe. Reinhard gently closed his notebook. The sleeping magus smiled as he bowed respectfully. Class dismissed. Chapter 69 I'm not him. Optimizing the externalized magic circuit to replace your entire spine. When you first proposed this crazy idea, Rain, I was truly taken aback. With fair fingertips, she twirled a classic Marlboro cigarette. A wisp of smoke floated, undulating in the moonlight. The woman with red hair stood at the top of the tower, the cool night breeze gently brushing her forehead. Her short hair was tied into a neat ponytail behind her head, dressed in a simple white blouse. Her tangerine-colored eyelids drooped slightly as she looked down at the bustling city below her feet. Norwich. Belonging to the urban center of the modern magecraft department. Each academic discipline at the clock tower had its own urban center. 11 cities surrounded the central clock tower main city like satellites. Each urban center also boasted a tower modeled after a grand clock tower, the tallest structure in the city. In other words, this was the pinnacle of this world, overlooking the entire city. To be able to rent out the entire clock tower as a magical workshop, how rich must you be? Toko Ayazaka tilted her gaze slightly, looking at the black-haired youth beside her. The woman gazed at him with amber eyes, licking her lips, her expression somewhat ambiguous. As a puppeteer, Toko Ayazaka didn't place much value on assets and belonged to the kind of wealthy individuals who spend money as soon as they get it. However, she enjoyed being around people who could earn money. This guy in front of her. He looked decent and could earn money. But, she liked him anyway. Listening to the other's question, Reinhard recalled setting up his private fund. But it was just investing in some companies based on his past life's experience, and he couldn't quite remember those fluctuating numbers now. It should barely be enough to help the professor pay off his debts. Tisk. That stubborn waver, refusing free lunch? If it were me, I'd already be clinging to my disciple's thigh and begging for favors, never refusing to take advantage. Anyway, just pay me double my overtime fee. 2 days ago at this time, I was clearly sunbathing in Hawaii. So hard-working. Reinhard smiled as he said. Then I'll pay you double. You. Amidst the bustling evening breeze, Toko Aizaki exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you considered, Rain, that replacing your entire spine with an externalized magic circuit isn't just a reversible surgical procedure? Moreover, even I can't guarantee a 100% success rate for the surgery. You could end up paralyzed, or partially paralyzed. No, I should say, I have confidence in my skills, but the crucial factor lies in whether your body can withstand it. That's the most important thing, you know, rejection reactions are fatal. Tisk. As the grand puppeteer, you're surprised by this kind of small matter? Reinhard shook his head with a smile. I thought you would have been immune to body modifications like this, Miss Aizaki. Besides, didn't we already experiment with it before? Saying so, Reinhard gently lifted his hair at the back of his head. From this angle, one could see a section of his cervical spine, emitting a faint, penetrating light from his fair skin. Thanks to your help, I replaced this section of cervical nerves half a year ago, and it's still working well. That's right. Half a year ago, Reinhard commissioned Toko Aizaki to replace a section of his cervical spine nerves for experimenting with his newly developed mystic code. This way, a specially made magic circuit replaced the nerve function, not only speeding up his thinking speed but also greatly enhancing the efficiency of his body's magical energy circulation, leading to a significant improvement in various aspects of his senses and making him more sensitive to magical energy. This result significantly boosted his confidence. Because it's a puppet, I can mess with it however I want, but now it's your body, it's even crazier than me, Rain. This lunatic. Toko Aizaki glanced at Reinhard with disdain. Suddenly, she exhaled smoke, enveloping the smiling, black-haired youth's face. Seeing him cough uncomfortably, the woman with red hair couldn't help but smile. That's just a small section, so I can handle it for you. But this time, with your entire spine, can your body handle it? Cough. Cough. Don't worry, I can. Absolutely no problem. And I won't even make you pay insurance. Laughing as he coughed out the sharp smoke, Reinhard waved his hand, dispersing the smoke. Tisk. Smoking is bad for your health, and I don't inhale second-hand smoke either. Your health concerns me to death. Toko Aizaki gave him a disdainful look, extinguished the cigarette butt, turned around, and walked towards the magical workshop. Reinhard followed with a wry smile. He could understand Toko Aizaki's concern for him. This woman, known as the Scarred Red, how should he put it, her personality is like a leopard. In temperament and appearance, she exudes fierceness and intimidation. But once you understand her personality, you'll find that deep down, she's as soft as a cat. Even the fiercest cat has a soft belly. To a certain extent. Once you understand her personality, it's actually quite pleasant to get along with this Scarred Red. But, there were some things Reinhard couldn't say. He was indeed 100% sure, so he called Toko Aizaki over to undergo the next step of spinal nerve reconstruction for himself. Because, he now possessed the second step of Alvin Pendragon. This almost completely transformed his physique, bringing about an unprecedented improvement, thanks to the boost from the ultimate life form, and making his previously feeble body unrecognizable from before. Reinhard closed his eyes. And then he saw on the system panel that his step rate had increased by 2%. A surge of power continuously flowed into his body, bringing him a sensation akin to shaking his brain. Yes, his step rate had increased by 1%. Why did it increase? Reinhard didn't hesitate to guess the answer. Without a doubt, it was because he shoved that guy Artram's face into the wall. This matched Alvin's experience of imposing terror on nobles in the past. So, the clock tower was truly his treasure trove. Descending from the top of the tower, Reinhard walked down the stairs step by step. Toko Ayazaki pushed open the door in front of her. In front of her eyes appeared a place that had made her tongue-tied in surprise, the magical workshop. With various neatly arranged pipelines, buzzing large-scale computing equipment, fully equipped modification surgical tables, all-weather plant farming systems, and bathtubs filled with cooling liquids. There was no trace of any runes, scrolls, or familiars, those elements related to mystery. Is this really a magical workshop and not the laboratory of some villainous mad scientist? It's not mysterious at all. Just the decoration style. Reinhard replied with a smile. Mad scientist? He thought Toko Ayazaki's description was quite accurate. Beside the workshop was an obvious lounge area. A young man was holding a cola, playing chess with a handsome white-haired man. Despite his careful and ingenious moves, he was clearly outplayed, and the young man looked visibly frustrated. Waver, your chess skills are regressing. The white-haired man said with a smile, gently wiping the blood seeping from his mouth with a handkerchief. Working overtime all day, where's the room for chess? If it were a video game, he would definitely not lose. Seeing Toko Ayazaki coming down from the tower, the young man visibly sighed with relief, putting down the black piece he was holding into the chessboard. I concede this one to you, Melvin, it seems we need to reschedule. Tisk. It's so exciting to be involved in the birth of such epoch-making mystic code. The white-haired man gently stroked his violin, his face showing a blissful, slightly flushed expression. Waver, your disciple is quite interesting, although you're no less interesting yourself. The young man made no comment, just raised his head, gazing at the red-haired woman descending. Miss Ayazaki, have you finished smoking at last? Not going to smoke. It was actually to persuade Reinhard. The smoke was extinguished. The result was apparent. You've taught your disciple well. Toko Ayazaki said grumpily. He wants to do it, what can I do? Rain. Waver looked at his disciple. Their eyes met. Faced with the inquiry of his mentor, Reinhard just smiled faintly. Everything was clear without saying a word. I see. As a mentor, Waver said softly, I won't be an obstacle to my disciple. Please proceed. As soon as the man's words fell, the atmosphere in the workshop suddenly became solemn and stagnant. Reinhard loosened his tie, slowly took off his jacket. With a physique as well proportioned and sturdy as an ancient Greek statue, his movements instantly caught Toko Ayazaki's attention. Known as the Scarred Red, the woman slowly took off her glasses, and the curve of her lips became correspondingly playful and joyful. Ah, what an exquisite physique! Her fair fingertips slowly traced down his spine. The slightly hoarse voice of Toko Ayazaki, the woman with red hair, lingered along the edges of Reinhard's ears. I really want to turn you into a puppet, Rain. That would be my honor. Reinhard smiled, turning his gaze away. Unfortunately, if I were to become your puppet, Miss Ayazaki, I wouldn't be able to pay you. Tisk. There was no choice, after all, he was her benefactor. With black hair and blue-green eyes, Reinhard lay on the operating table, revealing his pristine back. Toko Ayazaki put on a white coat, delicately disinfecting her hands. Like manipulating puppet strings, her fingertips extended translucent, nearly invisible threads of light, pulling all the surgical tools into the air. You might feel a bit dizzy, let me administer anesthesia first. Please make sure not to use too much anesthesia. Reinhard's voice echoed, causing both Waver and Melvin in the room to twitch their mouths. Rain, what are you saying? Waver's hands trembled as he held onto the blueprints. No anesthesia? While blood loss might not be a concern for a magus, enduring such intense pain without fainting seemed impossible. You want to tough it out? Because I have to immediately reconnect the nerves and magic circuits myself to ensure the best surgical outcome. Compared to the pain suffered by Alvin, having his heart pierced, his will annihilated, every inch of his flesh burned by the Excalibur, every bone crushed and shattered. But this was just replacing the spine. It was almost, not even painful. Hearing this, the amber eyes of Toko Ayazaki radiated an unusual light. The woman with red hair slowly leaned down, as if caressing a lover intimately. Her fair fingertips gently traced Reinhard's pristine back. Waver and Melvin were moved by the scene. A thin, blood-red line slowly split open on Reinhard's back. But he didn't even furrow his brows. "Heh. Sometimes, you can't help it," whispered Toko Isekai'd beside Reinhard's ear, "remember to say it out loud." "Okay." Reinhard even smiled. Truly, a perfect physique. The expression on the woman's face, from joy, turned into a somewhat fanatical flush. Waver deeply furrowed his brows, unable to bear to look, and turned his gaze away. The slightly hoarse voice of Toko Isekai'd echoed. "Please leave, don't disturb me. I need to focus on removing the entire spine, I'll call for you when I need you." After a moment of silence, Waver hesitantly walked towards the tower. His white-haired friend followed closely behind. "Waver, Rain." Melvin began, originally excited and feeling that he could witness magical miracles. But at this moment, his expression couldn't help but become solemn and complex. "Is it necessary to go to this extent?" Tisk. The spark of the cigar flashed in the noisy evening breeze outside London. The invisible substance filled the lungs, the excitement of nicotine numbing the trembling nerves. The disciple chose not to be anesthetized. As a mentor, he relied on smoke to anesthetize himself. He didn't want to think about it. He didn't want to look. Waver Velvet exhaled a breath, and the smoke dissipated into the air, looking up at the grey and desolate night sky of London. Not a single star was visible. So the pristine moonlight remained as lonely as ever. "Rain," he's, pushing forward desperately. Gazing at the moonlight obscured by clouds. As a mentor, the black-haired man whispered softly. "I can tell. He's carrying a burden that we are not aware of." Rain doesn't want to say it. Because perhaps it's a truth that we, ordinary people, cannot bear, a terrifying truth. Terror, that even in this vast clock tower, he can only rely on himself, to bravely forge ahead, bathed in blood. He's truly gentle. Because he's worried, we'll worry about him. So, he buries such cruelty deep in his heart. Waver turned his gaze away, looking at his dear friend, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Melvin, actually, someone like me who isn't brave enough, doesn't deserve to be Rain's mentor. But, still, I hope he'll let this old man, his mentor, bear a little more for him." Gently caressing the body, which resembled a work of art. With meticulous skill, the bones and flesh were delicately cut and torn apart. Thick red, like blood, slowly spread across the pale back. On the eve of the surgery, Toko Isekai'd lowered her face, laughing softly beside Rain's ear. "Do you know, Rain? 2 days ago, just before reaching the clock tower, someone invited me for a reunion. They offered a hefty sum to buy your life." Clearly intending to scare him a little. However, this guy didn't even furrow his brow. About that, he even had the mood to laugh. "Miss Isekai'd, I believe we've discussed our transaction guidelines." Tisk. "I can't do anything with you." "Fine, I'll take their lives, but remember to pay me double for my fee." "Thank you." Because of the piercing pain, her voice paused involuntarily. "Trust you. Clearly, it's you, trusting me. No drumming, no music. Silent and completely soundproofed within the workshop. Only the strings, rubbing against flesh, made a sound. Waver held the blueprint in his hand, pressing his fingertips too hard, causing the paper to indent slightly. It was a spinal nerve chart drawn by Reinhard using clairvoyance. Looking at the blurred flesh on his disciple's back, Waver tried hard to suppress the trembling of his own wrist, accurately pointing out every nerve connection for the puppeteer on the side. Reinhard's entire spine, along with the attached nerves, was being replaced by Toko Isekai'd with meticulous skill, inch by inch, with specially made external magic circuits. Beside him, Melvin hummed a tune, opening the large bag he carried. A finely crafted violin was pulled out from within. As a magical tuner, he could not only repair fine damages to magical circuits with the vibrations of stringed instruments, but also activate and enhance magical energy circulation efficiency. This was Reinhard's final insurance policy. The white-haired man closed his eyes, gently placing the bow on the strings. May the moonlight caress this body, sheltering the wandering souls into their dream shadows. The distant and soothing melody of Moonlight Sonata flowed. Blood splattered. The splendid and brilliant aura of blood bloomed under the moonlight. The magical workshop was a patchwork of chaos and bloodstains, as if it had witnessed a massacre. Standing amidst the blood, with not a single strand of clothing, the black-haired youth stood tall. His fair skin shimmered with a strange and eerie glow, the result of the magical imprints etched into his flesh. Succeeding, beyond belief. Toko Isekai'd slumped on the sofa, exhausted despite her status as the grand puppeteer, feeling as though she had just run a mental marathon and yearning for immediate sleep. It was simply astonishing. She couldn't help but wonder, eager to witness the ultimate outcome of this miracle. How could your body flawlessly accommodate the implanted external magic circuit without any rejection? Exactly how did you manage this, Rain? Toko Isekai'd gazed at Reinhard's physique, her eyes gleaming like a hungry wolf, coveting the pristine flesh before her. Such flawlessness! If she were to craft him into a puppet, he would undoubtedly be the most perfect masterpiece of her puppeteer career. Why, was there no rejection at all? Because I am constantly pursuing evolution, every second of every day, as the ultimate life form. That's my little secret. Reinhard turned back, smiling without directly answering Toko Isekai'd's question, eliciting a sigh and a sharp sound of disbelief from her. Tisk. Only you could undergo such a transformation, Rain, because your magic circuit has naturally mutated within your brain. Toko Isekai'd tapped her temple, offering a precise assessment. Only with a brain as powerful as yours could you handle manipulating such delicate magical energy flows. Even if an ordinary person completes such a surgery, they would bleed out and die instantly. So. Reinhard waved his hand, summoning a workshop cleaning robot familiar to slowly remove the bloodstains from the floor. Clad in a simple white shirt, his black hair draped elegantly, still emitting a faint glow from behind his clothes, giving him a somewhat mysterious aura. I will consider simplifying it in the future and then promote the modification process. Simplify, how? Toko Isekai'd sighed. After completing your mystic code, what exactly is its effect? I am curious. It must be more than just enhancing your strength, right? If it's just about increasing output, you don't need to replace your nerves altogether. As Toko Isekai'd's words trailed off, even Waver and Melvin couldn't help but raise their gazes. Indeed, they were also curious. Why go to the extent of replacing the entire spine with a mystic code? What was the purpose? The effect? Reinhard lowered his eyelids slightly. Without warning, the external magic circuit in his body suddenly began operating at full power, filling, sealing, and driving. A surge of magical energy rushed to his brain. The nerves buzzing and vibrating as if in resonance. Reinhard slowly turned his gaze. The flowing water in the pool seemed to freeze in mid-air, suspended and stagnating. In an instant, the world seemed to hit the pause button. Everything appeared to slow down, almost imperceptibly, almost too slow to move. At normal speed. In Toko Isekai'd's slightly contracting pupils. Step by step, Reinhard walked in front of her, smiled at her, took the cigarette from her hand, and extinguished it in the ashtray. Smoke less, Miss Isekai'd. As the words fell. Boom! An incredibly violent airflow suddenly roared through the magical workshop. Surgical equipment rattled, cans on the table fell off, and thin sheets of paper were blown into the air. Waver and Melvin were pushed back by the pressure, the wind almost blinding them. That was the extreme speed that the naked eye could hardly observe, suddenly stirred up, causing the air in the workshop to flow violently. The red hair that had been tossed up by the strong wind finally fell down. Toko Isekai'd stared in stunned silence. In an instant, Reinhard's figure stood beside the surgical table, right in front of her. Her cigarette was extinguished. This isn't instantaneous teleportation. Toko Isekai'd murmured in astonishment, raising her gaze. Is it acceleration? No wonder you're the Grand Magus. Reinhard pulled out a tissue, wiped away the faint blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yes, that's exactly it. This is a mystic code that combines strength, speed, and precision, accelerating my neural and muscular activities, making time perception seem slower when using this mystic code. I call it Sandevistan. Sandevistan. As the words fell silent, the three of them, amidst their astonishment, wore expressions of indescribable confusion. That's a strange name. Waver furrowed his brows slightly. Moreover, this effect, Rain, involuntarily reminds me of Emiya Kiritsugu's time altar, right? Toko Isekai'd took over his words. That's right. As if dredging up a memory, Waver nodded with a grimace. That should be his closely guarded secret. It indeed achieves a similar effect. Toko Ayazaki spoke softly. However, the principles and approaches are completely different. Since it affects not the flow rate of time, but the neural and muscle activities of the wearer, the consumption and load on you are much smaller than time alter. This means that it is superior in performance to Emi Yakiritsugu's magecraft and easier to promote. In that instant of consciousness, the three outstanding magus, without reservation, looked at the figure of the black-haired youth in the workshop. Sandevistan. This was a mystic code that was superior to time alter. Moreover, its process was completely open, with principles almost transparent, requiring no generational inheritance of magic crest. It was simply a mystic code produced. In the future, Reinhard would further optimize it. This meant that, as long as the physical and cerebral strength met the requirements for transplantation, and the problem of rejection was solved, this could be popularized. The speed of thought was elevated. The accommodation of magical energy has been resolved. This will allow countless originally mediocre magus to possess talents comparable to those of noble descendants. Realizing this was such a terrifying revelation. Waver took a silent drag of his cigarette. His own magical aptitude. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of hope. This caused even his fingers, holding the cigar, to start trembling. But then, try to use it as sparingly as possible, Rain. Waver spoke softly. You know, Emi Yakiritsugu, that man. Hunted down by the sealing designation's enforcer. Waver didn't need to say it, but everyone understood his meaning. No. Toko Ayazaki laughed. She laughed joyfully, brightly. It doesn't matter at all, really. Because those old fogies at the clock tower are about to be shaking in their boots. Waver, you slowpoke, haven't you realized yet, your disciple is probably unmatched within the entire clock tower. Not only is he the biggest educational leader today, but he's also incomparable in practical combat, and has even garnered the full support of the Animosphere family. With the temptation of magical aptitude enhancement, neutral faction, they're bound to sway to your side. The tide of this era can't be stopped, so why worry? To dare issue a sealing designation against me. I've long been irritated by that bunch of idiots. The woman known as the Scarred Red pulled out a fresh cigarette from the box, a somewhat fierce smile appearing on her face. In the future, the clock tower will be known as the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. Don't forget, I'm also fully supporting you, Rain. The red-haired woman smiled brilliantly yet menacingly. Your name, along with Sandevistan, will definitely resound throughout the clock tower, no, will definitely resound throughout the entire magical world. Being favored feels like a surprise, huh? Reinhard, with his black hair, coughed lightly twice, facing the gaze of his mentor and benefactor, shrugged his shoulders slightly. He raised his hand and, with lightning speed, snatched the cigarettes from Waver and Toko Ayazaki, tossing them into the trash bin. Well, since you're supporting me this much, at least quit smoking first, Miss Ayazaki. It's killing you. The evening sun lazily cast its glow over London, creating a pleasant ambience. Outside, the lively chirping of birds could be heard through the window grates, while the hustle and bustle of the mundane world subtly seeped indoors. Waver leaned back against the couch in the lounge, letting out a relaxed sigh. This time, I owe you a lot, Rain. Indeed. With a disciple like him, what more could one ask for? Suddenly, the center of the Norwich city fell into an eerie blackout, following the abrupt and mysterious death of Ernest Fargo, head of the Fargo family, a branch of the Animosphere family. With consecutive days of commissioned tasks, it had been quite challenging. But, effortlessly, Reinhard had deduced the culprit and swiftly resolved the situation by apprehending the perpetrator. Was being a detective really that simple? Continuing down this path, Waver felt he might succumb to the temptation of lounging around and resting on his laurels. It was just a piece of cake. Reinhard replied casually. After all, I've seen similar plots before. Following Waver's lead on the commissions, Reinhard noticed a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of an anime he once watched, allowing him to easily identify the culprits. But, Rain, my main concern is, 3 months from now, it's the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. Due to efforts to quit smoking. Waver took a sip of his ice-cold cola, attempting to replace nicotine with caffeine, as he scrutinized his prized disciple. What are your thoughts? Personally, I suggest you avoid getting involved. The Holy Grail's wish-granting may hold little significance for you, and the uncertainty involved is too great. You're right, but... Reinhard lowered his gaze to his chest. The white dragon scales, once visible beneath his clothing, had now melded into him. In the center of his chest, a black, flame-encircled orifice had formed. It seemed to be a consequence of the Alvin simulation's conclusion. Perhaps due to the change in his relic, it had now fused with his body, rendering it unextractable. Awkward. Can't retrieve the relic anymore, to be honest, it doesn't matter. Waver contemplated for a moment. At most, you can compensate the association monetarily. With your current influence, you may not even need to provide compensation. Upon hearing this, Reinhard was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the relic belonging to the son of the white dragon that pierced the inner sea of the planet? Isn't it supposed to be precious? Tisk, think about it, Rain. If it were truly a valuable relic, would that old folks in the association readily hand it over to you? Makes sense, indeed. You want to say why not use it for something else? Waver scoffed and shook his head. Do you think that hasn't been tried before? After all, it's a relic from an astounding legend. So, many lords at the clock tower have attempted to use that scale as a magical material, hoping to communicate with the son of the white dragon's will. However, there has never been any response, not even a hint. Therefore, they all deemed the scale to be fake. Likewise, they dismissed that legends and folklore as baseless. Speaking up to this point, Waver couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. After all, there's no historical record of the son of the white dragon. History, rather than being written by the victors, is written by the survivors. To survive is to win. The name Alvin Pendragon is destined to be buried. Because, foresight beyond a decade is genius, beyond a century is monstrous, and beyond a millennium, that's outright abominable. Those aristocrats seeking restoration, they're afraid, they're terrified, so, they must erase Alvin Pendragon from history and extol the greatness and purity of King Arthur. So, they do identify a relic as fake and give it to me for the Holy Grail War. Reinhard sighed with emotion. But, why did Reinhard feel not at all surprised? If this relic doesn't work, servants will be summoned based on compatibility with the user. So, they probably don't care if they give you a fake one. After all, they won't admit it's fake. As Waver spoke, even he couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter tinged with irony. So, it's fine not to return this relic. And you know the reason I advised against your participation, don't you? Reinhard pondered for a moment. Is it because of Marisberry's bidding? Exactly. That old man entering the war, who knows what he's plotting? I have a bad feeling. Marisberry might have a wish he wants to fulfill with the Holy Grail. However, since the Holy Grail has been corrupted, any wish granted will only be twisted. No one knows what he intends to do, but it's definitely not good. The Department of Astromancy, it is a discipline that has been passed down for thousands of years. I wouldn't be surprised if Marisberry had many relics he could use, so if you head to Fuyuki, you're bound to clash with him. Reinhard contemplated lightly. Currently, he did want to participate in the war. The reason had nothing to do with the Holy Grail, he just wanted to find his wife. Reinhard was well aware. If he used himself as a medium to summon a servant, there was no doubt that two people would respond to him. Vortigern and Morgan. His bond with Morgan was deeper, having spent more time together, so the probability was slightly higher. However, whether Morgan was alive or dead, Reinhard wasn't sure. If she hadn't ascended to the throne of heroes, he could at least see his old man. Incidentally, he could also see Artoria. He didn't need the Holy Grail. What he needed was just the bonds of old friends. Sorry. Professor, I have a reason I must participate. So it seems. Seeing his disciple so determined, Waver didn't try to dissuade him further. In that case, when the time comes, I'll accompany you. You. Reinhardt's expression froze slightly. Tisk surprised? After all, the Department of Modern Magecraft is your backing. Waver reclined lazily on the couch, gazing up at the ceiling. Not only me, but Grey, Rains, all the students of the Department of Modern Magecraft will be chartering a flight to Fuyuki. We'll definitely all be there. Hearing this, Reinhard couldn't help but smile wryly. That's really unnecessary. Ha, just like me, I can't control you. Waver pulled out a magical cigar from his pocket, tapped it, lit it, and took a satisfying puff. And you also shouldn't control us. Silence. A peaceful silence, named tranquility, enveloped the lounge bathed in sunlight. For a long time. Thank you. Reinhard said softly, Professor. Humph. Waver exhaled a puff of smoke, which wafted into his disciple's face, causing Reinhard to cough. Tisk, that trick the woman taught him was quite amusing. Reinhard, this unparalleled magus genius, also had his weaknesses. Fine. Remembering his disciple's advice, one puff was enough. With that in mind, Waver snuffed out the cigar, which he had only taken a single puff of, in the ashtray luxuriously. Rely on us more. Waver Velvet leaned forward, reaching out to ruffle his disciple's black hair. You little brat! Seemingly choked by the smoke. Choked, to the point of tears. Reinhard raised his hand, wiping his slightly moist eyes. I understand. Reinhard said with a smile, Professor. Tisk, well then, it's settled. The Department of Modern Magicrafts students will all go to Fuyuki together, treating it as a long overdue group vacation. Treating the Holy Grail War as a tourist destination. Truly fitting for Lord Elmeloy too. It was a rare moment of respite. The magical discussions between master and disciple continued unabated. Your Sandevistan, its significance lies not only in enhancing the user's thought speed but also in magical research. It's even more important than mere combat, perhaps we should start by improving its adaptability. Should we start drafting a syllabus for the newly established course, Fundamentals of Magecraft Engineering? Alright, I'll remember that. The concept of Magecraft open source, meaning opening the way to the root, right? It does have a beautiful implication. Let's decide on the slogan for the new course happily like this. The silver-haired girl with the hood pushed open the door to the lounge. Through the gap in the door, Gray peeked at the lively discussion between mentor and disciple. Senpai. Looking at this scene, the girl gently clenched her palms, a smile of relief appearing on her face. Until the setting sun descended, twilight approached. The declining light gradually dimmed, turning into the night sky of London. Reinhard covered Waver, who had fallen asleep tiredly on the sofa, with his coat. The sleeping magus, hi. With a smile, the black-haired youth murmured to himself. It doesn't feel right. The sleeping Lord Elmeloy too. Reinhard walked out of the lounge, gently closed the door, and immediately heard a familiar, slightly soft voice. Senpai. He turned his gaze and immediately saw the brown-haired, gently smiling youth in the corridor. Calls. This brown-haired youth, who served as a master in the Fate/Apocrypha, was now Reinhard's familiar student in the classroom, especially skilled in electrical magecraft. You're discussing with the professor again so late, Senpai. You've worked hard. Calls Forvage XElenea carried a pile of documents, nodded slightly in greeting, and smiled. I'll deliver the documents to the professor. You've worked hard too. Rain smiled and nodded. Professor has already fallen asleep. Be careful not to wake him up. Naturally. Calls tiptoed and pushed open the door of the lounge, then gently slipped in. Reinhard slowly walked down the stairs. Eating supper with Gray. He pondered. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of that restaurant repaired by himself, where his classmates often went. Tisk, it's like entering the plotline of an anime. The next plot should be, what was it? It seems like Isekai'd collection train? How did his mentor be on the list? Reinhard's steps suddenly paused. Heart. His heart seemed to skip a beat. The magic circuits throughout his body suddenly activated, surging up. Time. Time seemed to slow down. In the almost stagnant time of all things, Reinhard pushed open the door of the lounge. He walked straight ahead. In the slightly bewildered and stagnant expression of Calls, who was packing up the relic stolen from Waver, Reinhard grabbed his neck, along with his body, and slammed him to the entire wall. Bang! A violent impact resounded through the teaching building, and then a large cloud of smoke spread out. Give me the relic back, damn it! In the midst of the billowing smoke, Reinhard grabbed Calls by the neck and pinned him to the ground. If it were an ordinary person, even a magus, their neck would have been snapped by him directly. However, the other's expression showed no pain from suffocation, but instead a strange smile on his face. Of course. Because this guy doesn't even have a heart, suffocation is nothing to him. Dr. Heartless. Indeed, the sleeping magus has such keen senses. The face of Calls gradually melted like wax, revealing the face of a red-haired man with a faint smile from under his skin. Dr. Heartless. The former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. But, it's too late, Reinhard. I already have the relic in my hand. Bang! Reinhard's palm exerted force suddenly, and the immense force, enough to crush city walls, burst out. Ripples spread on the ground like water, and Dr. Heartless' head was directly pressed into the concrete floor. However, a small holy grail suddenly floated up from the chest of the red-haired man. The small holy grail trembled incessantly, and thick, blood-like liquid flowed out from it, dripping onto the relic in Dr. Heartless' hand. In an instant, a huge summoning circle formed around Dr. Heartless, and he suddenly condensed into a form. With his neck pinched, Dr. Heartless smiled and chanted hoarsely from his vocal cords. Rejoice! Feeling a strong palpitation, Reinhard suddenly released his hand. Boom! In the dark night sky, a resounding explosion thundered down. In the spreading smoke, supporting Dr. Heartless, whose neck was almost sunken, the figure of a black-haired woman slowly emerged from the smoke. Looking at the expressionless black-haired youth in front of her, a playful expression appeared on the black-haired woman's face. Master, aren't you also a genius magus? You seem a bit too arrogant. Reinhard, your strength and speed comparable to a servant. Speaking with a hoarse voice due to damaged vocal cords. Dr. Heartless' face still wore that faint, unsettling smile. Too bad. After all, it's too late. The red-haired man smiled. We'll meet again on the Isekai'd collection train. The black-haired woman narrowed her heterochromatic eyes slightly. Not fighting. No need to linger in battle, this is the main camp of the Department of Modern Magecraft. FanFiction, take me away. All right. Called FanFiction, the black-haired woman sighed regretfully. I kind of wanted to fight this little guy in front of me, he fits my taste. She turned around, preparing to leave with Dr. Heartless. However, you're not worthy of being Iskandar's follower. The indifferent voice of the black-haired youth sounded from behind. Suddenly, the black-haired woman turned her head. What did you say? The smile disappeared from her face. Her twitching mouth slightly twisted. In Dr. Heartless' almost frozen smile, Reinhard's voice sounded so deep in the dark night. I said you, faker, are not worthy of being Iskandar's shadow. The black-haired youth twisted his neck and smiled. You're not even in the army of the king, you have completely betrayed Iskandar's trust. What the hell do you know, you bastard? Faker. I should say retreat. Dr. Heartless' slightly anxious voice sounded behind FanFiction. However, completely unable to stop the enraged woman, she directly picked up a dagger and rushed up. That kind of thing, let me twist his head off before we talk about it. The smile disappeared from the red-haired man's face. Dr. Heartless, the former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, narrowed his eyes and looked at the indifferent black-haired youth. With just one glance, he recognized his servant and even knew her weaknesses well enough to make her react like this. What an astonishing observation! The situation seems to be getting a bit out of control. Die! You insect! Facing the sharp edge barehanded, even if his physical strength is comparable to a servant, so what? The dagger in the hands of the black-haired woman gleamed with a cold light as it sliced directly towards the face of the black-haired youth. With this strike, I'll tear that foul mouth of yours to shreds first. However, dust and smoke suddenly surged. Clang! Senpai! Are you alright? Holding a gigantic scythe taller than herself, Gray's figure suddenly blocked in front of Reinhard. I'm fine, focus. This weapon. Looking at the silver-haired girl emerging before him, feeling the vigorous force emanating from the scythe. Another one, a fellow with strength comparable to servant? Where are all these monsters coming from? So many magus who can contend with servants? However, unfortunately, having strength alone doesn't make one a warrior. The black-haired woman laughed wildly, flames erupting fiercely in her heterochromatic eyes. Yet, just as she was about to attack them. Reinhard muttered. Sandevistan, activated. Accompanied by a piercing scream that shakes the eardrums. The earth cracks open. Dust fills the air. Under the violent force spreading radially, countless rocks and soil scatter. His hand directly pressing down on the woman's face, still contorted in laughter, pressing down on her nearly petrified expression. 3%. Reinhard lifts her entire body and smashes her into the ground. Bang! Her colorful armor is now covered in dirt, torn and battered. 4%. He fiercely punches the woman's face. The majestic force, akin to a meteor strike, suddenly pours down on her face, contorting her delicate features. Strength surges like a tide. 5%. Shadows converge wildly. Reinhard's momentum continues to rise, relentlessly climbing. His mana burst activates, his magic circuits beginning to frantically absorb all the surrounding light due to overload. To think that she would be pressed to the ground and beaten by a human. The intense pain on her face makes FanFiction let out a mournful scream. Get off me! Hiss! Senpai! Boom! Flashing purple lightning erupts, the woman's hair moving wildly without wind, her whole body slowly floating up from the crater. However, the next moment, 6%. The raging crimson lightning, like blood-red thunderbolts, suddenly freeze, abruptly halted and interrupted. When the nerves finally react, the woman's head, like an apple, is held in Reinhard's hand, then violently, like a piece of rag, thrown out. In Grey's gaping expression of grey. In Dr. Heartless' twitching corner eye. Bang! FanFiction's battered body is suddenly smashed beside the red-haired man, rolling on the ground like a piece of torn paper blown by the wind. Reinhard felt the gradually surging power within him. The magical energy inserted into his mind begins to spread out like a rising tide. Continuously increasing. Yes, this feeling seems familiar. To take my mentor's relic. The figure of the black-haired youth slowly walks out from the smoke, his ghostly voice echoing in FanFiction's ears. Give it back! You monster! Dr. Heartless' smile can no longer be maintained. In just a few moments, the power of the person in front of him seems to have surged several times. To press down and beat a servant into the ground. Is this still a human? Dr. Heartless' eyes suddenly lights up, wanting to deprive the black-haired youth of his strength using his mystic eyes. However, blood suddenly flows from the red-haired man's eyes, as if burned by intense flames, suddenly feeling intense pain. This is magic resistance. Faker, let's go. Dr. Heartless keeps stepping back, a teleporting circle gradually glowing in his heart. However, never has anyone made me suffer such a great humiliation. I'll crush you into dust. Boom! Thousands of raging purple lightning suddenly descend, coalescing into a majestic chariot before the woman. The black-haired woman stands on the chariot's frame, suddenly waving the reins, and the skeletal dragon under her suddenly rushes into the sky. Hecatic wheel! Flashes of lightning fall from the dark clouds, darting around the black-haired woman in armor, blessing her. With the shimmering flow of thunder. Boom! The majestic chariot suddenly falls from the sky, violently crashing towards the ground. Senpai! In Grey's horrified cry. The black-haired youth raises his hand. So you have a noble phantasm, huh? As a lancer, without a spear. Isn't that like a lion without its fangs? Completely worthless. So. Reinhard roars like a lion. Suddenly. The scythe in the silver-haired girl's hand, buzzing and trembling. In the perplexed and frozen gaze of Grey. Her scythe suddenly slipped from her grasp, held firmly in the hands of the black-haired youth. Huh? How did I move on my own? A panicked voice echoed from Ad. Don't grab me. I'll absorb all your magical dash. Ad's voice, abruptly halted. Because the original pseudo-personality was suddenly freed liberated. From the form of the scythe. Transforming into Holy Lance Rong Omini Ad. Pseudo-personality suspended. The round table conference begins. Screw you. Get lost. I don't need the acknowledgement of you useless bunch. The will of the son of the white dragon erupted. Boom. The restraints of Holy Lance shattered inch by inch. The golden figures that appeared around Reinhard suddenly flickered and dimmed, becoming dark and lifeless. Only the two figures in front of him remained. Time seemed to momentarily stagnate. His consciousness emerged in the center of the Round Table Conference. That was the will of the Knights of the Round Table, attached to the 13 restraints of the Holy Lance, residing in Reinhard. The translucent figure with golden hair and green eyes stared somewhat blankly at Reinhard. You. Enough with the small talk, just leave. Kay slowly smiled, his figure flickering and wavering before dissipating. Leaving only the radiant, sacred figure of the King of Knights, staring blankly at the black-haired youth before her. Alvin. Tears flowed down. Alvin is me. But I am not him. Gazing at the holy and radiant figure before him. Artoria. Reinhard sighed slowly. He stepped forward, reaching out his hand. Across 1500 years of time. Gently, he wiped away the golden tear that fell on her cheek. Long time no see, Artoria. I will find you. Yes, I'll be waiting. Reinhard opened his hand, responding to her embrace. No sensation. Only dazzling light. The figure of the King of Knights slowly dissipated in the embrace, 1500 years later. At the forefront of the collision of multicolored lightning. The black-haired youth, his aura restrained and subdued, slowly raised his ink-black eyes. Half should be enough. The holy lance in his hand. In an instant, erupted with a light as bright as midday. This is actually the holy lance Reinhard. Dr. Heartless raised his hand bitterly. The command seal on the back of his hand emitted a crimson light as red as blood. Reinhard. Faker, come with me, let's teleport away. Boom. An incomparably brilliant lance of light soared into the sky, piercing through the night of London, instantly sweeping away the dark dusk as if it were daylight. The figures of the black-haired woman and the red-haired man slowly vanished into the light. Meanwhile on the mist-shrouded peaks, a woman with bright blue eyes stood before the entrance of the mountain court. A witch who was thousands of miles away from Britain, gazing at the moonlight in a foreign land. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, bewildered and dazed. Her gaze seemed to momentarily traverse the ocean. Gazing toward her homeland, nestled in the distant horizon. Ven. Chapter 70. My dear. Day and night alternated. The ancient city gradually opened its lazy eyes to the faint morning light, emerging from deep slumber. As dusk turned to dawn, sunlight streamed in through the glass dome overhead. In the early morning of London, as always, a thin mist pervaded the air, even seeping into this rarely visited abandoned station, lending an air of chilly emptiness. Waiting for the train to arrive at the platform. A black-haired man in formal attire leisurely fiddled with the exquisitely sealed invitation in his hand, his face showing a rather complex smile. Unexpectedly, you spent a lot of money to buy a dozen invitations to the Isekai'd collection train. I must admit, that's truly you, Rain. Waver sighed with emotion. He specially put on the Isekai'd killer glasses for this journey, glanced sideways at the figure standing beside him. Must have cost quite a bit, huh? The Isekai'd collection train. As the most famous trading auction venue for Isekai'd, it only runs once a year. Its invitations are extremely rare and not open to the public, operating instead on a membership invitation basis. And Reinhard. He directly purchased a full dozen tickets, leaving a few leftovers for everyone else on this trip. No problem, Professor. After all, you don't have to pay for it anyway. Reinhard smiled softly. If solving problems with money is easy, then it's not really a problem. Tisk you, my adorable disciple, when will I get to enjoy the freedom of being rich like you? Freedom, huh? In fact, the black-haired youth spoke softly. It's you who doesn't want to experience it yourself. Reinhard averted his gaze and looked at his mentor. As the current lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, if Waver wanted to accumulate wealth, he could have easily become a wealthy tycoon. Those magus who came to him for commissions weren't people who couldn't afford it. By stealing Kenneth's relic, you were indeed at fault first. But actually, you didn't have to take on such a huge debt burden. It's more like you couldn't let go. Sigh. Waver let go of the snow-white cigar held between his fingertips, taking only one puff. He sighed deeply, a bitter smile appearing on his face. My not-so-adorable disciple. You, my not-so-adorable disciple, why are you like me, always liking to see through everything? Life is already so difficult, why ruin some things? Can't we just let sleeping dogs lie? As your mentor, I've always taken care of your little thoughts, nurturing your self-esteem without saying anything. Waver smiled bitterly. Indeed, what Reinhard said was not wrong. Waver Velvet, he couldn't let go. He has always held a deep sense of guilt towards his mentor Kenneth's death. Even though Rains has repeatedly emphasized that Kenneth's arrogance almost ensured his fate in the Holy Grail War, Waver still feels that he killed his mentor. So, just like relying on nicotine to numb the nerves, he also relied on the name of overtime fatigue to numb his body. In fact, attempting to rely on overtime to repay debts is as unrealistic as claiming that diligence alone can bring happiness. It's not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. In other words, the more debt you owe, the more you are the boss. Waver knew this very well. In his lifetime, it's very difficult to repay the astronomical debt of the El Meloy family, which is enough to produce a dozen Hollywood blockbusters. But, he has always been trying to redeem himself as if making amends. Waver and Kenneth are only nominally mentor and student, without any blood relationship. That pile of debt cannot be inherited by him. In other words, repaying the debt is not actually his responsibility. It's just a feeling of guilt. The man named Waver Velvet still carries on with a sense of guilt. After the death of his mentor Kenneth, Waver didn't dare to stay at the clock tower, and wandered outside for a few years. After passing the master's assessment, he finally realized how much Kenneth had taken care of him. He was not a genius in magecraft like Reinhard, but just a third-rate Magus's descendant. Rains's sharp criticism hit the nail on the head. Waver's magic circuit can be described as flammable garbage. But, for such an insignificant role, Kenneth still read his thesis carefully and gave his disciple enough encouragement to see. Those heart-wrenching words was his mentor's way of protecting him. Kenneth was undoubtedly a great teacher, even in terms of moral standards, far surpassing the average Magus. If not, he wouldn't have survived to 20 at the clock tower after refuting his thesis on Magus lineage in person, at that time. Take Reinhard himself as an example. He has encountered all sorts of assassination attempts, and he can't even count them with both hands. But, at that time, Waver Velvet, who was not familiar with him, couldn't understand such a painstaking effort. So, after understanding it, he feels guilty to an unprecedented extent. There is no way to say I'm sorry to his mentor anymore. Regrettable. Waver Velvet looked up, his gaze passing through the glass dome of the station, and looked at the gradually brightening dawn of London. The dawn was approaching. But his mentor, however, was nowhere to be seen. Kenneth's death was not your fault. Reinhard lowered his eyelids. If you want to cherish his memory, what you should do is live up to his expectations. Waver is silent for a while. Thank you, Rain. There was a moment of silence. It was a touching and melancholic atmosphere. But suddenly, it was punctured by the light and frivolous voice of a woman. Hee. Don't bother trying to enlighten him, Rain, there's no point in talking to this blockhead. Listening to the conversation between mentor and disciple, Rains, adorned in a high-slit navy blue dress under a gracefully designed lace glove and thin black silk stockings, affectionately held the hand of the black-haired youth, covering her mouth as she giggled. After all, my dear brother is just the kind of miserly, narrow-minded, not to mention brooding and secretive character who loves nothing more than lying in bed all day. With a playful and mocking smile, the golden-haired girl's azure pupils slightly narrowed, her eyes gleaming softly like a cat's. Always putting on a tired and haggard face, and then calculating behind everyone's back, he's just someone who loves to cause trouble for others. Guh. The defenses were breached. Real hurt, it's the most genuine kind of pain. Waver covered his chest, the words hitting him like a dagger to the heart. And he couldn't refute them at all. Rains, I admit it's an accurate assessment, but at least don't stab like that. Miss Rains. Gray tugged slightly at Rains's dress, to remind her not to be too harsh. She was still slightly concerned about her mentor's mental health. Unfortunately, Rains didn't care, and just like a cat she rubbed her face against the black-haired youth's arm, her azure eyes shimmering. Hee, does Rain think so too? After pondering for a moment, Reinhard couldn't help but nod in agreement. You're right. Guh. Rain, you. This affirmation from his disciple dealt another blow to Waver, piercing him like a stake through the heart. But, people are flawed creatures by nature, imperfections and flaws make us seem real. He pinched Rains's soft cheek. Reinhard smiled. It's because of these flaws that our professor seems particularly endearing. The black-haired youth reached into his pocket. He took out a carefully prepared gift and handed it to his mentor. Professor, it's fine if you inhale some second-hand smoke. Rain, sniff, sniff. Waver wiped away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. In this whole El Meloy classroom, it was only this disciple who cared for him the most. Taking the box of luxury cigars with trembling hands. Waver's hands were shaking. They were so expensive, he really couldn't bear to smoke them. Guh. Seeing this scene of filial piety between mentor and disciple, Rains was struck by lightning. She lost. Not to Grey, not to Olga Marie. But to her wretched foster brother. That feeling, no way. It was as if she could see the Death Star of the loser floating above her head. Rains covered her chest, her expression pained. Sob, sob. Whether in the classroom, in the lounge, or even when you are alone in the infirmary. In your heart, there's always only this old thing. Reinhard raised his hand and touched Rains's golden hair, smiling gently. Don't be sad. And, for your recent oversight in hospitality, I've prepared gifts for you too. The black-haired youth smiled and waved his hand slightly. A rift appeared in the air, revealing a colorful crack. Imaginary number magecraft. Reinhard, with his magical attribute being rare and balanced, known as average 1, could use any type of magecraft. But correspondingly, he wasn't particularly skilled in any one type. Reinhard reached into the void in front of him and pulled out 3 carefully wrapped gifts. With a thought. One of the gifts untied itself, revealing its contents. A delicately crafted small hat with black lace trim suddenly appeared in his hand. Adorned with a white rose on the hat, its petals still soaked with dew, emitting a faint fragrance. I made this little item myself, and I farming the rose in the workshop, applying a simple solidification magecraft. Seeing Rains's embarrassed expression, the black-haired youth smiled gently and placed the exquisite hat on the golden-haired girl's head. It fits quite nicely. Rains pinched the hat cutely. Although, it's a bit rough, don't despise it too much. Sob. The fickle little vixen covered her head with the hat, her face flushed like she was drunk. Her delicate body trembled. Looking at the smiling black-haired youth in front of her, Rains couldn't help but avert her gaze in embarrassment. It's just okay. I guess you tried your best. Reinhard shook his head at her behavior. Although her attacks were fierce, her defenses were still so weak. Next is Grey. As the second gift's packaging was unwrapped, a framed, quaint tome appeared in Reinhard's hand. This is a book Senpai wrote for me. Grey took it somewhat dazedly with both hands. With her fair fingertips, the girl slowly flipped open the framed book. What appeared before her eyes, however, were not words. Instead, dancing on the pages were musical notes. She touched the notes with her fingertips, and a refreshing and elegant melody emanated from the pages, enveloping her entirely. On the surface, it's a book, but in reality, it's a music box. Reinhard nodded to the white-haired man beside him. Melvin wiped the blood from his mouth, a smile of understanding appearing on his face. Though this gift was completed under his guidance, it was crafted by Reinhard's own hands. It was truly commendable, a talent beyond compare. By consulting Mr. Melvin, we crafted a musical tome that contains melodies to soothe the soul. Perhaps, the next time Grey encounters a ghost, she'll be a little more at ease. After all, despite being a grave digger, Grey was particularly afraid of ghosts. What a contrast! Thank you, Senpai. The girl's meager and nervous words did not fully convey her gratitude. But her actions, holding the book tightly to her chest, and the blush of happiness on her face, showed her excitement and joy. I will, definitely cherish and treasure it. No, it's meant to be listened to. Even if it breaks, that's fine, because that's my intention. Senpai. There was still one gift left. All eyes turned to Reinhard's hand, where the last exquisitely wrapped gift lay. Was it for Melvin? Or for Toko Aizaki? Or perhaps, was it still for Waver? Who else could it be for among those present? Previously, the recipients were Rains and Grey. So, this left for Olga Marie? No, it's for Ad. Reinhard replied with an unexpected answer, smiling as he opened the packaging. A dark, shimmering magic cube, exuding a sinister light, floated in his palm. It's a new mystic code for you, nothing major, just a change of skin. With that, Reinhard shattered the magic cube in his hand, and the dim glow attached itself to Ad's body. Immediately, Ad's original golden blue, luxurious appearance transformed into a subdued, dark purple, exuding a gothic vibe. Even horns sprouted from his head. It looked much better this way. The girl carrying the golden birdcage trembled with excitement. Grey raised the magic cube in her hand, and Dark Ad cheered and celebrated within it. It seemed to really like this new look. Wow! Ad also has new clothes to wear. Ah! Rainboy then. I'll reluctantly refrain from scolding you this month. I always knew you were the best. I've liked you the most from the very beginning, it wasn't for nothing that I picked you up back then. But even so, my heart will always belong to Grey-chan. You better not have any ideas. Tisk. Staring at the luxurious cigar in his hand. The poor guy who was working overtime couldn't help but let out a melancholic sigh. Waver hot, he was definitely winning big. Now it seems, he's lost everything. The gifts given to Rains, Grey and even Ad were all meticulously handmade by Reinhard himself. The gift given to his own mentor was just buying cigars. It's clear as day which one holds more sentiment. It's not about the money. It's about the fact that Reinhard made the gifts himself. Lost. Lost miserably. So might as well puff away. With a sigh of lamentation, Waver took a puff of the expensive cigar that he could never bear to smoke during overtime. But what he inhaled was not nicotine's anesthesia. It was a cool, refreshing magical energy that invigorated his nerves. A feeling of contentment. Like sweet cotton candy melting in the brain. What I will provide to you, of course, is a product developed by myself. Reinhard smiled contentedly. The cigar is made through a mature process, and its ingredients are taken from the purest elemental magical energy source. Above the cigar, smoke billowed. In front of Waver's eyes, it formed words that drifted away on the breeze. Happy overtime. You little rascal. Waver muttered somewhat bewilderedly. Who wishes for blessings during overtime? Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the air. Amidst the tranquil atmosphere, a pair of fair hands reached out and gently caressed the black-haired youth's face. What about my gift? With her glasses and a smile on her face, Toko Aizaki appeared before the black-haired youth. Triple the salary figure, compared to last time. Prepared in advance, Reinhard took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it in the puppeteer master. The password: it's your birthday, Miss Aizaki. It's not for nothing that I spoiled you. Only little girls like to chase after sentimental things. Mature women prefer things with practical value. Toko Aizaki rubbed the black-haired youth's face with satisfaction, her words causing Reinhard to chuckle dumbfoundedly. Indeed, it's not for nothing. To perform surgery on him, that's also spoiling him. And it's excruciatingly painful. Wait a minute. Toko Aizaki suddenly felt that something was off. Rain, how did you know my birthday? A woman's age is the deepest secret buried. You were once a student at the clock tower, and there are records in the administration office. I'll kill them. A sinister smile appeared on Toko Aizaki's face, as she vowed to remember this grudge. Damn it! Then Reinhard knows that she, approaching 40 years old? She hope he doesn't see her as Obazan. Oh well, age doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. As the Grand Magus, Toko Aizaki could freely change her body, and even this body she was currently in wasn't her original form. So, it doesn't matter. Hee. What a lively family. A soft, charming voice of a woman came from the side of their group. Following the source of the voice, Reinhard looked at the enchanting woman clad in a kimono with wide sleeves. Miss Adashino, I hope you're well. Her smooth black hair, almost reaching her ankles, along with her whole demeanor, exuded a charm, like a seductive snake. A magus affiliated with the Department of Policies, Hishiri Adashino. The so-called Department of Policies operated independently from the 12 disciplines and was under the jurisdiction of the Bartholomew family. I have to say, young people are full of vitality indeed. The woman in the kimono narrowed her eyes, smiling coyly behind her hand. Beating a Trumkun in the classroom and giving us all this trouble recently, it's one thing after another, isn't it, Reinhard-kun? Tisk, fortunate to have Miss Adashino's care. And besides, my fine money payment has surely boosted the Department of Policy's revenue to new heights, hasn't it? That's right. Since Reinhard arrived at the clock tower, the sleeping Magus had never let the Department of Policy's rest. All the chaos caused by the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory over the past 10 years combined didn't match what Reinhard had caused in just 1 year. As for that Gayatram, I did save his life. Reinhard's words inevitably made Hishiri Adashino smile bitterly, understanding his mercy. Indeed. With over 100 eyewitnesses, plus Reinhard installing surveillance in the El Meloy classroom, anyone could see that it was Atram who struck first, using the magecraft emanating from his hand, the primitive curse that devours bones and souls. Magus is not bound by secular laws. And in self-defense, Reinhard had the legal right to take his life. But Reinhard just gave him a concussion and a broken face, which could be considered showing mercy. Behind Atram, the Galiastov family, crazily wanted to trouble Reinhard, but unfortunately, they were on the wrong side, and in the end, they even had to pay a large sum for classroom repairs and Reinhard's emotional damages. Too bad Reinhard didn't mean it that way. His hidden intention was incomprehensible. After all, according to the Fate/Stay Night plotline, Atram, this oil man, would summon Castor Media in Fuyuki, and then immediately die from the witch's backstab, receiving a fresh and hot express lunch. If he's injured and hospitalized, he won't be able to participate in the Holy Grail War anymore. So, Reinhard did save his life. Smiling wryly at the black-haired youth in front of him. He was the only one in the entire department of Modern Magecraft Theory who made Hishiri Adashino feel a headache. Compared to Waver, he was simply as innocent as a lamb. Compared to the commotion you caused in London, Reinhard-kun, Atram is nothing. Thinking about these days of crazy overtime, Hishiri Adashino couldn't help but shake her head. A few days ago, Reinhard directly pulled out the Holy Lance and struck Dr. Heartless, the brilliant brilliance almost visible to the entire London and Clock Tower. The investigation team quickly gathered and found that it was Dr. Heartless, the former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory who caused the chaos. And after further investigation, Reinhard's name emerged, and when the Department of Policies wanted to hold him accountable, he coughed up a large sum of money and silenced the Department of Policies. This resulted in them only being able to issue a verbal warning, so as not to repeat it again in the future. Next time for sure. Reinhard smiled and gave a sincere promise. The Department of Policies was both pained and happy, as their revenue had increased significantly over the past year, and the overtime bonus was like falling from the sky. Thanks to the fact that the internet information industry was not yet developed, the fermentation of the whole incident was suppressed by the Department of Policies around London and did not spread further. For the ordinary people, the explanation was that they were developing new missiles. Hishiri Adashino came here not to make trouble with Reinhard, but Dr. Heartless is my adoptive brother, Kura Adashino, and we were both adopted by the Norwich family. This secret made everyone present stunned. They had come here to track Dr. Heartless and ended up like this coincidentally. Miss Adashino. Waver frowned deeply. Why did Dr. Heartless steal my relics? I'm not sure. My so-called genius brother has always been mysterious. Dr. Heartless. It is said that he was stolen his heart by fairies but still lived, a man with a mysterious whereabouts, and possessing the teleportation skills to the land of the fairies. It was precisely because of this characteristic that he was named Heartless. Why are you sure he will appear on this train? As Hishiri Adashino's voice fell, the gazes of everyone present couldn't help but converge on Reinhard. He should. Reinhard smiled and replied. After all, he said so when we met. That was how the anime plot developed. But it wouldn't be convenient to say such a reason. Although his interference disrupted the flow of events, the generous response should not change. That Heartless should still board the train. It was Reinhard's original intention to stand here. In order to confront that faker without any flaws, he even invited Toko Aizaka to join him. It could be said that he had gathered the most cutting-edge forces of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. With such a lineup, Heartless wouldn't dare to come, and if he did, he would have no chance. Then I'll wait and see. While waiting, the oddly shaped Mystic Eyes collection train buzzed with steam as it slowly pulled into the platform. Magus of solemn demeanor and various outfits stood silently in front of the carriage doors, standing at a distance from each other, wary of each other. Every now and then, cautious gazes were cast towards Reinhard's group. El Meloy Classroom. Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. In London, both names are currently much talked about and famous. With an invitation letter hard to come by, it was rare for Magus to travel in groups like this, and this group had obviously spent a lot of money just to board the upcoming train. Moreover, there had been many rumors circulating that a few weeks earlier, someone had sold the invitation letter at an exorbitant price. Because of these rumors, the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory and the people in the group were widely talked about among London Magus. Moreover, the news of Reinhard single-handedly knocking out a Trimgaliasta and causing a brain concussion had already spread like wildfire in the clock tower. Thanks to the aristocrat's deliberate embellishment, the image of the sleeping Magus became more mysterious and terrifying. It was almost to the point where he was portrayed as a demonic figure who would kill anyone without saying a word. In the midst of this, even though outward appearances may seem gentle and approachable, no one dared to get too close. Except Rain, accompanied by the golden-haired maid. Dressed elegantly and gorgeously, with voluptuous thighs clad in beautiful red stockings, Olga Marie, heiress of the Department of Astromancy, timidly made her way over from the other side of the station. Seeing the crimson spreading across her face, Reinhard couldn't help but marvel. Red stocking is indeed pleasing to the eye, but how did you manage to wrap it all over her face like that? Oh, Mary, you're here, how convenient. Suddenly seeing her close friend, Rains, quickly pounced, joyfully rubbing against Olga Marie and patting her face. Yes, so convenient. Olga Marie's gaze flickered with charm. As if peeping, she blushed and stole a glance from the corner of her eye at the black-haired youth over here. Tisk. This scene seemed familiar. Waver looked at his disciple with some pity. To be constantly surrounded by young maidens and still manage to find time to study magecraft diligently, Reinhard truly something. Miss Marie, are you here to auction off Mystic Eyes? No. The silver-haired girl struggled to escape Rains's assault. My father received word that this time, it seems there will be extremely precious, even difficult to appraise grade Mystic Eyes up for auction. Extremely precious. Waver pondered, pushing up his glasses. If it can be evaluated like this by Maris Berry, at the very least, it's definitely a jewel rank. No, it's definitely a rainbow rank. No wonder. Magus who hear the news will surely come here in droves. In this station alone, there are 40 or 50 people wanting to board the train, something that has never happened before. Everyone. As a precaution, it's better to wear the Mystic Eyes killer before getting on the train. Waver took out several pairs of black-framed glasses from his hand. Mystic Eyes Killer. This is a mystic code that can suppress the effectiveness of Mystic Eyes and at the same time slightly block the influence of others' Mystic Eyes. There are several forms of Mystic Eye Killer, but the most common is in the form of glasses because it's more flexible and lightweight. Including Waver himself. Hishiri Adashino and Toko Aizaki are also currently using the same thing. Moreover, Toko Aizaki herself is an expert in preparing Mystic Eye Killer. The downside of this mystic code is that it slightly affects the flow of magical energy, and if there is a critical moment, users of Mystic Eyes must remove their glasses to activate their Mystic Eye abilities. And upon Waver's suggestion, everyone immediately put on the Mystic Eyes Killer in the form of glasses. After wearing the glasses, Rain's temperament seemed a bit softer, while Grey immediately turned into a literary girl. Reinhard also quickly put on black-framed glasses and gazed at his reflection in the train's window. After coming to the moonlit world, he hadn't worn glasses for a long time because with his clairvoyance, he didn't need glasses. He kind of missed this look. Moreover, his friends used to comment that he looked like Ren Amamiya. After putting on the glasses, they began to board the train one by one. Different from the dim morning light at the station. As they entered the carriage, the bright light from the spacious hall immediately struck their faces. Luxurious crystal chandeliers, shining brilliantly. Intricate velvet red carpets, captivating to the eyes. The passengers on the train, all of noble status, unconsciously turned their gaze towards the person boarding, expressions of emotion appearing on their faces. It's Lord El Meloy too. And the one behind him, looks like the scarred red. SHH. Keep quiet. Do you want to die? You'll be killed. Oh, interesting, even the miss of the Animosphere family, Olga Marie, is boarding. The intensity of this auction can already be anticipated. The train conductor must have some precious items to offer. Surely, average-grade mystic eyes won't satisfy everyone's appetite, right? No, those in the front aren't anything special. It's the one at the back, with black hair, emitting the most restrained aura. Did you see him? The sleeping Magus, he's the most terrifying fellow. Anyone who dares to oppose him from the clock tower will be dead the next day. It's said that he's taken the lives of over 100 Magus. Listening to these murmurs and discussions, Reinhard didn't think much of it. Toko Ayazaki ran her hand through her hair, took off her glasses, and a malicious smile appeared on her face. You bastards who keep chattering like magpies. If I catch you staring, I'll gouge out all your eyes. In an instant, silence fell over the carriage. Facing the smiling woman known as the Scarred Red, the sinister figures in the carriage suddenly fell silent, instinctively averting their gazes. Truly your style, Miss Ayazaki. Waver's face showed a helpless smile. Originally wanted to keep a low profile. No, rather, with this lineup of theirs, it's impossible to keep a low profile, isn't it? When Toko Ayazaki spoke up, the already solemn atmosphere in the carriage became even more stagnant. Ignoring the fearful glances of the people and the subdued whispers, the clock tower's dark forces, upon boarding the train, directly occupied the central and most spacious area of the carriage, the round table. Like buzzing insects, the annoying gazes are everywhere. Toko Ayazaki threw her personality-switching glasses onto the table, and her orange pupils rippled with ferocity. It doesn't matter if they talk about me, after all, I'm already used to it. Guh, you're just too patient, making even small characters feel they can speak up in front of you. Hearing this remark, the black-haired young man with glasses, exuding an elegant temperament, just smiled and shrugged. It's okay. I've gotten used to it too. But, thanks for the consideration, Miss Ayazaki. Reinhard couldn't help but smile. What a bunch of villains. Now, their evil reputation is truly established. He has to say, after all, he is an antagonist. Come in, it's huge inside. Unlike the ordinary exterior of the carriage. Upon boarding, they found the interior to be a grand hall large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Grey carried a birdcage, looking a bit reserved as she glanced around. In such a grand place, she felt a bit uncomfortable all over. It's an imaginary number magecraft. Waver immediately saw through the mechanics behind it. The existence of this train itself is equivalent to another world. To open up such a large space, and to bring in so many characters, this auction is truly a spectacle in the magical world. With a casual glance, Waver already noticed dozens of notable figures present, whom he could name. Magus families, the Holy Church, the Atlas Institute. Indeed. Reinhard looked up at the banquet hall inside the carriage. This space was too luxurious and extravagant. Such a scale of imaginary number magecraft consumed a tremendous amount of magical energy. Compared to depicted in anime, this train at this moment appeared much grander and more spacious. A variable has emerged, so the hospitality has correspondingly upgraded significantly. He pondered slightly. Olga Marie glanced around the banquet hall. Even with her status and experience, such a scene was considered a top-notch event. Most of the people here, should be here for the extraordinary grade mystic eyes that will be auctioned off by the train. She spoke, snapping her fingers lightly. By her side, the golden-haired maid immediately understood. A soundproof bounded field quietly unfolded, enveloping the row of the clock tower, cutting off the voices from inside and outside. The silver-haired girl raised her hand, gesturing to introduce everyone. This is my maid and tutor, Trisha. Trisha nodded and smiled. Reinhard gazed at the gentle face of the blonde woman, subtly furrowing his brows. If he remembered correctly, this Olga Marie's maid, in anime, she was the victim of the Mystic Eyes collecting train case, and suffered a gruesome beheading. So, Dr. Heartless, is he hiding among these passengers? Reinhard glanced around slightly. After using the Holy Lance, his synchronization rate had skyrocketed to 10%, and his ability to see through illusions had also greatly improved. However, he didn't sense Heartless' presence. Because his disguise as calls had been discovered early, so, that guy didn't board the train with them? While he was pondering, Olga Marie's voice continued to resonate. Trisha possesses the mystic eyes of precognition. Therefore, she foresaw the mystic eyes that will be auctioned off on the train. Waver showed a slightly surprised expression. That's a very rare and valuable mystic eyes, and its quality is at least on par with a jewel. Precognition. Reinhard then thought about his clairvoyance ability that would sometimes trigger his ability to observe the future. Those disasters, just thinking about them was exhausting. He couldn't help but ask. Professor, what are the specific differences between clairvoyance and mystic eyes? Well, I haven't explained that to you specifically yet, Reinhard. Waver glanced at his disciple and slowly spoke. Simply put, clairvoyance is a talent, while mystic eyes are a magic circuit of mutation, part of the body's official functions. Mystic eyes can be artificially created, but such postnatal creations are the lowest grade garbage. Just like the magic circuits of mutation in your brain. Many Magus families tend to inherit and mutate congenital mystic eyes. That's right. For example, I also possess mystic eyes. Rains removed her glasses, and the blue pupils emitted a fiery light. She blinked coquettishly at Reinhard, her smile appearing alluring and enchanting. They help me control magical energy and peer into the flow of magical energy. I have mystic eyes of enchantment. Toko Ayazaka tilted her gaze towards the black-haired youth, and the orange-colored pupils emitted a faint pink light. But it seems, they don't affect you. Rain. With a hint of amusement, she participated in the discussion. In fact, her mystic eyes were not just limited to that. Fascination was just the most basic ability, as for the truth, it's best not to reveal it. Hehe. I, a third-rate magus, don't dare to aspire to have mystic eyes. Waver chuckled, pointing to his own eyeballs. For example, if I also had the talent of clairvoyance, if my eyeballs were gouged out and replaced with new mystic eyes, as long as my vision was normal, my clairvoyance would still work. But if the mystic eyes were gouged out, it would be equivalent to truly losing them. Understood. Reinhard nodded with understanding. Clairvoyance is passive, while mystic eyes are accessories. Tisk, your rhetoric is always so incisive. Waver couldn't help but sigh. And the tacit understanding between mentor and disciple. Reinhard didn't need to speak, Waver could understand what his disciple really wanted to ask. By the way, the highest level clairvoyance often also has the ability to observe the past, present, or future. But the future is more like a guess, just a possibility. Compared to that, what mystic eyes of precognition see of the future belongs to foresight. Some things are destined to happen. But its predictive ability is greatly limited in time, generally not exceeding a few days. And the future foreseen must also be witnessed with your own eyes. It's like this. Waver's voice trailed off. Everyone's gaze shifted to Trisha. It must be witnessed with your own eyes. Toko Ayazaka looked at Olga Marie and asked. So, you brought Trisha on the train for this reason? That's right. Such information is indeed very rare. But Olga Marie felt that it was best to say it in front of these people. The mystic eyes to be auctioned off on that train are called the mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. The mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. Facing this name, Reinhard, Gray, and Rains had no reaction yet. However, Toko Ayazaki, Hishiri Adashino, Melvin, and Waver all wrinkled their brows deeply, as if by agreement. Bloodthirsty. Toko Ayazaki murmured. Doesn't a name like this have something to do with the dead apostles? Dead apostles, the bloodsuckers. This is the ultimate taboo among taboos, the common enemy of the Mages Association and the Holy Church. Waver sighed with smoke and a bitter smile. This train dares to auction off something like this, no wonder so many Magus are interested. It's like a depth charge. Dead apostles. What are they? Even though he had been promoted to a Pride Magus. However, there was still too little time, and Reinhard felt that his knowledge was still somewhat lacking. Dead apostles, also known as immortal vampires. The legend of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and Crimson Moon is the shared terrifying enemy of all Magus. Stroking his violin case, Melvin spoke softly. The wizard marshal, the one who mastered the second true magic, Kiskerzelrich Schweinorg. It is said that he fought against Crimson Moon in the 300 AD and barely won. So, we now have the Mages Association that can survive until today, cough cough. He had spoken too much. The white-haired man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. In other words, if there are dead apostles here, smelling the scent of blood, they'll immediately rush over and can't resist tearing into my neck. This simple introduction also made Reinhard almost understand. Understood, so-called dead apostles, are they vampires? Blonde vampires and the like, he's seen enough. Reinhard just listened to this type of setting and knew it was another one of those things chosen for the pursuit of power rather than humanity. Tisk, it seems like he doesn't have much of a place to say this. After all, he's at least the savior of villains. Well. So, it all makes sense now. Waver touched his chest with a complex expression. There, the holy shroud that he had once kept close was placed. I can now be almost certain, that mystic eyes of bloodthirsty, must be Dr. Heartless' target. In the slightly stagnant atmosphere, the doors of the banquet hall were gently pushed open. A gentle female voice also came from the doorway. Apologies for interrupting the conversation of esteemed guests. All eyes gathered. A mysterious golden-haired woman with a deep red eye patch smiled at everyone's gaze. I am Leandra, the auctioneer for this train journey. Standing beside her, a man in uniform had a cold expression. I am Rodan, the conductor of this train. The Mystic Eyes collection train is about to depart, and in 3 days, the auction will be held in the auction hall. Please enjoy this pleasant journey, esteemed guests. Amidst the roaring steam sound, the Mystic Eyes collection train began to move slowly. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Waver's expression turned solemn as he spoke with a firm tone, pushing up his black-framed glasses. Something big is coming, everyone. I'm betting on my great detective reputation, so for the next few days, please remain vigilant. Within these 3 days, something major will definitely happen. That man, he will definitely appear. Guh. No murders. No cases. No abnormalities. Nothing at all. This. Has Dr. Heartless not shown up? 3 days later. Sitting in the VIP section of the auction hall in the carriage, Waver Velvet, with his hands propping up the table, wore an expression of soullessness, as if he had lost his spirit. Tisk, seems like your deduction skills are not up to par, Waver. Wearing a smirk on her face. Sitting beside him, Toko Aizaki, lazily chuckled and shook her head. What about the big one? The one you said was coming. I've been waiting for 3 days already, the auction has started, is he still not coming? Sitting on Waver's other side, Reinhard couldn't help but smile, already starting to feel embarrassed for his mentor. That's right. Completely contrary to the firm deduction of Waver. For these 3 days, nothing happened at all. Initially, everyone was on high alert, guarding against the possible ambush by Dr. Heartless. Reinhard, having seen the anime, had some suspicions. He specifically instructed Olga Marie and Trisha, giving them pre-prepared mystic code for protection, especially emphasizing the defense of the head. He didn't want any beheadings or anything. After all, Reinhard wasn't a fan of that thing. Trembling, Olga Marie accepted the necklace Reinhard made, thinking it was a sign of his affection. That night, the silver-haired girl blushed in bed, tossing and turning all night, even naming their imaginary child. But that tense atmosphere lasted for only a day. Nothing happened at all. Trisha didn't die. And even the expected ambush never came. The most that happened was when Waver accidentally stubbed his toe while having a drink at the carriage's bar, and then grimaced in pain, paralyzed on his bed. The second day. Still, nothing happened at all. Toko Aizaki made a few puppets, and together with Reinhard, thoroughly fortified everyone's rooms with the bounded field, which can withstand a servant's full-strength attack for half an hour. Of course it was not the strange servants he had fought before. 2 full days of tense anticipation. Everyone started to relax. So, the ladies gathered in Reinhard's room and played Uno. Reinhard, very self-aware, was prepared to win back all the losses from the last game. But after losing his underwear again, he slipped away. It had nothing to do with his Uno skills, okay? So, Toko Aizaki took his place and battled it out with Olga Marie, Rains, and Grey. The battlefield among the four women. In this world, there was nothing more terrifying than this. Thinking of the suffocating atmosphere that was almost murderous, Reinhard couldn't help but feel a little breathless. That's right. What they were fighting for in Uno was, who gets to stay alone in Reinhard's room at night. Hey, guys, don't you want to ask if I agree or not? He weakly protested like this. And received unanimous answers. Is your opinion important? To some extent, indeed. In the early hours of the morning, Toko Ayazaki, finally using her extensive experience, defeated the 2 silver and 1 gold losers. What? It seems like the charm of a mature woman like herself was the ultimate winner. She glanced over. Reinhard had already shrunk into Waver's room and locked the door. The woman who was called the Scarred Red took off her glasses, silently lit a cigarette. Keep playing. I don't believe he won't come. So the ladies squatted in Reinhard's room, playing Uno for 2 days. And Reinhard squatted in Waver's room, having a heart-to-heart conversation with his mentor about the Holy Lance. 3 days. Nothing happened. Waver, who sat in the VIP section of the auction hall, appeared to have been breached. Dr. Heartless. This guy, he tricked us. Waver hammered the table in impotent rage, attracting a few side glances. His brilliant deductions had completely turned him into a clown. Reinhard, on the other hand, had anticipated such a turn of events long ago. After all, if he was Dr. Heartless, he wouldn't show up either. Seriously, with this lineup. Even if it's faker, he wouldn't be able to handle 5 at once. Just Toko Ayazaki alone was enough to give that doctor a run for his money. Not to mention, Reinhard wasn't afraid of Heartless' mystic eyes. With that in his grasp now, his combat power was unmatched in the entire clock tower. Let's see if it's your curses that are more effective, or if my holy lance lasts longer. For Reinhard, the restraints of the round table were nothing. He didn't need the knight's approval, and Artoria and Kay were definitely on his side. As long as his magic energy was enough, Reinhard could liberate the holy lance at any time. And now, with his magic power greatly enhanced after the modification, he was practically on par with a servant. So, a shameless person is invincible in the world. Dr. Heartless seemed to reluctantly accept his own weakness, so he stood on an unbeatable ground. Sighing with regret like this. Regret echoed through the room. All eyes turned to the final episode of this journey. Since they were here already, might as well attend the auction. Reinhard was quite interested in the so-called mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. In the luxurious auction hall, countless fervent gazes converged on the central auction platform. There were over 10 mystic eyes exhibited this time, all listed in the catalogue displayed beside each attendee's seat. A blindfolded, mysteriously elegant blonde woman caressed a glass container filled with green liquid. An eyeball with fiery flames swirling around it soaked in a solution. First up is a noble grade, Mystic Eyes of Flame Burn. As it's the most basic noble color grade, the starting price is only $1 million. The price kept rising amidst the intense atmosphere. Melvin casually bid, but no one from the clock tower cared about this level of Mystic Eyes. The Mystic Eyes of Flame Burn, noble color grade, sold for $7 million. The Mystic Eyes of Plunder, gold grade, sold for $31 million. The Mystic Eyes of Twisted, gold grade, sold for $50 million. Time steadily progressed. Second to last item, the jewel grade Mystic Eyes of Transience, sold for $600 million. We appreciate your generosity, Miss Olga Marie. Gasps filled the banquet hall. The elegantly dressed silver-haired girl expressionlessly lowered her bidding card. This Mystic Eyes of Transience was the item she had set out to acquire on this journey, a specific item she was determined to obtain. Its vision of the past effect held significant research value for Chaldea's facility construction. Thank you, Rain. Lowering her gaze, Olga Marie's tense face finally showed a hint of blush. Reinhard helped her raise the bid, making a statement. Afterwards, the silver-haired girl increased the bid from 200 million to 600 million, tripling the amount, showcasing her determination, stunning the entire audience. I've saved 1 billion. It's not much, but I bet Mother will praise me. Such boastful words caused Waver's mouth to twitch and his heart to ache. The last item, not in a glass container but in a black metal box, was brought onto the auction platform. Olga Marie bowed slightly, left her seat, and went down to the front. Under envious gazes, The silver-haired girl reached out, receiving the pair of mystic eyes of transience that belonged to her. Suddenly. Buzz. The moment they made contact, the pair of mystic eyes of transience in the glass container burst into a brilliant and mesmerizing light. Olga Marie seemed slightly dazed. In an instant, the flow of time seemed to stagnate and freeze. The next moment. Boom! A violent gust of wind suddenly swept through the banquet hall, blowing so fiercely that many guests couldn't even open their eyes. In the swirling wind, Reinhard grabbed the hand of the silver-haired girl and pulled Olga Marie into his arms. With his other left hand, he caught and shattered the container, swiftly grasping the pair of mystic eyes of transience, crushing them. However, even with this triggered by an extremely fast response from Sandevistan, for the mystic eyes to activate in an instant, it was already too late. Reinhard. To have such a surprising reaction, accompanied by that gentle and calming voice. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure stood in the center of the auction. He was tall. His seemingly burning red hair, coupled with his fair skin, left a lasting impression at first glance. It was difficult to determine his age. Whether in his 20s or 40s, any number he stated would probably be accepted. But only his lips, that radiant smile like a flower. Clearly so gentle, yet so chilling. Reinhard slowly released his grip on Olga Marie's right hand, pushing the slightly dazed girl towards Grey, who was approaching from behind. Countless people looked on in astonishment at the chaotic hall. Dr. Heartless, I should have guessed. You tampered with that mystic eyes of transience. Yes, Caribou Frampton is under my control. I hypnotized him long ago. The redhead's smile carried a faint tone. It made the faces of the conductor and the auctioneer suddenly turn ugly. The Mystic Eyes collection train had made a grave mistake. Because it was a Mystic Eyes harvested from a living being, they hadn't had the chance to detect any tampering done on it. Dr. Heartless glanced sideways, looking at the grim-faced conductor and the metal box in his hand. Hand over that Mystic Eyes of bloodthirsty to me. The redhead smiled. In contrast to his gentle tone, the content of his words was extremely cruel. In that way, I can avoid killing everyone on this train. If you want to die, that's your choice. Reinhard couldn't help but laugh, his spine cracking with each chuckle. Give back my mentor's relic. Crash. The earth trembled. With an incredibly violent force, Reinhard suddenly punched Dr. Heartless in the face, grabbed the man's flying hair, and elbowed him, snapping his right palm. Like a rag, he fell to the ground. The red-haired man staggered to his feet. Tisk, I really shouldn't have messed with you, Reinhard. Even after receiving such a bone-crushing blow, Dr. Heartless' expression still maintained that calm smile. Sorry, without a heart, concepts like fatal wounds don't apply to me. The red-haired man raised his shattered right hand. The remaining two command seals suddenly lit up. Faker. A crimson light burst forth. The figure of a black-haired woman appeared in the center of the venue. A servant, that's a heroic spirit. Hecatic wheel. Boom. The horse-drawn carriage pulled by a skeletal dragon plunged down from the sky, crashing into the banquet hall's dome, causing it to collapse suddenly. In the swirling dust, guests who recognized the arrival of the heroic spirit scrambled to flee. How could Magus's bodies resist the might of a heroic spirit? As a servant, Hephaestion swiftly knocked down the conductor and grabbed the metal box from her hand. I've got it, master. Good. The swiftest of strategies. The most rapid of plunder. Once successful, there wasn't a hint of hesitation. The red-haired man and his servant boarded the carriage. Next time, I'll definitely scatter you, repaying all the humiliation I've endured. Facing Reinhard before him, Hephaestion smirked and ran his hand over his neck. Boom! The wheels of the carriage soared into the air from the hall. However, mid-flight, thud. Dr. Heartless, as if hitting an invisible wall, abruptly fell from the carriage, crashing onto the banquet hall floor. Master! Hephaestion descended back to the carriage. As a mages, she instantly understood what had occurred. A bounded field. No a curse. The red-haired man smiled, slowly propping himself up and standing once more. Behind Reinhard, the grinning Tuko Ayazaka slowly emerged from the smoke, holding a red-haired doll that increasingly resembled Dr. Heartless. Countless seemingly invisible threads extended from the doll, connecting to Dr. Heartless's body. Thanks, Miss Isekai'd. No, thanks to you bringing his hair. Using hair as material, and casting the curse of separation. In this way, there's no escape. Despite facing such adverse circumstances, Dr. Heartless's smile remained unchanged. Scarred red, a troublesome woman indeed. Daring to use that name, you must die here today. Ha ha ha. The red-haired man laughed heartily. In fact, I am a gentle person. I wasn't joking with you. Having obtained the mystic eyes of bloodthirsty, let me go, and I won't kill you all. If you don't let me go, he said with a smile. Well then, I'll have no choice but to kill all of you. Senpai. Catch at. A golden birdcage was tossed by Grey and caught by Reinhard. In an instant, 13 restraints were suddenly broken free, and a radiant spiral light lance appeared in Reinhard's hand. Hat. Holy lance wrong ominiad, hi? Even if it's only a fraction of its full power now, I'll have to avoid its edge. But you can only unleash 1/10 of it, right? Killing trash like you is enough. Tisk. Dr. Heartless shook his head lightly. Reinhard, do you know why I dared to come before you? The sunlight above, seemingly becoming dim and obscure. Dr. Heartless raised his gaze, looking at the hole pierced by the noble phantasm in the dome of the auction platform. The sun. Being devoured. Because now is solar eclipse. A dark sun with flames flickering around its edges appeared above Dr. Heartless's head. Boom. In the brief interval without words, freeing the restraint on the holy lance, Reinhard activated his maximum rate. A brilliant light burst forth from the lance tip, swiftly piercing through Dr. Heartless's figure. Hat. Facing the impact of the holy lance, the red-haired man pressed his left hand against his chest. A dim light suddenly emanated from the hollow space where his heart was missing. Solar eclipse. Heart eclipse. Together we cast this world eclipse. As the man hoarsely chanted, a profound black hole suddenly opened in front of Dr. Heartless, swallowing all the light from the holy lance into it, much to Tuko Isekai's twitching eyes. This, even the brilliance of the holy lance. You know, Reinhard. Sorry, you probably wouldn't know about this secret. Bathed in the dark sunlight, the metal box in the red-haired man's hand began to tremble, spreading eerie veins like blood vessels. He smiled. The so-called solar eclipse corrodes the whole of the holy lance. In other words, solar eclipse has a special attack against the holy lance. We're leaving. Rain. The two figures, battered and bruised, appeared by Reinhard's side. They struggled through the smoke, coughing. Heartless, he's communicating with the solar eclipse through the hole in his heart. It's a grand mage craft that connects with the other world. Hephaestion, that faker, she's a magus of the age of gods. She had already set up a ritual circle outside the solar eclipse. This is the time they're confident in. Tisk, indeed, you two saw through my mage craft in an instant. You undoubtedly possess dissecting abilities. The red-haired man shook his head, smiling. It's a pity, though. When I wanted to, you wouldn't let me. Now, perhaps it's a bit too late. Saying so, the man suddenly opened the metal box in his hand, and from it, a grotesque-eyed, seemingly screaming, eerie eyeball emerged. He grabbed the mystic eyes of bloodthirsty, inserting it directly into the cavity of his heart. Squelch! By the name of the bloodsucker's king, Atrox. Hollow echo of my heart, and the aperture of a solar eclipse. Answer my call, Einash. As his words faded. Buzz. The dark sun hung high in the sky. A deep black hole suddenly opened up. With spreading tentacles of ferocity, gaping maws. A colossal, grotesque creature, emitting its hoarse roar, emerged from the black hole of that other world. That is. Yes. Only at this eclipse's node can there be a chance of summoning the perfected bloodsucker, Einash. Boom. Countless twisted tendrils composed of tree roots surged from the earth, entangling the moving Mystic Eyes collection train. The carriage swayed incessantly, and the wheels on the track emitted a piercing screech. It's my gift to you. Squelch. The Mystic Eyes of Bloodthirsty was suddenly pulled out from the cavity of his heart. Dr. Heartless emitted a muffled groan, and his skin, along with his complexion, seemed to turn grey. The ferocious, roaring eyeball drank deeply of the fresh blood, gaining a bit of respite. The red-haired man reinserted the peculiar metal box. "Farewell," Dr. Heartless said weakly, smiling. "Hope you enjoy this gift. Enjoy your bloody demise. Reinhard, we have to go." Trying to move his disciple's body. But with his frail strength, he couldn't budge Reinhard an inch. Toko Ayazaka seemed to sense something. She held onto Reinhard's shoulder. Suddenly, a sense of palpitation surged into her heart, forcing the Grand Magus back. Gazing at the dark sun burning with flames on the firmament, Reinhard's expression seemed somewhat dazed and stagnant. Special attack against Holy Lance. 10%. 12%. 16%. The synchronization rate skyrocketed madly. Behind him were his mentor. His companions. What he cherished. His brain was flooded with the immense power named protection. Gripping the holy lance. The radiant light at the tip of the lance suddenly became somewhat flickering. He felt. In that dark sun, there was something, seemingly calling out to him. The dark ring on Reinhard's chest seemed to ripple slightly with dazzling flames. The light of the holy lance suddenly dimmed, becoming silent and profound. The shadows indoors began to flow and converge. Seemingly clad in pitch black, lightless armor, it spread continuously over his body. The black-haired youth raised the holy lance. The brilliant light at the tip of the lance twisted into a strange, obscure spiral, seemingly absorbing everyone's gaze. If the holy lance was restrained, then, what about the demonic lance? He was going to unleash this shot, wrong Ominiad Morgan, to completely annihilate Heartless body. However, at this moment, buzz. In Heartless' somewhat stunned and bewildered gaze, a complex summoning circle suddenly lit up under Reinhard's feet. These patterns, the familiar patterns, gave the red-haired man an incredibly familiar feeling. Heroic spirit summoning? No, completely reversed patterns. This is reverse summoning. In his dazed eyes, the black-armored knight raised his gaze in astonishment. The bright blue witch. That incredibly familiar figure, already engraved in his memory. In the summoning circle, slowly condensed. Accompanied by those fair, soft palms. As always, gently caressing his face. The pitch-black, lightless armor continuously faded and dissolved. The black-haired youth whose face was held by the witch, stared blankly at others with tears streaming down his face, and spoke softly. "My dear. I'm looking for you." Chapter 71 Filmy. Under the dark sun. Amidst the watchful eyes of many. Bathed in the profound sunlight. He stood there, gazing at her in a daze. Even though her face was veiled with a thin shroud, forbidding entry to strangers. Yet Reinhard knew the tears that flowed from her at this moment. As always, she cried, truly unsightly. Morgan Le Fay. This name he wished to call out. It contained life, brewed desire. Manifested its own sins, soaked through its own soul. In this instant when the witch appeared before him, Reinhard had already, in a moment, become aware of her entire journey. The frozen time in amber, the remaining embers in dilapidated firewood. The demise of Alvin Pendragon. Leaving the witch named Morgan Le Fay to live in the life of pain. Countless times filled with hope. Countless times gazing at the fading fireworks. Repeatedly struck down by despair, yet she never gave up. Reinhard could imagine how she stumbled along that dark and lightless wilderness. So sorrowfully, so mournfully, chasing after that elusive vision, and passed through 100,000 sunrises and moonsets. The pain of separation. Clearly, something she shouldn't have to endure. This was the sin named Alvin Pendragon. And it was the unforgivable cruelty of Reinhard. Named Morgan Le Fay. A lifetime despised by people, a lifetime shunned. Except for him. He became her only light. Even if it was a dark sun. It was still her sun. So. She stepped towards the dark sunlight. Her determination. Her resolution. That undeniable, unquestionable certainty. That contempt for fate, that rage that seemed to crush everything. The idea called hope enveloped and drove her forward on this path of carnage, not with bones or muscles, but with that thoroughness. Thus, spanning 1,500 years of time. She reached out with both hands and gently touched his face. She grasped her own light. Yet, with their faces so close. When she saw the person before her, no matter how strong the mask, no matter how deep the self-concealment, no matter how forbidding the aura that kept others at bay, they all came off. Removed. Shed away. Leaving behind more abundant curves, more intense warmth. And those eyes, surging with rippling waves of deep blue, overflowed uncontrollably like an unstoppable tide. I'm sorry. The black-haired youth pressed his forehead against the witch's, meeting her deep blue gaze. His lifted fingertips gently wiped away the unending tears. The curtain of pearls continued to pour down. But this time, his hand wouldn't shatter again. I don't truly want to part with you. Reinhard spoke softly. But in such circumstances, for the sake of family's wishes, for the sake of Britannia, for the sake of all the people on this island, I have no choice. Speaking thus, the black-haired youth showed a bitter smile. No, that's just an excuse. I'm just, stubbornly seeking revenge for him. I know. The heart I left for you, it's not to make you remember my will, but to let you, break free from it. Even as he wiped away her tears, those delicate fingertips lightly brushed his own eyes. It's not about duty, it's not about the island, it's my purest heart, so I give it to you, my purest you. I also know. I don't not want to tell you the truth. It's just, the span of time is too vast, such incredible things. I don't know how to bring it up. Indeed. Reinhard had never not been immersed in the joy of that named Alvin. That delicate, shattered thing. Like a dream that never wanted to wake up. If enduring 1,500 years of time, such a long and desolate loneliness that withers the heart, then I, such a willful person, have no right to ask you to wait. In fact, this was just an excuse. The real point was his witch. The person she pursued was not Alvin. Alvin Pendragon. In fact, it was just a part of Reinhard. Such a thing could be considered an immense insult, or an immense cruelty. So, Reinhard despicably wanted to desperately hide this secret in his heart. He felt he was truly, without a doubt, despicable. The one who ignited the fire of his soul and gave up hope of living peacefully with her. What right did he have to ask her to wait alone for him, for 1,500 years? Yet, confronted with his own despicableness, faced with his own cruelty, the witch only held the black-haired youth's face, giving him, as always, that gentle yet firm response. I know it all. Amidst the pounding of Gray's heart, in the bewildered gaze of Toko Aizaki, in the size of waver velvet, those lips, soft and tender in memory, directly sealed Reinhard's powerless attempt to explain with words. At this moment, all words seemed so unnecessary. Just like the past 1,500 years ago. Every night. Every morning. In the witness of every dusk and moonlight. They would only directly pour out their feelings. Indulging each other without restraint. Like meeting streams and currents, they seemed to blend and melt into each other, exchanging rhythms of heartbeats and the warmth of their skin. The addictive kiss finally parted. Reinhard gently held her hand. Your hand is still as cold as ever, my dear wife. The words spoken made Gray's expression somewhat trance-like and stiff. Senpai. In the murmurs of the silver-haired girl, the witch took the initiative to approach, caressing his cheek. Then you can warm me up a little more, hubby. Actually, not at all cold. It had already been warmed up bit by his hands. In this indulgent and forgetful intertwining in the midst of the snow and snowstorm. Suddenly, the gentle and curious voice of the red-haired man rang out. Husband and wife? I didn't hear about it. Reinhard, you're already married. I don't know who this woman is, but what a touching reunion. With a somewhat pale face, Heartless covered his twitching and painful heart, smiling faintly. Even in an opposing position. But he couldn't help but feel a rare pleasure at the sight before him. The more touching something is, the more beautiful it appears at the moment of destruction. However, what Heartless felt was not the joy of lovers' reunion. Beside him, FanFiction grabbed the redhead man's arm with solemnity. Master, this doesn't look good. The woman who suddenly appeared before us. Relying on her sharp eyes, FanFiction sensed the subtle aura emanating from her, belonging to the Fae category. She's from the Age of Gods. Absolutely, that woman is a magus left over from the Age of Gods. Oh! Upon hearing this, a slightly excited smile appeared on Heartless' lips. Indeed, when he saw the summoning circle light up, the redhead man had a similar intuition. Heartless himself was studying the Age of Gods' magecraft, aiming to revive the magecraft practices of that era. A magus left over from the Age of Gods? He couldn't help but feel a genuine kinship. How does her skill compare to yours, Faker? I can't decipher it at all. The black-haired woman, who dared not make a move, looked extremely serious. That's not good at all. I see. It sounded mysterious and dangerous. However, even if a magus from the Age of Gods survived into the present, her magical abilities would be greatly diminished. What a waste of a rare talent! Heartless shook his head with a smile and looked towards the young man with black hair. A magus left over from the Age of Gods, and she's your wife? Reinhard, the secrets you carry offer endless surprises. Marrying a magus from the Age of Gods sounded bizarre, but Heartless' own life experiences were even more convoluted. Logic might dictate in fiction, but reality didn't adhere to such rules. In this fantastical world, anything was possible, which was the endless charm of humanity. If we were friends, I'd love to chat with you about magecraft, but unfortunately, it seems like it's not the best time for pleasantries. Toko Ayazaka's curse had been swallowed entirely by the eclipse. There was nothing holding her back now. Heartless raised his palm, and from the hollow of his heart, he began to conjure the secret technique of the Fey domain. He had already let FanFiction prepare a massive magical circle here, giving him an easy 3 days. It was because of this that he could summon the offspring of the Einash and unleash a variety of powerful spells in succession. Hiss! Hiss! The dim lights in the banquet hall flickered, revealing the brokenness inside. The shadows gathered and draped over Reinhard, forming a suit of pitch-black armor that engulfed him. With vacant eyes, the young man with black hair wielded the fluctuating shadows like flames, raising a dimmed demonic lance. But then, in the next moment, delicate wrists lightly grasped his arm. The faint smile on the witch's lips was serene. To deal with such vermin. Hubby, you don't need to get involved personally. In that instant, the enigmatic witch revealed her depths. Morgan sneered and turned her gaze to her side, where a pair interrupted the intimacy between herself and her husband. Her expression suddenly turned icy. Hubby! Do you want him alive or dead? For now, spare his life. Understood. Humph! Hearing the other's brief words, treating himself as though he were already a dead man, Heartless chuckled awkwardly. Despite Reinhard's increasingly intimidating demeanor, which made him slightly uneasy, he had already linked his life force with one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, Einash. In other words, under this eclipse, Heartless was practically invincible. Buzz! A deep black hole opened abruptly in front of the redhead man. A huge eyeball embedded in the center of the entity opened its ferocious pupil. Interlocking jagged teeth began to drip thick, putrid slime from between the gaps. The ancient bloodsucker, born from the blood of humanity. The child of Einash. The blurred and shifting flesh of the monstrous entity writhed and twisted. Entangled flesh, like withered branches, twisted and entwined together, forming dozens of grotesque tentacles that violently spread out, spreading across the entire banquet hall. Enjoy this bloody feast. Goodbye, Reinhard. The redhead man's smiling voice suddenly froze. Because the scorching hot air seemed to spread inside the room. In the void, a deep and majestic melody suddenly resounded. Accompanied by flames, shadows, and cheers as if from a crowd. A menacing black throne, with black flame rings emerging behind it, suddenly appeared behind Morgan. You are my Sunday. So, let me be your moon, hubby. Grabbing the hand of the black-haired youth. In Reinhard's somewhat stunned expression, Morgan lifted him gently and ascended the steps. A blackthorn crown slowly condensed above the witch's head. Morgan then sat indifferently on the throne, fit for a queen. Her azure eyes lowered slightly. With disdainful eyes, she disregarded the grotesque abomination before her. The witch casually lifted her plump thighs, wrapped in stockings, with a disdainful expression. "Disgusting thing! Even at my feet, you're not worthy of begging for forgiveness." The spiraling patterns on her slender abdomen faintly shimmered. The witch's indifferent voice echoed layers upon layers, as if the queen of this moment was passing her final judgment. "Wrong, oh Miniad. Pierce." As her words faded away. Boom! A black lance, resembling an eternal night spiral and seemingly capable of drawing in both sight and soul, suddenly descended from the infinite sky. Pfft! An absolute command. It pierced through the child of Einash's ferocious eyeball without warning. Hiss! A hiss! Accompanied by brilliant flames swirling around the wound, the corrosive sound of soul-burning erosion reverberated through the room in an instant. Aieeeee! The grotesque monster emanating from the black hole let out a piercing scream, as if vomiting from its flesh. In the stunned expressions of FanFiction and Heartless, the ferocious pupils of the child of Einash, consumed by the burning flames, sunk like deflated balloons. The tentacles that enveloped its body instantly withered and decayed, turning into flying ashes of darkness. How is this possible? This breed of bloodsucker, known for its vigorous vitality, being pierced and annihilated by just one strike. Unless this was a penetration that burned the soul to its core. Faker, summon your noble phantasm quickly. Veins popped on Heartless's palm as he suddenly grabbed the fabric over his chest. Fresh blood began to pour thickly from the hollow of his heart, staining his clothes a glaring crimson. "Turn around, my heart." Facing such a terrifying opponent, Heartless dared not hold back any longer, pouring all his strength into it. As pure magical energy flowed into the hollow of his heart. Above the sky, the huge grotesque eye of the child of Einash cast its gaze down. Boom! The twisted and coiling tentacles of the blood-sucking creatures erupted violently from the ground. The halted train, the walls of the banquet hall, were pierced with countless holes. The menacing, barbed tendrils twisted and grew, screaming and howling, attempting to feast on blood. This led to another round of screams from the chaotic scene, with various guests' screams resounding once again, and various magical lights flashing incessantly. This guy, sacrificing his own flesh and blood, triggered the bloodthirsty impulse of the child of Einash. Amidst the chaos around her, Toko Ayazaki gritted her teeth. She lifted her gaze, glanced at the witch sitting high above, and picked up the puppet beside her, moving to support the edge of the banquet hall. As Heartless's face became increasingly pale, his breath almost as thin as a thread, dozens of black holes opened again in front of him, from which emanated the roaring cries of the bloodsuckers. "Go! Faker!" Heartless no longer hoped that such bloodsuckers could defeat the witch from the Age of Gods. He had done everything he could to create chaos, even pouring the essence of his own blood into it. All he wanted was an opportunity to escape. Heartless grasped FanFiction's arm, and the violent red thunder surged, forming the wheels of a chariot. Boom! The carriage dragged by the skeletal dragon suddenly shattered the train's walls and fled towards the forest outside. Faced with the two who looked like stray dogs, the witch just lifted a finger lightly, aiming at them. The ever-distant utopia. Avalon. Only the innocent may pass through this gate. Oh, eternal courtyard under the night sky, rise here, and bind the guilty for me. Rumble. The ground, with the writhing tendrils of branches, suddenly heaved, and layered stone walls rose from the earth, enclosing the skeletal carriage within. The courtyard of the innocent. The spiral-patterned stone slabs extended infinitely upwards, piled and interwoven together, instantly forming a towering stone tower that enclosed the two attempting to escape. Bang! The thunderous carriage crashed against the walls of the stone tower, directly collapsing the skeletal dragon into a pile of broken and tattered bones. The two passengers fell awkwardly from the carriage, landing on the stone slabs. FanFiction raised her disheveled face, groping bewilderedly at the stone tower in front of her. How was this possible? With just a wave of her hand, she had triggered a miraculous grand mage craft, completely imprisoning the two of them. Clearly, she had already inscribed the magic circle here in advance to gather magical energy. However, the authority here was all under the command of that witch. Such authority! Could it even communicate with the inner sea of the planet? It's a witch of the Age of Gods. Why? Why was there such a huge gap between them? Magecraft from Age of Gods. Right in front of me. Muttering such soliloquies. Heartless's pale face showed no hint of being imprisoned, but instead a slightly eerie, fanatic smile emerged. Truly true ether aura. Stronger even than the divine spirit. He climbed up gropingly, his hands grabbing onto the grates of the stone tower, his eyes filled with fanatical zeal, looking towards the queen seated on the black throne in the banquet hall. Who are you? Gazing at the deep and profound black hole in the sky. The flesh-wriggling, giant grotesque eyeball, overlooking it, projected a ferocious gaze. The complete child of Einash had been summoned. The bloodthirsty impulse of the bloodsuckers was assaulting his nerves. Before he completely drained the blood of everyone on this train, he would never leave. The dark sun. The huge pupils in the sky. This bizarre scene. 1,000 years ago, it seemed familiar. Sitting on the black throne, embracing her husband. The crowned witch smiled gently, lightly kissing the lips of the black-haired youth. Not only your heart, hubby. Your sword, I've kept it safe too. She casually discarded the holy lance in Reinhard's hand, which was the useless and annoying holy lance. The radiant white lance transformed back into a golden birdcage, rolling on the ground like a crumpled piece of paper, causing Ad's head to spin. Taking Reinhard's idle hand, Morgan gently placed his palm on her soft, fair and smooth abdomen, resembling polished gem. The spiral pattern emitted a faint glow. His fingertips felt a slight burning sensation. This familiar warmth. In his memories, it seemed familiar. Just like when he once embedded his sword for her. His hand then entered the witch's abdomen. And then, slowly withdrew. The broken and crack-ridden coiled sword. In the palm of the young man with black hair, it gradually took shape. After 1,000 years separated by its masters, it once again found itself in his hands. The coiled swords began to spin dizzyingly, emitting a joyful neigh. I've been trying to mend it. Mending the remnants of your burning, this battered and swaying residual flame. Their palms interlocked. Together, they held the coiled sword named Firelink Greatsword. No need for words, but their hearts were in sync. This was the silent understanding between the witch and the white dragon. The coiled sword suddenly extended, transforming into a pitch-black, obscure and lightless long spear. The shadow at the tip of the spear. It swayed like flames. The tip of the fire-linked great spear held together by their hands, slowly rose, aiming at the monstrous eye in the sky. Under my Sunday you dare to bask in my sunlight. So. I will. Eradicate you. Completely. Her voice was soft yet firm. As always, it was a declaration of her feelings. In their gaze. Reinhard gently kissed her lips. So, lend me your will, my witch. The disaster white dragon. The enigmatic witch. You are my light, so I am your shadow. Our wills intertwine, it's something that even fate must shiver at. In the midst of the tumult of wind and blood. Under the bonds of life and death. They embraced each other, the wills of the white dragon and the witch converged. The collapsing eternal night came to an end. The raging flame of wrath began anew. So. Embrace the silence. She smiled. And he continued her words. And feel the eternal night called death. Shadows sang. The train trembled. A hum, a voice. All silenced in the eternal night's stillness. Driven by the combined thoughts of two holders. This soul-burning spiral spear, 10 times stronger and 10 times more ferocious than ever before. Boom. This land seemed to dim for a moment. A profound, eternal night-like, awe-inspiring spiral brilliance surged into the sky, piercing through the body of the child of Einash, the monstrous eye on the sky. In the next moment, over the boundless wilderness of Britannia. From the dark, lightless void, boundless, endless dark light suddenly burst forth. Like a slowly rising dark Sunday. The tentacles wailed. The branches withered. In the almost overturned, dilapidated auction hall, various gaps along the walls rippled with the chaos of imaginary magic. As the child of Einash withered. The clamor and chaos of people finally subsided. The onlookers, who had helped to block the invasion of the child of Einash, looked at the withered tentacles with relief, then turned their gaze to the center of the hall. In the slightly dazed eyes of everyone. From the gradually dissipating pitch-black throne. The black-haired youth and the dark witch. Hand in hand, slowly descended the steps. Dust settled. Accompanied by a ripple in space. The shadow of a white-haired woman finally appeared slowly on the broken auction stage. It was the deputy manager of the Mystic Eyes collection train. Also a renegade from the Death Apostles, a phantom left behind by the Death Apostle ancestor, Rita Rosa En. To bear the responsibility of guarding the train and being the only one on this train who possesses the ability to extract mystic eyes. However, compared to when she collected the eye, when her figure was almost solid, her current shadow appeared much more illusory and unstable, her whole body resembling the train, full of various damaged holes. As the deputy manager of the train, she had long wanted to come out and help stabilize the situation. However, the fierce battle between the ancient witch and the bloodsucker had damaged the entire train, and she had almost exhausted all her efforts trying to maintain the imaginary number space. Apologies, esteemed guests. With an apologetic expression, the white-haired woman bowed deeply to the distressed guests in the audience, her translucent figure seeming to disappear at any moment. This is our Mystic Eyes collection train's poor hospitality, which is our disgrace. Rosa Toko Aizaki with a complex expression stepped forward. They were old acquaintances. Seeing the other party in such an unstable condition, Toko Aizaki knew that this shadow was about to fade away. If the imaginary number space of the carriage was not maintained diligently, those magus with insufficient magical energy might be thrown into imaginary space, thus having their limbs twisted. A shadow. The witch pondered slightly. The so-called shadow. In essence, it was just a spiritual body. On Morgan's palm, a replica of the spiral spear condensed, and the tip of the spear began to spin and whistle. In an instant, to the astonishment of everyone present, the slight soul infused into it caused the white-haired woman's illusionary figure to suddenly become much more solid. Everyone present looked at Morgan incredulously. Such extraordinary magecraft! Was this the legacy of the ancient magus? Some of them heard what Heartless said. Such a person was actually the wife of that sleeping magus. It seemed like the two had been separated for a long time and were just reuniting. Watching this scene, everyone's heart had only one thought. The clock tower was going to undergo a complete change. Thank you. Unnamed lady. Morgan glanced at Reinhard. The black-haired youth smiled and put his index finger to his lips. So, the witch shook her head slightly, indicating that it was not necessary to pay attention. Except in front of people she was familiar with, she would slightly open her voice. She didn't like to speak in front of strangers anyway. The shadow of the white-haired woman removed the mystic eyes from the vault and filled it into the train's energy storage. Soon, the damage to the entire carriage was slowly repaired under the annihilation of each mystic eyes. This burned a lot of money, but there was nothing they could do about it. The imaginary number magecraft inside the train was fully repaired. The guests who were injured breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in the auction hall chairs. The witch raised her hand slightly. The stone tower in the distance collapsed suddenly, and a whirlpool appeared in the auction hall. Heartless and Hephaestion, their battered figures were thrown out of the whirlpool. Don't kill me. The red-haired man who was thrown out had a pale and withered face. But he immediately smiled and raised his hands tremblingly. In his palms, a spell suddenly lit up. Reinhard narrowed his eyes slightly. He has no magical energy left. Morgan said softly, it's a soundproof bounded field. As the witch's voice fell, Heartless had indeed only activated a soundproof bounded field, enveloping himself and Reinhard. I understand the treatment of prisoners. Reinhard, do you want to participate in the Holy Grail War? I have important secrets about Marisberry to tell you. It's not too late to kill after speaking. He finished laboriously. The bounded field immediately dispersed. Marisberry? Hearing this name, Reinhard couldn't help but frown. Indeed. In the clock tower, no one knew more about the Holy Grail War than him. However, in his memory, there was no one named Marisberry in the war. To kill or not? The witch glanced at the black-haired youth. Reinhard walked straight forward, and the shadow on his palm gathered a dark sword light, cutting off Heartless' tendons and ligaments. My dear, seal him. Morgan squeezed his palm. In an instant, there seemed to be a ripple of water. The pitch-black chains spread out from the void, firmly imprisoning the master and servant in front of them without chanting the high-speed incantation. Such a sight confirmed Heartless' thoughts even more. The red-haired man raised his head and smiled at Morgan. Female. Shadow attribute magic. Magecraft that can communicate with the inner sea of the planet. Media? Hecate. Who are you, which ancient great magus? No response. Reinhard reached into Heartless's collar, groping, and pulled out a fragment of a century-old cloth. After checking for a while, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief with the red cloak fragment in his hand. You will know later, Dr. Heartless. Speak when you're asked to speak, don't talk so much nonsense. This man, indeed, was very obedient. As his voice fell, the red-haired man immediately tightly closed his mouth. Please help watch them before arriving in London. They can't break free anyway. The acting manager kept nodding. The black-haired youth in front of her was the one who saved the distinguished guests on the entire train. Not to mention helping to guard the prisoners. Even if he take away half of the mystic eyes in the vault, it would be only right. The noisy chaos finally subsided. The rest of the people from the clock tower also gathered around. Except for Isekai'd, the grand puppeteer. The others, unable to participate in the battle between Reinhard and Heartless, helped to resist the child of Inash on the periphery. Looking at the witch beside Reinhard, the faces of the group showed various complex expressions. Waver, Isekai'd, and Grey, all heard the conversation between Reinhard and Morgan. The rest like Melvin, Rains, and Olga Marie, although somewhat clueless, could still see the intimate relationship between the witch and Reinhard. Moreover, the newly appeared woman by Reinhard's side, although her face was difficult to see, but her unhidden temperament and extraordinary means were apparent to everyone. The carefully planned attack by the Heartless under the eclipse was easily defeated by that woman. So powerful, so mysterious, and the voluptuous and proud body curve turned out to be so dangerous, so unbeatable. Rains and Olga Marie couldn't help but look down at their own chests. A defeated expression appeared on their faces. Lost. They had already lost. This feeling, they had heard about it from him before, hadn't they? Now it seemed to be extremely true. Reinhard liked big. Sigh. A silver and a gold loser, facing such majestic magnificence, could only emit a pathetic and powerless whimper. Gazing at the witch in front of her, her aura was as deep as the night. Grey's expression was trance-like and stagnant. Not astonishment, not inferiority, but loss. Her mind was still echoing Reinhard's extremely intimate call to the witch. Those words had once been said to herself. So, had her senpai already gotten married? When he woke up, the person he missed, was it the tall and voluptuous woman in front of him? Even though her face was obscured by a thin veil. But, through the casual curve of her neck and collarbone, one could slightly glimpse under the veil, the truly breathtaking beauty. Grey tightened the corner of her clothes. No wonder. Her senpai has been avoiding her advances with 3 other women for the past few days. He already had someone in his heart. Isekai'd slightly narrowed her eyes. She wasn't intimidated by the witch's aura, being perhaps the most clear-headed person at the moment. Thinking carefully, Isekai'd felt that something was amiss. There was something fishy. Half a year ago, she had met Reinhard at the Twin Towers and their affection for each other had blossomed since then. But she had never heard that he had a wife who was a witch from the Age of Gods. Or rather, with such a backing, who in the clock tower would dare to look down on him? Those nobles were merely heirs to bloodlines. But the witch in front of them represented mysterious origins. Such a method of reverse summoning. Where did this fierce woman come from? She practically overwhelmed the entire venue with an unstoppable force and directly won the crown. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Isekai'd could accept being a loser herself, but she didn't want to lose without understanding why. So, she stepped forward, asking the question that everyone present wanted to know the answer to. May I ask, who exactly are you? Cough cough. Accompanied by a suggestive cough. Waver turned sideways, blocking Isekai'd's path. In such a situation, how could Reinhard explain? As his mentor, he needs to take responsibility for redirecting the conversation at this moment. Everyone is tired and injured, let's rest first, this won't be clear in a short while. Isekai'd slightly narrowed her amber eyes. Waver, you. Regardless of her feelings. As a friend, she genuinely worried about Reinhard. A magus from the Age of Gods. What kind of dangerous figure was she? Being labeled ceiling designation, she was clearer than anyone else. This woman who appeared out of nowhere, Toko Aizaki had never seen her anywhere before. To eliminate her, everyone here would have to die. She was a more dangerous person than heartless. Trust me. Waver's expression was solemn, his tone firm. This lady is important to Rain, she would never harm my disciple. Hearing this, the witch was somewhat puzzled and turned her gaze to her husband. On the black-haired youth's face, as always, appeared a warm smile that was familiar to the witch. My mentor is very reliable, right? Yes. Tisk. Toko Aizaki turned her head feeling unhappy and walked away, lighting a cigarette. After that, people began to clean up after the massacre. All the blood stains covering the interior of the carriage started to disappear, and after a while, the carriage began to function again. Heartless and Hephaestion, as the main attackers were detained at Reinhard's request. The Mystic Eye collection train does not hold the witch accountable for the battle as it was their negligence, so the deputy manager takes full responsibility, and all guest expenses are waived. After that, the train once again traveled on the tracks, and the luxurious banquet to calm the nerves began. People start discussed with lingering fear, the twists and turns of what had happened today. There was no doubt. The sleeping Magus. After today, his name would resound throughout the entire magical world. But, as the protagonist of all the discussions, Reinhard couldn't care less about all this. He was busy. Very busy right now. In the most noble and luxurious VIP room, the group from the clock tower was arranged here. However, in Waver's wry smile and Melvin's somewhat embarrassed smile. His disciple, Grey. His foster sister, Rains. The heiress of the Animushvara family, Olga Marie. And the acquaintance who could barely be called a friend, Toko Aizaki. The four women all surreptitiously shrank to the door of that private bedroom, trying hard to press their ears against the door to hear what was going on inside. Meanwhile, the train kept shaking. Wheels on the track, rubbing against each other, causing bumps. All the curtains were drawn. All sounds were blocked out. In the familiar, dim twilight, Reinhard, as always, gazed upward at her deep blue eyes. Being ridden by her, Reinhard, who had been through countless battles, couldn't help but feel a rare sense of embarrassment. That was natural. Because, was he going to experience such a fierce battle again? The witch leaned down, her deep blue eyes slightly narrowed, seeming provocative. With a bewitching breath, like gentle waves, it hit Reinhard's face layer by layer. The words spoken from her vermilion lips made people's bones tingle. Hubie. Fill in all the voids you've left for me for 1500 years. Chapter 72 Pure Soul. The chambers of his heart brimmed, overflowing like a tide. Even though 1500 years had passed, the rose known as the witch hadn't faded, nor withered, instead, it grew even more lush and enchanting. She was like the night, embracing both silence and stars. Enfolding within her wide bosom, she held her dark sun. Just as it had always been. Reinhard explored every inch of the witch's body meticulously, savoring every part of her body. Morgan Le Fay. Her skin, flushed with warmth, seemed as tender and dewy as a rose kissed by morning dew. Though draped in the cool veil of indifference, her body burned like a flame within. Such vastness within her embrace. Such fervent warmth. Carrying her own sins, cleansing her own soul. Pressing his lips together, with the soft tip of his tongue against his palate, he could softly utter her name. Morgan Le Fay. Reinhard gazed at her, as if attempting to imprint her into his eyes. From this angle, he could see the ripples in the witch's pupils. His own reflection. Swirling and flickering within her azure eyes. The jet-black rose bloomed magnificently in the shadows, ripe and fragrant. Her slender waist, drooping with abundant fruits. Those profound grooves seemed to draw out one's soul. 500,000 dawns and dusks. Yet her tenderness remained unwashed. Facing such a witch. Facing those hands, fair and soft, cradling his face. What more could Reinhard offer besides dedicating himself wholeheartedly, filling the void of 1500 years for the queen? Should there, still be something? It was a feeling called guilt. Sorry, my dear. Embracing the guilt. The more he called her by such endearing names, the more Reinhard couldn't help but feel his own despicability. The system evaluation was incredibly precise. It saw through his nature. Yes. Full of wickedness. Indeed, he was a man full of wickedness. She traversed the dark wilderness, endured 1500 years of solitude, only to arrive before him. The answer she sought. Yet it was this brutal. But even so, Reinhard had reasons that must be spoken. Because this brutal truth, attempting to bury deep within the depths of his heart, the longer it lingered, the more it would create fissures, the more it would harm each other. The young man with black hair lowered his ink-dark eyes. Though he had just kissed her, yet he immediately had to hurt her. I'm not just your Alvin. Reinhard whispered softly. His words were ethereal like the wind, disappearing into the twilight in an instant. He admitted it as if releasing a burden. Because this truth had to be acknowledged. He didn't want to taint the feelings of the witch. The ethereal voice faded away. Silence pervaded the room. Reinhard had already imagined the expression that would appear on Morgan's face. Would she be sad, in pain, mad, silent, or would tears flow? Would she interrogate him in frustration? Would she grasp his neck tightly? Suffocating in her hands would be a decent ending too. Just like that. It wouldn't matter to take his own heart out and give it to his hubby named Alvin Pendragon. Because there is a high probability. If Reinhard died, Alvin Pendragon's soul would ascend to the throne of heroes. However, as the words faded away, his response wasn't verbal. Only the witch's soft, trembling, and hot lips. Like willow leaves in the wind, swaying and undulating. The sticky beads of sweat slid down from her collarbone and hair tips, dripping onto her black-haired, azure-chested bosom. Her pupils, as blue as rippling lakes, like a captivating abyss. As Reinhard's words faded away, the witch's actions became more intense instead. It seemed his complete honesty caused some memories buried deep in Morgan's heart to be stirred, shattered, and trickled out. Cradling her hubby's cheeks. Admiring the black-haired youth, whose face, due to their intense intimacy, blushed slightly and trembled as he pressed his lips together. The witch named Morgan Le Fay smiled and said, I knew. Reinhard's embarrassed expression suddenly froze. You're not Alvin, are you? With her blue-eyed gaze, the beautiful woman leaned down, a teasing curve appearing at the corner of her lips, whispering by his ear like a sigh of orchids. I've known that for a long time, dear. Reinhard stared at her in bewilderment. Watching her fair fingertips, almost teasingly, twirl against his chest. The witch's eyelids drooped, squinting slightly, pouring out a fascinating and intoxicating light from her azure eyes. At that time, when I lived with you in Londinium, I was still so foolishly slow. So, at that time, I actually couldn't understand, hubby. After piercing through the inner sea of the planet, you just scattered away like that, hubby. I watched Artoria, watched her pick up your spear, inherit your will, and want to protect the legacy of this island. In truth, I understand. I, who know your nature the best, understand it the most. You're the most stubborn and whimsical guy there is. You just wanted to avenge Vortigern, right? I will also do it. If you died in front of me, even if it meant burning myself, I would avenge you. So, I didn't stop you. Because, I will never be your obstacle. Cradling the bewildered face of the black-haired youth, the witch smiled, gently kissing his lips, enjoying his dazed expression. I understand you, hubby. But at that time, I couldn't forgive Artoria, who swung her sword like a pawn. She wasn't wrong, but so what? Because, you really dissipated before my eyes. My heart it shattered. I, originally wanted to die. Reinhard trembled slightly. He suddenly tightened her hand. The witch's light kiss gradually relaxed him. That intoxicatingly full bosom pressed against his face. Don't worry. I'm right here in front of you. Because it's your heart that holds onto mine. Saying so with a smile, the witch inserted her hand into her own chest. From her heart, she brought out that clear and pure heart belonging to Alvin, and at the same time, to Reinhard. A dragon's heart. Also a human's heart. The witch kissed that translucent heart. His heart. In every profound night, it would emit such a profound and comforting light. You see, I've kept it well. Because, I've found you. So, I return your heart to you. The translucent heart entered the black-haired youth's chest. causing that hollow, sun-like pattern to seem to float with a dazzling flame ring. That was his flame. Burning Alvin Pendragon's soul, and rising up again, the flame named the Lord of Cinder. Now, it was returned. Because of the connection between the witch and him, and the continuously rising synchronization rate. It skyrocketed once again. 28%. 34%. 40%. The slightly exhausted energy kept surging out. The witch thus tasted from the black-haired youth that sudden and violent response. This made her couldn't help but hum a weak, thread-like moan from her lips. Yes. This was it, incredibly satisfying. The feeling of being filled again, once more intoxicated her. Avenge wasn't enough. It was still far from enough to fill the void in the witch's heart for 1500 years. Hubby. Holding each other's faces. Their magical energy also filled and surged, forming a connected loop. The witch's breath brushed against the black-haired youth's ear. Since Artoria welcomed her end. She used your blood to create Mordred, clearly wanting to keep you. But you dissipated before her eyes, hubby. Just like me. All the support she had while alive, also vanished in that moment. To Mordred, she was indifferent. In the end, realizing the truth, that rebellious knight, who understood everything, rebelled against my sister. As her words faded, Reinhard's pupils began to tremble. Admiring the dazed, slightly open-mouthed expression of her husband. The witch, licking her lips, couldn't resist her pleasure. Morgan suddenly lowered her head, blocking the black-haired youth's lips, and began to pour pure magic into them, replenishing her husband's strength. The intoxicating kiss finally parted. The crystal-clear thread, like a broken string on a harp. Mordred is mine. Yes, she's yours, your successor. The combination of the red and white dragons, her strength made even Artoria, who held your lance, ultimately perish with her. The witch gently stroked the spiral patterns on her abdomen. From that lance, I retrieved your sword. I dismantled your eternal night fire, and also dismantled the counter-force ritual to summon servants. 370 years later, facing the rising dark sun, holding your clear and translucent heart, I tried to summon you from the throne of heroes. But, there was no response. No response. Yet the witch smiled. Because, it meant her beloved wasn't on the throne of heroes. Alvin had died. Yet, the life named Reinhard continued to flourish, branching out, not engraved by the boundaries of records. So. I, the fool, finally realized, dear. Saying so, she caressed Reinhard's face. The witch's lips then curved into a subtle, joyful, almost teasing smile. Your talent, your knowledge. Your foresight. Your maturity and stability, as if born knowing. Clearly a young man who knows nothing of the world, never stepped out of the castle. But you know so well, how to stir my heart. Guh. Kill me. I want to die right away. Yes, that's right. To die in the witch's embrace like this, wouldn't be bad at all. Previously tempting the once forbidding witch before him, his intentions were, of course, deliberate. Although it began with pity, and with a desire to tease a woman. But in the presence of the night and the moonlight, the moment he held her icy yet soft hand, Reinhard understood. He wanted to protect her. The heart of a youth was, in fact, the heart of a young man. Bullying the witch was something no one enjoyed. So, let himself be the one to love her. Such a thing. Such impure, conflicting motives. How could he express them? The black-haired youth trembled, shyly averting his gaze. I should be under the bed, not on the bed. Embarrassing. I wish I could just disappear into the ground. Unlike Reinhard's feelings of shame and desire to die, Morgan experiences loving and pleasure when she sees her hubby's embarrassed face. I love to see that expression on your face, hubby. A hint of infinite pleasure played at the corners of the witch's lips. Gently, she held Reinhard's face, turning it slightly. No. You absolutely must, look at me. This is punishment for deceiving me, hubby. The blocked words couldn't find a response. Just as it had always been. The witch's lips, soft and fervent. The magnificent purity of magical energy. Flowing continuously through the interface, pouring out. And through lips and tongues, continuously surging back. Sweat swayed and trembled. Shaking and trembling, it dripped from their closely pressed skin. Like the silver strands sticking to her fair collarbones, the bedspread was already soaked through in large patches. In the intoxicating gaze of each other, the witch smiled mischievously, softly narrating. So, I immediately understood. Hubby, you were waiting for me somewhere, at some time. So, since then, I've traveled to many beautiful places, trying hard to find you. In the twilight with no witnesses. In the fiery and scorching embrace. The witch cradled Reinhard's face. Word by word, slowly, she recounted for Reinhard. Recounting, her story, her journey, her poured-out love. In the long, almost endless 1500 years. She traveled through abysses and oceans. Through bright days and dark nights. Through every inch of land on this earth. The process of searching. It was like getting closer to him step by step. The witch, asking all she could, inquired. Where is my hubby? The nightingale responded. So, she walked into the palm groves to find him. At that twilight moment, the glow of the setting sun swayed along the horizon. The coast was dyed a beautiful and dazzling golden color, the waves rippling, as beautiful as the splendid wheat fields he planted. The aurora in the snowy night responded. So, she walked into the snow on the mountaintop to find him. The resplendent light in the night sky of Londinium was the aurora emitted only for their beloved Melusine. She still remembered her daughter's silver elegant eyes, her skin as delicate as pure white snow. The misty rain responded. So, she walked into the alleys of the ancient town to find him. The light rain was intoxicating, the mist swirling. The witch stood quietly at the entrance of the alley town, holding an oil paper umbrella, quietly listening to the sound of raindrops falling on the bluestone slabs. In every courtyard, the scent of cooking that drifted out, like the dishes he made for her every day with his own hands. A bunch of sunset picked, warm in the palm, like the warmth transmitted by his skin. A sprinkle of frost from the snow mountain, gently rubbed, melting between the fingers, like the time they spent intertwining with each other. Regardless of the passage of time, the rise and fall of all things, the witch continued to walk like this, carrying her hopes, his heart, into the world that belonged only to her. Lonely? Sometimes she felt that way. Even though separated by thousands of years, his heart was with her, so she didn't feel lonely. The witch stood on the edge of the coast, silent for a long, long time. The evening breeze swept over the sea, as the time when the waves were stirred. The twilight gradually turned into deep night, a few silver stars began to flicker above the watchtower, like his grey eyes. She traversed vast lands, the end of the world, cruel fairy lands. As if observing the world in a moment, as if taking a scoop of the vast ocean. Searching for her husband. In the end, bathed in the dark sun, she cradled his face. In that moment, all the noise seemed to have turned into a silence where a pin drop could be heard. Under the pitch-dark sunlight, they stared at each other, freezing 1,500 years of time into a single moment. The one I love is indeed named Alvin Pendragon. And you are Reinhard. But, so what? Just as it was 1500 years ago. The silver-haired youth leaned forward in the sunlight, gently kissing the witch. And now, 1500 years later. The blue-eyed witch lowered her eyelids in the shadows, gently kissing the youth. The millennia that flowed by left only traces of maturity and fullness on her lines and contours. However, his face and figure had changed completely. But the love from the witch remained unwavering. She spoke softly, smiling. You're not just Alvin, I've known that for a long time. But Alvin is you, hubby. What I cherish is not the skin or appearance. But you, with your clear and pure soul. Is it false? Deception? Aren't you just him? Your memories are real. Your feelings are sincere. That's enough for me. And now, I realize even more. I've only understood a small part of you, hubby. There are still many things about you that I haven't had time to understand. This kind of worry, clearly it's a happy worry, why am I crying for it? She spoke like this. But her actions, compared to any time before, became more intense. So, I give you a chance to show remorse. Even though she had reached peak for the third time. The beautiful blue-haired beauty still languidly lay on the bed, her silver-like smooth long hair slowly spreading out on the bed. Those rippling eyes narrowed slightly. The charming ripples seemed to tease. Or dare to say, it was provoking. Work hard for me, hubby. 40%. 41%. 42%. The pace rate began to surge. The surging, almost like a raging tide, energy began to emerge continuously. Overflowing. This kind of thing. It's too much. Intentionally using 1,500 years of guilt. Pressing and grinding oneself like that. Clearly, 1,500 years ago, he had taken the initiative more often. So, Reinhard decided to give the witch a small lesson. The most violent and intense actions responded to her. Taking advantage of the witch's weakest defense, Reinhard held her arm, lifting her neck high, whispering softly in her ear. My dear wife. In fact, I found out when I was 10, you've been peeking at me like this. Guh. The witch, who seemed to have the upper hand and appeared to be enjoying it, suddenly became as if drunk and spread a large blush. Every time I bathe, I have to endure your voyeuristic gaze. When practicing magecraft under the tree, I have to focus hard. Where did my clothes go? My dear wife, do you want to answer this question? Guh. So, don't ask for mercy. I'm going to fill in the 1,500 years of emptiness for you. The implanted neural magic circuit, Sandevistan, instantly filled up, fully powered up. In the witch's blushing embarrassment, Reinhard cradled her face, pressing her into the stormy rain of pleasure. In the midst of shock and embarrassment, even the soundproof bounded field was difficult to maintain. The wheels and tracks clashed against each other. The luxurious carriage kept shaking. The eye-catching train, the soundproofing of the room was undoubtedly strong. But it couldn't withstand the sharp senses of the women present. The sound of lips entwined. The rustling of clothes falling to the ground. Like the cork being pulled from a wine bottle. Like enthusiastic audience applause for an exciting play. Against the bedroom door, the girls leaning against the wall listened, their faces red, their legs weakening, and they couldn't help but sit on the ground. Women who felt hurt slowly raised their heads and looked at the swaying crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Damn it! What a commotion! In the awkward yet polite smiles of Waver and Melvin, Toko Ayazaka sat at the bar in front of the private liquor cabinet, silently lighting a cigarette. The dry land. The passionate singing. The quartet of losers. There's a river surging in this world, but it's not in her heart. There's a splendid drama unfolding, but she can't participate or even witness it. Like a complete outsider. Without needing anyone's reminder. They all realized this fact. They lost. Thoroughly, lost. Chapter 73. You won't keep winning forever. Brushing off the disheveled coat, Reinhard steadied himself against the wall as he staggered out of the compartment's bedroom, closing the door behind him. Outside the train window, dusk was settling, casting its fading hues upon the landscape. The last remnants of sunlight splashed across the horizon, veiling the distant horizon with a layer of dim yet dazzling light. But why is the sun green? Rubbing his eyes, Reinhard couldn't shake off the greenish hue, almost as if it were tainted with darkness. No, it's just because you need hydration. A familiar, steady voice chimed in. Dehydration can lead to dry eyes, and perhaps even hallucinations, Rain. As if reading his mind. Accompanied by the reassuring voice of a man, always composed and reliable, it sounded by his side. A clear glass of water was handed to Reinhard. So, replenish with some water first. Gazing at the ripples in the glass, Reinhard's parched lips struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Taking the glass, he glanced sideways, somewhat dazedly, at his mentor. On Waver's face, there was a subtle yet polite smile. Thank you, Professor. No need for thanks. It's only natural for a mentor to care for the well-being of his disciple. Was this really well-being? More like just not being dead. Almost squeezed dry, literally. Looking at his disciple's rare, weary complexion, Waver couldn't help but sigh deeply. Back in the clock tower, Reinhard, regardless of the circumstances, always exuded energy, humility, and kindness. Every moment, one could feel the spring-like temperament he possessed. Always brimming with ingenious thoughts. Always seemingly tireless energy. However, since emerging from that witch's room, the black-haired youth before him, his complexion grey, his features withered. Only a semblance of his former self remained. As if with a gentle push, he could easily topple him like building blocks, crumbling into pieces. What kind of intense battles had he been through? Until it dries up to dehydration like this. Has the bone marrow also been sucked dry? Such a stark contrast. It made Waver couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Women, truly were immensely terrifying creatures. A woman who had been thirsting for ages was even more terrifying. Indeed, one must never approach women, lest they become unfortunate. At this moment, Morgan, in Waver's eyes, had become 100 times more terrifying and horrifying than King Arthur. Gurgle. As refreshing as nectar, the water flowed down his throat, moistening his parched heart. Reinhard drank the entire glass of water in one gulp, emitting a satisfying rumble from his body, filled with comfort. Good, the color of the sun seemed to be returning to normal. It's still yellow, as it should be. To think even drinking water would look this desperate. Seeing this heart-wrenching scene. Though he was a lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, he was still single at 30. But it's impossible for him to show that in front of his student, right? Therefore, he tries to give advice while attempting to cover up his lack of experience. This won't do, Rain. You should pay more attention to your health. Don't force yourself if you can't handle it. He not even mature yet, but he's already trying to defy a woman who's over 1500 years old. It's fine. I can manage, Professor. Reinhard squeezed out a faint smile on his face. With my constitution, drinking some water will suffice. Indeed, it was just dehydration. Never underestimate the endurance of an ultimate life form. He had persisted until the end, without begging for mercy. Winning. Seeing Reinhard's trembling arms, Waver clicked his tongue and took the glass from his disciple's hand. Stubborn indeed. Hard-headed all over. Knowing the ins and outs of the situation, he didn't bother to advise. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. This farewell lasted 1500 years, almost like a honeymoon. Take care of yourself, and don't die on us. Everyone's waiting for you in the hall to have dinner together. They're still waiting for me. Reinhard's expression stiffened slightly. Caught off guard. How could he face everyone like this? As he slipped out and closed the door to the room, he realized belatedly, they had such a soundproof bounded field, right? But now, Morgan's soundproof bounded field had collapsed. Upon careful thought, it was probably because his pounding was too intense. Cough. He wanted to go back to his room. But the witch was asleep. If he went back and woke her up again, that would be asking for trouble. Trying to escape? Waver held down his disciple's shoulder. With your current haggard appearance, you can't even beat me, your mentor. Come with me obediently. I came back for some wine coincidentally. Thought you might not come out anytime soon. Waver said with a knowing smile. Reinhard looked away guiltily. Indeed. He almost couldn't make it out. Having unleashed the full power of Sandevistan, along with a 42% increase in durability from the White Dragon's blood. From noon until dusk. The bed was soaked, and the bathtub was filled. Reinhard finally served the witch to his heart's content, collapsing on the bed. Morgan, wrapped in his wet, sticky, white shirt, sniffing her husband's scent, drifted into a peaceful slumber. Before leaving the bedroom, the black-haired youth, with lowered eyelids, gazed at the witch's sleeping profile and left faint kiss marks on her side. Clearly, it had only been half a month since they parted ways in terms of his senses. But for her, it had been 1500 years. So, it wasn't just reunion that he felt. There was also a profound sense of guilt. He leaves her behind as and choosing to seek vengeance for Vortigern. So, no matter how she demanded, it was only fair. Reinhard simply wanted to do everything in his power to fill her gaps. He had sworn confidently at noon, intending to make her beg for mercy. However, during those tumultuous 6 hours of ups and downs, Reinhard finally understood the true meaning of the phrase unable to extricate oneself. Even his spear was about to break. Patting his disciple's shoulder, Waver, with a cigar held between his fingertips, wore an expression that seemed to say, "You sinful fellow. Let's go, everyone's waiting. Would it be inappropriate for me to explain for you? Seeing you might help put everyone at ease." Admitting defeat. Just out of the battlefield, yet heading to the execution ground. Straightening his disheveled collar with a solemn expression, Reinhard followed Waver into the exclusive luxurious banquet hall specially created for them on the Isekai'd collection train. The moment the black-haired youth stepped into the hall, all the female attendees' gazes converged on him. Having adjusted his emotions earlier, Reinhard met their gazes calmly. Grey. The silver-haired girl pressed her thin lips together slightly, blushing as she averted her gaze and pulled down her hood to cover half of her face. Seeing her senpai's face, she would recall the sounds of celebration, as if opening a champagne bottle. First blood. Reigns. The blonde girl's lips curved slightly upwards, her sapphire eyes narrowing subtly, seeming to want to pierce Reinhard with her gaze. However, the crimson blush spreading across her fair neck betrayed her embarrassment at the moment. She glanced at him once, and she immediately looked away. Double kill. Olga Marie. Being held back by her maid, the heiress of the Department of Astromancy cast a shy glance at the black-haired youth who had just entered, blushing as she lowered her gaze, her fingertips fidgeting with her clothing, much like the trembling of her heartstrings. She had been watching the chandelier sway for 5 hours. The girl's heart had been swaying for 5 hours too. This was, too. Triple kill. Their defense was too weak. Not a single word came out. With just his gaze, Reinhard effortlessly dismantled them one by one, completing the triple kill with a casual air, and then encountering the stubbornness named Scarred Red. Toko Ayazaki blew out smoke clouds, her eyes hazy in the mist. It wasn't exactly love. Between her and Reinhard, at most, it was a friendship above all else. There was a slight liking. A bit of liking for this guy who could make money. A bit of liking for this guy she could toy with at will. A bit of liking for this guy who, despite having his skin torn, still maintained a smile on his face. When he had risked his life to save his mentor in the Twin Towers, he had indeed displayed a charm that made people take notice. Age wasn't really an issue for Magus. Toko Ayazaki could change her body as she pleased. But Toko Ayazaki immediately saw through the guy in front of her, actually was fond of mature women. Otherwise, why would he be in the midst of all those beautiful young girls in the classroom, yet still seem so relaxed and at ease, as if he were swimming among swords and blades? The relationship between the two of them had always been somewhat ambiguous. Yes, ambiguous. Toko Ayazaki wasn't the type to actively pursue someone. It was more accurate to say that the kind of affection she expected was always natural and effortless. Like fine wine. The taste that grew richer with time only made it more intoxicating. However, bang! The wine jar she had carefully aged was kicked over directly by that woman who suddenly appeared. Who was she to be even more ruthless than herself? Just as she was beginning to feel something, she ended up losing completely. The hazy smoke was like Toko Ayazaki's soft but disillusioned heart. Not on the battlefield, but in the spectator stands, Melvin was sitting there with a faint smile, stroking his violin case. The atmosphere seemed somewhat stagnant. Perhaps it was time for him to play a melancholic tune? Come on, everyone, let's eat. Pretending not to notice the atmosphere, Waver pushed his disciple into the seat. What's with the expressions? Doesn't this feast make your appetite soar? On the gorgeously decorated table lay various luxurious and dazzling dishes. The Isekai'd collection train had gone all out to entertain their distinguished guests, with magical beasts meat from the spiritual tomb of Albion. Even Reinhard, who hadn't eaten so well in a year, couldn't help but admire. Tisk. Waver smiled awkwardly yet politely. No one touched their tableware. In this almost stiflingly silent atmosphere, Toko Ayazaki's slightly hoarse and hazy voice rang out. Rain, who is that witch to you? As the last word fell, whether out of curiosity or concern, everyone's gaze once again converged on Reinhard's face. So powerful. So mysterious. So dangerous. While others were still at the starting line, that witch had already reached the finish line, lifting the trophy named Reinhard into her room in front of everyone's eyes and enjoying it alone for half a day. Her identity was something everyone was curious about. Surviving until now, a magus from the Age of Gods. As Toko Ayazaki caught sight of the replicated holy lance effortlessly thrown by her side, she also heard the incantations about Avalon escaping her lips. As a master puppeteer with profound knowledge from the Age of Gods, Toko Aizaki herself completed the restoration of the rune magecraft, and it is with such achievement that she became Grand Rank Magus. Even her relationship with Reinhard stems from consultations on rune research, with him seeking her expertise and paying consultation fees to inquire about the origins of rune. So, deep down, Toko Aizaki had some vague suspicions. But the truth was simply too unbelievable. Even if the evidence seemed to align, she couldn't bring herself to be certain. Who is she? Despite the slight pallor on her face, the black-haired youth still wore that warm smile. She's my fiancé. Fiancé? That was Reinhard's carefully considered response. Because, technically, Reinhard hadn't exchanged marriage vows with Morgan yet. So, it was more of a nominal title. This answer momentarily caused the hearts of the girls present to tighten, yet it also seemed to ease their tension a bit. Although it was incredibly intimate, yes, but, right. At least it was a not marriage. This meant there was still a chance, right? Victory. However, upon hearing this response, Toko Aizaki's brow furrowed even deeper. As a Grand Magus, she was arguably the most knowledgeable in magical expertise among those present, so she had to consider many more things and could speculate on many more secrets. Fiancé? No, where did this fiancé suddenly come from? She had never heard of it before. If there was a fiancé of a magus from the age of the gods, why would he bother coming to the clock tower to endure the pressure from those old geezers and risk his life to become a magical guinea pig? As long as that witch from the age of gods showed up at any time during this year, he must be getting special treatment because it's impossible for those old folks to let go of the treasure of knowledge. And with such a powerful fiancé, why would he still need to consult her about runes? It was suspicious, too suspicious. And you and your fiancé sex for 6 hours straight. Pfft. Reinhard sprayed the water he had just sipped all over, drenching Waver next to him. Wiping his damp hair, Waver leaned towards his injured disciple with a wry smile, pressing his lips together. Miss Aizaki, this is a bit. It's because you guys caused such a commotion. Toko Aizaki exhaled a plume of smoke. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Cough, cough, cough. Reinhard coughed awkwardly. How was he supposed to respond to this? What he hadn't mentioned yet was that they usually started off for 3 days and 3 nights. He had toiled day and night for 2 years before reaching where they were now. Seeing Reinhard's hesitation, Toko Aizaki shifted her gaze. Waver, you're always the first to hear everything from Rain, so you must already know everything, right? Yes, Waver's reaction was indeed strange. He had resisted her inquiries at the auction hall. And, his fervent tone. It was as if he had known all along who that witch really was. Wouldn't you try to protect your disciple? She had drained your disciple for a full 6 hours, and you didn't intervene? Toko Aizaki's words lingered softly in the air. Who exactly is she? Do you already know her? Waver shook his head, raising his hands in surrender with a bitter smile. I'm afraid of being killed. Spare me, please. Toko Aizaki narrowed her eyes, clicking her tongue. As the Lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, are you afraid to speak? Even stacking up 11 lords would same. Maybe she'll destroy all of London if her mood sours. This was exaggerating a bit too much. Hearing his mentor say this, Reinhard had to step forward to defend himself. My dear wife is actually quite easygoing. At most, if she's in a bad mood, she might destroy the clock tower. Her temper was indeed quite good. Toko Aizaki couldn't help but consider whether she had the strength to dismantle the clock tower. If she called her younger sister, it shouldn't be a problem, right? However, just thinking about her younger sister, the cigarette in the woman's hand involuntarily crushed inward. At least, Rain, make it clear to me. It's not a matter of trust. Everyone here is my most reliable friends and allies. Reinhard said so. The silver-haired girl suddenly stood up, feeling like she didn't belong here. No, it's okay, Miss Olga Marie, please, have a seat. The black-haired youth shook his head gently. If my dear wife doesn't want to talk about it, I can't say anything for now. Sorry, Miss Aizaki. Cough. The smoke dispersed. In the almost stagnant silence, as if a sealed urn had been suddenly opened, the air inside the room began to flow silently. Reinhard turned his head as if sensing something. The gazes of everyone present followed suit, toward the opened door. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. She stepped in gracefully, her elegance akin to the night. The intricate patterns of her perfectly tailored backless gown trailed behind her like the night, exuding an aura of disdain with every step she took into the banquet hall. The tips of her high heels seemed to tread on people's hearts. Enveloped in luxurious black fabric, her pale skin, barely visible, resembled flawless alabaster, tempting anyone to reach out and touch. She wore no crown or veil. And yet, her sapphire eyes, set in her ethereal beauty, were enough to break hearts. The lines, the contours, the smooth silver hair cascading down like silk. Her slender, well-proportioned figure surpassed that of any stage actor. Her demeanor exuded coldness. Like a queen, reigning over this world. Ignoring the gazes of everyone, the witch paid them no mind. But even in the almost stagnant atmosphere, as she walked gracefully forward, her hand reached out to caress the black-haired youth's cheek, her head tilting down to kiss his lips gently. Perfect. The word echoed in everyone's hearts. Gazing at her noble visage, the cigar in Waver's hand trembled, his fingertips quivering. This was. After kissing Reinhard's lips, the smile on the witch's lips softened. Then her face returned to normal. However, even with such a cold, indifferent, almost expressionless demeanor, in the eyes of everyone present, she seemed so incredibly beautiful and soul-shaking. Just gazing at that figure, their minds repeatedly chewed on that beauty, as if it could conjure up wonderful memories. An uncrowned queen. She stood there, her sapphire eyes lowered, overseeing everyone, and spoke softly. I am Morgan Le Fay. Click. The cigarette in Toko Ayazaka's hand dropped, scorching the tablecloth, emitting a hissing sound. The freshly blooming roses adorning the banquet hall seemed to wither and wilt in front of her. Grey watched in a daze and was transfixed. Transfixed by the woman who bore a striking resemblance to herself, yet appeared more mature, alluring, and enchanting, the witch named Morgan Le Fay. With a grand entrance, she stole the show. In the Arthurian legend, the reason for Camelot's downfall is a witch named Morgan Le Fay. So, Waver, you're not willing to tell me the reason is? Phew. Seated in the VIP compartment on the plush sofa, facing the questioning crowd, Waver exhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor calm and steady. Anyway, everyone will know sooner or later. That witch, she chose to reveal it herself, so now you all have no doubts, right? No. Instead, there were even more doubts. Even though there were speculations in their hearts. But, hearing the true name of the witch. At this moment, Toko Ayazaka's mind was filled with various perplexities like surging tides. Rain, he's. Don't even think about it, I won't say. Don't expect me to open my mouth, I'll only end up with a bellyache. Waver declared firmly, refusing to speak unless given permission by his disciple, Reinhard. This was his disciple's deepest secret. And it was the trust entrusted to him by his disciple. He would take it to the grave. The luxurious chandelier above their heads swayed gently. Inside the private bedroom, the two of them had released a solid soundproofing bounded field this time. However, it couldn't isolate the intense trembling of the tea water on the table's surface. In their minds, they imagined how violent the scene might be. Which inevitably made the girls feel a soft, tingling sensation of weakness rising in their bodies. Rains leaned against the blushing Olga Marie, lazily reclining on another sofa. Morgan Le Fay. Rains rubbed her eyes rolling her eyes at the swaying chandelier on the ceiling, murmuring the daunting name. You wouldn't see any chance of winning. Your plan to bring him to the El Meloy family is just a dream. Waver exhaled a misty smoke. And besides that, he won't be able to be controlled by the El Meloy family. Humph, even if I can't become his wife, I'm ready to become his concubine. Thud. Waver fiercely knocked on his foster sister's forehead, causing tears to well up in the golden-haired girl's eyes from the pain. Waver, I hate it. Don't say such things in front of that witch, or you might end up dead. Ugh. That's right. Morgan Le Fay, the witch recorded in history, was not one to have a good temper. Although Waver understood after listening to Reinhard's account of his life as Alvin Pendragon, that the wild tales about the witch were purely fictional. But, in front of her, trying to steal someone who had been she chased for 15 centuries, no matter how good her temper was, she is unlikely to take the news well. After Waver said that, which inevitably made Rains and Olga Marie feel a bit discouraged. Sure, they were noble young ladies, that was true. But, let alone the fallen El Meloy, even compared to the Animushfera family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, how could they stand against the witch herself? Morgan Le Fay. Tuko Ayazaka looked out of the train window at the night, her gaze faint like moonlight. Indeed. Facing such a monstrous woman. Damn it! There's no way to win. Simply put, there wasn't a shred of hope to win against her, not even the slightest. Phew! Waver smoked, using his disciple's gift to steady his emotions. He and Melvin are not in this love struggle drama, but being here made them the most sober-minded. The onlookers are clear-minded while the parties involved are confused. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Waver understood very well what they were all thinking at the moment. Rains. His foster sister was fine, she wasn't the type to get discouraged easily. She should continue to probe like that, he was just worried, she would be hated by that witch. Olga Marie. To be honest, Waver wasn't very familiar with this young lady. And her relationship with Reinhard wasn't that deep either. So, although there would be disappointment and sadness, she should be able to bounce back soon, right? It's easy to become friends. Marisberry old bastard's plan had completely collapsed, and even he might end up being exposed. Tuko Ayazaki. Although she was an old friend, she was the woman Waver understood the least. To be honest, he was good at reasoning but not good at understanding women's thoughts. Who else could know what was going on in the mind of this scarred lady at this moment? In the end, what Waver was most worried about was still his other disciple. Grey. She was the most unable to accept that her senpai was occupied by that witch. It was not just infatuation, her bond with Reinhard, who had shared life and death experiences multiple times, had long surpassed mere feelings. And also, because of that face. Being similar in appearance to her, that face. She robbed her admired senpai. Among all these people, she was the most heartbroken and the one who couldn't get over it. Grey. Ad in the golden birdcage kept swinging. Ad spoke trying to comfort the girl who had been curled up in the corner of the compartment since dinner. Facing that terrifying woman, Ad dared not speak at all. In fact, the moment that witch appeared in front of him, his face turned pale. Ad was something created by that witch. Even if Ad is actually the sealed Holy Lance, then what? Does it make any difference in front of his creator? Morgan could easily create his pseudo-personality. And could easily erase his existence too. Grey curled up in the corner of the compartment, hugging her knees, motionless. Just like when she was worshipped as a deity by the villagers and was so afraid that she curled up in her own bedroom. Honestly. Even when the witch appeared on the auction stage, and kissed senpai in front of everyone. Grey didn't have the feeling of losing Reinhard either. But when she saw the face of the witch at the banquet, Grey understands. She immediately understands everything. Ah. So that's it. The reason why her newly awakened senpai cried after seeing her face and curled up in her embrace is because her face reminded him of that witch. And the one called my dear wife by senpai is not her, but that witch. Thinking about that, her heart felt like it was starting to convulse, feeling a twisting pain. In the faint scenes before her eyes, that person's figure, with its back to her, grew further and further away. The person who brought food every day and invited her to taste it. The person who patiently stayed with her every night in the lounge, helping her review magecraft lessons. Grey held the book he gave her, watching his figure as it moved further and further away from her, his back turned towards her. No. Senpai wasn't going through it. He was looking at her. But he was being pulled through by the witch. By the witch named Morgan Le Fay. Senpai. Grey held onto that book, tears streaming down, muttering that name. The hanging lamp above flickered and swayed. The concerned words of her meter. The worried calls of Ad. The gentle, warm fingertips of Rains and Miss Olga Marie. None of them could lift the girl's gaze even a fraction from the curled-up corner. Sighs. Heavy sighs gradually dissipated in Grey's ears. The night was quiet, the sky vast. The starless night sky, devoid of stars. Thus, the moonlight appeared lonely and desolate. By the time the silent midnight arrived, Those who had tired and strained themselves all day finally went to rest, and the lights in the carriage quietly extinguished. Waver sat in the darkness smoking, watching over his disciple who was curled up in the corner of the carriage. "Lady! Give it up!" Click! The sound of the latch moving. The door of the bedroom was gently pushed open by a hand. Grey suddenly lifted her head. The person who walked out of that door was not the one she had hoped for. Instead, it was the witch herself wearing her senpai's white shirt and modern women's clothing, tying her long hair into a high ponytail, appearing plump and alluring. Yes. Tall and slender, with a curvaceous figure, and even a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Seeing such an alluring witch, even Grey would feel envy in her heart. These factors were completely absent in her. Seeing the two people in the corridor, one of them sitting on the sofa smoking, and the other curling up in the corner crying. Morgan tilted her head slightly. "Professor? Good evening." Hearing this address, Waver couldn't help but smile wryly. "I really don't dare to accept such a respectful title. Miss Morgan, please just call me by my name, Waver Velvet." "No problem." The witch smiled softly. "Hubby's mentor is my mentor too, you know." "Then I'll accept it." Humming a cheerful tune, Morgan walked to the wine cabinet, took it with her white fingertips, and pulled out 2 bottles of fragrant red wine. Having lived in the modern era for more than a decade, with a slight change in appearance, she looked like a beautiful urban woman, even holding SIM cards from various countries. And besides that, Reinhard seemed to really like these clothes. So, she gladly wore them. She had lost track of her existence and usually wore the usual dresses she used to wear, but because they were too wet and she didn't want to wash them, she wore her husband's clothes. After getting what she wanted, she returned. "Good evening, Professor." "Good evening, too. Please pass on my prayers to Rain. I hope he's all right." Morgan smiled and nodded in salutation, then walked away, ready to indulge her thirsty husband who had been waiting for her. However, in Waver's somewhat puzzled eyes, the silver-haired girl stopped in front of Morgan. The golden birdcage in her hand continued to sway. "Miss Morgan." Like floating fire. The girl's words ignited in this quiet carriage. "I don't know what history you have with Senpai. But please, don't monopolize Senpai, he's already very tired." "Grey." Waver extinguished the cigarette in his hand and stepped forward to hold his disciple's arm. But he couldn't shake the figure standing before Morgan. Grey slowly raised her gaze. Facing Morgan, who was interested and had lowered her eyes. They stared at each other. "He can't be monopolized by you alone." "Why?" Morgan smiled softly, her azure eyes shimmering. "He's my husband, and we're very affectionate, enjoying each other's company every moment. Isn't it you who makes him exhausted? And I will take good care of him. He's not just yours, husband." Grey said, each word carefully pronounced. "He's also my senpai." "But..." The witch smiled, her voice soft. "It seems that my bond with my husband is much deeper than yours. Miss Morgan." Grey's voice seemed to shake with a tremble that burned before her. In this dimly lit, starless, desolate night, began to sound. "Is your bond only considered a bond if it's yours alone?" As her words faded, the echo lingered. Morgan's expression, slightly dazed. Before her, the silver-haired girl's words seemed to set her on fire. "Yes, that's right. I am clumsy, I can't speak. Perhaps you indeed have a very profound bond with Senpai. When Senpai wakes up, he sheds tears missing you. But..." Grey's voice trembled. "Is a bond only considered a bond if it's between you and Senpai? So what about the hours Senpai and I spent together? Senpai worked hard at the clock tower, he studied magecraft diligently, worked hard and tirelessly, only to be exhausted by you and brushed off so lightly. Who are you really searching for? Is it the shadow of him in your heart, or is it Senpai who spent day and night with me at the clock tower?" Grey. Waver's face turned ugly as he grabbed the silver-haired girl's hand and looked towards Morgan. "Miss Morgan. Please don't mind dash." But in Grey's trembling voice, those fair and soft hands gently reached up. Grey was a little stunned. She stared at Morgan before her, a faint smile appearing on her lips, reaching out her hand, gently cradling Grey's face. "Your name is Grey, right?" her bright blue eyes shimmering and lowered. Waver tactfully retreated. As Grey, stunned, pondered what had actually happened. Morgan embraced her in her broad breast. Soft. Soft enough to be addictive to the touch. You're really cute, dear Grey. Although she does have a face that resembles her. But that is the gender-swapped version of Alvin. Just thinking about it. Morgan couldn't help but feel a sense of indescribable joy. This is one of the early plans she had. If that plan truly blossoms and becomes hubby, will it help him? Truly. She and hubby are indeed destined to be together. Morgan as if reluctantly wiped away the tear marks from her eyes. Grey really adorable. I can see it, you know. I can see the bond between you two. Your senpai, he must take good care of you at the clock tower, Grey. There's no help for it, your senpai is just that charming, I understand. However, I'm willing to die for hubby. So if you want to challenge me, then please prove that you're prepared. Dizziness. Dizziness flooded her brain. What is this? She was embraced by Miss Morgan. So big, so soft. The silver-haired girl broke free from the embrace in shock, stroking her own cheeks, looking dazed and bewildered like a startled kitten. A somewhat helpless voice came from the black-haired youth. My dear. The door to the adjacent bedroom was gently pushed open. The sleeping Magus appeared on the corridor. Always conspicuous, his mild and kind face happened to be in the center of the two beauties. Indeed, the soundproof bounded field is still functioning. But, the hearing of the ultimate life form is too good, sometimes it's also a fault. And Reinhard felt that perhaps it was necessary to end this dispute. Tisk. Is this a battlefield? Unable to decide on an expression, he could only wear a faint smile on his face. I'm a bit thirsty. Sorry, hubby. With a smile of victory on her face. Morgan was intoxicated, pressing the black-haired youth's hand against her cheek, sniffing the pleasant scent. Want to challenge me? I look forward to it, dear Grey. Pressing the slender and fair fingertips of the black-haired youth against her neck and caressing, Morgan gently sighed. But for now, I'm still the winner. She kissed her husband. Those deep bright eyes, rippling like waves, seemed to engulf Reinhard in. Click. Grey stared blankly at the door. In front of her eyes, it closed. The silver-haired girl, somewhat dazed, stroked her chest. Suddenly, the girl tightened her grip on the birdcage in her hand. Grey-chan. I want special training. Special training for what? Any method to become stronger, I want to prove that I can protect senpai too. Wow, has the sun risen from the west? Is this still the timid Grey-chan? In Ad's noisy words. The silver-haired girl took a step, leaving her room. Standing at the end of the corridor, Grey glanced at her own reflection, gazing at the witch's bedroom. Miss Morgan. She said softly. You won't keep winning forever. Chapter 74 God May Cry. By the way, my dear, where is our Melusine? Amidst their tender intimacy, when Reinhard inquired about their daughter's whereabouts, it was not with joy nor warmth. The witch, in an abrupt motion, tightened her embrace, causing the young man with black hair to weaken in the knees. Cradling Morgan's slender waist, Reinhard gazed into her eyes. The witch, however, averted her gaze with a hint of guilt. Could it be, she's not here? Well, after all, Melusine must have grown up by now. Clearly his daughter, yet seemingly much older than himself, how should one define such a relationship? Reinhard didn't know how to confront the fact that his own daughter, Melusine, had blossomed into adulthood. Morgan's failure to bring her along made him sigh involuntarily, yet he couldn't help but miss his dear daughter. Or perhaps, after 1500 years, the lifespan of their daughter. No, she was the offspring of dragon and fairy. Life expectancy was nearly irrelevant, love, on the other hand, was infinite. During their time in Londinium, Reinhard had hidden their daughter in the vast underground caverns, instructing Morgan to care for their Melusine. With the witch's abilities, there could be no oversight in finding them. So, what happened? You didn't find her. Watching the witch stammer, Reinhard felt a slight unease creeping into his heart. Yet, observing her expression, there was no hint of panic or sorrow, but rather, a subtle guilt as she pursed her lips. No, it's not that we didn't find her. The situation is much more complicated, hubby. Our daughter, Melusine, she is not in this world anymore. Not in this world. Those words left Reinhard slightly stunned. The first thought that crossed his mind was, could it be his daughter getting Isekai'd? What exactly happened? Morgan held Reinhard tightly, whispering in his ear. It sounds strange to say after your death, but I went to the underground caverns of Londinium, where I found only the body of Albion. Albion. Reinhard recalled a lesson from the past. London, once the fortress city of Londinium, had its vast spiritual tomb underground named after Albion. It was said to be the skeleton of a dragon, forming a massive labyrinth in space. Filled with various curses, magical creatures, magical materials, and even fairies, the deeper one dug, the closer it came to the other world. Due to the continuous exploitation, massive mining towns had been built underground in London, extracting pure ether flowing from the holes in the sky. The spiritual tomb of Albion, this was where the foundation and essence of the clock tower in London. Yes, when I found that Albion, its heart and skull were missing. Only a huge body remained. Morgan reminisced about their arduous journey. Her husband had passed away. Their daughter had disappeared. She, at that time, had truly been on the verge of madness. Thus, in the inner sea of the planet, she relentlessly pursued that incubus and burned his soul for eternity. When all hope seemed utterly lost. Ironically, that incubus, in the end, offered words that gave the witch a glimmer of hope. After waiting for 370 years, and initiating the summoning under the eclipse, she finally received news of her husband, who hadn't perished. Facing the dark sun, she smiled. His light still illuminated her. As Reinhard glanced at Morgan's somewhat absent-minded gaze, he tightened his grip on the witch's palm, transferring the warmth of his skin to hers. Our daughter is missing, but I haven't given up. I've been searching for both of you. The witch continued her gentle narration. Based on various clues, I deduced that Albion sensed our Melusine's presence. This caused him to awaken from his slumber in the underground cavern. The age of gods declined, and even Albion would vanish. Because, hubby, you pierced a hole through the sky above Londinium, leading to the inner sea of the planet. To Albion, it was almost like a lifeline. He wanted to pass through that aperture, to reach the inner sea of the planet, but unfortunately, the hole was too small. At this point, Morgan paused. Which resulted in him being unable to pass through. Cough. Reinhard couldn't help but imagine the somewhat comical scene. No wonder Morgan's expression was so nuanced when asked about their daughter. So, our daughter, is trapped in the gap of the inner sea of the planet. However, the witch shook her head. It's much more complicated than that. Albion knew he couldn't pass through, so he abandoned his cumbersome body, taking only the most essential parts, the skull and heart, and attached them to our daughter. Because she's a dragon and fairy, it resonated with his aura. The skull and heart of Albion merged with Melusine. Listening to his daughter's tumultuous journey, Reinhard couldn't help but feel bewildered. It's my fault. I shouldn't have placed her in the underground cavern. No, it's not your fault, hubby. The witch kissed his lips. Due to the interference of counter-force, Albion would have been awakened by our daughter sooner or later. Our daughter, just like that, was carried away by Albion to the inner sea of the planet. However, when she passed through the hole, she disappeared. It's as if she was summoned by something. At this point, Morgan sighed softly. On her face, a complex expression appeared, as if she were looking at her daughter who had grown askew. I then learned some divination methods. And using myself as a medium, I received news about our daughter. Melusine, she's not in this world. Then where is she? Morgan fell silent for a moment. She's in another world, in a place called the Fairy Kingdom within Britannia. As Reinhard's gaze became somewhat bewildered, the witch gently plucked a strand of her silver hair, using it as a divination material, and blew softly. A ripple-like water mirror emerged in her palm. Within the water mirror, the scene slowly unfolded. In a magnificent and beautiful fairy kingdom, resembling a picturesque landscape, stood a flawless white castle. In front of the castle's grand hall, there was an elegant and ferocious style, with a noble throne adorned with black thorns. Soft and serene light surrounded the throne, and the crystals embedded in the ceiling of the hall sparkled like a galaxy. Yet, none of these compared to her dazzling figure. A voluptuous, crowned silver-haired girl sat indifferently on the throne, delicately supporting her face with her fair and slender wrists. Her relaxed posture and the long legs wrapped in white bandages, lazily raised with glamorous transparent high heels swaying on the tiptoes. Various fairy figures knelt under her throne, bowing deeply. Clearly such a magnificent and noble queen. However, the words uttered from those crimson lips caused Reinhard's mouth to twitch involuntarily. "You worthless lot! The outbreak of disaster crushed our defenses in the north. I have to personally intervene as the queen. The chieftain of the Earth clan embezzled frontline supplies? Damn nuisance! Raid their homes, kill them. Fairies can't die? Then skin them alive and plant grass. Throw them into the moss domain. What? Cornwall didn't collect enough taxes this quarter, hee. Bugs are crawling out again, initiate a cleansing operation for the queen. The Fang clan is talking behind my back? Audacity! Guards! Arrest those heretics. Exile them to the front lines. That mab, so arrogant. War. We must launch the winter war. They will all bow down at my feet. I will conquer all of Britannia within 3 years. Build my territory and refine the land. I'll summon my dad over. What about those mutating disasters in moss? Simple, seal them into crystals. This is the energy source for the queen. Loyalty is not absolute, but disloyalty is absolute. Have you understood? The water mirror in front of him rippled and the image slowly faded away. The black-haired youth's mouth widened, his pupils resembling earthquakes. He finally understood why Morgan had been hesitant about their daughter's whereabouts. It feels so familiar, hubby. What do you think? Gently caressing Reinhard's cheek. The witch's lips curved slightly, a smile that seemed somewhat ambiguous. Should I say, she truly lives up to being the daughter of a white dragon? Who could she have learned all this from? Guh. It's genetic. He blamed genetics. Reinhard felt extremely guilty, and averted his gaze. Melusine, she's now, in that fairy kingdom. That's right. Our daughter, she's already, become the most ruthless and wicked queen in the history of the fairy kingdom of Britannia. The crownless tyrant, Melusine. Cough. Cough, cough. This happened in less than 15 days. No, Melusine, my Melusine, crying face, my dear, lovely little flower. How did she become a tyrannical demon king? Guh. How am I supposed to pamper her like this? No, wait. Looking at this situation, she's the one pampering me, right? This body has no blood ties with her. Filial piety is going to change. She even wants to conquer the entire Britannia, build a summoning circle, and summon her daddy over, even though it's impossible. My cute Melusine can't be that ruthless. There must be something wrong with this world. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. So, hubby, you want to use the Holy Grail to summon our Melusine back. Walking through the specially constructed carriage toward the confinement chamber, Reinhard pondered on the information about his daughter, Melusine, with a slight hesitation. Yes, our daughter seems to have been summoned to that other world by someone. As he said this, a slightly displeased expression appeared on Morgan's face. Parting with her husband was already painful, but she also had to experience parting with her daughter. If she knew who did that, she would definitely. I don't know which specific space-time it is. I also tried to summon our daughter. But, perhaps due to Albion's consciousness and heart already attached themselves to Melusine. So, I failed. But this time during the solar eclipse, I was able to find you through reverse summoning, hubby. The next solar eclipse, we'll have to wait another 370 years. 370 years. Too long. This world has at most 10 more years before it faces various disasters. Reinhard didn't dare to imagine what the scene would be like then. If they couldn't withstand the warp storms, then it might be a good choice to just run away with his family. Speaking of which, wasn't a certain Rick doing the same thing? Saving the world and fleeing. Reinhard had been trying hard on both fronts. Unfortunately, he had no clue about the first method of research and the phenomenon of traversing dimensions. And if he saw his daughter, maybe he could find out how Melusine had gone to the other world. So, the Holy Grail is our last chance. The witch spoke softly. The Holy Grail is a downgraded heroic spirit summoning system. As long as there is a medium, you and me, along with the spiritual tomb of Albion, we should be able to stabilize the summoning to Melusine. So, if we move the Holy Grail to the underground labyrinth beneath the clock tower, maybe we can summon back our daughter. This is really enticing. Just half a month ago, he had been avoiding the Fifth Holy Grail War. Now, it seemed like Reinhard was determined to obtain the Holy Grail. With Morgan and the assistance of the entire Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, no one could stop him. However, the only their stumbling block was the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, Marisberry. The witch's tone was casual. Killing him directly would solve it. At the auction hall, she had heard this name from Heartless. Eliminating potential opponents in war is obviously one of the most ancient and effective measures. Hearing such words, Waver, who followed behind his disciple, could only sigh with a wry smile on his face. It's true, she's indeed the Witch of Britannia. Old guy, good luck. Reinhard pondered, let's wait for a while and see what Heartless has to say. Though he certainly didn't like Marisberry as a person. But, Reinhard was interested in his Chaldea plan. If Chaldea couldn't be established, he might not see the red-haired girl, Fujimaru Ritsuka, in Londinium. Would the history of the son of the White Dragon be rewritten again? It's interesting. Fate is truly intriguing. So, regarding Marisberry, I hope you can bring me some surprises, Dr. Heartless. Whispering softly, Reinhard pushed open the door of the confinement chamber. Within the dim and narrow space, chains of the witch bound two people inside the cell. The pale-faced red-haired man was shackled all over his body, sitting upright on the crude bed. Beside him, the black-haired woman's figure seemed somewhat illusory due to insufficient magical energy, as if it was about to dissipate. At this moment, only a faint trace of spell was maintaining their existence. Although they hadn't eaten for 3 days. But for a magus, this level of deprivation was far from enough. Hee, here you are. The red-haired man with a pale face lifted his gaze slightly. A smile blossomed on his face like a flower, exuding a spring-like warmth. Despite being a prisoner, Heartless seemed to show no fear at all. His weak voice carried a hint of calmness. Reinhard, I thought you would wait until you returned to the clock tower to interrogate me. Say what you need to say, and depending on your cooperation, I may spare your life, Dr. Heartless. Reinhard understood the principle of not revealing all intentions. Even if he intended to kill, it was better left unsaid. This way, the other party would likely divulge as much information as possible. You also dislike idle chatter, so let's get to the point. The red-haired man smiled. 7 years ago, I was commissioned by Marisberry to investigate the Holy Grail of Fuyuki. 7 years ago. Reinhard pondered slightly. That would be 3 years after the Fourth Holy Grail War. Correct. And then, the investigation revealed, the Holy Grail of Fuyuki had been thoroughly contaminated. During the Third Holy Grail War, it was filled with all the world's evil by Einsburn. Heartless smiled slowly. So yes, it can indeed grant the wish of the victor, but only through extremely twisted means. For example, if you wish to obtain a large sum of wealth, the Holy Grail might cause accidental deaths in your family, triggering a life insurance payout. And because the Holy Grail was found to be contaminated. So in the end, the winner, Emiyaki Ritsugu, attempted to command his servant to destroy the Holy Grail. But that servant seemed unwilling to use noble phantasm. So in the end, he merely let the black mud spread out, causing a great fire in Fuyuki. Listening to these seemingly confidential pieces of information, Reinhard remained expressionless. Because he had long known about these hidden truths. This development was quite similar to the anime storyline known to Reinhard. 7 years ago. Hearing this time frame, Weber Velvet pondered for a moment. Rain, 7 years ago, seems to be when rumors started circulating about the contamination of the Holy Grail. I didn't spread those. Heartless shook his head with a smile, I was just commissioned to investigate. So. Reinhard frowned, did Marisberry intentionally spread this information himself? That's right. Heartless nodded, no one else but him. While situated in the clock tower in London, they didn't initially care about the magical rituals in Fuyuki. However, 3 years after Kanatha's death, Rumors began to circulate about various details of the Holy Grail War. So, gradually, Magus came to understand the Holy Grail War. Like in the Clock Tower, the Foundation was already clear about the rituals of the Holy Grail War. They already understood that it was indeed a ritual with the hope of reaching the root. However, because the Holy Grail of Fuyuki had been thoroughly contaminated, effectively sealing off this hope, it also led to Magus avoiding it. This even gave some inspiration to Magus in the Clock Tower. Some began planning to establish a variant of the Holy Grail War. However, this was quite a laborious task. Why would Marisberry do this? Reinhard frowned. It shouldn't benefit him in any way, right? The red-haired man shrugged. That's something I can't know. Waver pondered for a moment. It's simple, Rain, he probably wanted to eliminate dissent. If everyone avoids the contaminated Holy Grail, his chances of winning the Holy Grail War naturally increase significantly. The contaminated Holy Grail is completely twisted and bizarre, and a misstep could even bring death to them. I guess Marisberry went to fight for the Holy Grail through such means. The mentor and disciple looked at each other and said in unison. He has a way to purify the Holy Grail. It's no wonder, you too. Heartless sighed. Yes indeed, as far as I know, Marisberry seems to have obtained a very terrifying relic, but no one knows what it is. But even if he summons some servants, it shouldn't matter to you, Reinhard. Saying so with a smile. Heartless' gaze inadvertently turned to the witch beside Reinhard. Excluding various options in his mind, he had almost guessed the true identity of this witch. What an astonishing answer! Indeed, he will be summoning the heroic spirit from the throne of heroes. However, this one by your side. Tisk, he doesn't seem to know how to lose at all. Listening to the words of the red-haired man, Reinhard's eyes flickered slightly. No one knows about the relic. Speaking of relic, Heartless, why did you steal my relic? Are you also planning to participate in the Holy Grail War? Glancing at the silent faker beside him, Waver looked at Heartless with a puzzled expression. Wadunit, what's your motive? I have no connection with you whatsoever, no previous grudges or favors. You obviously know Marisberry would participate in the Holy Grail War, so you couldn't possibly be competing with him, right? What are you planning? Facing a barrage of questions, Heartless, the red-haired man, just smiled and gave an answer that surprised everyone but also made sense. Of course, to reach the root. Hat. Waver chuckled. If you wanted to reach the root, you wouldn't have taken on the role in Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. Modern Magecraft. It has long been considered the most distant from the root among all disciplines. That was just to repay the kindness Norwich once showed me. As you said, didn't I leave it behind? Heartless shook his head lightly and fixed his gaze on the witch beside Reinhard. And as for why I came back, it's to revive Age of Gods Magecraft. Age of Gods Magecraft. Muttering this word, Waver's gaze also couldn't help but turn to his side, to his apprentice and the witch. In modern times, it's almost impossible to witness Age of Gods Magecraft. In the barren reality of today, reviving the glorious Age of Gods Magecraft is incredibly difficult. However, Morgan Le Fay. Merging with Vivian, she can communicate with the inner sea of the planet, exhibiting magecraft in modern times similar to the power of the Age of Gods. Her very existence can be considered miraculous. Facing Waver's questions, the red-haired man smiled and slowly explained his motive. To bring back the terrifying things from the Age of Gods Magecraft is not something Heartless considers, he just wants an environment similar to that of an Age of Gods. Age of Gods Magecraft is about communicating and connecting with things from the root. Therefore, what Heartless wants to do is, in the depths of the spiritual tomb of Albion, where the ether is most abundant, at the dragon's heart. By opening the magical dam and activating the Lesser Grail, through Faker as a medium, summon the heroic spirit Iskandar. By then, the inner sea of the planet will briefly overlap with reality. The lost true ether will briefly fill the world, causing the heroic spirit to ascend as divine spirit. He wants to let that Iskandar station himself at the dragon's heart, and ascend as a divine spirit under the clock tower. The Magus of London, with the help of the divine spirit, will perform magecraft. In this way, the revival of the Age of Gods Magecraft will be completed. However, the witch, embodying a miracle, makes Heartless no longer need to pursue divine spirit. Because, her existence is equivalent to that of the Age of Gods itself. Boring. In response to Heartless's plan, the witch gave an expressionless evaluation. Is this all modern magus have left to pursue? It sounds so tediously dull. Hehe, to be judged like this by you. Heartless wasn't the least bit angry, is quite an honor. Cut the compliments and nonsense. Reinhard pointed out the key point of his words. It sounds like you're quite familiar with the layout of the Dragon's Heart, Dr. Heartless. The depth of the spiritual tomb of Albion reaches 400 kilometers. 80 kilometers down, it's still a mysterious area where no human has set foot. The Dragon's Heart is located at the third layer, now serving as the sacrificial hearth. It's the most concentrated area of ether in the entire tomb. Reinhard has never been to such a deep place. Morgan, having foreseen her daughter's situation, has never been underground in London again. Now, they plan to bring the Holy Grail from Fuyaki and summon their daughter Melusine at the Dragon's Heart. So, having a guide's words would be very helpful. Well said, Reinhard. Heartless smiled. I was abandoned by my father in the tomb when I was born and grew up dependent on my mother there, so it's as familiar to me as my living room. Very well, that's the only value you have in staying alive. 10 years of planning. Just to revive the Age of Gods magecraft. Should we say that magus are all mad? For the slightest chance, even sacrificing their souls. Your perseverance and patience are indeed admirable, Dr. Heartless. Reinhard said softly. But, your pursuit, as my wife described, is quite boring. Hat. The red-haired man laughed. As a magus, he also has his own pride. If that witch says so about me, I'll accept it. But, Reinhard, even though I'm your prisoner, I acknowledge your excellent ideals, but you're not even the head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. Purely in terms of magical achievement, you have no right to judge me. No, I certainly do evaluate your magecraft. I just simply feel that your vision is too narrow. Reinhard shook his head lightly. You like to keep things hiding, all for the sake of that little bit of mystery, thinking it's like some treasure. The essence of mystery is that it must be hidden. Heartless smiled. The principle of hiding mystery is known to everyone as a convenient excuse, but to some extent, it is also the truth. Indeed. Because the capacity of the Foundation is limited. If the mystery of magecraft is spread, its power will be diminished. This is the unshakable law of this world. So, it is destined that magus guard their secrets and research must be kept private. Reinhard, your ideals are indeed noble, but to expect all magus to share their research, even after another 1,000 years, is impossible. Heartless sneered at Reinhard's idealistic views. He had listened to Reinhard's lectures, which indeed stirred emotions, but they were even more unrealistic than his own ideas. You're wrong, Dr. Heartless. What I anticipate is not magus at all. It's humanity itself. The black-haired youth spoke, making Heartless slightly stunned. As the former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, you should understand my words. If we view the Thaumaturgical Foundation as the graphics card, Magic Crests is equivalent to the program. The result of the program running is the effectiveness of magecraft. Indeed. Allowing the program to flow freely is equivalent to dividing the computational power of the graphics card. But, this perspective is extremely narrow. You magus, all overlook the fact that the so-called mystery will only be weakened once it's thoroughly understood. Similarly, the mystery will also be affected silence and reception and interpretation. To save the declining magical world, the method is simple, it's to make as many people as possible aware of the mystery of magecraft, to believe that it truly exists. Just like profound knowledge, which is always researched by a minority. But the spread of technology will benefit everyone. People don't need to understand, they just need to believe in the mystery of magecraft. The Thaumaturgical Foundation will be strengthened, allowing everyone to enjoy its benefits. If the pursuit of the root is an endless process, then the efforts of individual magus will always have their limits. Stubbornly sticking to old ideas is simply foolish. The black-haired youth lowered his gaze. His words were gentle, but they struck Heartless' heart like a hammer. I want to make all of humanity benefit from the pursuit of the root and contribute to the pursuit of the root. That is impossible. The smile disappeared from Heartless' face. To study magecraft is to study for magus. Ordinary people don't need to understand the principles, but if magecraft is used, it can correct the mystery. The correction of the mystery brought by all humanity will bring benefits to all humanity. Realizing Reinhard's pursuit, how astonishing it truly is. FanFiction looked at the man in front of her in shock. The voice of the red-haired man trembled even more. You can't do that. To achieve such a level of publicity, you need to establish the awareness of magecraft in every household on this planet. This process, even if it takes 100 years. You underestimate the development of the internet and the speed of information flow. Within 5 years, I will completely push the existence of magic to every family on this planet. You are the former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. But you want to achieve the revival of Age of Gods Magecraft? How ironic! You have no confidence in the knowledge you teach. Indeed. This is the determination of the sleeping magus, to completely overturn the world. In the eyes filled with sighs and regrets. In Heartless' face ashen like death. In the gaze of the witch, filled with laughter and admiration for her husband. The sleeping magus left behind his final words. If you want to see that day, then come and find me. This is the meaning of the existence of modern magecraft. To achieve such a generous vision of yours, Rain, the clock tower's current structure will only confine you. The train was about to return to London Station. Looking at the scenery flowing outside the window. Sitting in the luxurious lounge, the mentor and disciple who trusted each other most, were still consulting each other as usual. The witch stood behind the black-haired youth, gently massaging his shoulders. Reinhard didn't have any topics to discuss that Morgan couldn't hear. The witch now understood her husband's identity as a Isekai'd victim, and Reinhard had already told her about it voluntarily. The same goes for Alvin's dream. Deep down, there were secrets about the disaster. Reinhard would wait for the right time to reveal it. Talking about it now would only cause panic. Because the bloodborne plague, the contingency, the fallen empire, the warp storms. Those were horrors that even she, the great mother-class fairy, and even Gaia itself would struggle to endure. That's right. With the current structure of the clock tower, there was nothing else Reinhard could study. His presence solidified the position of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. It's not that Department of Modern Magecraft Theory nurtured him. Besides, for any magical issues, he could always turn to his witch for advice. So, Master. Reinhard gently pressed the witch's palm. There's still more than 2 months before the Holy Grail War. I plan to take Morgan on a journey around the world to visit some magical institutions and broaden our horizons. So where's your first destination? Asia, Northern Europe, or the US, which is currently in tension with the clock tower? Faced with the question, Reinhard considered those 3 places, and besides Asia, the latter 2 had some issues. Northern Europe was still within the Mages Association's reach, and magical institutions in the US were in tension with the clock tower. There was little hope of them being accepted there. So only Asia seemed like a viable option to him, not to mention the different magecraft disciplines there would surely bring some fresh perspectives for them. Asia, their field of study is different from ours, it might bring new perspectives. Asia, hi. Do you want to study philosophy magecraft? Other than philosophy magecraft, he couldn't think of anything else why his student had chosen to go to Asia. The so-called philosophy magecraft. It follows the principle that mind has power, established by Asian magus. The general approach in the Mages Association is to develop magic crest and pass them down from generation to generation and adapt to rules by changing oneself. However, magus who follow the discipline of philosophy magecraft believe that if rules keep changing due to human will, then the path to exploring new rules will never end. Rather than passively changing oneself, it's better to actively change the rules. By actively using one's mind to change the rules, and letting the rules conform to one's own desires. Simply put, it means believe in your heart, and it will become your magic. That's right. Reinhard nodded. I want to promote magecraft on this planet. The philosophy magecraft approach might give me more inspiration. Tisk, too bad. I don't have many connections with those Asian magus either. That's not a problem, it wouldn't hurt to meet new acquaintances. Ha! Alright, then your next destination is Asia, But I know you well, you're also curious about new disciplines. So come along with us, everyone. What about Gray and the others? That's easy, we can charter a plane. Tisk, his student knew him too well. It's true that Waver couldn't just sit still hearing about studying a new discipline calmly. Ha! Alright, so our next destination is Asia. Weber rubbed his hands together with a smile, imagining studying a new discipline that might inspire him. Seeing the outline of London becoming clearer not far from where they were, Waver had already started packing his belongings. The station was coming. The door of the lounge suddenly sounded a formal knock. Come in. Only insiders knock like this. So, what appeared in front of the three was the deputy manager of the Isekai'd collection train. In her hands, she held a slightly familiar metal box for Reinhard. This is a parting gift for the esteemed guest. The deputy manager nodded respectfully. Thank you for saving all the passengers on this journey. It's just a small token of appreciation. The mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. Upon seeing the so-called parting gift in the other's hand, Waver couldn't help but click his tongue. This person really knows how to do it. Giving the mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty for free, the train itself doesn't have that kind of financial power. This storage box is made of meteorite iron. Only it can isolate the perception of this mystic eyes. I hope the esteemed guest will accept this humble gift. The deputy manager smiled respectfully. If you have leisure time in the future, you're also welcome to visit our Mystic Eyes collection train. You don't need a ticket, and we will only provide you with the highest level of service. The Mystic Eyes of Bloodthirsty. Upon hearing the topic mentioned by Waver earlier, Reinhard was actually quite interested. And, he seemed to vaguely recall hearing about it during the solar eclipse. Does Heartless seem to know the origin of this Mystic Eyes? Maybe he should go and ask him. In that case, I won't be rude. Seeing Reinhard nodding and reaching out his hand, Morgan lowered her gaze and took the initiative to take the metal box from the deputy manager's hand, scanning it casually. No abnormalities, hubby. There's no need for this, my dear. The black-haired youth smiled. Let's just skip the formality. How about we have a meal first, and you can taste it before me? Alright, I'd like to share a meal with you. Tisk. The all-black metal box was placed on the table. With Morgan here, Reinhard wasn't worried about any oversight. The mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. He reached out and slowly touched the surface of the metal box. Unexpectedly, the surface of the metal box suddenly spread grotesque vein-like patterns, climbing up the back of Reinhard's hand. Without warning, a hoarse voice, seemingly exhausted but filled with excitement, suddenly appeared in the black-haired youth's mind. You've finally come to pick me up. Long time no see, old friend. Who are you? This thought suddenly emerged. Ding. Huh? Isn't this familiar sense of urgency? Accompanied by the unified voice, a rapid grey mist spread in front of Reinhard's eyes, completely obscuring his vision. Detecting a qualifying relic, initiating loading of antagonist simulation. Silence. Reinhard felt a bit stunned, staring at the grey space in front of him. Watching the subtitles flashing faintly. Loading complete, please select initial talent. Huh? Does it happen again now? Didn't he just experience intimate moments with his wife for 3 days? Is he going to separate from his wife again? Hurry up and get me out of here. There's no such option. Reinhard raised a middle finger. Alright, in that case, he will show this system what it means to play around with him. That's what he thought. But when the talents refreshed, Reinhard's gaze became stunned. 1. Crimson Fury, your strength surges in the flames of anger. The Spartan bloodline allows you to greatly enhance all your attributes when in a state of anger. The more vigorous your anger, the more prominent your attributes fueled by anger will become. The fiery blood flowing in your body is meant to incinerate all the devils and monsters of the world in your raging flames. What the hell? As always, the entries were powerful, making Reinhard's mind start to waver. You're serious, aren't you? 2. Demon Sword Companion, it is destined that you will obtain a bloodthirsty demon sword. Its name is Godslayer, also known as the World Ender. Holding this demon sword will involuntarily imbue you with bloodthirsty emotions. The more you use it, the easier it will be to become immersed in it and unable to extricate yourself. Be careful not to let it devour your reason. What the hell is this? The last time, as the ultimate life form who transformed into beast, he was besieged by those 7 grand servants. If it weren't for Morgan appearing at the last moment, he might not be here. Now what is this, destroyer of worlds? Does this system want him to be besieged again by them? Damn this system! Damn it, why do I have to face those scary things again? And why do you keep bringing things that bring me death? 3. Limiter, the human limiter barrier on you gradually loosens. Whenever you fight on the brink of death in the extreme, if you haven't completely fallen, you will recover and become stronger. Unfortunately, this gift also comes with some perhaps unbearable consequences. You wait a moment. What consequences? You better explain it clearly to me. Before he could finish speaking, Reinhard's vision suddenly went black, leaving only the cold, mechanical voice echoing slowly in his ears. Talent loading complete. Initiating module loading, God may cry. Chapter 75 Greece. You were born an orphan. You seem as if born amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, awash with bloodshed. Gaze around you. Everywhere are corpses, everywhere with mutilated limbs and arms, and bodies with twisted organs piled up, and strange monsters. There were ruins and broken walls on all sides, and there was blood and destruction everywhere. The air is filled with an aura of anxiety called war. You blink, raising your hand to behold the speckled bloodstains on your palm. A clenched fist, only filled with a soft and tender sense of powerlessness. Tch. It's the tiny hands of an infant. You lower your hand, expressionless, lifting your gaze towards the heavens, the glaring Sunday. Perhaps it's the result of blood seeping into your pupils, even the sunlight takes on a crimson hue. Numb. What a hellish start. You already know that if this damn simulator gives you these 3 seemingly godly talents, nothing good will happen. You bloody well know it. Reinhard opened his mouth as if to retort. But unfortunately, Reinhard's infant vocal cords could only produce a hoarse cry at this moment. And faced with such a grotesque sight, drenched in bloods, it was nothing more than a corpse, not terror-inducing, surprisingly. However, the attempt to vocalize with the body of an infant made his breath involuntarily hasten. Reinhard pondered for a moment. Then he decided to keep his mouth shut. Crimson Fury Demon Sword Companion Limiter. These phrases shaped in his mind, forming an image of a bloodthirsty swordsman, breaking free from restraints, embodying the spirit of Sparta. He was the epitome of a fierce man. But what's the price, Gul'dan? Reinhard understood. The system gives him talents according to the difficulty level of the simulation. Previously he got the ultimate life form and his opponent Grand Servants. The more difficult the simulation level, the more terrifying talents given by the system. So, what kind of monster can withstand such a vicious combination of talents he just acquired? He didn't want to dwell on it, because right now he couldn't articulate in words how infuriated and enraged he currently felt. Because just 3 days, he had a loving reunion with his wife. And this damn system pulled him into the simulation, keeping him away from his wife again. Damn it! There's also the mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. The voice he heard earlier echoed in his mind. It felt very familiar. Initially, Reinhard wasn't quite sure. But with the explanation of his talents, he immediately understood. No doubt about it. That figure was Atrox, the Darkened Blade. A former god warrior of Shurima, now fallen into demonic. And Atrox was one of his favorite champions from games he played before. What kind of strange things had been sown into this world? However, compared to the things in Warhammer, demons like Atrox are relatively less dangerous. Blinking his eyes and gazing at the sea of corpses in front of him, Reinhard fell into contemplation. In his current state, what could he do? Originally, he intended to give up, to go back and cuddle with his beloved witch. But damn, these talents were so tempting. He already knew, after the simulation ended, the reward would be a simulated character token. Its growth rate would bring him the attributes of the character at its strongest moment when the simulation ended. So, to cope with the impending world crisis, Reinhard hoped to elevate his own strength as much as possible. He wasn't afraid of death, but struggling to survive was a human instinct. Various disasters that would come in the future couldn't be resisted solely by the moonlit world's magecraft. Unless he could reach the root. If the plan to escape failed, what Reinhard wanted to do was, within the remaining dozen years, initiate a route for the overall Shinnik ascension of humanity and find a glimmer of hope to counter all kinds of calamities. So, let's try to survive this. He muttered to himself in his heart. Reinhard's breathing gradually calmed down. You do not know who your parents are, and as a human being, your rationality prevents you from crying. You open your eyes, calmly assessing the situation. In the distant city, the warriors' roars still reverberate in the air, indicating that the battle is far from over. But the somewhat comforting news is, at least, in your immediate vicinity, it seems both sides of the conflict have been wiped out. The bulky bodies lying beside you, clad in similar style cloaks and armor, undoubtedly belong to one faction. The enemies they fought against were not human, nor were they magical beasts, rather, they were all sorts of indescribable, grotesque creatures. The gruesome corpses pile up together. You, isolated and helpless, are embedded within the heap of bodies. The twisted intestines from the monsters' bodies slip and coil out from the viscera, stacking and entwining among them. Perhaps due to their recent demise, there's still a slight warmth emanating from the moist, bloody entrails. You ponder for a moment. You twist your body, maneuvering deeper into the pile of corpses. You flip over your frail, barely developed infant arm, struggling to pull over a piece of intestine to cover yourself. You endeavor to bury yourself within the heap of bodies. This is the only thing you can do now. The disgusting, slimy sensation rubs against your skin, while the pungent smell of blood assaults your undeveloped senses. You lie quietly amidst the pile of corpses, enveloped in the warmth akin to a mother's embrace provided by the body heat around you. Your luck has never been great. However, at this moment, you can only hope for your luck to turn. The distant human roars gradually fade away at the edge of your hearing. The air is filled with a sound akin to flesh and bone grinding, as if bones are being crushed and chewed, sending shivers down your spine. You close your eyes. No prayers to the gods. No pleas to fate. Just, giving it your all, in pursuit of a semblance of peace. As time passes in the silence akin to death, second by second. The sun sets, the moon rises, and night descends. The agonizing cries of the warriors dissipate into the burning air. The humans around you seem to have all perished. The remaining victorious, grotesque monsters roam the streets, their bodies seemingly grinding against the ground, emitting a slippery, disgustingly unsettling crawling sound. The sound of teeth grinding flesh and bone, drifts hauntingly in the silent night. You're well aware. The monsters are feasting on the corpses of humans. The sky darkens inch by inch, stars beginning to twinkle in the cloudless night sky. Blood trickles from the corpses, the residual warmth long faded away over the course of several hours. The chill spreads. The most basic human desire arises. Not just hunger coursing through your body. You also feel the cold brought by the passing of warmth. A faint cry echoes within your abdomen, instinctively yearning for a mother's nurturing, though your throat remains unable to produce any significant sound. You curl up in the pile of bodies, motionless. Feeling the chill throughout your body and the insatiable hunger. Your will still clings, striving to maintain your consciousness, but your stomach cannot make any obvious sounds. Your hazy brain struggles to function for a moment. Trembling. You lift your hand and grasp the intestines of the creature before you. You bring the grotesque flesh to your parched lips, sucking up the residual blood. Slimy. Moist. Disgusting. Your brain trembles, nerves shaking. The primal instinct screams at you to reject this meal, but your throat still moves slightly, swallowing down all the monster's blood. A burning sensation, as if emanating from your abdomen, spreads throughout your body. You feel, ever so slightly, warmer. You swallow the blood, a mixture of human and monster. As if suckling, from a mother's breast. The heap of corpses, a blend of human and monster, embraces you fully. Nurturing you. The God Slayer. As the sun rose and the moon fell, the dawn broke with a faint light. On the horizon of the twilight morning, the hazy sunlight slowly rose from the azure and clear coastline of Lake Ionia. On the scorched battlefield, reminiscent of parched earth, a robust figure atop a towering steed, led an army into the desolate, almost ruinous town. He bore a muscular upper body, marked with crimson battle scars, emanating an aura of awe-inspiring majesty and dominance. Your Majesty! Gazing upon the battlefield, which resembled a sea of corpses and blood. The generals following behind the red-haired man couldn't help but show expressions of pity. No one has come out to greet us, even after seeing the Spartan banners. It seems the warriors have already fallen. Hearing the words of his lieutenant, the red-haired man lowered his eyelids and fell into silence for a moment. Despite being the ruler of the city-state, he wore not a crown but the helmet of a warrior. For every Spartan was a steadfast warrior until death. He was Leonidas I, king of Sparta. With lowered eyes of color, he spoke softly. Search for survivors. Your Majesty, this time Tartarus has been opened, and a great hell rift that has never happened before has appeared, resulting in not only our city-state being attacked, but also Athens, Syracuse, Potidaea, Argos. The lieutenant spoke solemnly. The devils unleashed from the gates of hell are not lacking in notorious names. Survivors might be. I'm ordering you to search. Yes, Your Majesty. The Spartan army behind him poured into the scorched and desolate streets of the ruins, standing ready for battle. Bloodthirsty and savage, various grotesque creatures from the hell rift crawled madly towards the city gates as if sensing fresh flesh from every corner of the city. King Leonidas dismounted from his horse, silently accepting a long spear handed to him by a nearby warrior, and stepped into the town. The front line between humans and devils collided once again. Flesh and blood intertwined, thick blood splattered and sprayed. In the center of the ruined square of the city-state under the sunlight, piles of bodies stacked up, both human and monster. Squelch! Squelch! A woman with withered and desiccated skin, her entire body seemingly supported only by her skeleton, was inserting her hand into the flesh, rummaging for her preferred delicacies. Brain. Too thick with blood. Intestines. Tasteless. Heart. Too tough to chew. Finally. She ecstatically raised her arm. Finally, she found it after so much effort, the appetizing sweet treat she had been smelling for minutes. It was a newborn baby. What a delicious delicacy! Warmed by the sunlight, she felt the touch of a hand on her skin. Saved! The barely conscious baby slightly opened its deep crimson eyes and gazed at the strange woman holding it in the sunlight. The corners of her blood-drenched mouth curved into a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. You're truly delicious, little one. In an instant, a rush of warning surged through his mind. Reinhard instantly realized. The person in front of him was not human. In an instant. Crack! A thin stream of blood suddenly burst from the woman's forehead without warning, shooting upwards and quickly spreading, soon extending to the scalp and lower jaw, forming a dark red closed loop. Crackle! Sharp and rough noises, like tearing through some leather-like material. The elegant beauty plunged into hell. Half of her face, as if torn off, revealing the bloody interior. Under the torn skin, the blurred flesh wriggled and transformed. A giant eyeball embedded in the center of the flesh slowly emerged. Hollow whites of the eyes, fierce pupils filled with blood streaks, and below the pupils, rows of interlocking sharp teeth, dripping thick saliva from the gaps. With eyes brimming with hunger, she fixed her gaze upon Reinhard's face. Toward the wide-eyed, barely breathing infant. She opened her mouth, slowly closing in for a bite. But splurt! Like a crimson comet, trailing a fiery tail, a sharp spear pierced through the woman's heart from behind, impaling her violently. The savage force caused a spray of flesh and blood, pinning her entire body onto the heap of corpses. The barely breathing infant fell limply from her arms. Caught gently yet firmly by the muscular arm of the red-haired man, he cradled the child in his embrace. Reinhard blinked hazily. Gazing upon the man before him, whose rugged face resembled a carving, sharp-edged and angular. Not bad, kid, for surviving all this. The king of Sparta spoke softly. A faint smile strained onto his imposing face. Suddenly, the body of the woman, pierced through, began to swell unnaturally, emitting eerie wheezing sounds from her corpse. A gigantic eyeball wriggled out from the bloody wound, breaking the spear, and occupied the position where her chest had been. Splurt! Both upper and lower body. Several malformed human arms violently protruded from all around her, piercing through her with splattering blood, puncturing her withered skin. The devil, with an incredibly tenacious vitality, rapidly grew from the state of a corpse, taking on a grotesque form resembling a humanoid spider in a short span of time. Spider-like appendages. slowly propped up her upper body. The hoarse, indistinct voice of the woman resonated from her blood-soaked face. Leonidas! She almost roared, how dare you disturb my feast? A feast, huh? Handing over the barely breathing infant to the warrior following behind, the king of Sparta discarded the shield and spear handed to him. Weapons were but fetters to him in the face of these hellish beasts. Rib! With a tearing sound, the woman's blood-soaked face split into 4 petals, slowly peeling apart, blooming like a flower. Fresh and pink muscles fibers were exposed underneath, revealing beneath them, a gaping maw dripping with blood like a parasite. The grotesque eyeball on her chest stared directly at the red-haired man before her. Behind it, several bloody, reptilian-like appendages extended again. The original humanoid form had completely transformed into a twisted monster, emitting a deafening roar. Roar! A strong stench of blood permeated, shaking the air with its pressure. The roar was merely a display. The real attack was concealed behind the momentum. Swoosh! The appendage extending from her back suddenly stabbed toward Leonidas' temple with near-sonic speed, the bony tip at the end shimmering with a poisonous, eerie green color. The devil's combat instinct was remarkably precise, intending to crush the king of Sparta's skull with a single blow, to make the prey instantly succumb. However, the sound of breaking wind suddenly stopped. The immense force surging through his entire body, the attack approaching at supersonic speed, was directly caught by the man. The monstrous, blood-stained appendage. The man's sturdy arm. The stab that could pierce through a city wall was casually blocked by the man. His figure didn't even sway, and even the expected massive shock seemed to be completely erased by his strength. Crack! Muscles as tough as iron suddenly bulged, Leonidas clenched his fist tightly. Amidst the devil's agonized screams, the king of Sparta crushed her appendage into a mass of blurry, sticky flesh. Pain! Too much pain! You barbaric! The red-haired man raised his foot and kicked forward directly. The force, as mighty as a meteorite impact, kicked directly on the eyeball in the woman's abdomen. Splurt! Like bursting a water balloon, devil fluid splattered out directly. Picking up the broken appendage in his hand, Leonidas opened his palm, grasping the devil's head like an apple, and then tossed it out violently like a football. Bang! Shattered stones flew. Dust scattered. The body of the spider-like devil, like a shot projectile, flew backward and directly embedded into the wall of the square. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the warriors, the king of Sparta, Leonidas, stepped forward, palms parallel, reached out his hand, and grabbed the woman's entire face, now turned into a mass of bloody, flesh-filled gaping maw. Drib! 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 The viscous green fluid weakly dripped down. Mercy! Have mercy on me! With a sudden force from both hands. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of tearing fabric. Flesh flew. Coiled intestines burst forth. Amidst the spider-like devil's agonizing screams, her body was torn in half by the man with the most primitive, most brutal violence. Crash! Crash! Blood rained down. The red-haired man, drenched in blood yet unscathed, lowered his body from the woman's corpse. He picked up the one on the ground, broken and continuously squirming, shaped like a cocoon but still pulsating like a devilish heart. The wriggling heart, with fangs growing and closing on it, uttered intermittent words like a choking sob. Even if you kill me, it wouldn't mean anything. As long as humans still fear the named devils, I will continue to resurrect. The abysses, rifts, already torn open by chaos. The gates of Tartarus. Hell. Will eventually engulf the entirety of Greece. Facing the devil's heart in his hand, Spartans is an outstanding devil hunter. He said softly like this. The king of Sparta, expressionless, slowly clenched his palm. For every resurrection of yours, we'll kill you once. Because this is Sparta. Splat. In the withered shriveled devil flesh, the devil's heart is crushed by a man. Leonidas I, king of Sparta, stood at the top of the town square, his red eyes slightly drooping, overlooking the entire scene below. The advancing Spartan army, like a meat grinder, exterminated all remaining devils in this town. The clear sunlight rose gracefully as the entire battlefield was cleaned. The few remaining devils were also completely exterminated. Following the orders of the king of Sparta, the Spartan warriors silently worked to rescue any surviving compatriots within this town. The bodies of warriors and the flesh of devils were dissected inch by inch, and the ruins of rubble were swiftly excavated. However, the more they searched, the more despairing the results became. In the end, 3 infants, covered in blood, wrapped in swaddling clothes, barely clinging to life, were presented before Leonidas. "They've all sacrificed, Your Majesty." The vice-admiral's voice was choked. But in the Spartan dictionary, there were no tears. All men, women, elderly. In this town, all Spartans capable of taking up arms on the battlefield, are Spartans. All sacrificed in the struggle against devils. The priest draped in robes recited prayers before the collapsed arch in the square. The Spartan warriors standing on both sides, in their long and silent lines, seemed like sculptures mourning in silence. In the silence as quiet as death, the red-haired man remained silent. Silently gazing at the 3 infants curled up in swaddling clothes before him. They still had faint breaths. "It's simply a miracle," the vice-admiral said in astonishment. "No nursing, no swaddling, they survived a day and a night by drinking devil blood, and miraculously survived. These 3 children are the only survivors of this land, Your Majesty." In the fading wind, after a long silence, Leonidas lifted his gaze, looking towards the sea, where the rising sun gleamed. In the sunlight, as if soaked in a hint of blood. That was the bloodshed of the gods. In this solemn atmosphere, is reminiscent of a sanctuary. The king of Sparta, with lowered eyelids, spoke softly. "Since our revered god Zeus led the gods to battle the king of Titans, Cronus. Their battle eventually summoned chaos, tearing open rifts to other worlds, and since then countless monstrous beings have flooded from hell. Tartarus has been corrupted. Tartarus has completely fallen into a devil lair. For more than a decade, the rifts of hell have become more and more frequent. People's fear has given birth to the descent of devils. Our gods are still locked in endless battles with the Crimson Titan descending from the sky, Olympus is in chaos, and we're left to fend for ourselves. I know, everyone is suffering, we're bleeding, sacrificing, and the fight against devils seems endless. However, the more dire the situation, the more we must persevere, the more we must fight. For, fighting is the ancestral heritage of the Spartans. Their sacrifices are not in vain, their glory is forged in blood. They have proven their bravery with their lives, they are valiant Spartan warriors. As long as we persist until the Crimson Titan are defeated, the blessing of the gods will shine upon us again. We will receive an abundance of food, fertile lands, and be granted everything we desire. So, hold on, my comrades. The glory of Sparta will spread to every inch of this land." In the king of Sparta's gradually impassioned voice, the Spartan warriors bowed deeply, swearing their loyalty. From the hands of the vice-admiral, Leonidas gently received the infants wrapped in swaddling clothes. "These 3 are the only surviving children in this town. And they are also the children of all Spartans. Our blood feud cannot be repaid. So, I will adopt them as my own sons, and personally nurture them into the strongest devil hunters. Children who survived by drinking devil blood. Well done! We Spartans shall feast on their blood, devour their flesh. Devour and suck dry all the blood and flesh of devils. The last one found shall be the youngest. Your name shall be Dante Sparta. This is the name of the slaughter of hell, your name shall make devils tremble with fear. The second one found shall be Dante's elder brother. Your name shall be Virgil Sparta. This is the proof that you can pierce through sky and earth, your name shall tear apart the sky and earth. And lastly, the first one found shall be the eldest of them. Good child, still with your eyes open. So, I will bestow upon you Kratos, which means strength in your name. Your existence is the most supreme manifestation of our Spartan blood flowing here. Under the bright sunlight in the sky, Leonidas raised high the infants in his hands. The black-haired infant slightly opened his deep crimson eyes. Just like that, high above, he gazed down upon the king of Sparta before him. As your name resounds at this moment of birth, whether it's the earth or hell, all shall bow down at your feet. Your name is Kratos Sparta. Atop the towering mountain peak, reaching into the clouds, adorned with a crown woven from olive branches, draped in a graceful and sacred white veil, the tangerine-haired woman stood with hands behind her back, her golden gaze slightly lowered. Within her ember-like clear pupils, seemed to ripple layers of intertwined circular lines. Standing within the temple, and through the clouds, gazing down at the scene below, a faint smile graced the woman's lips. Kratos, what a fine name! Chapter 76 Atrox. On the battlefield of corpses and blood, you have gained the name Kratos. The destined name, belonging to a god slayer, leaves you somewhat stunned and silent. You slightly turn your gaze towards your side, where your two silver-haired sworn brothers sleep deeply in the arms of the lieutenant. Dante, Virgil. Spartans? Spartan lineage. This Spartan, with that Spartan, as if in an instant, a subtle overlap occurred, followed by a strange sensation in your heart, both reasonable and slightly abrupt. Type Moon? Devil May Cry? God of War? Dark Souls? Firelink Greatsword? And various other bizarre things that may come in the future, along with the lingering shadow in your heart, named the subversive disaster of the warp storm. Clearly concepts from different works. But as if in a subtle, insidious manner, like the bottom logic being tampered and brushed, they blend, overlap, merge together. Once again, you feel a certain indescribable confusion. What has happened to this world exactly? This deepest perplexity and doubt, you bury deep within your heart. You faintly feel that you seem to have touched upon some kind of answer. But the distance to that truth remains extremely distant, like a chasm in the sky. Leonidas carefully takes care of you three surviving infants, bringing you back to the Spartan polis. The city-state of Spartan never built walls because the chests of Spartans were the impregnable Greek iron walls. As the Spartan army slowly triumphs, being held in Leonidas' arms, you notice in the Spartan polis, there are also various traces of blood and fierce battle. This devil attack seems to be of an unprecedented scale, as you can see corpses of devils and wounded warriors and residents everywhere in the city. People discuss sacrifices and the situation of other city-states with worried expressions. As the strongest fighting nation in Greece, the Spartan army also rushes to support their allies across the land. Leonidas entrusts you to be placed in the palace, settling you three brothers. The king of Sparta leads the army once again onto the battlefield against the devils. The battle against the devils continues fiercely for months. Leonidas returns covered in blood, and this time, the turmoil is finally reluctantly quelled. Counting the sacrifices of warriors, rebuilding the damaged homeland. The Spartans mourn in sorrow and peace, welcoming a long-lost peaceful time. Leonidas adopts you three as his foster sons. From the age of 2 weeks when you could walk and speak, the king of Sparta himself, physically robust, begins to personally teach you Spartan combat arts, experiences, and knowledge of hunting devils. Although Spartan training is extremely harsh, but you quickly learn what he teaches, displaying talents that even Leonidas, the king of Sparta, finds astonishing. Among the three brothers, Virgil, the eldest, grows the fastest, the strongest, and the most robust. At the age of 8, Virgil can wield a giant shield as tall as himself and thrust the heaviest iron spear in the Spartan army. Younger brother Dante's physical strength is slightly inferior to Virgil's, but only slightly. Compared to Virgil, Dante's reflexes are more agile, showing stronger talent for long-range hunting with bows and arrows. However, you, who Leonidas had the highest expectations for, as their older brother, have the most slender and weak physique. Your strength is not even half of Virgil's. Your movements are not as agile as Dante's. Your figure grows slim and coordinated, weak to the point that it doesn't seem like that of a Spartan. Your face is gentle and beautiful, lacking the toughness that a warrior should possess. Compared to the muscular brothers, in the Spartan evaluation system, your demeanor seems weak, almost like a girl. That light and floating fist, rather than combat arts, it's more like dancing. However, since childhood, whether barehanded or with weapons, the two brothers have never defeated you even once, only barely achieving balance in one-on-one matches. By the age of 8, in terms of swordsmanship alone, even Leonidas himself sparred with you using wooden swords or spears, only to be surprised to find that he couldn't gain any upper hand. You, solely with your supreme skills, suppress the brute strength of Spartan blood, and your talent is not only displayed in battle. Your world-wise wisdom, akin to knowing everything, surprises Leonidas. While Spartans highly esteem combat prowess, everyone is considered a warrior of the gods, but, on the other hand, they are all crude men. Without fighting, there is no survival. This is the ancestral precept carved into every Spartan's bloodline. This group of energetic men is difficult to manage finely. Even Leonidas, known for his majesty and bravery, feels a headache. He has always been respected for his own dignity and valor. Since the age of 13, you have helped Leonidas, managing various political affairs within the Spartan city-state. Due to years of battling devils, the casualties have been heavy. As a result, the population of Spartans is now only about 30,000, a greatly unfavorable factor for the survival and reproduction of a race. Under your advice, Leonidas, against all opposition, has introduced exiled Pharisees and Helot people into the city, gradually expanding and enriching the population and ethnicity of the city-state. You physically descend into the fields, teaching people hand in hand how to make barren land fertile, emphasizing the importance of fertilization and pest control, improving the crude farming techniques, and increasing grain production year by year. You invent various ingenious and clever tools, quickly spreading them under the personal demonstration of the King of Sparta, greatly improving the efficiency of labor in this era. Your profound medical knowledge saves many Spartan warriors who would otherwise have been amputated or left to die. People used to pray for divine blessings to heal injuries, but in this turbulent age, it is increasingly difficult to get a response from the gods. Under your thorough medical examinations, useful herbs are identified and cultivated, the importance of surgery and disinfection is emphasized, and the combination of magical healing and modern medical knowledge greatly improves the efficiency of priests in treating injuries. You are also proficient in mathematics, weaving, craftsmanship, astronomy, geography, and various other disciplines. Any questions that scholars find difficult to answer, as long as they are brought to you, you can enlighten them. As the most fundamental and crucial bottom-level governance, you spend half a month carefully drafting detailed and well-organized laws suitable for this era. The Sparta Law, after intense debate, quickly passed unanimously by the entire council. It thereby stipulated that even slaves could redeem themselves through labor, greatly boosting the enthusiasm of refugees. Refugees who no longer have a place due to devil attacks begin to gather towards city-states in Sparta because they hear about the wisdom of the King of Sparta's child. People's construction and prosperity proceed vigorously, and with each passing day, the size of the city-states under Sparta seems to become more prosperous. As the territories expand and extend outward, the various city-states under Sparta gradually form a nested regional pattern. The resident population has equalized, or even slowly surpassed Athens, surpassing that shining pearl in the hands of the gods, presenting a thriving scene. Leonidas joyfully looks at this thriving and competitive scene. He didn't do anything. Just supporting his son from behind. But, as years pass, the appearance of the city-states of Sparta has changed drastically, and his own name has become father of the wise Kratos. Despite losing his own name as the King of Sparta, the red-haired middle-aged king, instead of showing his dignity, instead shows a proud and affectionate smile. Miracle. As your various accomplishments are widely spread, benefiting people gradually gather around you, regarding your arrival as a miracle and acknowledging you as the descendant of the gods. In this age where everything is done under the guise of the divine, you have no intention of subverting people's beliefs. Because gods are real, in this age of gods in Greece, this is not superstition, rather, it's a dialectical, materialist idea. Compared to praying for the descent of miracles. What you truly want to express is that it's better to rely on your own hands to achieve happiness and peace. This is not an overnight process. You will gradually change people's minds through practical, visible, and beautiful deeds. Devil attacks are still occasional, but no longer on the massive scale of years ago, and days pass in peace. The prosperous city-states of Sparta increasingly affirm you as the divine son descended from Olympus, blessed by the wise goddess Athena, possessing world-wise wisdom. As your physique gradually strengthens, Dante and Virgil join the hunt against devils. At the age of just 10, they are already renowned devil hunters. Because of your duties in handling political affairs, your personal hunts against devils are not as frequent as your brothers, but your command of the army brings about fewer casualties, benefiting the city-state more. Your world-wise wisdom, along with Dante and Virgil's combat prowess, spreads your famous reputation gradually throughout the Greek land. Due to your identities and your relationship, you are hailed as the Spartan brothers. Although among the three brothers, you, as the eldest, seem the most physically frail and introverted. But whether in combat arts or knowledge, you are undoubtedly the worthy eldest brother. The two younger brothers greatly admire you. Although there is no blood relationship between you, yet your relationship is as close as real brothers, thicker than blood. Leonidas looks on with satisfaction as you three grow day by day. The heavy expectations placed on your three brothers' names seem to be gradually turning into reality day by day. Facing the sea, in the season when spring blooms. In the courtyard of the Spartan palace, where spring is in full swing. Flowers blooming, green grass lush. A handsome, black-haired youth smiles gently. Slowly, he lowers the hand covering his younger brother's eyes. Virgil, come. This is from me, a birthday gift for you. Looking at the finely white chair in front of him, each joint intricately connected, created by Kratos himself. Is this? The silver-haired, muscular youth reaches out, running his fingers along the backrest of the chair. A slightly dazed expression appears on his face. Comfortable. Kratos even went to the trouble of polishing it, making the chair smooth and comfortable to the touch. Is it for me, a chair? Kratos, it's an unusual design. Yes, I noticed you've been studying hard lately, your neck must be sore. The black-haired youth smiles, gently pushing his silver-haired, ponytailed brother into the chair. It should be comfortable to study now, don't you think? In Greece, where the concept of ergonomics had not yet emerged, people mostly sat on rudimentary chairs. But they were just for sitting, far from comfortable. Now, they were reclining in this white chair, designed with comfort as the perfect standard. The ergonomic design, tailored to fit the human body, made Virgil let out a long sigh of contentment. It's so strange. But sitting on it feels so comfortable. Truly worthy of his wise brother, Kratos, inventing such an amazing chair with ease. Watching Virgil's back as he fondles the armrest of the white chair, his excitement evident, Kratos's blood begins to stir. If only he had a Yamato and a long trench coat. It would be perfect. The current Greek fashion trend, known as heaton, consists of loose-fitting, flowing robes. In simple terms, it's draping a piece of fabric over oneself in various elaborate ways. The folds accentuate the curves of the body. But for the battle-hardened Spartans, they prefer to go shirtless, adorned with war paint, and clad in leather and metal battle skirts. Only when facing devils do they don heavy armor to significantly boost their defense. Kratos doesn't particularly like going shirtless. So, he usually wears a well-tailored robe. The combination of black hair and white robes gives him a strangely mesmerizing allure, a clash of contrasts that captivates. As for Dante and Virgil, these two fighting brothers prefer the traditional Spartan attire. Being shirtless is no big deal. But, being shirtless without a trench coat is not Dante and Virgil. Next time, he'll make clothes for his brothers. Watching Virgil caress the armrest of the white chair with such excitement, Kratos feels satisfied with his gift. I'm glad you like it. But you might need a taller one soon. I love this gift. Thank you, Kratos. Virgil eagerly wants to take the white chair back to his room to study. He admiring Kratos for his knowledge and strength. He asked his brother how to become so perfect and got the answer, study. So, instead of practicing combat skills, he started to enjoy reading books. Books. Another invention of his brother. The magical creation known as paper, is made from crushed straw, hemp, and discarded silk cocoons. Due to its cheap materials, paper-making quickly spread. But the real value lies in the knowledge written on it. What Kratos writes, the priests dare not miss a word, carefully transcribing it with magic, although it's not very efficient and often takes half an hour to proofread a book. So, the value of a transcribed book written by wise son Kratos has become almost as precious as a second-tier gold coin, an important export commodity for the Spartan city-state. Looking at Virgil's white chair, the other can't help but feel that the gift he gets from his brother carries more heartfelt meaning. It's just a chair. Hey, Virgil! Look at mine! With a voice that rings out, another silver-haired, non-ponytailed, handsome youth walks over, brandishing a gleaming iron sword in his hand, beginning to wield it in a showy manner. Wow! The iron sword, infused with magical energy, glows red all over. Even the hilt is carved with a devil's skull. Kratos knows what kind of things boys of this age like. The design of this sword perfectly appeals to Dante. Isn't it cool? I named it Rebellion. Cough. Rebellion. Hearing this catchy name, the corner of Virgil's mouth curls up in a playful smile. So, what are you rebelling against, Dante? Everything. Just rebellion for the sake of rebellion. What a silly name. Virgil smiles, stroking the armrest of the white chair. It doesn't seem as practical as a chair. Hat. Dante chuckles, are you just jealous of the gift Kratos gave me? Me jealous? Swords are everywhere, but this chair is one of a kind. TCH, what's with that expression? Let me sit in it too. You wish. Kratos smiles, watching his two brothers playfully bicker. If only time could stand still like this forever. But alas, it's just wishful thinking. Because, this is the moonlit world's age of gods Greece. Enjoying the tranquility of this moment, Reinhard shifts his gaze slightly from the palace courtyard to the vast city of Sparta. Sigma Pyro Tau Eta, Sparta. In Greek, it means fertile land. And indeed, it is. The fertile resources of Greece are on par with those once coveted by Britannia. No, they're even stronger, much stronger. Because here, not only is there the favor of the gods, but there is no looming threat of the age of gods' decline. Wild beasts roam the land, and various fairies flourish and reproduce. Giants, dragons, monsters, mythical creatures. They can be found almost everywhere. The physique of an average adult here would easily become a champion fighter in modern times. So, even though it's the era of ancient Greece, civilization and technology seem much more advanced than in 5th century Britannia. The person who originally named this city Sparta probably never imagined that this name would one day become synonymous with iron and blood. Under the governance of wise son Kratos, the overall area of the Spartan city-state has become staggering. The 4 obas have been divided into 4 regions. Near the Ionia coast, the commercial thoroughfare connects the city-states, with ships coming and going, transporting thousands of goods every day. Further inland is the rebuilt urban area, once nearly destroyed by devil invasions. The Greek-style, pure white, clean architecture is made of stone, but because it's mythical stone, it has a self-cleaning ability. Adorned with columns emphasizing light and shadow, the white relief walls create a grand sense of sacredness. And because of the spread of magic, every part of the building is infused with magical constructs, emitting sparkling light. This is now the most prosperous and populous city area in Sparta, with bustling construction still underway, theaters, arenas, slave markets. The heights of various buildings are becoming increasingly towering. Further up the hill is the Spartan Magic District, where the magical content is even more abundant. Although slavery still exists, places like Magic Video and Enchantment Workshop have begun to emerge. The fairies and dwarves invited by Leonidas are skilled in a peculiar architectural style, stone stacking with a mechanical touch, with magical airships floating in the sky. Even in the city, various phantasmal species intermingle with humans, such as lizardmen, cat girls, leopard people, and all sorts of fantastical creatures wearing exotic outfits. It's eerie. But also tidy. It's a weird yet harmonious beauty. High-tech, ancient, and filled with various fantasy colors. People always place their hopes in the lofty gods, basking in the gifts and blessings from the gods. The thoughts of the vast majority of people are still ignorant and uncivilized, and the slave system prevails, with mysteries abound and redundant elements overflowing, yet it all appears prosperous and thriving. Swords and magic? Or cyberpunk? Kratos can hardly find the right words to describe the style of this Greece. If forced to say, it should be Grecian magical punk? Moving further up from the urban area, one arrives at the magnificent palace courtyard of the King of Sparta. And standing atop the highest peak of Sparta, there lies the solemn temple of war. The Greece of the age of gods. Truly a dazzling and prosperous civilization. The black-haired youth gazes down upon the city-state under his rule, knowing that Athens is said to be even more abundant than his own domain. Reinhard, now inhabiting a body named Kratos, has grown steadily for the past 16 years. His status panel leaves him with a subtle feeling. Yes, subtle. Name, Kratos Sparta. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Mana, C. Luck, X. Noble Phantasm. Eternal Arms Mastery, B. Your combat arts skills, in this era where the art of combat has yet to reach its peak, are undoubtedly unrivaled. They are not taught by others but are a concentrated manifestation of your soul's expertise. Eternal Arms Mastery allows you to overcome the strong with the weak. However, unfortunately, your current physical attributes are too weak to defeat opponents whose strength far exceeds yours. Magic Resistance, C. With the blood of Sparta coursing through you and the favor of the gods, you possess basic resistance to simple magic. Crimson Fury, not awakened. You have not yet felt the surge of anger within you, as you have not embarked on the journey to slay gods. Demonic Sword Companion, not awakened. The bloodthirsty demonic sword destined to be yours has not yet pierced through despair to reach you. Limiter, not awakened. The heart known as humanity still binds your restless soul. To sum it up. Mediocre. This word truly reflects the strength of Kratos's current body. When he was just 8 years old, as the son of a white dragon, he possessed the strength to punch through stones, boasting terrifying stats of 3 BS. Perhaps it's the lack of enhancement from an ultimate life form. Now, at 16, his attributes are just slightly stronger than those of an ordinary Spartan warrior. Although his combat arts skills allow him to triumph over the strong with the weak. If he were to spar with Leonidas and exert full force, Kratos would surely lose. The gap in physical fitness is still too vast to overcome. But well, none of his 3 talents have awakened yet, so his current youth and stats are still within the normal range. What puzzles Kratos the most is, damn, luck X. When he saw this stat, Kratos was dumbfounded for several minutes. How in the world did his luck become so high? Did counter force dip its hand again? Or perhaps, is the X rank indicating the worst possible luck? Shouldn't it be E instead? There must be something fishy going on. Kratos muttered this classic line. After all, he's opened a hole in the inner sea of the planet. Could it be, because he's currently in a timeline before the hole appears, there's no hostility from counter force? No, that's not it. In his understanding, counter force is something that exists along the timeline, otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for Grand Servants to be summoned to intervene. Why is the luck of Kratos so high? After ruling out all options, Kratos could only think of one possibility. So, is it because of the devils? Or because, of that name, the Crimson Titan? Having grown up in the city-state of Sparta under Leonidas' tutelage, Kratos now has a basic understanding of the situation in Greece. He is actually quite knowledgeable about Greek mythology, having been exposed to it more than Celtic mythology. It's just that the moonlit world's Greek history seems to have been slightly changed. Leonidas has told his adopted sons about the history of the gods recorded in Sparta. In Kratos's personal understanding, initially, it did adhere to the development of Greek mythology. Zeus leads the gods to overthrow the Titans, engaging in a fierce battle with Cronus. The battle was said to be earth-shattering, until the ocean is dyed blood-red. But from here, things took a turn. Dying Cronus, wanting to drag all the gods down with him, activated a hidden backup energy source. Sacrificing himself, he summoned a primordial chaos called Chaos, tearing open a huge rift to the other world. From that rift in the other world, countless monstrous beings poured directly into Tartarus. After that, Tartarus was thoroughly contaminated and transformed by the rift in the void. Since then, it has become a devil lair and nurtured countless devils. The Titans imprisoned in Tartarus don't know what's going on anymore, but by now, no gods should care. At first, the gods didn't think it was a big problem. For thousands of years, under the rule of the gods, the long era passed peacefully. However, with the complete contamination of hell, Tartarus began to emit cracks, constantly opening up across the world, causing untold suffering for humans under the rule of various gods. Each time a crack appears, countless devils, who prey on humans, surge out, ravaging the human world, grinding teeth and sucking blood. The devils here do not refer to the silly and cute creatures in mythology, with their red faces and fangs, or with heads of goats and legs of bulls, tempting mortals to their downfall. Nor does it fall into categories such as succubi, incubi, rapists, enchanters, vacuum demons, or Voldemort. Most of the nameless common devils are nothing more than foot soldiers. Dealing with them in Greece during the Age of Gods is akin to facing a horde of weak monsters. However, in the midst of the devil horde, there are named devils. These are the most formidable adversaries. Based on the experience and lessons learned from years of struggle and conflict between humans and devils, it has been discovered that the collective fear of humans towards certain things can summon corresponding devils, causing them to descend from hell and wreak havoc on the human world. Such fears can be related to plants, animals, inanimate objects, tangible entities, or even some sort of metaphysical concept. To illustrate, according to Kratos's understanding, a devil born from the fear of groups would be the group devil. A devil born from the fear of pigeons would be the pigeon devil. The stronger, more widespread, and deeper the fear of humans towards certain things, the more eerie abilities, destructive power, and tenacious vitality the corresponding devils possess. The most challenging aspect is that those devils with names cannot truly be killed. Devils have incredibly tenacious vitality, and only destroying their hearts can truly annihilate them. However, as long as humans retain fear of their names, the devils will rise from hell once again, eradicating human fear. That is almost impossible. So, every time a devil is slain, it's merely sending them back to the fountain for a bath, thus delaying their return. And these are also basic common knowledge among the vast majority of people in Greek. Since Tartarus was thoroughly contaminated and devils began to rampage the earth, humans have since acquired a common enemy. Throughout Greece, in its majestic city-states, although relations have not been completely restored, at least the disputes between them have diminished significantly. Because, faced with devils, humanity's natural enemy, unity is essential for survival. Leonidas is right. Most of Greece's elite warriors today are outstanding devil hunters. Some of these devils with names may even manifest in human form. However, even humanoid devils often have distinctive features in their cranial regions compared to regular humans. This is also a common method devil hunters use to distinguish between humans and devils. Devils will continue to rise from hell, while humans will perish. In such a seemingly hopeless situation, in this endless struggle against devils, the reason people can persevere is because they yearn for the blessings of the gods. If the gods were to emerge victorious, perhaps they could sweep hell clean. Embracing such hope is what drives people to continue fighting. The reason why it's said to emerge victorious is because, at present, the gods are too preoccupied. Over 10,000 years ago, a crimson meteorite with a flaming tail fell from an extraterrestrial planet, crashing onto the Earth and giving rise to a crimson titan. He destroyed Atlantis, wreaking havoc and slaughter upon various pantheons, and then launched attacks against Norse, Greek, Sumerian, and Egyptian pantheons. Eventually, it is said that he was pierced and dispersed by a beam of light that pierced through the sky and earth, causing his fragments to fall all over the world. At almost the same time devils began to rampage. Fragments of the Crimson Titan stood up again in Greece, shaking Olympus to its core. It is said that Zeus led the gods to once again disperse the Crimson Titan. However, the Crimson Titan would rise again after a period of time, launching another assault on Mount Olympus. The protracted war between the two sides has lasted for over a decade. Now people are eagerly awaiting the gods' victory over the Crimson Titan, thereby freeing up their hands to save humanity. The flickering flame of hope continues to sway. A meteorite dropped by an extraterrestrial planet, the Crimson Titan. Kratos cannot help but think. Could this be the fallen empire? In Stellaris, the awakened fallen empire from the galaxy sometimes holds strong animosity towards other civilizations. So, the so-called Crimson Titan, which displays such obvious hostility towards the gods, might possibly be a small reconnaissance sent by the fallen empire? With this in mind, Kratos suddenly understood why the luck stat of his current Kratos body had reached X. It's highly likely because the counter force was disrupted by that Crimson Titan. And the beam of light that destroyed the Crimson Titan should be Excalibur. Kratos immediately guessed that beam of light should have come from the sword of promised victory, Excalibur. Compared to the Excalibur swung by Artoria towards him, Excalibur attack that hit the Crimson Titan should have been several times larger than the one that hit him. So, this thing led to the weakening of the counter force to the extreme? The counter force had no time to bother with him. So, this is what causes his luck to be very high. Tisk, fortunes do change. With the salty sea breeze blowing, the black-haired youth squinted his eyes slightly, looking towards the distant coastline. Considering the possibility of attacking the counter force when they're at their weakest. The last time he attacked, it was just an opening that reached the inner sea of the planet. And this time, if he can't eliminate the counter force, it would be the greatest insult to him and truly unworthy of the talent he possesses. But he clearly needs to enhance his strength. And his talent. Crimson Fury requires anger. Lamita requires fighting on the brink of death. Both of these are difficult to control and are not stable enhancements. Now, the best way for him to enhance his strength should be demonic sword companion. So, where should he go to find that destined demonic sword? Forget it. Let's not consider such troublesome matters. Today is the birthday of the 3 Spartan brothers. Kratos felt that he should, perhaps, relax a little, after such a long time. With this in mind, the black-haired youth turned his gaze back, smiling at his 2 playful brothers. But without him realizing it, at the distant end of the coastline, there seemed to be a looming haze of gloom, rising and converging. The night was cloudless, the stars twinkling brightly in the sky. Within the palace of Sparta, a lively banquet was underway. Today marked the birthday of the 3 Spartan brothers, a celebration that engulfed the entire city. Leonidas laid out a grand feast, where residents from all over the city could set aside their tasks and join in the festivities. At the head table, the youths raised their cups in toast to the red-haired warrior. Spartans were known for their love of drink, but there was one exception, the young man with black hair. He simply couldn't handle alcohol. You could say he's the type of person who would typically be the first to surrender at a drinking party and hand over his glass to someone else. So, just half a glass for me, father. With a slightly tipsy gaze, the black-haired youth clinked his cup with Leonidas, taking only a small sip before his vision began to blur. It's rare for you to even drink half a glass, Kratos, ha ha ha. I'm happy for you. The red-haired king of Sparta laughed heartily, downing his massive cup of wine. If Kratos can't handle it, then so be it. We'll drink with you, father. The silver-haired youths began to shield their older brother from further alcohol. The atmosphere of the banquet was warm and joyful. In 3 years, you'll all be adults. Time flies. Reflecting on this, the king of Sparta smiled and turned his kind eyes towards his favorite foster son. You're almost ready to stand on your own. Therefore, for you, I want to entrust my most precious treasure, Kratos. With these words, Kratos couldn't help but smile wryly at the gesture. After adopting 3 foster sons, Leonidas had devoted all his energy to them, forsaking marriage and further children. He treated them as his own. However, Leonidas had a beloved daughter with his deceased queen. Named Marine, she was a red-haired, delicate-faced girl who sat beside Kratos with a shy smile, gazing at him with bold, passionate eyes. Kratos couldn't meet her gaze. Spartans valued strength and valor above all else. And now, the young girls of the city couldn't help but have their hearts set on the black-haired youth. Some men even began to dress like him, wearing white robes. However, the burly, almost bursting muscles only provoke giggles from the girls. But muscles could be trained. But character could not. Kratos's integrity, wisdom, knowledge, and humility earned him the respect of all in Sparta, despite lacking the Spartan combat prowess. Thus, everyone's aesthetic preferences began to shift towards him. This often left Leonidas amused and exasperate. Kratos began, wanting to refuse. He knew that this simulation would bring him face to face with an extremely challenging fate. The name Kratos said it all. No need to mention again how challenging Kratos' life is. But it's settled. This is not only my wish but also Marine's preference. Don't refuse. With a smile, the middle-aged foster father arranged the marriage for his daughter. On the day of your adulthood, I'll personally officiate your wedding. What could he say? Kratos looked at the red-haired girl. She blushed, staring straight at him, as she had done for the past 12 years. Wiping his sweat during practice, assisting him in farming, holding the lamp for him while he wrote. Kratos understood the girl's feelings. From now on, they would treat each other as equals. Nothing more needed to be said. The black-haired youth could only smile and nod his head. Dante and Virgil exchanged a glance, smiling brightly as they raised their cups in celebration for their brother. The atmosphere of the banquet grew even more lively. In Leonidas' knowing smile, the 2 silver-haired youths lifted their slightly intoxicated brother's arm and guided Kratos towards the lookout tower of the palace courtyard. The sky was high, the sea vast. The brilliant stars of Greece sparkled in the night sky. Kratos gazed at them, feeling a sense of stagnation. Looking at the brilliant lights of the thousands of households below, swinging together, forming the name Kratos. We may not be skilled, and we may be foolish, but we know how to kill devils. The youth Virgil scratched his head and laughed. If you want us to do handiwork, you might as well kill us. So, this is... Dante's forehead furrowed as he smiled. Our gift to you, Kratos. Thank you. Kratos muttered absent-mindedly. He turned his head. Leonidas, his foster father, and his childhood friend Marine, sat at the banquet, smiling at him. Their expressions froze on their faces. Frozen in Kratos's eyes. In an instant, all sound seemed to fade away. Everything became silent. As if a hammer struck a mirror. The entire world in his eyes began to slow down. Everything was shattered, crushed, destroyed. Piece by piece. It crumbled away. The grand Sparta palace. In the bewildered and dazed expression of the black-haired youth. It was all crushed, overwhelmed, collapsed. A violent gust of wind. Brushing against Kratos's forehead. Everything before his eyes shattered and disappeared. The thunderous, brain-rattling buzzing finally penetrated his mind. The palace before his eyes was reduced to rubble in an instant. The moonlight was pure and bright. The cries and screams of people, even before they had a chance to sound. No one was aware of what had happened. In the blink of an eye, everything was crushed, destroyed. Kratos stared blankly. Supported by his dazed brothers Dante and Virgil, he turned his gaze away. From the distant coastline, a trail of destruction, a violent force that had crushed and shattered everything, stretched for tens of thousands of meters on the ground, piercing through the palace of Sparta with precision. On the surging waves of the sea, a figure as tall as a mountain, adorned with countless human skulls and carrying various weapons of war on its back, lowered its arm that had thrown a long spear and began to dissipate inch by inch. The rift of hell began to open. In the city of Sparta, explosions erupted, igniting flames everywhere. The screams of people and the roars of warriors echoed around. In the burning, familiar air, Kratos stood silently, lowering his gaze. Before the onslaught, standing in front of him was Virgil. The silver-haired youth was covered in blood. His limbs looked twisted like a bundle of rags after being swept over by the violent shockwaves. Kratos, are you okay? Virgil said with a smile, hoarse and weak, his body softened and collapsed straight down. Virgil. Dante rushed forward, lifting Virgil's body. Kratos remained silent, still lost in thought. Amidst the burning, nerve-wracking chaos, the sound of hooves echoed. Clack! 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 Through the dispersing dust and smoke, two majestic white horses emerged. Riding on them were strange figures clad in blood-red armor and a woman with orange hair, her head seemingly haloed with a circle of light. They halted their horses, standing still. You guys are really lucky. The blood-red figure, his eyes dripping with blood, exclaimed. None of you died. Hearing this, the woman with orange hair couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps this is fate. The blood-red figure raised his hand. In an instant, the silver-haired youth lying on the ground, his body mangled like a rag, was lifted by the figure's palm. The strongest of the Spartan brothers will completely destroy Olympus. With an olive wreath adorning her head and a concentric ring swirling in her amber eyes, the woman with orange hair on horseback lowered her gaze slightly. This is the prophecy Zeus obtained from Moirai. So. The burly figure enveloped in red armor, his voice hoarse yet somewhat playful, spoke up as he slowly raised the robust form of the silver-haired youth. Is this kid it? He's going to destroy Olympus. Seems like it. The woman with orange hair holding the reins of the steed replied, a smirk playing on her lips. I can feel it. I can feel the astonishing power contained within him. It's a ferocity that could tear apart both the world and hell. The figure in the red armor shook his head disdainfully. Then should we just kill him? Take him back. He's such an interesting little fellow. Don't waste him. Listening to the casual yet decisive conversation between the two, Dante slowly lifted his gaze. His expression, contorted and ferocious. Who are you? No one paid him any attention. The crimson-armored figure and the orange-haired woman, carrying Virgil's battered body, turned the horse's head. Give Virgil back to me. Bang! Dante roared and charged forward. But with a casual wave of the red-armored figure, he was swiftly knocked down, falling to the ground, blood dripping from his right eye socket. Arg! His body racked with agonizing pain as if his bones were shattering. Dante vomited a pool of blood, mixed with visceral chunks. The black-haired youth silently watched the two figures on horseback. His dear brother was bound and fallen. Despite everything, Kratos still stood in place. His voice trembled like hell. Athena! Oh! As if hearing the black-haired youth, the hoarse voice. The orange-haired woman with a halo with a circle of light on her head slightly turned her amber eyes. You recognize me? Ha, such a countenance has never been seen before. Kratos, hi? You're truly interesting. Rage. Rage, spreading in his chest. The dissipating dust swept away by some invisible force. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble. The scattered gravel on the ground trembled incessantly. The Spartan rage. Truly a divine gift. But it is something given to you by us. Saying so, a pleased curve formed on the orange-haired woman's lips. Still want to resist us, huh? Courageous little fellow. Or just kill him. The armored figure said impatiently. Athena, he's recognized you. No, let him live. Athena said with a smile. It's been so long since I've seen such an interesting little fellow. If he can survive, it's his destiny. She casually withdrew her gaze. Go back quickly, the vanguard of the wandering star is gathering again. Leave them here to fend for themselves. The majestic white horse turned its head. Clack! 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 Carrying the young Virgil. Their figures slowly dissipated into the dust. Screams. Roars. The cracks of hell opened in unprecedented scale, mercilessly grinding and slaughtering the unsuspecting celebrants in Sparta, leaving bloody carnage everywhere. Kratos raised his head, gazing at the pristine moon above the sky. Moonlight. Veiled by dark clouds. He cast his gaze downward. His younger brother, Dante, collapsed at his feet. The entire palace, crushed and shattered, left nothing but ruins and debris, not even a single intact corpse to be found. A solitary figure, abandoned by the world. Standing amidst this desolate moonlit wasteland. Flesh grinding. Teeth gnashing. The scent of fresh blood permeating the air. The wet, slick sound, reminiscent of worms slithering on the ground, crawled from all directions. Devils and monsters. Twisted skulls. Gnashing fangs. Madly darting eyeballs. Various grotesque devils, drooling from their mouths, crawled forth, encircling the dark-haired youth. Their eyes swirling with bloodlust. The god-slayer known as Kratos. Expressionless, slowly, from the ground, picking up rebellion meant for his brother, Dante. In this moment, he was left with only one kin, Dante. He wanted to howl. He wants to roar. But is it useful? Kratos closed his eyes. The intense fury trembling within his heart. Yes. It's useful. Athena. Under the moonlight. Blooms of blood. Splitting. Severing. What are devils? Just shattered fragments. The violent intestines gushed out in piles. Kratos, like a meat grinder, crazily tore apart everything that dared to assail his brother. The bone-chilling cold. The icy raindrops. Torrential downpour, yet rain couldn't wash away the thick, hellish blood. The oppressive sky of dark clouds. Suddenly streaked with blood-red lightning. Boom! The scarlet lightning crashed down, striking the distant shoreline lost in the storm. As if both land and sea trembled together. The Crimson Titan, slowly rising from the sea level, step by step, trampled upon the Olympus mountain. Amidst the thunderous roar, blood rained down. Torrential rain poured, as if the sky wept. Before the ruins of the Sparta palace. The black-haired youth, bathed in blood, crushed everything before him like a millstone. The fine iron sword in his hand sliced through the devils' bodies, annihilating their hearts. The blade slashed through flesh and bone. Finally, emitting a scream of unbearable burden. Crack! Rebellion. Named so and given to Dante, shattered in Kratos's hand. Under his foot, Dante with eye sockets soaked with fresh blood and the barely breathing, grasped his ankle. Kratos, flee quickly! Kratos clenched his fists. If there were no swords, he still have his hands. Bones were being broken. Flesh was being crushed. The skin on his arms, continually torn and rotting under the corrosive saliva of devils, revealing the stark white bones beneath. No roaring. No yelling. Crack. Kratos tore off the bone from his left arm, piercing the sharp end into a devil's eye. Squelch. Blood splattered. The black-haired youth, drenched in blood, stood before his brother like a god of death, the devil corpses around him piled like mountains. Yet. Too slow. Too slow to kill. Blood had already smeared his pupils and eyeballs, everything he saw tinged with crimson. Leg bones were already broken. The youth's barely surviving left eye, weeping and wailing, watched his elder brother's figure collapse and kneel before him. Kratos. Endless grotesque creatures surged like a tide. As if they would swallow his figure whole. In the midst of everything crumbling, everything collapsing. A crimson titan shaking Olympus was suddenly pierced by a blazing beam erupting from the earth. Bone-chilling winds. Icy raindrops. The youth, trembling, weakly supported his body. Everything seemed to slow down. Infinity high sky. Blood light descending. A broken, crack-covered, bloodied giant sword, as tall as a man, suddenly pierced through the devil's head that had just torn down, impaling the fallen black-haired youth and the flesh before him. Kratos vomited blood, staring blankly. Staring at the shattered demonic sword with eyes embedded in its hilt. That weak, seemingly about to close eye, and his own gaze met hazily. I'm going to die. Are you going to die too? That dim, almost extinguished gaze. Conveying the will of the sword. It thirsts. For human blood. So that's it. Kratos coughed. He hoarsely, coughingly laughed. This is, a covenant. I'll let you, drink my blood. In exchange, let me wield your power. The barely surviving, blood-drenched right hand. The black-haired youth gripped the broken hilt. Like veins, sinister patterns, extending from the sword, climbed up Kratos's arm, spreading towards his heart. Bursting out, like a tide of blood-red lines. Forming Kratos's new arm, new bones, new flesh. Dante stared blankly and dully. Looking at his black-haired brother before him, covered in a blood-red armor that enveloped his entire being. Tell me, your name. Kratos asked silently. Name. Then, from the depths of his heart, a hoarse roar slowly rose. I am, the God Slayer. Atrox. Chapter 77 Athena. In the blood-soaked gaze. The Spartan rage surged. Beneath the torrential rain. A figure, drenched in blood, with black hair, raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the demonic sword. In the battlefield resembling a meat grinder. The palm dripping with fresh blood, washed away by the rain, flowing all the way to the shattered blade of the demonic sword. I'll let you, drink my blood. In exchange, let me wield your power. Facing each other in the pouring rain, on the brink of death. With the establishment of the contract. Their lives began to connect completely. Allowed to drink the host's blood with relish. The cracks on the sword gradually repaired and closed. Heat surged in the next moment of loss. A fierce burning sensation filled Kratos's mind in an instant. Surging blood threads spread from the sword, climbing up the arms, body, heart of the black-haired figure. Trembling. The dense blood color pervaded and dyed the pupil of Kratos. Thick as wax, the color spread rapidly, forming a crimson armor on Kratos's body. Huff. Intense blood. Coarse, like the trembling breath of hell. From the pile of devils, something stood up again. Not human. But, the ruler of hell. Dante stared blankly. Stared at his brother in front of him, holding a blood-red giant sword, his sturdy figure towering. Interweaving hoarse words. From beneath his demonic, ferocious, and bloody face, a resounding declaration emanated. I am Kratos/Atrox. Listen. To the silence of annihilation. Boom. Huge, monstrous demonic wings tore through the flesh from behind. A deep, prison-like intense blood rose from the demonic sword, surging around him like flickering flames. The pouring rain curtain was instantly swept away, purified. The devil's piled corpses instantly decayed, annihilated. Even the grotesque creatures that emerged from the cracks of hell, devoid of human cowardice, seemed to sense an indescribable horror and fear under the looming demonic figure. The bodies of the devils began to tremble, wriggle, and retreat. clashing and gnashing teeth, mouths dripping with saliva. Such ferocious mouthpieces for feeding, at this moment, emitted chilling and horrifying moans and screams. The cold wind pierced. Torrential rain poured. Under the desolate, starless night sky. Slowly, a hoarse, deep, abyss-like voice rang out, but it brought an incomparable sense of peace and anticipation to Kratos. You bunch of filthy, wretched maggots! I will sever your dirty bodies. Cut them open. Smash them to pieces. Olympus! You shall perish! Bang! The ground cracked with deep pits from the stampede. The blood-red muscular body leaped up violently, and the crimson wings spread abruptly under the bleak moonlight. Accompanied by the sonic boom of a scream. Like a mountainous, fierce, and bloodthirsty sword, it abruptly slashed down, pouring out a surge of blood-colored sword light. Rib! The earth trembled. Flesh tore apart. The great devil with the bloated body was split in half from the top by the descending furious sword. Amidst the splattering thick blood, the wriggling intestines were tremblingly surged out. Splash! Splash! Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha! Accompanied by the insane hoarse laughter, a buzzing resonance spread along with the chains of fury. All devils attempting to escape were swiftly entangled and swept away by the chains of blood-red fury, burning and billowing, towards this burly demonic figure. Squelch! A sweeping sword strike. Like a meat grinder, tearing apart everything before it. Torrential rain. Also tainted with a crimson hue as blood. The demonic figure, wielding the demonic sword, let out a mad laughter amidst the shower of blood, splattered everywhere. Dante gazed motionlessly, at this scene of surging emotions. Kratos. In his heart, a fierce flame seemed to ignite. His figure. Each step he took almost shook the earth. No need to consider any fighting techniques anymore. No need for any restraints or defenses. All beings not allowed to survive were now shaken to their core, their guts torn asunder, beginning to flee in terror. Kratos's crimson gaze swept around. Gazing upon the devils, their trembling bodies chilled with fear. Escape does not solve the problem. Because only dead devils are true devils. Slaughter. Crushing. The burly demonic figure, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, mercilessly slaughtering all the grotesque creatures fleeing in terror. The land bathed in blood. As if filled and enveloped by flames of fury. Atrox's mad and hoarse voice was echoing. Interesting. 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 What an interesting lad. Clearly so frail. Clearly so insignificant. But such rage. Such bloodlust. This uncontrollable urge to kill. I admit, I might have slightly underestimated you. You are worthy of becoming my host. So I permit you to call my name. Call out Atrox's name. This is your noble glory. Kill. Keep killing. Our compatibility. It's simply 1000%. Ha 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 ha. The madman who destined to slay gods, and the sword who destined to slay gods. The wills of both sides seemed to blend and intertwine, indistinguishable. That rage that seemed to cut and shatter everything was, remarkably, so similar. Flesh and blood of countless devils were shredded, bathing in the frenzy of blood rain. Atrox, drenched in blood, brandishing the bloodthirsty sword, let out a mad hoarse laughter. Ha 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 ha. Feels good. Crush them. Let it all out. Want to become stronger, don't you? Then, give your body more to me. Boy. You will become the host of the God's lair. This is your supreme glory. After all, with your frail human body, you can barely unleash a fraction of my power. The mad laughter abruptly halted. Crack. Kratos gripped the hilt of the sword. His crimson gaze slightly lowered, meeting the sinister, bloodshot eye of the sword. As if speaking to himself. No, your place. The deep, layered voice resonated from the same vocal cords. I am your master, Atrox. Humph. Faced with such words, Atrox merely emitted a disdainful sneer. A person. Playing both sides of the conversation like a split personality. Boy. I merely appreciate you, so I exchanged a few words with you. Contract. Indeed, we are now somewhat intertwined. But, such a thing, for me, the vanguard of the wandering stars. It has no binding force whatsoever. I can tear it apart unilaterally at any time. I don't need any contract. There's no contract that can bind me. I am free, free to slaughter everything. No one is worthy to be my master. I was just ambushed by those scum of Olympus. Worms. I am the world ender. Atrox. Do you think, you, this insignificant and frail human, are worthy to be my master? Under the pouring rain. The atmosphere became heavy. Bathed in the rain. The bloodstains all over, washed away by the torrential flow. The god slayer named Kratos, hoarsely uttered a low hum. Then you, can leave. I don't need an unruly sword. No hesitation. No delay. Kratos released his grip, directly throwing the sword in his hand, piercing through the heap of devil corpses on the ground. Blood mist evaporated. The crimson armor, like melted wax, slowly receded from his body. From the burly demonic figure, Kratos regained his slender figure. The left hand, newly formed by the demonic sword, bore a peculiarly pallid complexion. Kratos flexed his fingers, finding no issue with movement. That would do. He turned, approaching his brother without a backward glance, leaving him behind. Hi! The demonic sword lodged in the ground swayed and emitted a curious, surprised hiss. Kratos didn't look back, watching the distant figure who insulted him by throwing him like garbage. Atrox infuriated. Damn, even a sword can have temper. Fuck you. Bastard. If you don't want it, don't use it, who cares about you? The sword roared with a tremor. Through clenched teeth. Humph. The fierce eye on the sword glanced arrogantly to the side. And dismissively from the corner of his eye. The black-haired youth gradually moved away, supporting his brother, showing no intention of turning back. Who I am? I'm Atrox. I am the god slayer. The world ender. Who cares about you, insignificant human? Watching the black-haired youth, supporting his brother as they disappeared into the rain. Feeling anxious. Atrox admitted he was anxious. Are you really serious, boy? Atrox, as the vanguard of the wandering star, was indeed the world ender that made the world tremble. But now, has been shattered into pieces by Gaia, who using the sword of promised victory. He's not who he used to be. His consciousness also be called the remnants of Aotarks. At this moment, Atrox couldn't even gather his humanoid form. If Kratos didn't feed him blood, then this fragment of the vanguard of the wandering star, will really wither, dry up, and die. And clearly, he is the world ender who will bring an end to this world. Everything in this world would be crushed and absorbed by it. In other words, it's impossible for it to make a so-called contract with the natives of this planet, even if both sides agree, there is no chance at all. Because, the rules of this planet cannot bind it to the vanguard of the wandering star, moreover, the crest of the wandering star within its body possess the power to devour civilizations. And when Kratos said that sentence, he reluctantly agreed due to his desire for survival, its silent consent. Contract. Did it really come to pass? As the vanguard of the wandering star, it's impossible to be intertwined together with these tiny, weak, seemingly insignificant little creatures that can be squashed like insects at any time. Moreover, this person was born from Gaia that he was destined to destroy. But how could their lives intertwine together? How is this possible? Atrox experienced an ethereal feeling like a thread of connection between him and Kratos, and could not help swaying. The bloodthirsty aura around him slowly dissipated. As a result of losing Kratos as his host. At this moment, he now was feeble and weak sword who even defended himself was struggling without a host. And you can be sure what his fate will be if it continues like this. And as expected. Seemingly sensing the weakness of Aotarks. In the pile of devil corpses. Those wriggling, disgusting, grotesque creatures extended their sticky tentacles, seemingly wanting to touch the hilt of the sword. Slippery mucus. Slightly contaminating the blade of Atrox. Ah! The sword shivered all over. Then, a hoarse and furious voice spread out. You! How dare you defile my body? Filthy maggots! I'll kill you 1,000 times. Not enough. Pfft! Atrox leaped up suddenly, with a swift jump and slash, cutting off the tentacle that dared to touch him. Humph! Bathed in blood. The eye on the sword narrowed with disdain. But so what, brat? I don't need you, I can slowly recover on my own dash. When he mutters like this, a huge skull slowly floated up in front of Aatrox. Resembling a leech, the devil's body as huge as a small mountain slowly approached, its pink lips dripping with covetous mucus. The extended tongue gently licked the sword, leaving a puddle of wet, sticky, disgusting liquid on the blade. Ah! Aatrox infuriated. Who dares to defile the world ender? And then, looking at the demon head in front of him, the sword leaped fiercely, jumping towards the black-haired youth. Boy! Boy! Damn it, look at me! Listening to that hoarse, somewhat ridiculous voice, Kratos supported Dante glanced over expressionlessly, looking behind at the sword that was jumping towards him. You're ruthless. No, I mean, you're amazing. Our contract has been established. If I die, you'll die too, do you know that? So what? With a disdainful expression, the young man with black hair regarded the sword as if it were nothing more than trash. I've told you, I don't need an unruly sword. Such indifference in his demeanor. It made Aatrox itch with frustration, yet he restrained himself from erupting. Because they were intertwined in existence. To curse him, wasn't that akin to cursing himself? With such reasoning, he struggled to convince himself. Aatrox squinted slightly at the figure before him, the suppressed words resonating with a trembling tone. Boy! I admit, you've piqued my interest. I could make you my servant. Without looking back, Kratos turned away. Ah! Aatrox erupted in madness. A warrior then? A bedfellow? No. No no no. Damn it! I acknowledge you as my fighter. I allow you to be my kin. Supporting his brother's body steadily, the young man with black hair turned slightly, his expression devoid of emotion. I am your master. With those words, silence fell. The eye on the demonic sword twitched. Aatrox leaped suddenly, viciously jabbing at Kratos's knee with the hilt of the sword. The young man with black hair raised his hand, grabbing the sword's hilt and restraining the frenzied blade. Calm, deep-set eyes. Facing the menacing, blood-drenched eye of the demonic sword once again. The sword quivered. Roaring with a hoarse, trembling voice. I have no master. No one can claim to be my master. You are not my master. Never will be. Aatrox. A torrent of rain flows, drenching Kratos's wet forehead. The young man with black hair spoke quietly in the midst of the hellish bloodbath, his expression unchanged. I am not your master, indeed. But likewise, I am not your servant. If you cannot even treat me as an equal, then leave, return to your place. I do not need a sword that seeks to replace me. You will never have a master. My body will forever belong to myself. Clang! Kratos dropped the demonic sword from his hand. It fell to the ground with a resounding clang, as if plummeting from the heavens. The nameless and irrational devils that fled earlier began to encroach once again, having seen Kratos' departure. But shaken by the abyssal aura of the young man, and frightened by the carnage before them, they dared not approach. In this solemn, rain-soaked darkness, in this bloody, hellish battlefield, the demonic sword fell silent for a moment. We are equals. The sword trembled. Aatrox struggled, speaking in fragmented words. I admit, you and I are equals. We are comrades. With that, his words were lost in the torrential rain. Facing the sword on the ground, Kratos slowly raised his hand, gazing at the young man's fair who almost translucent palm. Aatrox hesitated. Was he supposed to? Was he supposed to leap up himself? Act on his own? Ah! With an indescribable sense of humiliation, Aatrox leaped up and dropped the hilt of his sword into the young man's hand. The eye of the demonic sword trembled. A feeling of disdain. Yet also, a hint of admiration. Damn it! Damn, 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 damn! This brat, truly, had his wits about him. Furious as he was, yet so lucid and composed, Aatrox felt consumed by jealousy and madness. Kratos! Why are you still so lucid? Your homeland is destroyed. Your loved ones are dead. I feel the rage within you, why do you maintain your composure? Athena. Ares. You are well aware of their identities, aren't you? Don't you want to crush those maggots? Don't you want to pulp their brains? Rip out their spines? Crush every inch of their bodies? Every inch of flesh? Every inch of bone? To impale those worthless beings like scraps of cloth on their own idols? No, you certainly want to. I can feel the fiery fury in your heart. Kratos. You desire it desperately. You are destined to reign as the king of hell and earth. Come. Slaughter. Ascend Olympus mountain. Build your throne upon the skulls of devils and gods. Break free from your shackles. Grasping the bloodthirsty demonic sword. Listening to the hoarse and eerie low hum of Atrox, lingering and resonating in the mind. The black-haired youth. Expressionless. Merged as one? Indeed, incredibly tempting. By merging with the demonic sword, he could obtain the crest of the wandering star, and gaining unparalleled ferocious power by devouring all civilizations. But, he would no longer be Kratos at that moment. He would become the world-ender named Atrox. I still cannot unleash my fury. Kratos slightly lowered his deep crimson eyes, locking gazes with the demonic sword. Because I must survive, Atrox. These simple words caused the voice of the sword demon to falter. Surging rage, the feeling of abandoning everything, destroying everything, breaking free from shackles, what freedom it is. I know it all too well. Kratos indeed knew it all too well. In fact, the freedom as a beast. He had already experienced it. He had already broken free from the cage once before. Looking into the Kratos's eyes, Atrox realized the cruel truth. It finally dawned on him that he had underestimated this kid. His fury was almost about to consume everything, his determination to die was evident. But he continued to struggle, to restrain himself with what he called reason. Because, compared to breaking free from everything, after breaking free from the cage, it takes even more courage to restrain oneself again. Kratos knew exactly what he had to do. You are too weak now, Atrox, and so am I. I must survive for vengeance. When a person dies, everything is lost. I must live for my father, for Marine, for Virgil, for the sacrifices of the warriors in the city. And Dante, he still needs me, he cannot lose me. The reason I hold on to you, and the reason you choose me, are the same. The day of vengeance. His faint words floated in the rain. Like moonlight shimmering in a pool of blood. It's not far away. Ha 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 ha. Atrox laughed, appearing mocking, ridiculing, and sorrowful. So. You are already mad, Kratos. You are madly and soberly, boy. The determination to die is not rare. What is terrifying is the heart that survives for revenge. This is your dark glory. Developing a rational, compassionate, and morally sound personality requires love, patience, companionship, education, and a long time. But turning someone into a lunatic often only requires a moment of despair. No one can maintain reason indefinitely. Just as no one can resist the growth of their own nails. The so-called morality, order, kindness, humility, propriety, and shame are all just masks. Atrox himself knew this best. Before his fall, he used to be a proud ascended god warrior. Wait. His memory, seems like there's something wrong? Is he, the vanguard of the wandering star? Or, an ascended god warrior of Shurima? A subtle sense of discord lingered in his heart. He, sent to this world. By whom? Grr. His eyes throbbed in pain. Atrox gave up thinking. This subtle sense of discord, rising in his heart, was swiftly abandoned by Atrox's brain, pushed to the back of his mind. He vaguely remembered, why his shattered self had fallen before this guy. Because Atrox saw rage. The youth with black hair before him, in those deep crimson eyes as profound as deep oceans, harbored surging rage, ready to devour and obliterate everything. The flames of vengeance burned in his heart. The thing called reason was in jeopardy. Boy! I look forward to the moment you take off the mask. I'll reluctantly let you have a go. Clean up this trash first. Blood-red tendrils surged out from the sword, emanating from the blade and spreading inch by inch over the black-haired youth's body. The crimson armor, like blood, slowly coalesced once again, enveloping Kratos entirely. Kratos. I fully sense your dominance. I fully understand your determination. We shall merge as one. Beneath the desolate moonlight. Amidst the torrential rain. Your suffering. I will make it bloom in full. The roar of the god's lair echoed over the entire city of Sparta. Annihilation. With the bloodthirsty demonic sword, Atrox. Once again, inseparable, they fused together. Boom. Blood-red wings tore open behind him, the demonic aura surrounding Kratos surged, intensified, and magnified. Kill. 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 At this very moment, Kratos's rampage aura is more ferocious than ever before, tenfold. His power is tenfold. His rage was unparalleled. Unrivaled in dominance. Unmatched in fury. Damn it all! Be it hell or earth. What else in this world can withstand? What else in this damn world can resist? In just a few short minutes. Whether they are renowned devils or lowly foot soldiers. Die. The blade cleaves flesh and blood. With each life slain, as the blood of devils is spilled, a circle of crimson blood mist rises and dissipates. Blood for the demonic sword. Skulls for the skull throne. The corpses of devils, piled beneath the carnage of battle, form a gruesome spectacle. Nerves, seemingly on the verge of melting in such terrifying brutality. But still, a strand of reason from Kratos dangles perilously. With each kill. His speed escalating relentlessly. His strength stacking incessantly. Amidst the blood rain, the crimson demon body moves, akin to a slaughterhouse, decimating all the devils surrounding the royal court. Bathed in the torrential downpour, drenched in copious fresh blood. Kratos looked at the confused Dante. Wait for me to come back. Blood. Fresh blood. I need to drink more blood. Quickly. Kratos. Cut open. Sever. Annihilate. Crush them. Facing the resounding uproar of the entire city-state, the clamor of warriors and devils locked in combat. Kratos spreads his wings. Boom. Accompanied by the tremors of the mountain tops. Crimson as blood, like a meteor with a blazing tail, from the heights of the sky, descends upon the Sparta palace. Facing the sudden invasion of a devil of such colossal scale and unexpected ferocity. You merge with Atrox, the demonic sword, and descend like a meteor, piercing through various city sectors. Amidst the warriors' bewildered and stunned gazes. In the blink of an eye. The devils' bodies are all severed and crushed by you. A thick crimson hue gradually spreads across your eyes. Even the horizon is tainted with a scarlet hue. As the desire for slaughter gradually intensifies. Your blood seems to emit a faint roar. Nerves seem to melt completely in such a terrifying and exhilarating sensation. Despite the looming danger to your sanity. You still cautiously control your force, mindful of sparing the lives of the Spartan warriors. Unfortunately, concerning the destruction of buildings, you have been somewhat neglectful. Thrust, sever, then swiftly fly towards the next area. The bewildered Spartans find themselves utterly astonished. Your figure akin to a devil king reigning over the devils, causes even those who face it, their hands gripping their weapons, to tremble, instinctively losing all will to fight. However, you pay no heed to them, and rampage with ferocious sword strikes that tear through the devils' bodies before soaring away. Is this, devil in internal strife? Devil slaughtering devils. You unilaterally massacre the devils, continuing throughout the entire night. The devil's fresh blood forms a bloody sea on the city's streets, washed away by the downpour, creating rippling waves of destruction. Amidst what feels like an endless massacre. The sound of rain gradually fades. Sunrise, moonset. The faint morning light on the horizon gradually rises from the azure surface of the sea. Crack. Crack. The stones tremble. The blood-colored giant sword's blade tip grinds incessantly against the ground, sparking friction. Dragging along with faltering steps. Bathed in the brilliant morning light. Covered in blood and with disheveled black hair, Kratos drags the blood-stained demonic sword, swaying step by step, making his way up the path, ascending to the Sparta palace. Before him once stood a magnificent palace. But now, at this moment, only ruins remain, like a desolate wasteland of broken walls. That force, which annihilated everything in its path with violent and intense attacks, had come from the coastline, stretching tens of thousands of meters across the land after shattering the Sparta Palace. After shattering the Sparta Palace, even the distant mountains behind the palace were pierced, creating a grotesque and rugged, kilometer-long fissure. His brother, Dante, kneels amidst the ruins of the court. Bloodied and with trembling hands. His nails are torn and cracked, his skin covered in bloodstains. All night, he had been trying to excavate the body of Leonidas from the ruins. But he couldn't retrieve even a fragment or bone. Amidst such violent onslaught, even the existence of a single bone became a luxury. Dante stares blankly, tears streaming down his face, averting his gaze. Looking at his brother's battered and bloodied body, approaching him step by step. Kratos. Dante, trembling, rises unsteadily, running towards his brother, only to be tripped by the rubble. Ignoring the dust covering him, he continues to climb up, staggering, and reaches out to steady Kratos's trembling body. This body. These injuries. These gruesome bloodstains covering his entire body. Examining Kratos's miserable body, Dante despairs, realizing that his brother's condition is far more severe than his own. From head to toe. Not a single piece of intact skin. Not a single intact bone. Such severe injuries. As if crushed by a steamroller. For an ordinary person, even a strong Spartan warrior, they would have died several times over. But Kratos, the black-haired youth. He still retains a faint breath. Atrox, feeling incredulous, has been repeatedly shaken by the power emanating from this youth. Wielding the demonic sword of slaughter. It's an extremely heavy burden. As a vanguard of the wandering stars, Atrox is not something anyone is qualified to wield. He devours with a primal instinct, unconsciously annihilating everything, including his wielder. Wielding this god-slaying sword, both physically and mentally, is an extremely heavy burden. The bloodthirsty demonic sword. The more it's wielded, the more it's corroded by its instincts. Atrox was the world-ender and vanguard of the wandering star that every time he killed and devoured a civilization he gradually became stronger. And his wielder will also grow stronger as well. But is Kratos the same as him? The vanguard of the wandering star? Of course not. Kratos is human. His body cannot withstand a continuous surge of excessive power. Just like eating. Eating properly is beneficial to the body. However, overeating will only cause the stomach to rupture. Excessive slaughter overflowing with magical energy, has caused Kratos's body to swell and almost feel like it's been repeatedly crushed by a steamroller. But this is not an unsolvable problem. If he were to completely merge with Atrox, he would rid himself of this weak human body and, through slaughter, gradually gain unlimited strength. However, Kratos cannot do that. Because, in that case, his consciousness will be completely obliterated, replaced by Atrox's consciousness. Although Atrox could have used this opportunity to gain control over Kratos's body, he did not. Because he was a man of his word. He did not take advantage of Kratos's weakness to erode his consciousness. And as a vanguard of wandering stars, Atrox finds it difficult to restrain his bloodthirsty instincts, but he is trying his best to absorb and retain magical energy, helping to maintain Kratos's sanity. Atrox gazes with endless emotion. Gazing at this precarious figure of his younger brother, covered in tattered bloodstains, yet, still making his way back. What drives him is not bones or flesh. It's his concern for his brother. Watching him stagger towards him, steadying his pale-faced, silver-haired brother. Kratos, somewhat dazed, manages to smile weakly. He tremblingly raises his hand. Like how their father often used to, he gently rubs his brother's silver hair. Dante. Hearing his brother's faint call, Dante with tears in his eyes, leans his ear closer to Kratos's lips, humming near his lips. Don't be afraid, we are going home. Home. Hearing this word, Dante with a dazed and stagnant gaze, looks at the ruins before him. In just one day, the palace was destroyed. Virgil was taken away. Their father, are gone without a trace. In an instant, everything was destroyed. Kratos. Dante with tears streaming down his cheeks, cries with a trembling voice. His right eye that was gouged out by Ares covered in a layer of blood-red haze. We have no home anymore. Kratos strokes Dante's hair. Though he is taller, he is truly a worrying little brother. Clearly, he should be an optimistic and carefree child. But now he's lost his cheerful smile. As long as I'm here, it's your home. As the words fall, struggling to maintain his last shred of consciousness, ensuring his brother's safety, the black-haired youth closes his eyes abruptly, falling into unconsciousness. Kratos. In this despairing, rising morning light, Aatrox's lazy voice rings out. Oh, don't worry, your brother won't die. Just let him rest, kid. Your brother has remarkable potential. In the seemingly endless battle, as Aatrox merges with Kratos, he realizes, although his body has repeatedly approached collapse and is about to disintegrate, however, Kratos still perseveres. How can he still persevere? What makes him able to persevere? Aatrox realizes, there's something constantly loosening on Kratos' body. It's not his body verge of breaking, but the shackles on him. That's what makes him, as the vanguard of the wandering star, constantly feel shaken by his power. Ah, I see. You're hardly what should exist in this world, boy. Comrades, hey. Who knows, maybe you'll become someone like me in the future. As Aatrox's words trailed off, Dante's gaze, tinged with a hint of caution, slowly shifted to the bloodthirsty demonic sword. He had noticed it before. Before his brother, this blood-red demonic sword descended. Its ferocious appearance truly made people unable to help but think of, what exactly are you, a devil? Or something else? Humph, a devil. Aatrox leaped out from Kratos's grasp, using the hilt to prop up the black-haired youth's body. Don't you dare equate my perfect divine physique with those dirty, ugly maggots. This time, I'll let your presumptuous words slide, kid. But, let me introduce myself first. The sword swayed, emitting a hoarse, menacing laughter, enough to scare children. I am Aatrox. You gradually woke up from unconsciousness. You gazed at the figure before you, holding your hand, and in that moment of grogginess, your eyes cleared, overflowing with a surge of joy. You pulled open your clothing. Aatrox, contained within you, transformed into a closed eye embedded in your chest. Because of the innate talents of the vanguard of the wandering star, leveraging your presence as its host, it could more effectively shield against the scrutiny of the gods. During your unconsciousness, it lay dormant within your body. You could feel a wave of heat emanating from your chest. During this time, it diligently worked to repair your body. The priests believed it to be a miracle bestowed by the gods upon a righteous son. From Dante, you learned of the events that transpired during your unconsciousness. You were out for over half a month. The Crimson Titan, it's said, had been shattered once more by the gods. From the lofty Mount Olympus, the gods would soon cast their gaze down upon the land. People rejoiced, praying to the temple of war for the favor of Ares, the god of war, on your behalf. Sparta, in its devastated state, ignited like a dwindling ember amidst the ruins. With Leonidas gone, and you fallen into a coma, the entire city-state seemed leaderless, plunging people into fear and uncertainty. Yet, upon hearing the news of victory bestowed by the gods, hope swiftly ignited in their hearts, and amidst blood and tears, they quickly began to pick up the pieces of the aftermath. Their shattered homes were rebuilt once more, as such events had repeated countless times before. Meanwhile, there existed the slaying of devils by devil. Such a legend gradually spread across the Greek land, eliciting astonishment from neighboring states. Countless eyes turned towards the beleaguered Sparta, and people anxiously wondered how long it would take for you to awaken. 3 days later, seated in a hastily constructed makeshift palace, you held the war report in your hand, sinking into a long silence. In this battle, over 3,000 Spartans perished, and when combined with the casualties among the city-state's residents, the total exceeded 40,000, saved in part due to your swift actions which spared many lives. The ferocious attack from the sea, no one knew for certain what it was, but rumors spoke of sightings of a colossal devil-like figure akin to mountains upon the waves. The terrifying scars of destruction, still etched upon the earth, remained as stark reminders, like haunting scars. That single strike alone claimed over 10,000 lives. You silently perused the war report, then took over all affairs within the city-state of Sparta. No one questioned your capabilities, the council prepared for your coronation ceremony, only for you to decline. For, aside from the fragments of helmets, no remains of Leonidas were found amidst the rubble. Thus, you declared yourself merely a regent. When the time came to ascend, the throne would forever belong to the rightful king of Sparta. People bore their grief, yet also carried hope, continuing to live on. In the square of Sparta, they held a day and night vigil of mourning. When the crowd dispersed, the sunlight fades into a somber hue. As dusk settles, its melancholy spills over the landscape of gravestones outside the outskirts, akin to a silent lament. Standing before the newly constructed tombs, a figure of symmetry with dark, scant hair, holding his brother's hand, cradling a bouquet. They stood there for a long time. Silently, they gazed upon the inscriptions on the tombstones. Those represented 42,367 lives. Night gradually crept in. Moonlight caressed. In the solitude beneath the tree shadows, a stooped, silver-haired old man was digging with a spade, covering the graves with the last clumps of soil. Pressing down the final earth, he leaned on the shovel, lifting his gaze tremulously. Gazing at the two brothers standing silently like sculptures. The old man's visage couldn't help but sigh faintly. "Let's go back, Your Highness Kratos," the old gravedigger softly persuaded. "The construction of the city-state, everyone's hopes, Spartan needs you everywhere. You've been standing here all day. No need to worry, but it's you, sir, who's aged. You should rest early, nobody would mind." The black-haired youth spoke softly. "We just want to stay a little longer. Your foster father." The old man shook his head and continued. "Wouldn't want to see you sunk like this. Not foster father." In the bitter smile that appeared on the old man's face, the black-haired youth spoke softly, word by word. "He's my father." "Ah!" The old man sighed softly. "Your Highness, your legend, everyone in the city-state has heard, so don't grieve too much. Perhaps, your biological father still lives in this world. You still have the chance for family reunion." Looking at the stooped figure, the kindly face, slightly smiling old man with white hair, Kratos lowered his eyelids slightly. "Thank you for your comfort." In the old man's dazed and stagnant expression, the black-haired youth spoke softly. "My father is Spartan. My honorable father is Leonidas. Sparta is the land where I was born and raised. Leonidas was the parent who taught me and gave me the warmth and love of a father. No father's place in my heart can be left to anyone else. No matter how mighty, how noble, how venerable that person might be. I won't acknowledge him as my father." Silence. In the stagnant night, all was quiet. Only the old man with white hair, lowering his heavy and clouded gaze, shovel by shovel, piled soil upon the graves of the departed. "Thank you for coming and building a resting place for everyone." With his brother, Kratos deeply bowed to the old man. In front of the tombs and gravestones, he gently laid down the chrysanthemums in his hand, then turned around. "The people of this city-state should prefer olive branches, Your Highness." In the sparse night, the old man's voice, tinged with weariness and sorrow, echoed softly from behind him. "Would you like me to bring you an olive branch?" "Everyone." Kratos halted his steps, but didn't turn back. "Do they all like olives?" "Yes, because olive branches symbolize peace." The old man sighed deeply. "People are longing for peace." "I see." Kratos murmured softly. "Sorry, but I personally don't like olives." In the old man's cloudy pupils, the figure of the black-haired youth gradually vanished into the night, finally disappearing without a trace. The new palace quickly rose from the ruins. Officially, though only a regent, everyone knew you were the uncrowned king of Sparta. You efficiently handled the affairs of the city-state of Sparta. Soon, half a year had passed. The entire city-state was governed by you with precision, swiftly regaining its vitality from before the Great War. To prevent the tragedy of half a year ago from happening again, you began to summon priests to discuss the construction of wards against devils. You hoped that, through magical influence, the fissures of hell would no longer open within the city-state, at least leaving a broad battlefield for combat with devils to avoid casualties among innocent residents. However, for such a plan, you received a disappointing answer. The more people gathered in one place, the easier it was for devil to appear. This was an eternal truth for millennia. However, in sparsely populated wilderness areas, besides skilled warriors, the common people were vulnerable to attacks by magical beasts. To minimize harm, wide streets and spacious settlements became widespread in the city-state's design. You discussed with Aatrox in your heart, not giving up the idea of expelling devils. However, during these days, the nightmares that came more and more frequently began to make you feel increasingly uncomfortable. In the murky chaos of his thoughts, it seemed to come the joyous cheers of the crowd. Kratos lowered his gaze in a daze, then slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight, bright and clear. Everything was so peaceful and harmonious. Flower petals fluttered, lanterns adorned the Sparta square. He was holding hands with a red-haired girl, exchanging marital vows amidst Leonidas' smile, their eyes filled with marital bliss. The girl wore a veil, her rosy and delicate face flushed with embarrassment. But her gaze towards him was intense and bold. Marine. Kratos called her name somewhat dazedly. He turned his gaze. Leonidas was smiling and nodding towards him. Today, it's your turn for the ceremony, Kratos. Just as he remembered. The red-haired man smiled and sighed softly. For your sake, for your wedding. Amidst the colorful fluttering of flower petals, Kratos stared blankly as the red-haired girl's hand gently touched his face. Childhood friend's fingertips. Carrying a soft, reassuring warmth. She reached out her hand, gently pushing. In the dizzying haze, Kratos's back of the head touched a soft, feather-filled pillow. Candlelight flickered in the palace bedroom. Kratos looked at the red-haired girl with flushed cheeks, straddling him. In her amber eyes, a dreamy and intoxicating light poured out. Kratos. Calling her husband's name so affectionately. Her soft, crimson lips slowly leaned down, as if to kiss him. Marine. With a somewhat bewildered expression, Kratos lifted his hand, gently pressing against her lips. What's wrong? Kratos. Did we have our wedding? Yes. The red-haired girl smiled brightly. As in the past years, her smile shone brightly amidst the flowers. Are you too tired, Kratos? It's been a long day for the wedding, you. I'm dreaming. Kratos whispered softly. You're already dead. Her smile froze on her face. The girl's touch suddenly became cold and lifeless. Childhood sweetheart with red hair. The delicate figure, gradually oozing thick blood. Because you didn't save me, Kratos. I'm sorry. Her figure seemed to collapse. The enchanting beauty, dissipating into the silence of death. Supporting his forehead. In the dim palace bedroom, Kratos slowly sat up. Moonlight poured in through the window, serene and pure. He tiredly rubbed his temples. It's this dream again. Leonidas, Marine, they're not dead. In Kratos' nightly dreams, everything passed so peacefully and harmoniously. The timeline grew longer, and more real. At first, it only went until Kratos' 13th year, then the dream abruptly ended. But now, half a year had passed. As in the dream, Kratos had grown to 20 years old and had married Marine. This couldn't go on. Yes, this continuous nightmare. Someone is messing around, Aatrox. He silently questioned in his mind. However, there was no response from Aatrox. As if sensing something, Kratos's gaze shifted in a daze. His breath suddenly stopped. His heart skipped a beat. His consciousness, realizing something was wrong, was struck like a tense string by a hammer. In the quiet palace bedroom, a dull hum echoed in his ears, spreading silently. His brain. A feeling of dizziness emerged. This was a familiar bed. A familiar bedroom. Wrapped in the comforting warmth of a familiar bedsheet. And the presence of a familiar, beautiful woman with amber eyes with circular patterns. Her skin was pale and flawless, with an air of intelligence in her delicate features. Her olive branch-colored tangerine hair was somewhat disheveled as it fell over her cheeks, jawline, and neck. Her smooth shoulder, peeking out from the sheet, invited thoughts of her collarbone's curves. And the curve of her lips, with that hint of allure. She lay on her side, gazing at him with an enigmatic and ambiguous look. Silence. Time seemed to freeze in silence. What's wrong, Kratos? The woman with circular pattern eyes gently took Kratos' right hand, covering her face. With a vague expression, she placed Kratos's palm gently on her cheek. Elastic. then soft. The warmth, like flawless white gem, formed a smooth arc from bone and flesh, revealing her collarbone and continuing down her deep curves, as if ascending the stairs to heaven, tempting one's imagination. With her soft cheek, she gently caressed the back of his hand. The woman with circular pattern eyes smiled softly and spoke in a low voice. "We just had our wedding." Layers of concentric pupils, like amber, seductive eyes. Her smile was subtle. "You don't remember, do you?" Thud. Kratos suddenly exerted force, punching through the thick wall, and shattered the woman's form into an illusion. Athena. Het. Her form dissipated like ripples. Once again, she flickered and reappeared on the bed. Wrapped in a pure white, suggestive veil. A halo floated above the woman's head, like a descending goddess, standing before Kratos. "Your father hasn't died. Your childhood friend hasn't either. That wasn't a dream. It's them calling for your performance, Kratos." The woman with tangerine hair tilted her head, her face showing a half-smile. "I can tell you how to save them." She lowered her delicate cheek. Her swaying braids danced behind her. "The premise is..." With amber eyes, she looked down at Kratos. "Kratos, be my dog." Ripples gently stirred in her eyes, and the goddess with tangerine hair licked her lips. "I will treat you well." In the solemn atmosphere, facing the seemingly captivating amber eyes, Kratos lifted his gaze. In a solemn tone, he uttered words that left the goddess stunned. "This is an advice, Athena. It should be you come to be my dog instead. This will be the greatest honor of your life." Chapter 78 The Goddess of Control. "It should be you come to be my dog instead. This will be the greatest honor of your life." In the tranquil bedroom, bathed in the ethereal moonlight, the night was serene and peaceful. Upon the royal bed, a woman with amber hair, her expression almost frozen in place. A young man with black hair, articulating each word with precision, uttered words that seemed to resonate with the very earth, causing it to tremble. "This, indeed, is a piece of advice for you." A dazzling light suddenly emanated from behind Athena's head, bathing the entire bedroom in a radiant glow reminiscent of the noonday sun. Within this intense brilliance, the woman with amber hair spoke with an icy, penetrating voice. "You're playing with your luck, Kratos." Within the amber depths of her eyes surged the fury of a goddess. Indeed, even deities could feel anger. The gods of Greece. They could be jealous, angry, resentful, greedy, possessing all sorts of uncontrollable desires for conquest and possession. In various mythological accounts, the gods of Greece were portrayed as the most human-like of deities. So, rather than calling them gods, it would be more accurate to say they were beings endowed with immense power. And what of gods? As long as they possessed human nature, they harbored emotional weaknesses. The young man with black hair gazed steadily at Athena before him, despite the glaring light. He met the eyes of this renowned goddess without a hint of fear. It was akin to the days of drunkenness. Intense emotions were indeed a way to dismantle reason. The more one displayed overwhelming anger, the more it revealed flaws, exposing weaknesses. "This is your one and only chance, Athena." Kratos enunciated each word, carefully selecting the most insulting and enraging words. "I truly dislike keeping pets. However, for a goddess like you, revered by all, to be led around on a leash in public, should be a sight to behold, don't you think?" Boom! The entire room erupted into a suffocating atmosphere. The once tranquil and serene bedroom was now in disarray. Frost formed on the walls while flames danced on the candlesticks. The seething anger brewing within Athena's amber eyes was like a rising tide on the brink of overflowing. Standing within the oppressive aura of the goddess, the young man's black hair gently swayed. He looked at Athena with indifference, even as her face contorted with rage. His frail body seemed like a lone boat tossed in a storm under the pressure emitted by the divine presence. Yet, within Kratos's deep, abyssal-like pupils of deep russet, there was not a trace of panic. "Kratos." Athena's ivory fingertips lightly brushed against the young man's cheek with a chilling touch. Athena's eyelids lowered. In the amber pools of her eyes, tumultuous ripples stirred. This gentle caress, reminiscent of lovers, was suffused with an undisguised, suffocating intent to kill. With just a slight squeeze, both parties knew the esteemed goddess could easily crush the young man's head into a pool of grotesque, bloody matter. Are you truly? Athena smiled, sending chills down one's spine. Unafraid of death, Kratos? Faced with this question, the answer, of course, was unquestionable. Fear, of course I fear. After all, I still have to storm Ares to rescue Virgil. A subtle curve appeared on the young man's lips. However, it's a pity, noble Athena. Your threats only reveal your impotent rage. Because, here. It's all just a dream, isn't it? As his words fell silent, the immense killing intent emanating from the goddess suddenly stagnated. The suffocating atmosphere dissipated quietly. Kratos raised his arm, displaying undisguised disgust as he gently brushed away the soft fingertips of the goddess. As the saying goes, a dream within a dream. Indeed. The waking world of this bedroom was still his dream. Kratos had realized this long ago. At the first moment he couldn't communicate with Atrox, he had sensed it. He and Atrox were practically inseparable now, bickering countless times a day. Just by insulting it with a not as good as Zoe, the printed-like rage would roar suddenly in his heart. Atrox couldn't ignore him. This was the tacit understanding between them, half of a shared heart. So, the answer was obvious. It must be said, Athena, it's an extremely ingenious concept. Kratos lightly touched the bedsheet. The sensation was so real, it immersed him. To blur the line between reality and illusion. This so-called dream within a dream must have taken a lot of thought on your part, right? The delicate expression on the goddess's face remained frozen. Kratos was all too familiar with this kind of development. The nightmares that once plagued Kratos now appeared in his own dreams. Who else could it be but Athena? She must have put in a lot of effort. Clearly a dream. Yet the senses were so vividly real. Sometimes, it felt like living peacefully with everyone was a rare kind of happiness. But alas! It was all just a mirage. Perhaps it's because of the unknown dreams that wanderers chase after mirages. Can't tell, right? Kratos had always been very clear. Even if he couldn't distinguish, he would never fall into the madness. Because of him, to some extent, he had gone mad a long time ago. No one could make a lunatic fall into madness again. Lunatic. Those people at the clock tower often used this high-frequency term when referring to him. Even the usually harsh Toko Isekai'd, who had been dubbed a madwoman, also liked to use this word to describe Reinhard. Beneath his modest and gentle exterior was locked a soul as deep as an abyss. He was awake, yet insane. It was a madness that sought to overturn the world. Abandoned alone in this unfamiliar world, experiencing the despair of a terminal illness, and losing his own family. The concern of his parents. The worries of relatives and friends. Would his gentle and loving parents, who were full of expectations for him, go crazy searching for his whereabouts? How much pain and despair would they endure? Every time he thought of such things, Kratos's heart would ache and twist. Just as Atrox's accurate assessment. The similarly crazed demonic sword keenly perceived Kratos's state. This guy had gone mad a long time ago. Was it upon realizing that this was the moonlit world, that he went mad? Was it upon glimpsing that various bizarre disasters were about to befall, that he went mad? It was simply because the heart that just wanted to live, intertwined despair and pain, unable to see any hope yet still had to try hard to maintain composure, had to put on a smile to reassure his mentor, his wife Morgan, and everyone else. Kratos had no one to communicate with. On this dark and lightless path, he was alone, and he could only march forward alone, bathed in blood. Perhaps, at the moment he passed through the gates of the hospital, the human named Reinhard had long gone mad. Even if you can't tell, I will help you distinguish. The gentle words that brushed past Kratos's eyes made him slightly dazed. TCH. So reliable. That's right. Kratos had an anchor named System, an absolute anchor that could help him distinguish between falsehood and reality. Even if it's a dream, so what, Kratos? Athena's voice rang out coldly. Outside of dreams, if I want to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an insect. You are insects. It's indeed very fitting for a god to say that to humans. But unfortunately, you can't bear to kill me, Athena. In Kratos's calm voice, the expression of the goddess froze once again. Hat. Seeing her reaction, Kratos let out a disdainful chuckle. If you wanted to kill me, Athena, you should have done it from the beginning. When I came out, among the piles of corpses in Sparta. The Spartans, who have always praised and revered Ares as the god of war, and you, who wield military authority. So, shouldn't you have noticed my existence long ago? Even if you Olympian gods were too busy dealing with the vanguard of the wandering star. But if you want to kill a mortal, it shouldn't be difficult for the goddess of wisdom, right? Kratos mercilessly pierced through Athena's thoughts. Even in the mythology of Greece, Athena, as the fourth-generation god born from Zeus's head, had always wanted to overthrow Zeus's rule. In other words, if a person learns to think, desires will arise. If a person possesses wisdom, ambitions will be born. Whether it's because of the hatred of swallowing his mother, or the rising desire. They let the gods fall into humans. For her, was something that must be obtained by any means necessary. If you wanted to kill me, Athena. Kratos sneered at her hypocrisy. You wouldn't have deceived Ares, intentionally misled him, and let him take away my brother, Virgil. In the prophecy, it was foretold that a mortal would destroy Olympus. You clearly know, it's me. As his words fell, the echoes lingered. In the amber eyes of the woman with orange hair, a strange ripple emerged. She didn't speak. Instead, she silently stared at the black-haired young man in front of her. Quietly listening to Kratos, who held the blade of words, as he dissected his own hidden heart inch by inch. So, the reason you won't kill me is simple. Either you can't. You don't dare. Or, you can't bear to. The black-haired youth gazed into the eyes of the goddess. He tilted his head slightly and smiled. I guess it could be all three. The tranquil moonlight bathed the serene bedroom. A subtle atmosphere seemed to stagnate. Would she be embarrassed and angry if she were exposed? Would she immediately grab her own neck, unleash her divine power, and explode into a messy pulp? No, Athena still possessed a world-shaking intellect. Therefore, no matter how much he provoked her, she wouldn't actually strike him. Kratos was convinced. He was convinced of Athena, convinced that her ambition would overcome her anger. Whatever reaction this wise goddess showed. As long as she retained her humanity, Kratos could find glimpses of her weaknesses. However, as the words faded and the echoes dissipated, Kratos was only met with a long, somewhat eerie silence. All that frustration, all that anger. All the goddess's dignity. In the slightly narrowed eyes of the young man. All of it, without a trace, vanished without a hint of regret. As if nothing had ever happened. Athena smiled. That subtle curve of the lips. The ripples in her amber eyes. The circular rings in her eyes, like a profound abyss. There was not even the slightest trace of anger. Not even the slightest remnants that could be called wrath could be observed. The tightening of the wrist, the flicker of the eyes, the subtle facial expressions. Human anger couldn't be concealed. And gods, their emotions were even more intense than humans. Kratos frowned as he gazed solemnly at the goddess's instant recovery, her graceful and divine aura. Clearly, he had insulted her. Even labeled her as a lowly, despicable dog. Let alone a goddess, even the most patient person would never tolerate such ultimate humiliation. However, Athena smiled, completely unfazed. This couldn't possibly be a feeling that humans could suppress and transform. That exquisite, enchanting, beautiful face. It was unlike that of a human. Rather, it was some kind of grotesque non-human entity. You figured it all out, haven't you, Kratos? Athena sighed softly as she smiled and spoke. The heart that Kratos thought was controlling the situation suddenly skipped a beat. All those improvements, those inventions. All those things that I praise endlessly, as if they contain the beauty of nature. Whether it's humans or gods, everyone thinks it's my benevolence and gift to you. But, they're wrong. Athena smiled, slowly raising her index finger to her lips. SHH. I haven't told anyone this secret. You see, this is my sincerity. I'm protecting you. Only I know best. I haven't bestowed even a single bit of favor on you. Rather, your transcendent talent and knowledge are not something I can bestow upon you. A halo extended from the back of her head, a bloody umbilical cord, forming a crown, hovering above Athena's head. Kratos gazed at her solemnly. Gazing at this goddess, he revealed a side of himself that he had never shown to anyone. He. You recognized me at first sight, didn't you, Kratos? Clearly, my appearance at this moment has never been revealed to the world. Where exactly did you come from with such conviction? And where did you gain those strange knowledge? Like us. Could it be that you're not from this world either? Your mystery, Kratos. It truly makes me very curious. As the spreading blood-colored chains enveloped Kratos's body, Athena's fair hands slowly reached out. The corners of her mouth curved with a smile that seemed like a smile yet not. Like the affectionate caress between lovers. Athena gently stroked Kratos's cheek. Even though the chains weren't tightly binding him, his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if manipulated and controlled, making it difficult to move. He tried to lift his arm, to grab her face, to smash it to the ground, to tear it apart and turn it into a piece of cloth. But his body seemed to be filled with heavy mercury, making his limbs stiff and immovable. Clearly so weak, so small, so pitiable. Athena regarded the young man before her. The covetous gaze seemed to be scheming to devour every bit of its target, as if a long-abandoned glutton caught sight of a rare delicacy. The vanguard of the wandering star, choosing you, and even entering into a symbiotic contract with you. Originally, I disregarded those prophecies. Because there's simply no prophecy that can constrain the king of the gods, Zeus. But now, I seem to understand a bit. You truly intriguing, Kratos. The black-haired youth's gaze was solemn and heavy. Who the hell said that the Greek gods were easy to fool and manipulate? Athena, in particular, was just putting on a show. This ultimate villainess. Her frustration, her anger, her threats. Was it all just a disguise she put on to observe his reactions? It seemed a bit too real. So real that Kratos relaxed his guard a little. He thought Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was only that much. Like the scheming bitch in the original version of the god of war. Now it seems, the gap is huge. She didn't care at all about provoking with words. Maybe she didn't even care about this body. Kratos even suspected that even if he were to insult her to the extreme here, marking her all over his body with his own stamp, the corners of this goddess's mouth would still be adorned with a gentle smile, and she would open her arms, welcoming his most violent intrusion. Kratos slightly narrowed his deep reddish-brown eyes. He had to admit that he couldn't see through this goddess, who was hailed as the embodiment of wisdom and order. Athena. Was her temperament and character, compared to the mythology's original, as deep and scheming as this? Or was the Athena in the moonlit world designed as such an ultimate villainess? And not from this world? Her words made him couldn't help but be concerned. You've insulted me so excessively, Kratos. Although I won't be angry with you, but disobedient pets must be disciplined. So I will also, in turn, insult you, Kratos. I especially like the kind of little dog that will resist and eventually submit to its master. Because, once tamed, she said with a smile. It's very interesting. Imaginations fluttered like gossamer, gently falling. The halo behind her head, reflecting against her skin, was as moist and greasy as the bright moonlight. The orange-red hair strands scattered casually around her neck, the lines of her clavicle, and the curves flowing downward. Vibrant, mature, seductive, deadly. Even Kratos, who had been through countless battles with Morgan, couldn't help but feel a bit sluggish in his gaze. The concept of beauty involuntarily surfaced in his subconscious mind for a moment. His brain's disgust and resistance towards Athena seemed to loosen for a moment. He keenly noticed the change in his perception. What kind of sorcery is this? Just subconsciously feeling her beauty would, involuntarily make him feel fond of her. Does Athena have such a seductive quality? Kratos immediately closed his eyes. However, those relaxed and leisurely contours, like lines and contours carved by the gods, were deeply imprinted in his chaotic thoughts. The ambiguous atmosphere permeated. The fair fingertips of the goddess lightly approached, dancing flirtatiously on the young man's chest. I will make you faithfully address your master. I will make you devoutly recite, offering myself to Goddess Athena, to please me with your prayers. You. Kratos's eyes twitched, and he reluctantly turned his head, avoiding her fingertips. Aren't you supposed to be the virgin goddess? That's right. She touched the young man's face. The beautiful woman with orange hair lowered her upper body, bringing her cheek close to Kratos's forehead. The concentric pupils, as enticing as amber, glowed in her eyes. The orange-red hair was scattered downwards. A few strands were bitten softly between her soft crimson lips. But, this is a dream, Kratos. So, what does it matter? The union of our spirits and wills does not hinder the purity of my divine body. You say, doesn't it? Silence. The young man with black hair gazed blankly into the goddess's eyes and sneered. Is this how a fallen you should still be called a goddess? Fallen. In Kratos's somewhat stunned expression, Athena answered with a smile. Do you think I actually like the praises of people? Peace, nobility, purity, wisdom. The adoration of humans. It's both worship and shackles. We Olympians originally had our own order, our goal was to transform this planet into a home suitable for our people. But you humans. Zeus, the flagship, ironically, generates a sense of pity and compassion, like a human. He, pitying you all. Clearly, he is our flagship, yet, he wants to protect you humans. What is fallen? Our divinity, it's just something carved and engraved by the thoughts of you humans. The so-called fallen. It's just your wishful thinking and ideas. Gently caressing Kratos's face, Athena's cheeks showed a slightly flushed expression, as if she was excessively intoxicated. Praying for the gods to look upon humanity like a group of dogs yearning for affection. In truth, I like humans. I like humans the way humans like dogs. But, I don't like people's praises for me. To be praised by humans as pure, noble, and always dignified. That is, the goddess of wisdom, Athena. And I am the goddess of control, Athena. With her orange-red long hair cascading down like a waterfall, her exquisite figure was impeccable, coupled with her flawless beauty. A holy halo floated above her head. The goddess of control, with her fair fingertips, gently lifted Kratos's chin. She smiled and said, "Let me tell you, Kratos. I didn't kill your father, your hatred shouldn't be directed at me. Ares, upon hearing the prophecy of Moirai, wanted to capture you for himself. I, on the other hand, even protected you. Your father, your brothers, and even your childhood friend. They were destroyed by War Devil." War Devil. Kratos furrowed his brow, repeating the phrase. That's right, War Devil indeed. The birth of devils relies on the fear of humans, not just the people of Greece, but humans all over the world. The devil is such an unreasonable thing. Because the fear of war in humans all over the world makes that guy a very tricky monster for us Olympian gods to deal with. Ever since Tartarus was thoroughly contaminated, the fear of humans gave birth to the arrival of devils. We gods have been fighting against devils for a long time. But our main battlefield is in Tartarus, so you probably wouldn't know about this. Unfortunately, as people say, devils cannot be truly killed. As long as humans exist in this world, their fearful hearts will continue to spawn devils. So, I pity humans and love humans. And wishing to create a world without fear. The goddess, elegant and beautiful, gazed into the deep reddish-brown eyes of the young man. She smiled softly and whispered, "If all humans could be under my control, I could make all humans rid themselves of their fears. So you see, I am actually helping you to seek revenge, Kratos. The vanguard of the wandering star chose you, he and I made the same wise choice. I need your strength. We don't have any deep-seated blood feuds between us, right? Ares, that brute with brute force, I can help you overthrow him, embrace you as the new god of war. Your father, your brothers, your childhood friend. I can even tell you how to find them. Wealth, fame, power, happiness. Even, me. I can help you obtain whatever you desire." Concentric pupils. Eyes as seductive as amber. The goddess's words were full of temptation. They drifted softly into the ears of the black-haired youth. Kratos lowered his eyelids, looking at his own palm. A somewhat trance-like and confused expression appeared on his face. "Come. As long as we join hands, Kratos." In the young man's bewildered expression, Athena smiled and whispered softly in Kratos's ear. "Losing yourself is just a shackle, but what you will gain is the whole world." Squelch! As the chains broke, the crimson sword suddenly pierced through. A dazzling golden light and fresh blood splattered from behind the orange-haired woman. "Why do you think I want to listen to all your nonsense, Athena? As Vortigern once did." Kratos gripped the bloodthirsty sword, piercing through Athena's heart from behind. Like father, like son. I'm waiting for Aatrox, what else besides that? As the vanguard of the Wandering Star, Aatrox possessed the ability of civilization erosion. So it could invade, like the dream created by Athena. But it just needed some time. Since the beginning, Kratos has tried everything to delay it. Amid Athena's slightly stunned smile, the black-haired youth drew out the bloodthirsty sword. The clash of blades resounded, causing her body to tremble slightly. Athena, with blood splattered on her cheeks, lowered her amber eyes slightly. The wound on the goddess's phantom chest oozed with dripping blood. Kratos's attack couldn't hit her as a deity. But the vanguard of the Wandering Star could. Unfortunately, this elusive woman wouldn't appear in her true form. This was just a sword strike on her avatar, difficult to harm Athena's foundation. Kratos only regretted that the fire-linked greatsword wasn't in his hand. He and Aatrox were still too weak. Because they were too weak, so. You're too slow, Aatrox. Kratos stared at the eye of the demonic sword. Are you really a vanguard of the Wandering Star? I could find an old man from Sparta to run over here faster than you could provide support. Hey! Aatrox's slightly hoarse and playful voice echoed in his mind. I thought you were enjoying this, Kratos. Although Athena is considered the most annoying person in all of Olympus, but after all, she is the goddess of wisdom who chooses to ride on your back. You must enjoy having the ride on with her. Fuck your ride. Feeling the stab given by the black-haired youth in front of her, the woman with orange hair still had an unchanged smile at the corner of her mouth. Athena licked her lips, cleaning the blood splattered on her face, somewhat invitingly. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She tilted her head and smiled, asking. So? Why resist me, Kratos? We could join forces to overthrow all of Olympus. Bring happiness and peace to all humanity. You've governed the city-state of Sparta so prosperously, surely, this is also your vision. It sounds quite wonderful, Athena. Kratos said softly. But I refuse. Why refuse? That's not a reason. Athena really wanted to know the answer. She had seen too many prayers, too many people, whose discordant hearts and ugly souls could be seen at a glance. But, like the young man in front of her, mysterious, inscrutable, as deep as an abyss, impossible to fathom. As if emitting a kind of bewitching charm. This made the goddess, named for wisdom, very eager to probe the depths of it. Why resist? Because I, Kratos, most enjoy defying those who consider themselves gods. Because I don't believe you at all. Every word you say is dripping with unbelievable lies. Kratos could hear Athena's inducement. If she meant well, why distort her own perception? Talking about the lofty ideals of the world, but not knowing how to think, he had seen too much. Merlin. Marisberry. And now, Athena. Truth is not forged in words. Kratos would verify the facts with his own hands. So, what would it take, for you to believe in my sincerity? Stroking her chest, the woman with orange hair, licked the blood off her fingertips, smiling nonchalantly. If you want me to prove myself, why don't you propose a feasible suggestion? Didn't I tell you before? Kratos sneered. I don't like dogs that say no. So, either answer yes or answer woof. You like making others as your dog. It was about time to taste the flavor of being a dog oneself. Oh, I see. The gruesome wound on the goddess's chest, it healed instantly. With a smile that seemed like a smile but not quite. The woman with orange hair slightly lifted her chin. A delicate, leather collar appeared around her fair neck. The dignified goddess knelt on the bed. Clasping her hands together, she presented the end of the chain to the young man in front of her. With a smirk, somewhat provocative, the woman with orange hair tilted her head. Narrowing her amber-colored eyes slightly, she poured out a fascinating light. Woof! I catch a glimpse of that Twilight Imp's shadow from this shit. Aatrox sighed inwardly. She's a bad woman, Kratos, you can't outplay her. So, I choose to withdraw. In Athena's slightly stagnant expression. Chuckling, the black-haired youth raised the bloodthirsty sword and directly stabbed himself in the chest. Chapter 79 Never Will Be. Boom. Two Spartan round shields, each as tall and heavy as half a person, suddenly collided with each other, sparking a burst of friction. On the wide training ground of Sparta, the slender black-haired youth pushed off the ground with his right foot, slightly twisting his ankle, and forcefully tilted the wrist holding the shield, deflecting the impact at an angle. His physical strength now indeed couldn't compare to Virgil's robustness. But when it came to combat skills, even double the brute force wasn't enough capital for his younger brother to win. Shields clashed, bodies intertwined. Kratos slightly lowered his upper body, leaning sideways to support the inner side of the shield with his shoulder, and with the movement of his entire body's muscles, he pushed forward suddenly. The flowing force instantly overwhelmed the silver-haired youth, disrupting his unstable balance. Bang! In an instant, the intricate force shattered the silver-haired youth, destabilizing his floating body. Bang! Just one round of frontal confrontation, and Virgil, holding the shield, was already in disarray, falling to the ground. But the practice was not over yet. The fair skin felt the breeze gently. No need to look back. Kratos leaned slightly to the side, narrowly avoiding the thrust of the spear. He suddenly reached out and, with his elbow, caught the wooden spear coming from behind him. With a slight shake, the long spear suddenly vibrated like a bowstring. The thrusting silver-haired youth suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his hands, unable to grip the spear handle. The spear continued to vibrate. Dante's fingers became numb, and the posture of holding the spear collapsed suddenly. However, his body, driven by the momentum of the charge, continued to surge forward. Kratos smiled. He casually extended his foot and lightly tripped him. Oops! Bang! As the youngest brother, Dante, fell abruptly to the ground, face down, eating dirt. Ouch! 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 The two silver-haired brothers shook their heads and got up from the ground, pushing aside their shields and spears, supporting each other as they slowly stood up from the sand of the Sparta training ground. Lost again. 2 against 1, and still getting beaten. What a disgrace! The two silver-haired youths glanced at each other. As always, they began to bicker. Virgil. Dante took the lead in complaining. Why did you fall down at the first contact? I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. And you dare blame me? Facing Dante's accusation, Virgil, the silver-haired youth, only let out a disdainful chuckle. If you're so capable, why don't you try facing Kratos's frontal assault? At least I managed to hold out for 1 round, Dante. You couldn't even withstand half a round. Can you call what you did holding out? I was supposed to be the one distracting him. You failed, and Kratos focused on me alone. How am I supposed to play like that? Stop whining, Dante. Let's practice. Who's afraid of whom, Virgil? Kratos smiled, watching the two brothers grappling with each other. What a heartwarming scene. Leonidas, on the side, shook his head with a sigh. Originally, Virgil and Dante's performance was already outstanding. Typical Spartan warriors at their age couldn't even stabilize their shields and spears, let alone execute combat techniques. However, compared to Kratos's excellence, the two brothers appeared clumsy, weak-handed, unstable in posture, loose-footed, slow in reaction, hardly any action was decent. The two brothers wrestled on the sand, beating each other up. Although their physique was tough and would recover in half an hour, this appearance was still embarrassing. Get up, get up! Dante! Virgil! Leonidas clapped his hands, shouting enthusiastically. You're here to learn how to fight in the training ground. Not to brawl. If you have so much energy, try venting it on Kratos. Good lad, father, you're really good at stoking the fire. Kratos sighed helplessly. What does it mean to vent on him? Listening to their father's words, the two brothers, supporting each other, wiped the blood from their mouths. With bruised and swollen faces, they helped each other up. Virgil said in a low voice. I'll let you off this time, Dante. Somebody chickened out, I won't say who. TCH. Virgil turned away from Dante's hand on his body, shifted his gaze, and looked at Leonidas. We do want to learn Kratos's fighting skills, but those postures are really hard to learn. Every time we meet head-on, Kratos just knocks us down, father. Kratos is letting you feel, force control. Leonidas came up with this term, which sounded a bit awkward even to himself. Spartans have always advocated valor, relying on vigorous momentum to fight. The so-called combat skills, this kind of thing, was rarely mentioned. What are skills? Can you eat them? Just charge in and be done with it. The ancient Greek martial art pankration especially emphasized a sense of power. Various movements and techniques were large and forceful, pursuing a robust force. For example, the most classic move, the Spartan kick. Stand face to face, lift your leg, and kick straight. This is Sparta. The fighting posture of the Spartans was very simple. 1. Frontal impact. 2. Jump up and strike downward from above. That's it. Move forward, never retreat. Use straight punches, never hooks. Their minds were filled with muscles, not these twists and turns. However, since the age of 2, the three brothers have been trained. As the king of Sparta who has always fought and survived, Leonidas keenly perceives his eldest son Kratos' seemingly innate, trance-like combat skills. It's something that would benefit Spartan warriors endlessly. Kratos is here to practice with you. If you don't learn, can you face him properly? Leonidas tapped his shield vigorously, encouraging his two sons. His ideals were lofty. Once Dante and Virgil learned Kratos' combat skills, he would send the two brothers to the army to spread this style of combat. With the strength of the two brothers by then, it would be more than enough to subdue those Spartans whose brains are all muscles. But you haven't learned it yourself, old man. Kratos pierced through his father's thoughts mercilessly. Cough, cough, there are governmental affairs to attend to, my son. Isn't that all sorted out by Kratos? Cough, cough, matters of adults. The words of his son made Leonidas feel somewhat embarrassed. Ah, indeed, he couldn't grasp it himself. No way around it, after so many years deeply ingrained, who could blame him for letting his mind be dominated by muscles? I can't see any hope of winning at all, Kratos. Virgil, the sturdy youth, sighed as he looked at his brother. He looked so frail and weak. Standing there, yet seemed like an immovable mountain. Facing this peak named Kratos, both he and Dante had charged at it hundreds of times. Never once conquered, no, not even a glimpse of hope to climb halfway up the mountain. Kratos, what exactly are you trying to do? Facing his younger brother's question, Kratos pondered for a moment. Displacement. I applied displacement. Displacement. The two brothers exchanged glances. What is displacement? Spartans, they only understood brute force. Direct impact, in line with their doctrine of strength supremacy. That is, charge at any cost. Slightly tilting the body, or using flanking maneuvers, Spartans didn't even deign to employ them, feeling it dishonored the art of war. Promoting displacement, that was imperative. What is displacement? Kratos contemplated in his mind, organizing his explanation. Dante, Virgil. Look, the sea is right beside us. With the words of his elder brother, the gazes of the two silver-haired youths, from the training ground, turned towards the vast Ionian Sea beside them. The enchanting sunlight spilled over the endless expanse of the sea. White foam floated on the shallow beach near the coast, layers of waves collapsing in circles. The scorching sun hung high, nurturing all life. Those azure ripples, like exquisite strokes of paint on a canvas by a master painter. The so-called displacement, it's like the sea. If you shoot a bow, throw a spear at the sea, no matter how swift your strength, how sharp your arrow, it won't harm the sea in the slightest. The sea will only accommodate you, just as displacement accommodates brute strength. To learn displacement. Kratos emphasized each word. In battle, think of yourself as water. Water is something soft and accommodating, yet it can also sweep away everything. The ultimate softness is also the ultimate hardness. Extreme skill is extreme violence. Looking at the contemplative frowns of his brothers, Leonidas, the king of Sparta who was slightly softened by fatherhood, felt it necessary to assist his son's teaching. You're being too cryptic, Kratos. Your words indeed evoke imagery, but for these two kids, they won't understand. Let's abandon those complexities and speak plainly. Hearing his father's directness, Kratos nodded in realization. Yes. He realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. He had been too accustomed to the clock tower magecraft teachings, to the point of assuming everyone was as knowledgeable. The ultimate skill. Kratos extended his hand, grasping his own palm, his bones stretching out with soothing cracks. Simply put, it's about absorption, leveraging, transmitting force with almost no excess movement, achieving the transmission of power. Just speaking won't make your two foolish brothers understand. Leonidas drew a wooden sword, weighing it in his hand. The red-haired father smiled brightly at his eldest son. Son, you should be a little stronger, right? After all this practice with you, even I have gained some insight, Kratos. For the black-haired youth. Just like once with Vortigern. Leonidas raised the tip of the wooden sword. Kratos, your physique is no obstacle at all. You are a Spartan who will change Sparta completely. I firmly believe, you will become the strongest devil hunter. His son, truly a dazzling brilliance. Leonidas sighed with emotion. This time, he was the seeker, not the teacher. The king of Sparta, with a radiant smile, said. Come, Kratos, teach your two brothers. And, teach me too. With a reassuring, happy smile. The black-haired youth gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands. Please instruct, father. As the last words faded, the echo of the youth seemed to dissipate into the wind. Kratos' gaze hardened. Slowly, inch by inch, it froze. The enchanting sunlight seemed to fade into a grim hue. Dark clouds quietly gathered in the clear sky. Bloated flesh began to rise from the sea. In an instant, it swelled up, a monstrous creature towering like a small mountain. Hundreds of various war weapons were inserted behind it, blossoming like a fan. Countless human skulls howled and screamed on its body. In Kratos' frozen gaze, the colossal monstrosity raised its hand and hurled a spear violently. Boom! The surging tide split apart on both sides. Ferocious, like the earth's lamenting thunder, it rushed straight towards them. In Kratos' frozen gaze, the onslaught of the war devil instantly crushed the smiling Leonidas' body. Roars. Howls. As if choked in, vocal cords, slowly, torn apart. The black-haired youth stood dazedly, watching this scene replay before him. His trembling fingertips reached out, unable to grasp even an inch of his father's flesh. Before Kratos' eyes, blood splattered. A rain of blood splattered, forming crimson petals, fluttering and dancing. At the edge of his hearing, he heard Dante's roar and Virgil's wail. Give Virgil back to me. Kratos, save me! Kratos jerked his gaze aside. Only the redhead maiden, her fair hands, gently caressing amidst the fluttering petals at the wedding scene, approached. Kratos stared at her, frozen. Watching Marine, her soft fingertips, brushed up, wiping away the tears that streamed down his cheeks. In Marine's crimson eyes, there seemed to be strange concentric rings. His childhood friend's face, gradually morphing in this trance-like dream to resemble more and more the goddess who held sway. Why are you shedding tears, Kratos? Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, his father's approving and joyful gaze. Athena before him, smiling at Kratos. We are celebrating a wedding. Boom! A furious, almost sonic boom-inducing fist slammed suddenly into the bride's face, like a heavy hammer striking a mirror. The square, the wedding, the petals, and even the surroundings, all shattered in an instant. Cracks spread like spider webs in the void, the entire space collapsing inch by inch, the light emanating from the cracks displaying hues of surreal colors akin to a dream. Crack! The splendid dream shattered like a mirror. Hiss! Huff! Kratos held his forehead, exhaling heavily. In the moonlit quiet of the palace bedroom, he slowly sat up. Yet, the next moment, there came, from beside him, that familiar and tender voice of a woman that sent his blood pressure soaring. Why, resist me, Kratos? Her soft arms gently wrapped around the boy's neck. The goddess's slender arms, like frosty snow, as if crafted by the most dedicated artisan, shimmering with golden light. His eye twitched as he slowly averted his gaze. And then, he met the gaze of the beautiful and alluring woman with fair neck and loose orange hair, seemingly blinking innocently at him. Athena. With an enigmatic and inexplicable tenderness, mingled at times with a hint of authority and sanctity, an aura befitting a goddess. The orange-haired woman, almost face to face, silently watched the black-haired youth on the bed. With a subtle smile, Athena gently took the boy's hand, using her soft cheek to feel the warmth of his palm. Caressing, kneading. An instinct humans couldn't suppress. Kratos almost stiffened, his fingers trembling slightly. It was clear, this was a dream. Yet the sensation was so real. Kratos. Why does your expression look so stiff? Like a docile pet. Gently, she rubbed her cheek against Kratos's palm. The Amberite goddess tilted her head, smiling. Your hand is so cold. Athena. The black-haired youth spoke her name slowly. Could you stop disgusting me? This kind of dream has nothing to do with me. In Kratos's somewhat frozen expression, Athena, like a cat, obediently rubbed his palm, smiling softly as she spoke. I have no authority over dreams. These exquisite, vivid dreams are not nightmares I create. You have indeed misunderstood. Silence. Kratos gazed into her eyes, staring for a long time. But not a ripple of falsehood could be observed. No. Kratos had long understood. For this goddess, there was simply no difference between telling the truth or not, because she lacked human emotions altogether. Gazing at Athena, the boy's voice trembled slightly. Then who did this? Such nightmares. Such that Leonidas and Marine, before his eyes, were repeatedly killed. The most despairing moment was not the instant of destruction, but watching the hope of beauty shattered before his eyes, that feeling of utter helplessness. His palm trembled. Kratos would decapitate that guy, burying his head in the sacred fire of Mount Olympus, to burn for 10,000 years. I told you, your family isn't dead, Kratos. With a somewhat mysterious smile. Like a cat seeking its owner's affection, Athena's face gently rubbed against the boy's palm. Though they were killed by the war devil, their souls still wander, calling out to you. You must crave revenge deeply, right? In an instant, all that was beautiful to you was destroyed. The flames of your vengeance are almost ready to overflow, I can see. Kratos's palm suddenly clenched her skin. So much so that it scratched her, leaving a few bloodstains. But Athena paid it no mind. Because she intended it. Without her permission, Kratos couldn't harm her without utilizing Atrox's attributes. The orange-haired woman gently cupped the black-haired boy's hand. With an alluring, intoxicatingly flushed expression, Athena lightly licked the blood from Kratos's fingertips. Gazing into his amber eyes, slightly squinting, teasingly. A desire, apart from anger, some grand, lofty desire seemed to be rising and pervading his mind. His hardened heart seemed to be softening. Some softness seemed to be hardening. Thud. Kratos abruptly pulled away from the goddess's hand. These gestures have nothing to do with what you're about to say, Athena. Though his tone remained as icy as ever. But even Kratos himself didn't notice. His voice seemed to unconsciously soften. Go on. Cold, commanding, insulting the divine tone. But surprisingly, it got a response from Athena. Because of your mighty, vengeful flames. The orange-haired woman, like an irresistible pet, leaned in. Her fair fingertips spinning on his chest. Various teasing gestures, like itching through boots, subtly tugging at one's heartstrings. So, the Furies seem to have noticed you, Kratos. The Furies. Kratos frowned slightly. Yes, the Furies, they watch over all in the world with hearts set on revenge. And they've sensed your blazing flames of vengeance. Athena smiled in response. So, I surmise, they're using your father's soul as bait, intentionally releasing nightmares difficult to escape, perhaps to further stoke the flames of your vengeance, to make them burn even brighter. The Furies, where are they now? And what benefit does this bring to them? Kratos naturally wouldn't believe Athena's words alone. This goddess had been subtly coaxing him from the start. But Kratos still asked questions. In answering questions, more information would be revealed. Kratos would discern the truth in his own way. They are in the underworld, the deepest part of hell. Your father and Marine's souls are also there, so, this is the only way to save them. Hades, the king of the underworld, is suppressing the entire realm to prevent further contamination from hell. Then Ados, the god of death, assists him. All souls of the dead shuttle back and forth on the river Styx, awaiting rebirth or eternal rest. But, due to the bizarre devils in hell, there are few gods brave enough to venture directly into the underworld. Even my eyes can't see through what's going on inside. Athena smiled knowingly. So, the Furies deliberately released nightmares to torment you. Perhaps, they want you to go to the underworld. Kratos remained non-committal. The Furies, the underworld, his father's soul. Athena, by telling me this, aren't you also enticing me to go to the underworld? That's right. Tormenting dreams. It was almost blatantly a trap. His father's and Marine's souls lingered in the underworld. Knowing this, no matter how difficult or dangerous it was, Kratos would surely venture into the underworld to try to save their soul. Because you wanted to know, so I told you, Kratos. The orange-haired goddess smiled, captivatingly. Am I, being good to you? Have I shown my willingness to cooperate? If you think back carefully, you'll see that I've always answered your questions. I didn't kill your father, destroy your home, and I even deliberately protected you from Ares. Isn't my sincerity clear? Even the nightmares that torment you, have nothing to do with me. I just used your nightmares as an opportunity for deeper communication with you. The graceful goddess. Her soft breath brushed against the boy's ear. After all, my divine body can't just come down directly to you, would you like to take me for a walk? It excites me, Kratos, but for now, it's not possible. Het. Kratos wouldn't believe anything Athena said. Whether it was a lie or the truth. In fact, the most ingenious lies were often the truth. Setting aside verbal inducements, observing a person's intentions often revealed more about the truth. Even if the nightmares aren't your doing. But if you truly have the willingness to cooperate, then why did you intentionally replace Marine in my dreams? And why come to disgust me every night, deliberately trying to induce my favor? If you were truly kind to me. Kratos's voice was indifferent. Then, please leave my dreams. I refuse. The goddess's immediate, smiling response, causing the black-haired youth's deep crimson eyes to flicker slightly. Why? Now, it's his turn to ask why. Athena, this woman, is like a persistent sore, refusing to fade away. But the reasons given by the orange-haired woman caused a slight pause in Kratos's expression. Because humans, when they see something they like, they want to possess it. When they see someone they fancy, they embark on passionate pursuits, don't they? Persistence, perseverance, relentlessness. Isn't that commonplace? Athena tilted her head, smiling as she countered with a question. So, I find you, Kratos, very interesting, I like you. If reluctance is because the vanguard of Wandering Star is attached to you, I indeed can't bear to kill you. But now, my interest in you, Kratos, far surpasses that noisy sword. So, I'm making efforts to pursue you, isn't that normal? You, pursue me? Kratos almost chuckled. But I should reject you. Reject, and so what? As if hearing an amusing joke. The beautiful woman knelt on the bed, leaned forward, and ambiguously pressed her cheek against Kratos's forehead. A few strands of downward cascading orange-red hair were caught between her lips. In her breath seemed to be the pleasant scent of olives. I am a goddess, Kratos. Whose love do you think you're rejecting? It's the love of the goddess Athena. Reject, does that mean anything? She squinted, smiling as she spoke softly. The heart of a god is so small. I want to pursue you, and your rejection means nothing to me. Unfortunately, hearing that from you just makes me find it laughable, Athena. Kratos believed it was necessary to show her the true aggressiveness. In the confrontation with the goddess, the black-haired youth spoke each word with precision. You are not human. Without even anger, how can you understand human emotions? You want to control people, yet you don't understand the human heart. So, what exactly do you want to control? A bunch of talking, squirming pieces of flesh. In my eyes, you're just a clumsy imitation, trying to prove that you possess human emotions in this way. But, in the end, it's all in vain. His words were sharp. Kratos pierced through and refuted all her disguises. Those emotions, those expressions. All were just masks. Faced with such denial, this kind of rejection was more cruel than an insult to personality. Kratos didn't believe she could remain calm. But she still just smiled. You really are becoming more interesting. Yes, you're absolutely right, Kratos. We're not humans, we're fleet. In our program, we don't possess any emotions. So, I'm using my wisdom, trying hard to learn, you know. The more I imitate, the more I want to crush your nerves, your heart, inch by inch, to observe what's inside, to see what kind of structure humans have. But I've tried. And got nothing. What exactly is contained within that organic matter, that you humans call heart? Or rather, emotions? Soul? These things, even the acclaimed goddess of wisdom like me, indeed, find them very troublesome. So, in the almost frozen expression of the black-haired youth, the goddess's lips slowly approached. Feeling that softness. Briefly touching each other, then separating in an instant. The goddess of control, Athena, smiled and softly said, "Can you teach me?" Kratos stared at her in astonishment. Looking into those eyes, the deep ripples, as if trying to lure someone into their depths. The concentric circular pupils overlapping. The captivating amber eyes. Perhaps, I indeed don't have a human heart. Then, can you observe what my heart is like, Kratos? But in such a dream, dismantling the heart seems to be very difficult. So, for now, carefully observe my hand. The orange-haired woman softly said. Her slightly warm palm held onto the fingers of the young man. Each finger, how long are they? Is my palm cold? Or warm? Kratos, people say the warmth of the palm conveys the warmth of the heart, you know. Kratos's palm began to slightly sweat. Next is, the shape of the ears. Are my ears attractive? They say eyes are the windows to the soul. So, are our eyes properly gazing at each other? Your lips are so soft. So, how soft are mine? The goddess, hailed as elegant, pure and wise. Guiding the youth's palm. Exploring, her divine heart. Kneading her ears, locking eyes, pressing their lips together. Athena, gently opening her mouth, with a subtle force, biting the youth's thumb. Kratos, have you ever been bitten on the finger? Biting fingers. Kratos couldn't articulate coherent words anymore. No then, please remember. Concentric circular pupils overlapping, eyes like captivating amber. Even if I'm not in front of you, you can still remember me by the feeling of biting your finger. What expression should he have on his face now? It's indescribable. Because it's been so long since he felt so panicked and lost. In this moment, he is no longer the one actively conquering others. Regarding Athena's words, he was the one being conquered. Trembling fingers. Ambiguous warmth. The moonlight cast by the serene night outside the bedroom window. Mixed with sweat, it dripped down. Is it love? No, it's awe. Undoubtedly, it's something that shook Kratos to the core. I remember. The black-haired youth whispered softly. The rose-colored lips released the thumb, saliva forming threads in the air, the fingers held by the grip were pulled downwards, tracing the undulating curves. Now, can you feel my heart a little? Kratos. The frozen gaze couldn't shift, the numb nerves couldn't respond. Facing the goddess before him, Kratos could only, with difficulty, squeeze out those words. I can't trust you. Then, don't trust me. Facing the youth's reply, Athena just smiled and said. But I will surely obtain you, my rare treasure. Atrox was right. He couldn't outplay her. Kratos closed his eyes, calling out in his mind. Atrox. Ah, finally, here you are. I thought maybe you wouldn't even call me anymore, Kratos. Do you think I'll succumb? Tisk, maybe not. After all, I'm a sword, I don't understand human hearts either. Atrox's languid voice resonated in Kratos's mind. But, she's subtly eroding your mind. There's a kind of loathsome smell emanating from her, like those maggots in hell. This time, you've given me enough observation time, so as the shared thoughts with you, I've noticed. Athena, she seems to have a very eerie ability. As long as you slightly relax your guard against her, and thoughts like she seems not bad or she looks beautiful or she brings me happiness emerge, your mind will gradually succumb, and she will slowly control you. As if associating with his own unbearable past, Atrox let out a sigh. Like me, unable to outplay that twilight imp? Kratos, you can't outplay this bad woman. Kratos remained silent for a moment. Next time I enter the dream, Atrox, If I see her again, please quickly wake me up from the pain, do it as fast as you can. A cruel way to resolve it, but I like it. Atrox's hoarse laughter slowly echoed. Then you must, hold on. In the slightly dazed expression of the orange-haired goddess, the black-haired youth pushed her body away. She stared blankly. Kratos's deep reddish eyes, coldly staring at her. Athena. I admit, you do have charm. But I abhor hypocrisy, at least in a relationship as intimate as ours, I cannot accept it. Your inducements, your deceptions, your meticulously crafted, deliberate lies, perhaps you don't think there are any flaws. But I can still sense them. That's what they call, the heart of a human. Such things, you can hardly understand, right? Because I'm just an item you desire so much, a rare treasure. In the slightly dazed gaze of the orange-haired woman. Splat! Kratos once again, drove the sword through his own chest. Intense, burning pain like scorching souls. About to wake him up from this dream. Athena stared, transfixed. Looking at the black-haired youth, she shakily lifted her gaze, smiling weakly at him. I'm not, your possession. He coughed, intermittently speaking. Never, will be. Chapter 80. My dear sister. Through the intense pain of the sword piercing through your body, you manage to break free from tonight's nightmare. Sitting alone in the palace bedroom, you stare at your palms, lost in thought. The pure and noble virgin goddess, Athena, actually wanted to inflict the ultimate insult on you in her sleep. Such astonishing and unbelievable news, once spread, will surely shake this Greek land to its core. And it doesn't stop there. Her obedient and submissive demeanor, like a docile pet, makes your blood boil. Just as you requested. She seemed to really lower herself into the posture of an obedient dog. You even suspect that no matter what humiliating demands you make, she would smile and comply. To insult such a noble and dignified goddess. It sounds irresistible, as if there's nothing to consider. With Athena's attitude, you could freely humiliate and torment her in your dreams, command her to assume alluring and provocative poses, and vent your desires and anger. But, you know best. Athena is only trying to use you as a good weapon. Never mind in dreams, she may not even care about her own body amidst those alluring temptations, there's no love or emotion, only the purpose of control. On the surface, it seems like you're holding her leash. But in reality, it's her invisible chains that are slowly winding around you, tightening, imprisoning you. Without Atrox's reminder, you might not even realize that your beliefs are being subtly influenced. Her eerie ability, sharply detected by Atrox, if you feel any joy, any pleasure from her, your mind will slip inch by inch into the abyss of the goddess of control. During the day, you have to handle the affairs of the city, lead the Spartan army in battle against devils. At night, you're plagued by nightmares, maneuvering with Athena in dreams, resisting her bone-deep temptations. Ha! You sigh heavily while sitting on the bed, feeling an indescribable fatigue wash over you. It's your overburdened spirit reminding you, your nerves are almost stretched to the limit. The night is as dark as ink, silent and clear. Wearing a pure white robe, you step out of the bedroom. After 6 months of governance, you've restored the city-state to its former glory, but the effort put into it can hardly be described as anything less than blood, sweat, and tears. Although you could have carried out brutal and bloody purges, enforced terrifying dictatorial rule, and quickly established a central authoritarian state like in Britain before. But you didn't do that. Because this is the Sparta left to you by Leonidas, every Spartan warrior fought so you and your brothers could survive, shedding gallons of blood. For his kindness to you, you would repay 1,000-fold. You wanted to bring happiness and peace to the people, so you personally participated in and guided the repair of everything in ruins. But, at this moment, you're still just a 12-and-a-half-year-old boy, and you don't have the ultimate life form's vigorous energy. You're very tired. Both mentally and physically, you're almost unable to bear it. But, all of this should be worth it, right? Looking at the dazzling starry sky of Greece, the still prosperous city-state of Sparta. You whisper softly to yourself. Father, look. I've rebuilt our home very well. In a daze, as if sensing something. You turn your gaze, somewhat dazed, towards the rebuilt courtyard. In the chaotic and colorful garden, the figure of Leonidas seems to emerge. The red-haired father is sitting quietly in the courtyard, smiling and waving at you. Kratos, couldn't sleep tonight. Then, come and chat with me, my son. Once upon a time, you and your father often talked under the starry sky. Choirs fighting us that you possessed a world-shaking wisdom. Your father, the king of Sparta, did not blindly follow Sparta's strict education requirements for you, but rather provided you with a very open environment for your development. He gave you and your brothers all the love and support a father could give. Every night in the past, when Leonidas returned from the battlefield, exhausted, he would often carefully consult you, his son, on various knowledge. You gaze at your father's face, as if wanting to imprint him in your eyes. Vortigern. Leonidas. Although the ages and images are very different, the figures of the two fathers seem to overlap. This kind of love from elders is always surging, embracing, like the vast sea. This is also the reason you can't let it go. Because, you really see them as your own fathers. Who am I? You ask yourself like this, touching your heart. Are you Reinhard? Alvin? Kratos? Or is there more faces in the future? As different characters, you've lived in various different eras, and it's hard to say that your personality hasn't been influenced by simulated experiences spanning decades. But, your heart has never wavered. Your soul is real, your feelings are sincere, you are you, and that's enough. Love. That's something even the heart of the goddess of wisdom can hardly understand. The red-haired, soft-faced childhood sweetheart quietly approached from behind you, draped a robe over you to shield you from the cold night. You grabbed the girl's hand, grabbed the collar of your robe, and for a moment, your expression seemed a bit dazed. Trembling, veins popping, fingers pulling out the folds of your collar. That wasn't Marine. It was the clothes you draped over yourself. They have died. The moment you realized this fact, the girl's hand dissipated. Leonidas's figure also seemed to be blown away by the evening breeze, leaving you alone, standing lonely in the heights of the palace, under the gaze of the stars, bathed in moonlight. For the past 6 months, your family has been killed before you time and time again. Your home has been destroyed before you time and time again. Plagued by endless nightmares, you seem to be confused about those memories of truth and falsehood. Your mental state is becoming increasingly unstable, Kratos. The eyeball in his chest slightly opened. Aatrox's hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the young man's heart. You need stability in your mind, you need rest. Leave the affairs of Sparta behind, let Dante handle them. He's not a child anymore. Kratos remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. I know, but I can hold on for a while longer, Aatrox. For now, everything is still thriving and being rebuilt. Kratos understands that Sparta cannot afford to lose itself temporarily. At the clock tower, he is also like this. Is studying magecraft not exhausting? Is fighting disasters not despairing? He has long been accustomed to it. If he reaches the limit, then, he will surpass it. Like Athena said, she's telling the truth, to resolve your nightmares, you must make a trip to the underworld, and even your father's and your friends' souls are there. Aatrox said hoarsely. But even someone brainless like me can see, Kratos, this is a trap. Your father and your friend were deliberately killed, and their souls were extradited to the underworld. The gods want to lure you there. He recalled his long and arduous battles in the past. Noble, tainted. Sacred, corrupted. Aatrox chuckled hoarsely. This eerie, stagnant atmosphere. Olympus, there has been no movement for the past half-year, it's just like the calm before the storm. Look at Athena, even this wretched woman can only appear quietly in dreams to disturb you. Have you noticed it too? Over here in Sparta, it seems like something is protecting you, almost as if the gods dare not lay a hand on you. Protect, hey. Kratos murmured the word. Yes, he had certainly noticed. He has gained the vanguard of the Wanderer Star. Such news, even if Aatrox hides well, would at least be known to Ares and Athena. Athena has always been watching over him. And Ares, the god of war, is revered by the Spartans, and this Spartan city is his domain. The temple of Ares is built on the highest peak of Sparta. The eagle and the mastiff are his companions, his eyes almost cover every inch of Spartan land. Not to mention, 6 months ago, Kratos and Aatrox combined and revealed his demonic form. Sparta, where a devil that slays devils has appeared. Such rumors have spread throughout the land of Greece. Kratos knows that countless eyes on this land are now watching his every move. The gods of Olympus, if they wanted to kill him, a weak and still immature being, it would be as easy as crushing an insect. But they did not dare. Not even Athena can directly appear before him, only able to disturb him through dreams. It might be because they dare not. The gods are all intimidated by a certain supreme being. That gravedigger. It's Zeus. He is looking after me. Whenever he thinks of such things, Kratos can't help but feel an indescribable confusion. Why? Why would Zeus look after him? Kratos, as the god's lair, must have already been known to Zeus through the Moirais prophecy. Logically, he should have completely eradicated him to prevent any future trouble. Could it be that he hopes to see Olympus overthrown? Zeus looks after him because Kratos is Zeus's son. Kratos long ago guessed this secret, which is not considered a secret to God of War players. But he would never believe that Zeus would take care of him to such an extent just because of paternal affection. After all, in Greek mythology, the tales of paternal affection and filial piety are countless, and Zeus, the king of gods, has killed his father and swallowed his own children numerous times. And if he really cares for him and has paternal affection for him, why throw him into the pile of corpses in Sparta? Contradictory. This king of gods, his words and actions reveal a sense of contradiction. Kratos can't understand his reasons. Atrox, who lacks brains, is even more puzzled. Who knows what that old man is thinking, but for you, it's undoubtedly a good thing for now. Atrox said hoarsely with a laugh. In the mortal world, Zeus can still suppress the gods. But, if it's in the underworld beyond his jurisdiction, the gods will surely go after you directly. It's really a heavy burden, Kratos. You're being crushed and tormented by reality and illusion at the same time. Revenge is not something to be rushed. I've been sealed for thousands of years, and I've survived it, haven't I? Atrox advised with emotion. You need to rest. Lowering his eyelids, Kratos raised his hand and gently touched the eyeball on his chest. Thank you for caring. The young man with black hair smiled gently. You're very gentle, Atrox. Ha! Atrox's annoyed voice rang out. That's not me caring about you. You lunatic. Idiot. Can't you speak properly? Like trying to conceal something. The eyeball trembled and closed. He together with Kratos have been arguing for half a year. Looking at him, tired, single-handedly supporting this huge city-state, dealing with various affairs, tormented by nightmares, and carrying the burden of revenge. Atrox felt pity rising in his heart. What could he do? He now was just a sword. Besides that, Kratos also knew his past, those shattered memories. You could say he now sees the boy as a trusted friend. This is not caring about him. It's just, if Kratos is in bad shape, then Atrox himself will be affected. So, it still needs him to live well, to wield it. Damn it, let's kill Olympus together. This is nothing more than mutual benefit. Relax your nerves. Atrox closed his eyeball and said. Wouldn't it be nice to vent your anger on that annoying bitch? If you sense something wrong, I'll wake you up in the dream immediately. Kratos sighed deeply. Very reliable. He said with a smile, Atrox. Cough, reliable. See that? Without me, you can't accomplish anything. So, usually, show some respect in your tone, Kratos. Humph. All right, Lord Atrox. Grr. The eyeball trembled violently on his chest, protesting against the trembling young man. Disgusting. Kratos, are you having trouble sleeping? The familiar voice of his brother came from behind Kratos. He turned around and immediately saw the silver-haired youth with a fierce scar above his right eye. With Dante's constitution, he wouldn't have left any scars. But this was the humiliation left by Ares when he took Virgil away, imprinted on Dante. Before rescuing Virgil, he would engrave it deeply into his memory. A little insomnia. He couldn't say, Dante. Athena is always thinking about trying to seduce your brother. How could Kratos say such truth? Under the starry sky. The black-haired youth looked a bit numb. Looking at the young but already experienced silver-haired youth coming slowly, opening his arms, giving his older brother a hug. Dante. You're too tired, Kratos. The silver-haired youth smiled and said, "Let me take command of the front line against the devils. I'll try to minimize everyone's injuries." Since 6 months ago, Dante has repeatedly requested to be deployed to the front line against the demons to hone his skills. But Kratos had always suppressed him, only allowing him to train around the city-state of Sparta. The war against devils is not comparable to the struggles between humans, it is a brutal battle where there are no prisoners, only one side dies completely. He has already lost Virgil, he can't lose Dante anymore. "I'm afraid for you, Kratos." The silver-haired youth pressed his lips, smiling. "If I'm afraid of death, I'm not a Spartan, and I will prioritize my own safety as much as possible." As the words fell, like Vortigern, who once looked at himself like this, Kratos looked somewhat dazedly at the silver-haired youth in front of him. Under the sparkling stars, the two brothers looked at each other. The black-haired youth raised his hand, rubbing the head of the younger brother, who was half a head taller than himself. Looking at the younger brother's iron-grey eyes, it's like seeing his own shadow. "Go on," Kratos said softly. It sounded like an admonition, like a trust. "I believe you have your own way of doing things, Dante. Just, as an older brother, I want to tell you. You must know that life is as fragile as a candle, only by living, everything is possible. To seek revenge, to save Virgil, you must first learn to live well. This is the most important lesson I learned from Father. Now, I pass it on to you." You didn't tell Dante about Athena's matter, you understand very well that speaking out will only make your little brother worried. To this goddess of control, you have clearly expressed your attitude, you can never become her possession. You hope that Athena will give up on this, but, every night after the nightmares dissipate, she still lies faithfully by your bedside. Looking at this goddess whom countless people admire, lying beside you, she gazes at you with a deep, ambiguous look. Her clean shoulders exposed by the blanket, the suggestive curves of her collarbone, and the slight curve of her lips, all exude a natural charm. This goddess of control behaves as meekly as your pet. You try to communicate with her calmly. But Athena's delicate fingertips, like warm gem, uneasily slip under the covers and wander over your well-proportioned body. You ignore her actions, hoping to glean more information from your conversation with her. But, your body clearly cannot ignore her. Yours hardens. Your fist hardens. Athena releases the chains of her divine power, enveloping and entwining your body. It seems she wants to deepen her control over you by directly providing you with instinctual pleasure. You close your eyes, refusing to look at her, keeping your words on your lips, enduring her various provocations, waiting for Atrox. "So, see you tomorrow." Atrox tears through your body in the dream, and the intense pain wakes you up from your slumber. Phew! You sigh, sitting up from the bed, staring blankly at your palms, then quickly putting on your clothes and starting to review government affairs. In this way, you can barely get 2 hours of sleep each day, which is almost enough to sustain your body. Despite cursing Athena 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and trying all sorts of unspeakable and vulgar words against the goddess, she seems to not understand what giving up means at all. So, every night in the nightmares, you and the goddess of control are entangled with each other. At first, perhaps due to lack of experience, her teasing seemed a bit awkward, limited to caresses and kisses. But, as she began to explore various practices on you, Athena's experience seemed to progress by leaps and bounds, her actions towards you also became more and more extreme. As if she had experienced it to the point where, as soon as she appeared in your dreams, she would bind you completely, using all means to subject you to ultimate humiliation. Although, as long as you request, she will immediately release you. Athena seems very happy to see you express any command to her voluntarily. As you command her, she also deepens her control over you through the conquest desire rising in your heart. The struggle between you and the goddess, bone deep, subtly progresses. In the dream, sometimes she obediently follows your instructions, sometimes she teases you, sometimes she provokes you, guiding the immense anger brewing within you to be vented on her divine body. Your actions between each other begin to escalate gradually. Every night, you pretend to release your commands, extracting various information from her through words, and sometimes she rotates through various means you can imagine to insult you thoroughly. And in the dream, Athena begins to repeatedly flirting with you every night, still with slightly parted lips, exhaling the fragrant scent of olives, yearning for more of your favor. You find it difficult to distinguish whether her flushed and trembling expression and body are disguised or sincere. But, without a doubt, this is your disguise, and Athena undoubtedly knows this, but she seems to be happy to see it happen. You try hard to control your thoughts, emphasizing the lingering sense of distance in your heart, while still entangling with her. This laborious effort also receives corresponding rewards. You glean more and more information from her, gradually outlining the situation of Mount Olympus, becoming clearer and clearer. The gods of Olympus in Greece, surprisingly, are not native to the earth. Before falling asleep, Kratos sat upright at the table in the palace. With closed eyes, he concentrated, organizing the information he had gathered from Athena over these days, at the cost of his energy. This goddess's every word made it difficult to trust, each sentence possibly containing pitfalls leading astray. Kratos could only rely on his own thinking, logic, and analysis to explore and extract the parts that might be true. To verify the truth, he concluded, a bad woman. The witch, Kratos could still unravel, had once fed him. However, perhaps due to being in a dream, the performance of this orange-haired goddess flowed like an obsessed stream through the sleeping palace in dreams, her demands seemingly endless. Kratos' methods made her seemingly, experiences became richer and more flirtatious. Through these days of maneuvering, entangled bodies, Kratos lost much, but gained much. Perhaps, for revenge, he had already lost some moral boundaries. He didn't care about that anymore. Because, with each passing day, Virgil might suffer another day of torment, and the hope of finding Marine and Leonidas' souls would dim. Besides that, if Athena wanted to use him, Kratos would turn the tables and use her in return, each side using whatever means necessary. What he obtained in return would eventually serve as the foundation for his revenge. On the rough paper in front of him, Kratos analyzed the information he had learned over these days. From Athena's mouth, he obtained an answer to a question that had long concerned him. Athena, she once referred to the gods as fleet and called Zeus the flagship. The Olympians of the moonlit world turned out not to be indigenous deities, rather, they were an alien civilization that descended upon this planet, a fleet that came to find a new home and transform the planet's ecology. Learning this secret truly made Kratos unable to hold back his laughter. Apparently, the battle between the vanguard of the Wandering Star and the Olympians, turns out it had nothing to do with this planet at all. This wasn't a war between natives and outsiders, but a war between outsiders. This planet was just used as a battleground, purely cannon fodder. By analogy, it's almost like Transformers vs Decepticons? With this thought, Kratos suddenly felt enlightened. The Olympians are Autobots, carved into deities by human belief. The vanguard of the Wandering Star are Decepticons. After years of fighting and no significant progress whatsoever, this battle ended with the forging of the Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur, by the planet, Gaia. And the vanguard of the Wandering Star was smashed into fragments. And that fragment was Atrox, who in his weakest state united with Kratos. Now, Atrox couldn't connect to his Arc of the Stars anymore. In simple terms, it's disconnected. Otherwise, he could have called out to his other comrades, the Anti-Cells, and immediately began an all-out assault on Olympus. So, since the network is disconnected and I can't find the Arc of the Stars, our dear family is down and out. Atrox's lazy voice echoed in Kratos' mind. It's a good thing I disconnected, Kratos, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist the instinct to devour civilization, your consciousness would be assimilated by me in an instant. Now that you're offline, clearly your memories are fragmented and incomplete, yet you still remember Zoe, maybe that's true love. Ha! Who remembers that shit Twilight imp? Amidst the roar, Kratos sighed softly. Wandering Star? Olympus? Which one of you is the fallen empire? Or both? Kratos just felt that the future of this planet was not optimistic. After organizing the information in his mind, with sighs and regrets, Kratos gently blew out the candle. Go see her. Go see, his nightmare. In such a dream, the peaceful timeline continued to progress. Marine's face was becoming more and more like Athena's. Kratos and she had already had a wedding, spent happy and peaceful times, and even started having children. However, at the end of the dream, all the beauty would eventually be destroyed by the violent impact of the war devil. Resentment, anger, helplessness and despair. In the heart of the god's lair, they continued to accumulate and brew. The first layer of the dream shattered to pieces. Then comes the second layer, the goddess of control. Kratos, watch your mental state. Atrox, with a hoarse voice, expressed concern. Your attitude towards Athena is becoming more and more accepting. Sometimes, you even begin to think that she, who is always obedient to you, seems pretty nice. Do you think, are you conquering her? It's her, slowly conquering you instead. In the quiet palace, moonlight quietly poured in. The voice of the black-haired youth sounded as if talking to himself. No, of course, I wouldn't think that way, Atrox. Kratos said softly. Just like me. I wouldn't expect Athena's sincerity to be like that. I will never become hers. Silence. The eyeball on his chest opened and closed slightly, and Atrox understood how much pressure Kratos had to bear every day. The responsibility of the city-state. The burden of revenge. The gods haunting his mind. Even in rest, his nerves had to endure endless torment and nightmares. You. Atrox whispered. What if one day, you falter? Then, don't I have you, Atrox? Facing the mirror in front of him. The black-haired youth smiled and said. If I falter, you'll pull me back. What if? I can't pull you back. As a vanguard of the wandering star. His mission is only destruction and slaughter. So he didn't know what to answer about that. Then I will, leave it to you. Kratos raised his hand. Gently, he touched the eyeball on his chest. I entrust my heart to you, take it and use it. He said with a smile. You can do whatever you want. You're offline now, you shouldn't have the responsibility to seek revenge. I hope, you can live well. This is our contract. At night, you struggled with Athena's scheming and endless nightmares, trying to rest your spirit. During the day, you sat in the palace's administrative office. Dante was sent by you to the front lines of the Sparta army. Starting from the most basic warriors, a month passed, and the 12-year-old boy quickly gained the recognition of the warriors with his own strength. Due to the reconstruction of the city-state and the extensive construction projects, various city-states had close trade relations with Sparta on the coastline. From the information network of the merchants, you quickly learned an uplifting news. The Olympian gods seemed to be joining forces to cleanse hell, so various city-states issued decrees. They demanded that the priests launch more missionary activities in their own temples, and more devout and larger-scale prayers. The increase of believers would effectively weaken the devil's power. In a few days, from the temple of Ares atop Mount Sparta, a similar decree was quickly issued. Half a month ago, the devil that attacked the city-state of Sparta, named the War Devil, in order to weaken its power, Sparta had to praise the god of war more frequently and devoutly. Looking at the Ares oracle sent by the temple's high priest, Kratos frowned imperceptibly. The high priest. Often, it was the most noble position in a city-state. However, like Kratos's reputation outside, as the beloved and incarnated son of the gods, even the high priest dared not show any arrogance in front of him. Originally, the terrifying devil that threw a spear from the sea surface and killed more than 10,000 people. People didn't know what kind of name it had. Kratos learned this information from Athena, but out of panic, he did not spread it. However, at this moment, the reputation of the War Devil was actually actively spread by Ares. Hi! How coincidental is the world! Just after the palace was destroyed by the War Devil, Ares and Athena came to capture Virgil. Clearly, Zeus should have been paying attention to him. However, at that time, Olympus was in a state of war with the vanguard of the wandering star, so were these two able to take advantage of this loophole? In the blink of an eye, Kratos understood the key to the whole situation. Is Zeus really protecting me? Thinking about this situation, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of the black-haired youth's mouth. Lifting his gaze, he looked at the solemnly standing high priest in front of him. Kratos smiled and spoke softly. Respected god of war Ares, after more than 100 years, finally laid down an oracle with difficulty. As the regent of Sparta, Kratos should go personally to meet him. I will personally listen to the teachings of the god of war. Spread the glory of our god Ares throughout Sparta. Your Highness, what a noble speech! In the eyes of the priests, who were extremely respectful. From the throne, Kratos slowly stood up. Prepare, to the temple. The ethereal sea of clouds stretched endlessly. On the side of the peak of Olympus, towering into the clouds, stood the magnificent temple of Ares. Sitting atop a bronze throne, adorned in blood-red armor, was a robust humanoid figure. Through the flickering flames, he gazed at the black-haired youth in the Spartan temple who smiled and bowed before his image, as the priests present announced a decree that distorted their own meaning, reducing the city-state's prayer activities. Crack! Ares crushed the goblet in his hand with sudden force. He was the god of war, strife, and chaos. The epitome of blood and fire, strength and power. The personification of bloodshed, slaughter, and disaster. One of the Olympians. How could the mighty god of war, Ares, endure such humiliation? Kratos. A cold and furious voice resounded from beneath the blood-red helmet. Ares's divine power surged throughout his body, boiling like molten lava, as if to immediately descend upon the earth and incinerate the presumptuous youth into a pile of charred corpses and bones. I will crush you. Crush your teeth. However, the divine power, simmering with anger, had been brewing for a long time. Ares lifted his gaze, looking towards the summit of Olympus, where the thunderous and lightning-struck palace of the King of Gods stood. He knew that he couldn't unleash his wrath upon Kratos just yet. Otherwise, the King of Gods would dismantle him into a pile of scrap metal. Ha! Heaved a long sigh. Ares made an effort to calm his emotions. Calm and composed. He wouldn't stoop to the level of petty usurpers. The god of war, clad in blood-red armor, snorted coldly and pressed a mechanism on his throne. Secret passages unfolded before him, layers upon layers extending from the god of war's throne to the abyss of flowing lava. With blood-red eyes flashing, Ares took slow steps, descending the steps directly into the depths. At the bottom of his temple, upon the flaming altar, stood a figure with a body covered in scars, skin torn and flesh exposed, looking utterly broken and battered. Approaching the crimson figure, Ares arrived in front of him. The silver-haired, muscular youth slowly, laboriously raised his gaze towards the god of war Ares. Spit! Virgil sneered, mustering the last of his strength to spit out an insulting wad of saliva. Unfortunately, it couldn't reach Ares's armored body. Hiss! The feeble moisture evaporated in an instant amidst the surrounding intense heat. Smack! Ares raised his hand and slapped Virgil forcefully with the back of his hand. A chilling voice resounded from beneath the helmet. You still dare to spit, it seems punishment hasn't been enough. Blood oozed from his eye sockets. Ignoring the excruciating pain that felt like scorching his soul throughout his body. The silver-haired youth gradually turned his gaze back, his cheeks bruised and swollen. Ares, haven't you eaten yet? A mocking smirk appeared on Virgil's face. You, pussy! The moment that word left his mouth. Boom! Intense flames surged suddenly from around Ares's body. He raised his hand and grabbed Virgil's neck. You brat, it seems like you don't want your life anymore. The silver-haired youth, his eyes bloodshot, stared at the god of war before him. A plea for mercy escaped his lips. Kill me! My brother will turn you into scrap metal. Ares's eyes blazed with bloodlust. The sound of bones cracking echoed from the youth's neck. Unexpectedly, a soft and seductive voice, which made Ares's blood boil, sounded from behind him. You look so amusing in your impotent rage, Ares. Athena smiled. The playful tone lingered for a moment. Oh, I almost forgot. Now I should call you, dear sister. Amidst Virgil's relieved sighs and violent coughing, the crimson-armored figure suddenly released his grip. Ares slowly turned his head, looking at the irritating orange-haired woman standing before him. You have no right to say that, Athena. Ares raised his hand and slowly removed his helmet, revealing the face of a black-haired woman, with exquisite beauty. Circular pupils stacked upon each other. Mesmerizing amber eyes. Adorned with several grotesque scars crawling like centipedes on her cheeks. A vicious smile crept onto Ares's lips. My lovely, clever sister.